They're going to do intros, right? I'm shooting all the intros.
Okay. They do it.
They do it. That's my gig, I guess. If they don't do intros, then.
That's all they keep. What's this segment?
Seconds. Perfect.
On your mark.
Oh, no intro.
And we are off, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2. Let's go. We are live on YouTube. For everyone back home in the audience.
And we are live, day one of the Newbalance Indoor Nationals. Welcome to the track at Newbalance in Boston. My name is Kate Van Buskirk, and I am here with Jasmine Todd. How you doing, Jasmine?
I am doing good. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. Look at this beautiful facility. We have so much excitement ahead of us today and through the rest of the weekend. It is the best long weekend I could possibly imagine.
Oh my goodness. I am excited. The moment that I was asked to be here, how could anyone say no to coming? This facility is absolutely beautiful.
Jasmine, have you ever competed in this facility?
Absolutely not, but I hope to soon.
Absolutely, me too. Gorgeous track, amazing field events. If you are here to tune into the field events, they will be on Runner Space. They are being compiled. They're being not streamed live, but they will be available today as soon as the event is finished. But right now on the track, we have the Rising Stars Boys Mile. And this track is designed for the mile, Jasmine.
Man, look, I'm over here watching the pacer, the little mark, and they're well above that right now. So I'm excited to see the types of marks that we get out of this track.
Absolutely. Again, fast track, beautiful day. The stands are going to fill up. Thank you all for joining us on the stream. Again, tune in on YouTube and, of course, check back with Runner Space as well for all of the events. But right now, we are 5 laps to go on Heat 1 of the Rising Stars Boys Mile.
You know what I have to ask? What event are you most excited to watch this weekend?
That's a great question. You know, this was my event, Jasmine. This was the 1500, the mile. That was my, premier event. I love watching it. I love the drama of the mid-distance. But there is so much talent. Over 5,000 athletes competing over the next few days. So it's hard. I know this is kind of a fence-sitting question or answer, but it's hard for me to pick one, frankly, because every single event is going to be so exciting.
It's going to be a very, very, very excited weekend as a sprint. Super excited to watch these sprints. My eye is on this 60. I think we're going to see some amazing marks out of that.
Absolutely. Again, we have heats, we have finals. Like I said, we have field events, of course. Check back with Runner Space for those field events. We are going to be track focused today, tomorrow, and Saturday. We've got a great lineup of commentators bringing you all of the action. We are 3 laps to go in Heat 1 of this Rising Stars Boys Mile. Excuse me. Is this live?
Massachusetts resident. Amy from Plymouth is right there. There goes Union Catholic. Cajusta's in the middle of something.
Is this updating live? Because it's not refreshing.
Hello, back in front.
Oh, now it is. Okay, thank you. It wasn't.
All right, Newbalance.
No. Say again. Now I did.
Union Catholic going up. There goes Cajusta. Let's warm them up, Newbalance. Here comes the bell.
That's what the pacing lights are set to. The fastest time to do, okay?
Thank you.
Cool. You're live. Your cough button's over there first. Here. Sorry. We only have so much cable, so.
Another move has been made. Oh my, ladies and gentlemen. That is Nick Garcia. New Balance to bring these boys home. Nick Garcia said he get off today. Garcia with a 423. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Section 1 of 3, boys rising stars.
And out of heat 1, that looks like Nick Garcia with a 4:24.06 to win that heat.
New Balance. Excuse me, New Balance. Can we bring my man home? Can you hear me? Can we bring my man home? Let's do this, Aiden. Bring him home. Aiden, I see you, son. Heat 2, boys rising star.
So section 2 of the boys Rising Star Mile.
Section 2, boys rising star. Let's give these young men their proper due.
This is Ben Myers, Danny Gall, Logan Tricia, Trevor Hayes, Ethan Striff-Cave, Ian Hobbs, Michael Alvarez, Ryan Waller, Simon Donovan, LJ Nelson, Colin Fisher, Cornell Smith, and Michael Krasuski.
And if any of you guys are following along and seeing that pacer light, this section's pacer is set at 2:44. I'm 4:22. What are my numbers doing?
It's early, Jasmine. We haven't had all of our coffee yet.
Who needs coffee? Me.
Who doesn't need coffee are these boys. They are flying around this track. They have 6 laps to go. Again, well ahead of those pacing lights. Not surprising. We're going to see some really fast times today.
All looking very comfortable right now.
Here comes the kids back. Remember this change for y'all. If you actually know each other, we'll start around 800 people. We'll start to really dance. God control this race. Trisha deciding to move up. Waller moving up.
So the pack catching up with our early leader now. Seems to have gone out a little bit hard as they approach 4 laps to go. So through the half mile in about 2:08.
So here's my podcaster side coming with all the questions. I have to ask. Sprinter, short sprint, 60 was my thing. I am quick, boom, done. When you come to indoors, I feel like it's such a mental game for me because you've got more laps of everything. Even though it's the same distance, a lot more. How do you guys as distance runners kind of overcome that barrier?
That's a really good question. I found that, I had to break it down almost like it's an outdoor track, so I hardly ever paid attention to like my 200 splits. I just pretended that it was like 400, 800. If you're in a mile, it's like pretend that it's 4 laps instead of 8.
Okay.
And just kind of like tune into that, get into the mindset of these are my splits. I'm not going to pay too much attention because the other thing that happens is that it's all about tactics, right? So you're trying to run fast, but you're also trying to beat everyone else in that race. So right now, our leader is way out in front and he's made a fantastic move. but he's just having to trust himself and not pay too much attention to the clock. He's also got the advantage in this beautiful facility of that live scoreboard up on the top of the track, so he can actually take a look if he wants and see where the other athletes are, which is not something you have on many indoor tracks.
Absolutely.
So kind of tuning into those tactics rather than paying too much attention to the laps or you know, the specific times. That was always my way to kind of make it go by a little faster.
A little redirection of focus.
That's
I
it.
like it.
And bell lap
And
now
here
for
we
our
are.
leader. And a mad dash on for the rest of the field. Big moves being made around the back of the track, coming into about 100 meters to go. 4:04 on the clock. That remains Waller in the lead with Smith and Donovan behind him, and a big move now as they approach the bell, as they approach the line rather.
And Cornell Smith with a 4:20.41. Wow.
Perfectly timed finish by him. That was exciting, and that's one of the other things, you know, using this curve off of that final 50 meters to kind of slingshot around the other athletes and solidify that win. That was amazing. Well done by Smith.
I always wondered if you guys liked being on a bank track or not.
A track like this? Absolutely. This facility is fast. It was made for mid-distance running. And we're going to just keep seeing these times being cut down. Again, we have Heat 3 now of the Rising Stars Boys Mile. We'll have the Rising Stars Girls Mile. And after that, the 400s, getting a little closer to your territory, Jasmine.
Yes.
It does not mean you cannot put on your dancing shoes. You're independent, the fastest party on the planet. We are tuned in, and we're going to continue to dance all night long.
And obviously,
Section 3.
results also.
As we identify these young men, we have Will Whitaker from the Capitals, David Whitaker from 6 Mile Track Club, Isaac Grayson from Blair Academy, Colin Martin, Stephen Miller, Brian Evo, Patrick Coyle, Runners High Track Club. My main man is in the house. Westport Academy's Jack Gina's dance Jack. Jacob Redmond, Kaden Peters. But it is early. You will see me. We start to get busy around 800 meters. These athletes are positioning themselves. The person doing the work up front is Mr. Hessler.
So 6 laps to go in Section 3 of the Rising Stars Boys Mile. That is Ryan Hessler in the lead at the moment.
Came to Boston with his dancing shoes. Patrick sitting in second place.
Hessler comes in with a 4:20 seed and is very happy to be taking this field out at a quick pace at the moment. Behind him is Patrick Coyle, and the rest of the field follows in pursuit.
Hessler in control. Coyle dancing. We're about to get an 800 meter split, guys. This is when we start to dance. We're talking about lines.
That's Will Venable moving up into second now. He comes in with a 4:18 seed. He's out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Comes in with the fastest seed of this heat and employing some very strong tactics at the moment. So too Caleb Roche running unattached with a 4:21. So these seeds, Jasmine, they're all within about 4 seconds of each other. So these guys are, you know, it's anyone's race.
This is a tight race, ladies and gentlemen.
And they're going right along with that pacer right now. This is going to be exciting.
That's Caleb Roach right Roach gaining a little distance right now. Can they cover the move by Roach? He looks strong.
And that pacer is set at 4 minutes 18, and he's running right along that.
Do you see the lights? My main man is on time. He's rolling. Pay attention to the
So this is such a fun sort of addition in terms of technology, right? Is being able to have these pacer lights. So these guys are able to kind of like clock that, look down out of the corner of their eye and see where they're at within those pacing lights. It is kind of like having a virtual rabbit out there, you know?
Man, I think
especially
that's
when there's
amazing.
separation like this. So some of these athletes, you know, get a bit of a gap on the field. They're running by themselves, but they're almost not running by themselves because they have those pacer lights to help them along the way. So a really cool, addition.
Like, can we get that in a 60? does it work the same? Can we get that in a long jump?
And now the pack is starting to make moves on our leader. 100 meters to go now for Caleb Roche.
We see some action off the turn.
And that's Samuel Trumbull coming up onto Caleb right now.
And I think that's actually Venable, who's just come through for the late charge of the win there in 4:19.74. Again, a perfectly timed race. 4:19.74 for Venable. Roche comes through at 4:19.95, and then 4:20.99 for Gruska. And here you see again that sort of slingshot, Jasmine, as Will Venable comes right on the shoulder of Roche. Roche did so much of that work early on. Also rewarded with a sub 4:20 finish time, but win goes to Will Venable with a perfectly timed finish in section 3 of the Rising Stars Boys Mile here at this beautiful track in Boston.
Can't get enough of it. This facility is truly, truly beautiful.
Girls Rising Stars, we have 3 heats in the mile.
So we'll move into the Girls Rising Star Mile. We'll have 3 heats as the ladies do their final strides, shaking out some of those nerves, feeling, again, this gorgeous Newbalance facility under their feet. So in Heat 1, we'll have Bryn Bernard, Kate Tuttle, Veronica Gula, Lillian Deskins, Haley Kavanaugh, Mary Gorski, Hazel Calway, Abby Coberly, Hannah Adhikari, Claire O'Sullivan, and Madeline Lee. 11 girls in Heat 1 of the Rising Stars Girls Mile.
The first section.
And this is section 1 of the Rising Stars Girls Mile underway right now.
So times in this section range from 5:14 to 5:23. Fastest seed coming in is Bryn Bernard. She'll be running unattached. She comes in with a 5:14.45 seed. But again, most of these girls coming in sort of that 5:14 to 5:20 range.
As the young ladies start to settle in, I want to remind everyone At the fastest party, you have world-class officials.
And that is Hazel Calloway in the lead early on. She comes in with a 5:15.33 seed. She's out of Langley.
An amazing event. But right now, my girl from Langley is controlling this race, but it is early.
And Jasmine, it's really that first lap. You know, they start in these two box starts, and so just getting kind of your positioning, figuring out some of the nerves, shaking things off, finding your positioning. And this was actually a position I always really liked, was being in the lead, because you're running a little blind, but you can kind of feel the girls behind you, and you're controlling the race. And it really takes some courage to be able to come past a leader, right? So being in the early sort of pole position is actually not a bad spot to be.
A nice way to set the tone. So when you're running these distance races, would you want to come, if you're trying to pass somebody, would you prefer to pass them on the inside, or would you prefer to just go around them on the outside of that race?
Indoors, it's really hard to pass on the inside just because there's not that much room. If you can, again, coming off those, final corners, being able to pass on the inside is always, it's the shortest distance, it's advantageous. But right now, our leader is Bernard, and Coberly is doing a really good job of kind of sitting on her shoulder. You'll see as they come off some of these turns, she kind of comes up on the outside of her shoulder. She's still running a, relatively short distance, but she's in a position where if she needs to, she can pass and she can cover any moves that are made. So Coberly's doing a great job of pursuing Bernard at the moment, and those two have some significant advantage over the rest of the field.
800 meters to start. Here we go. We're going to get an 800 meter split. Nice and honest.
So they'll be coming through half mile now in just about 2:31. So on pace at the moment for personal best for most of these ladies.
We have two athletes that decided to put on their dancing shoes. It's not the serves. There's the battle. We have two battles going on.
And if you're going to set a PB, this is the place to do it. Fast track, exciting atmosphere, beautiful facility here at the track at Newbalance in Boston. The sun is shining, the stands will continue filling, and all of these athletes are going to have a fantastic weekend. That is Coberly, who continues to lead now, looking very strong and putting a bit of distance on Bernard. Abby Coberly is from Louisville and comes in with a 5:15.50 seed, on track right now to blow that out of the water.
Bernard is not done. She's not.
And Bernard would do well just to try to keep that distance as small as possible between her and Coberly. It's kind of, Jasmine, like an elastic band, and you don't want to let it stretch too far or let it break. You want to just keep that, band really
At a nice
tight.
distance.
Keep an eye on the oval, ladies and gentlemen. These girls are running a phenomenal race right now. Coberly opened up, made a move, and has not looked back. But now we're going to see Coberly with the put on her dancing shoes. Foul lap, here we go. Bernard is not out of this.
So Coberly leading as they approach the bell.
Coberly putting on a nice amount of distance in this race.
4:32 with 200 meters.
But that is Lewis Flounder in the house.
And they've also blown those pacer lights out of the water.
Completely out of the water.
Rolling right now. Let's clap it up, ladies and gentlemen.
So Abby Coberly coming through with a very strong finish, and she will be rewarded with a huge personal best coming through. 5:07.24 for Abby Coberly. Very strong finish for her. Bryn Bernard comes through in 5:11.48. Kate Tuttle, 5:14.79. Mary Gorski, 5:15.10.
Amazing job to those ladies. What a place to come out with a PB.
Section 2. You're getting on the line.
So section 2 now, 2 of 3 of the Rising Stars Girls Mile. Again, we're going from slowest to fastest in terms of the seeds. Section 2 will feature Alexa Cicerone. She comes in with the fastest seed at 5:10.82. Cassie Garcia of 6 Mile Track Club comes in also at 5:10, and the field follows with Kata Clark, Christina Weaver, Delana Ironhofer, Sophia Day, Scarlett Stimson, Isabel McIntyre, Katya Hennis, Madeline Hill, Ethne Deegan, Alice Credell, Katie O'Toole, Abby Achabane, Suri Kotz, and Hannah Prokop. Only 3 seconds separating the personal bests of these women, so we're going to see hopefully a very tight race.
I love to see tight races. I hope to see people come out with some PBs today.
That's Deegan in the lead, already putting a bit of distance on the field.
Has decided to take control of this race to do the early pace duties. It is early. An athlete is moving up.
So Deegan, our early leader, she comes in with a 5:12.86 personal best. That's Iron Hofer behind her, pulling the rest of the field behind. But Deegan now stretching out her lead.
My girl Deegan decided to put on her dancing shoes today.
And the field behind her deciding that they need to make some moves if they want to go with her, because that lead can extend pretty quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, these girls are packed together. That's how we want it.
Deegan looking really good and comfortable.
Can we cover the moves? Let's get an unofficial 800-meter split for Deegan, as she's in control of this girls' Rising Star Section 2. There's a battle. Oh, man.
Deegan continuing to look really strong through the half mile. She'll come through in about 2:33. So actually just a hair slower than the last section came through, but she is doing all that work up front by herself.
Way out in front of that pacer mark too.
And in the space of about 50 meters, there are some serious moves being made here. That's Ironhofer overtaking Deegan now with a very strong move with about 500 meters to go. And Jasmine, if you're going to make a move, that's the way to do it. You got to be decisive. You got to make a decision, and you got to commit to it. So 400 meters to go now for Ironhofer.
These athletes are persistent in themselves.
I got to think of making those moves like when you're driving in a car, you just got to commit. You gotta cut them off if you're going to do it.
And again, well ahead of those pace lights.
She's bouncing, ladies and gentlemen. You see the effort her step. You see her arm moving. You see the cadence. She is dancing, setting herself up for a belt.
Ironhofer has a 5:11.31 seed. And as she approaches the bell, she is well on pace to eclipse that. A little tighten of the ponytail there. I love that. That means business. That's sort of like the gloves coming off, right? I'm tightening the ponytail.
Look, I'm
throwing
ready to
down.
go.
That's it. It's kind of a flex too, right? Like if you have the composure to be able to do the little pony tighten.
Look, I hope somebody
gear.
got a picture of that. I really do.
So this is all Delana Ironhofer coming off the final bend, looking very strong as she approaches the line. And again, blowing that seed time. She comes through in 5:09.08. Beautiful finish. Well done by Deegan to hold on for second. She comes through in 5:12.57. And then Scarlett Stimson across the line in 5:14.04.
What a race.
Section 3, Rising Star Girls Bio.
Such a great experience for these girls too, to come out to a facility like this and get this sort of professional experience at this young age. You're seeing some of the sportsmanship on display there too. Great to see.
Okay. Well, this is going to be a good one, ladies and gentlemen. We have Esme Daphne from Greenwich Track Club. Olivia Holbrook from Kentucky Elite is in the house. Maya G representing West Michigan is in the house. Riley Powers, Night Hop Running Club. My girl representing Tiger Track Club, Sierra Evans. Let's go.
All right, section 3, the fastest of 3 of our Rising Stars Girls Mile.
Kelly Jones, Lawrence Hall.
Esme Daplin comes in with the fastest seed time at 5:92. Right behind her, Olivia Holbrook of Team Kentucky has 5:93 seed. And then we have Maya Kukima, Riley Powers, Sierra Evans, Bridget Dunn, Kelly Jones, Madison Cole, Dana Lair, Anna Carruthers, Alexis Buskey, Morgan Kirkland, Emma Tuxbury, Haley Stegel, Jays Ward, and Emma Hagstrom.
Excuse me, I'm joining the party too. I'm right back in it. And she is dancing, moving gingerly back.
So you see the bump there and a fall, a real collision. These girls did well to get back up and keep moving. Again, that really, Jasmine, speaks to the composure of these girls. You know, they're young. This is, you know, high stakes. It's high anxiety, but to be able to recompose and get back up and get back in it, this experience is going to serve these girls really well moving forward.
Absolutely, definitely shows the competitor in them.
Well, remind everyone in the audience and black holes listening on YouTube, this is the 2023 Newbalance Indoor National Championships. And Ward is still in the show.
So that is Jays Ward in the lead with 5 laps to go. She is running unattached, comes in with a 5:10.62 seed. But as we've seen, Jasmine, the seeds really have not meant very much
At all.
These athletes are here to run personal best, represent their school, and probably grab the attention of, you know, not only the country, but hopefully some, you know, recruiters as well.
Exactly.
Right on those pace lights. And a good gap on the field at the moment. So she'll come through this half-mile mark. Fastest so far, unsurprisingly, 2:30 through that half mile unofficially.
These girls are phenomenal. All rising stars. And Jason Ward.
And I believe these paces are set at 5 minutes flat, too.
Okay, Newbalance, we gotta turn up right now, ladies and gentlemen. You see what you watching what I'm watching. We're real quiet right now, Newbalance. Are you watching what I'm watching? That's a little better. Let's go. We're gonna bring her home. We're gonna bring her home. Let's do this.
And Ward out on her own.
So again, that fall is so unfortunate, that collision early on, because it's really strung out this field and sort of mixed things up in terms of who's in the lead, and some of the girls who came in with the fastest times are unfortunately well back, but doing a great job of continuing to compete despite that collision. And that's sometimes what happens, you know, you got to shake out those nerves. Things were kind of bunched up early on. That's one of the, you know, the fears of what happens when there's so many fast girls in one section or so many fast competitors all, you know, trying to shake out those nerves at the same time. But we are within 400 meters now, and it continues to be Jay's Ward running very strong ahead of the rest of the field, trying to make some moves and catch up to her. And a strong move being made now on the outside.
1 lap to go.
That is Madison Cole putting on a really good move and trying to bridge the gap up to Ward.
And you can see they are really working. This backpack is making major moves.
So with 100 meters, again, that is Madison Cole pouring on the speed and now passing our longtime leader, Ward. But Ward is not done.
She said, I am here to compete.
And then right at the line, that was Olivia Holbrook coming through for the win in 5:06.97. Again, a perfectly timed finish by her. Ward is able to hold on for second in 5:07.16. Morgan Kirkland coming through in 5:07.26. And you can see how strong this pack was working to catch Ward, but Ward really not letting.
She did not give that up easy at all.
And I think she didn't see the danger coming on the outside. That was a beautiful final kick there by Olivia Holbrook to take that win. Again, an unfortunate start to that race, but really well fought by all of these girls. So there you see the times on screen.
Big shout out to Winter Time and my people. I appreciate you guys. Welcome to Boston, Massachusetts. If you did not know, you are at the 2023.
And like I said, Jasmine, kudos to all these girls for getting back in it and really holding their own after a really challenging start.
Absolutely. That, again, it just shows the strength of their character and that they really came here to compete. They're saying, I didn't come this far just to come this far.
Love that. All right, Jasmine, we are getting a little closer to that sprint. I know it's not really a sprint, but it's a 400. Would you call it a sprint? What would you call the 4?
Absolutely a sprint. In my eyes, I think even now the 800 in my eyes has become a sprint.
Very true.
So 8 and down, now sprints.
I like it. I like it. So we will have 17 heats of this boys Rising Star 400 meters.
I'm going to ask my people from the Northeast. Is the Northeast in the house? Okay. All right. Wow, he won 17 boys Rising Star 400 meters. We're going to dance. I'll repeat, all the boys and girls Rising Star milers, top 6, please report to the award ceremony. Heat 1, boys 400 meters. Oh, we're gonna dance, dance, dance.
These aren't the guys that are racing now.
So section 1 of 17 of this boys 400 meter prelims. In lane 2 is Jacob Robinson-Smay. Lane 3, Michael Winfield. Lane 4, Carter Roach. Lane 5, Justin Powell. And lane 6 is Ian Naff.
Michael Winfield from the Fast Lane Track Club in lane 3.
So fastest seed in this section comes out of lane 5. That is Justin Powell of Mustang Track Club with a 49.73.
And they are off.
So Powell moving very well out of lane 5, unsurprisingly, already taking over the advantage of his outside of Ian Naff.
Really working that curb.
And that is Winfield looking very strong in lane 3 as well.
23. I like it already. 23 in the break.
Coming in that 200 meters at 23.80.
Mustang Track Club, Powell is
Final 100.
Good work being made now by Naff as well, but it is continuing to be Justin Powell.
And oh my goodness. That was a tight race.
And a late charge by Ian Naff nabs him the win at 50.08. Powell comes through at 50.12, and Winfield through out of Fast Lane Track Club in 51.15. Again, another perfectly timed finish, Jasmine.
Are you guys ready? Oh, we're ready.
And we are going to go through these prelims quick. So section 2 will be Alex Lambert in lane 2, Julian Robertson in lane 3, Luke Boothroyd in 4, Ethan Pater in 5, and Chase Harrison in 6.
In heat 2, we have Alex Lambert, Belize is in the house.
And the biggest thing with these 400s is you really want to come off and swing off that curb. I think that is the biggest thing for all these track events, is really being able to work these curbs and slinging off of them.
Well, again, this beautiful facility, this gorgeous Newbalance facility here in Boston, very well suited to do exactly that, Jasmine, and that is Ethan Pater looking very strong. He comes in with the fastest seed, and he is trying to hold off that charge on his outside of Harrison, but Harrison now swinging around him, and Harrison looking very strong in these final 50 meters.
Really driving those arms.
So 49.92 for Chase Harrison out of the Firm Fit Flyers Track Club. Alex Lambert in second at 50.41.
Rising Stars, boys 400.
And we are underway right away with section 3. And only 3 athletes in this section, so a few scratches. That is going to be Dominic Lachey in lane 6, Ryan Gruss to his inside, and then in lane 4 is Michael Bucher. So 22.74 through 200 meters. That is Gruss in the lead with Lachey following close behind him.
Oh, we have a battle right now. Oh, here's the battle. Go down, let's bring it up. Let's bring these boys home. Bring these boys home. Let's go, go down. 49. Pick a sister. We have heat 4 coming up. We have Navish Paladou in heat
4 athletes in section 4. They are in lane 2. That's Divyesh Paladugu.
We have Corey Sanders, Paul the Track Club, and Colin Donahue, the Hornets.
Colin Donahue in 4, Brandon Noble in 5.
It is honest, 23 in the break.
And that was Keenan Frisbee in 3.
So far we've had consistent 49s. I believe we're going to start the dance, see some 48s.
And that's actually Corey Sanders Jr. looking very strong.
Up front, and Keenan Frisbee trying to make that move.
What a race.
A nice dip at the line there.
Now it's heat 4, ladies and
To come
gentlemen.
in at 50-23 for Corey Sanders Jr.
So section 5, we have Xavier Doctor in 3, Blake Santos in 4, Evan Watson in 5, and Krishan Willingham in 6.
Christian Willingham will round it out with Blake Santos from Sal Academy.
And at the break, looking very strong, that is Evan Watson.
Did not travel from
Watson
Michigan.
coming through at a 23.04 for that 200.
He's got a powerful stride.
Absolutely. And you see Willingham using that footwork to try to catch him. He's really got to work this curve if he wants to catch him.
You think it's the footwork or the fro? I don't know. I think there's some power going on there.
The power of the fro.
The power of the fro. And it will not be denied. Fantastic finish there for Krishan Willingham. He comes through at 50.08, 51.3 for Watson, and then Doctor at 50.26. Blake Santos rounds out the field at 51.90.
Fear the fro.
Fear the fro. I want a shirt that says that, Jasmine. So it looks like lane 3 is open for heat 6, which means that we will have Theodore Dyer in 2, Victor Kuna in 4, Quinton Williams in 5, and Neil Chowdhury in 6.
Our main man, Joao, representing Chelsea New England League, is in the house.
And that will be Williams coming through at a 23.10 for that 200. And going to advance onto the 400-meter final for the Rising Stars, it is the top 8 times overall. So right now, the time to get in is set at 50.26.
And a gorgeous finish there for Williams. He's rewarded with a 49.01. It doesn't get much closer than that. 50.23 for Chowdhury, and Williams looks thrilled with that finish. 49.01, huge time for him.
49.01, as of right now, he is that #1 seated time going in.
All right, moving right along to section 7 of 17. Only 3 athletes competing in this section. They are Luke Weiler in 3, Christopher Miller Harris in 5, and Jake Haley in 6. And a big start by Harris. He comes through in 23.65 through 200.
Jack Haley making the lead. He is dancing down that backstretch. Let's see what happens. 100 meters to go. Okay, Chris.
Good effort by Haley there, but this is all Miller Harris coming through to the line. Very strong, 49.09 officially for him. Jake
What
Haley
an
at
awesome
50.53, that really was.
Now we got a 48 on board. Now we're in.
It's getting me really excited to watch that final.
The 8 points, Rising Star.
So 4 men in section 8 of 17. They are Owen Schultz, Furious Trammell, love that name,
Absolutely.
Kenneth Carpenter in 5, and Cade Mann in 6. Okay, now I want a shirt that says Furious Fro.
Yeah, but Furious Fro, oh my goodness. I'm gonna need them to collab so we can get a shirt going. Chris, if you're still listening, we just need a Furious Fro shirt on the City's page, okay?
That's it. And that's a great note, Jasmine. Thanks for that. That we should give a shout out to both Trials of Miles and Sidious Mag. You can follow Sidious Mag on Instagram. check out Chris Chavez and all the great work that the guys over there are doing. They're going to be on the stream later today and throughout the weekend. Of course, bringing you so many updates from this amazing sport that we call track and field.
Newbalance brought all the Avengers in for this meet, so we will be having lots of fun this weekend.
Absolutely, and a furious finish. That is Kenneth Carpenter coming through for the win ahead of Furious Trammell, 48-47. So this is the first sub 49 that we have seen, and two guys doing it, Carpenter and Trammell, as we move into section number 9. Again, some scratches. We have three guys competing here. They are Garrett Brennan, Evan Pardue, and Henry Reich.
And Brennan off to a good start.
So that's Rank at the break. Looking very strong. Slightly slower through 200, 24.06, but all three guys still in this.
All three guys battling this one out.
And now that's Evan Pardue slinging off that final turn, and he will hold on for the win. He comes through in 49.80, 51.5 for Reich, and then Brennan at 50.68. Four boys competing in section 10. They will be Kenyon Wells, Junior Grant, Dell Lindsay, and Caden Simmons.
And again, the times that they are trying to beat to get into that final is a 50.08.
Caden Simmons representing Metro Cobras, Junior Grant, Golden and Dell Lindsay, Grand Street Track Club.
So incredible, Jasmine, that we've already seen two sub 49 performances, given that these guys are coming in mainly with like 50 and 51 seeds.
This is incredible. I think that speaks volumes on how fast this track is.
Absolutely. And how hungry these guys are. I mean, like you said, what'd you say? You don't come here just to come here? You did show up just to show up?
Just to come this far. They came
That's it.
To compete.
Fantastic finish now by the Cobras. That is Caden Simmons, 49.47. Dell Lindsay right on his heels at 49.64. Junior Grant, 50.22. And Kenyon Wells, 52.30. So section 11 on track now. This is going to be Nathan Mikulski in 3. Shaheem Porter in 4. Avery Texide in 5, and Mickey Green in 6.
In lane 5, my main man representing Union Catholic New Jersey, Avery Cassidy. And rounding out, bullies will always be in the house, Mickey Green.
Oh, and a bit of a bump.
Mickey Green decided to take that inside lane. But we're not done. What a move. Union Catholic, New Jersey is represented right now.
And that is a Textide up front. And he will take home that win with a 59.36. Mickey Green coming in with a 50.49.
Heat 12.
And Heat 12 is now underway.
Again, we are flying through these prelims. Heat 12 will be Peyton Wheeler in 3, Owen Comiskey in 4, Andrew Cirrus in 5, and Jacob Schmader in 6.
We have Heat 12 on the line. We have 4 amazing athletes
Very fast start on the outside there by both Cirrus and Schmader. And it will be Schmader with the advantage at the cut-in. He is flying down that home stretch, approaching that bell.
Coming in
22:58.
22:58.
Amazing.
Okay. My main man Andrew came from Atlanta, hot Atlanta to Boston.
And that is actually Andrew Cirrus in the lead, being pursued by Schmader. But Cirrus doing a great job of holding him off.
48 for the boy from hot Atlanta.
And he will take the win in 49:23, 49:54 for Schmader, 51:7 for Peyton Wheeler, and Owen Comiskey, 51:78.
Man, these guys are moving. The cutoff time now to make it into that timed final is a 49:54.
And you're seeing those chips come out. The officials pulling the chips out of the bibs. Again, the tech at this Newbalance indoor track, ever evolving. That's why we're able to get such immediate splits, such good information on these athletes. This is section 13 now of 17 of these 400-meter prelims. A full section here, Devin Gaglione in 2, Colby Rockford in 3, Cole Tallheimer in 4, Tristan Crawford in 5, and Brandon Lotta in 6. And that is Tristan Crawford with a huge lead at the moment. With 100 meters to go, he is going all out.
And that is the way to do it. Might as well put it all out on the track.
Look at the speed of this guy as he comes into the home stretch. Keep your eye on the clock, folks.
And a 50-14 for Crawford.
So a slightly slower finish time there. You can see why he was going so hard from the gun.
Absolutely.
And he looks happy with that. Well done. As we head into section 14.
Can we please have
Another full section. So we have Brett Trainer in 2, Giancarlo De Fava in 3, Jordan Maldonado in 4, Robert Young in 5, and Joshua Anding in 6.
And that is Robert Young taking the lead right now.
Okay.
And Young coming through in a 23:36 for that 200.
But he is being hunted down, Jasmine. That is Joshua Anding, who is trying to assert his dominance on this field.
You can see the power in his strides as well.
But you know, I love this. This is what happens. You feel that pressure on the outside and you do not relent. So a battle now down the final stretch, but it is going to be Robert Young holding on for that win. 49:85 officially, 50.16 for Anding. And Robert Young looks pretty happy with that, Jasmine, I'd say.
As he should be.
And some, again, nice congratulations. I love the camaraderie, the sportsmanship on display with these guys. Another full section. Section 15 of 17 of this Rising Star Boys 400. We have Philip Rosegarden, Ryan Thompson, Landon Perry, Evan Pearson III, and Chase Lockhart.
Evan Pearson III with a strong lead right now, but these boys are battling it out and trying to chase him down.
22:88, Jasmine, for that 200 split.
And you could see he started to make a little move here. He knows this is the last bit of that race. I've got to kick in. Oh my goodness.
A fast opening 200, and he has not slowed down at all. He is looking very powerful coming into this final stretch. Huge advantage now to Evan Pearson III, who comes through at 48.62 for that win.
Oh my goodness. I think it's safe to say, as of right now, he should be seen in that final, and this final is going to be hot.
It is going to be hot. And as these guys reset, we will move into the penultimate section, section 16 of 17.
Okay.
We have 4 competitors in this heat. They are Jaden Kaplan, Nathan Hart, Ben Drowan, and Ty Doro. That is Doro out with a very strong start on the outside in lane 5. But keep your eye on Kaplan, who is moving really well on the inside as well.
And rounding out in front, my maiden man from New Hampshire. Oyster River, put some respect on it, Ty. Ty Doro is dancing. Ty, gotta get it.
Kaplan trying to make that move to go get him.
Oyster River,
Dara holding on to that lead, making moves.
let's go, Ty.
Ty Doro doing really well to hold his composure. You can see that lactic setting in, but he has this wrapped up into the final meters. It will be Ty Doro taking section 16 in 50.67. Nathan Hart 52.36. So a decisive win there by Doro. Kaplan in 52.38, and Drowan rounds out the field at 53.04. So our final section now, section 17 of this boys' Rising Star 400. Competitors are Cole Giles, David Siegford, Alexander Farr, Kylan Thorpes, and Demille Bostic.
And that will be Bostic taking that lead right now.
Look out for Archbishop Caroline's Demille Bostic. We're gonna dance. Take my main man from ATL. Kyle Thorpes, let's do this, Kyle.
Bostic coming to in at 22.98.
And we have not seen very many sub-23 splits through the 200, so he is on fire, doing his best to hold off that charge behind him of Farr, but it is the Demille Bostic show, and a great kit too. Does really well to hold off that charge. 50.28 officially for Demille Bostic. The Archbishop Carolines. Kylan Thorpes through in 50.43. David Siegford 51.25. Farr 51.77, and then 54.01 for Giles. Oh, great finish and great kit. I love that.
Absolutely awesome. I mean, we've seen some very speedy times today. Our fastest time of the day today belongs to Kenneth Carpenter with a 48.47, and now underway we have the Women's Rising Stars Girls 400 meters.
We have 9 heats.
So 9 sections of our Rising Stars Girls 400. In section number 1, looks as though lane 5 is empty, so that means that we have Avery Kerr, Natalie Frazier, Riley Greco, and Rebecca Cornett. And I just have to mention, Jasmine, that the national record belongs to the one and only Sydney McLaughlin at 51.61.
Oh my goodness.
Wrap your head around that.
That is speedy. That is just moving. But what else can you expect from someone who also holds the world record in the 400-meter hurdles?
Absolutely phenomenal. Well, it's unlikely that we're going to see anything close to that today, but we are seeing some fantastic moves being made right now. And I believe that that is Rebecca Cornett overtaking Riley Greco, and she will be your winner at the line.
With a 59.08 for the win.
You know, I remember being in high school, and that sub-60 was such a barrier. Like, it was, anytime you can get under that, that was a big win.
That is a huge barrier. You get there. Once you break that, though, I feel like now your mind is like, hey, I know that I can do this. I know the limits of my body now.
Absolutely. That's so true. So a full section in section number 2. This will be Sophia Riley, Marissa McDougall, Noel Cumberland, Zoe Dorsey, and Sydney Krupstep.
Dorsey looking really good, taking this early lead.
Can I have the attention of Mr. ID? Vincent Celestic from New Jersey. Vincent.
Very powerful lead at the moment. by Dorsey. That is Zoe Dorsey. She runs unattached. She comes in with a 55.47 seed. So you can see why she's so far ahead of the rest of the field. A long, powerful stride. I respect this. She's a tall girl, and she is using that height to her advantage.
She is in a league of her own in this section.
Again, just trying to get that fast time to get into that final. Looking fantastic, and she comes through in 55.95, Jasmine.
56.
Rounded up officially to 56.03, but still a 3-second advantage over Cumberland, who finishes in 59.22. Again, a fantastic time, and the rest of the field follows, but that is going to be the mark to beat, I think.
Oh my goodness, what a way to run that in by yourself.
Things get serious.
So, section 3.
When the athlete drops from 56 out of the second heat, it's serious right now.
Again, lane 5 is open, so that means that we have Kate Martin, Grace McNally, Sabrina Wooden, and Zoe McFadden.
And that is Zoe McFadden right now, who is taking that early lead in this 400.
But Sabrina Wooden, look at this speed that she is pouring on.
Coming through in a 27.47 for that 200 mark.
And she looks fantastic, but keep your eye on McFadden, who is not ready to give it up. And there you see, she tried to pass on the inside. To your point, Jasmine, it is so hard to do that. Has to recalibrate and still finds a way to get past her on the outside. So again, good composure, great timing by McFadden, who comes through in 58.04 for that win.
I just want to put out there that Sabrina Wooden had some strands of pink in her hair, and I love to see it.
And there you see her using that pink to her advantage, but it is McFadden who comes around her. So strong for that win. So section 4 now of 19, we have Maya McIwan, Alice Venezuela, Riley Humphreys, Emma Thomas, and Elise Dickinson. Dickinson is actually a scratch, so 4 girls in section 4.
And that is Humphreys coming in at 27.21 for that 200 mark.
Great race on behind her. That's Emma Thomas in hot pursuit, trying to make a move now.
Trying to make moves. Coming around on that outside and really slinging off this curve.
And Emma Thomas is going to take this. Another perfectly timed finish. 58.35 officially for Emma Thomas. Great race. Riley Humphreys is pulled along to a 58.76. And McIlwain, 59.84. So another very fast section. Section 4 of 19 of this Rising Stars Girls 400. Absolutely. So 4 girls in heat number 5 of these prelims. This will be Isabel Evans, Marissa Morrow, Juliana Ligor, and Niela Asteria Anderson.
However, sitting in lane 5, North Redditch's own Hornet by Girl G, Ligor is in the house. We have Nyla Anderson.
And that looks like Evans taking that early lead.
Isabel Evans.
With a 27.56 coming through that 200.
She's looking very strong, and now a big move being made as well on the outside. I believe that's Ligor. amazing cat and mouse tactics happening
Oh my
now.
goodness.
So that's Asteria Anderson not letting her get by, holding on through that final stretch, but
Oh, that is a tight race.
Ligor is going to take it. Juliana Ligor, 57.61. Rounded up to 57.68 officially. Asteria Anderson, 57.69. So doesn't get much closer than 100th of a second separating you.
Absolutely amazing race to those ladies.
So section 6 now. Lane 2 is open, meaning that we have Noel Evans, Krista Soletti, Jaylene Burgess, and Ariana Moore. And a tight race at the cut-in, Jasmine.
Very tight race, and that looks like it is Burgess coming through that 200 at a 26.27.
But look at these three women trying to hold each other off. I love this.
Oh my goodness, I love the tactics of I'm not trying to let her pass me on this outside.
Newbalance, you see this race, ladies and gentlemen? Guys, you're watching this race.
They are really fighting around this curve.
That is Burgess trying to hold off Moore, and then a late charge there by Soletti, or Evans rather. But Burgess holds on for the win, 56.86.
86. Wow.
And you just heard our stadium announcer saying this is the fastest party on the planet. I agree.
Absolutely. Who would not want to be at this party?
Event staff in the planet at the fastest party. Big shout out to our toppers. In the house.
If you're just tuning in, this is the Newbalance Indoor Nationals. We are at the track at Newbalance in gorgeous Boston. The sun is shining. The crowd is very excited. Stands are almost full already.
Already day one, and it's so early.
We should say day one of our live stream coverage is actually day two. There were some fantastic performances last evening as well, but we are thrilled to be joining you today. Again, I am Kate Van Buskirk. I'm joined by Jasmine Todd, and we are into section number 7 of 19 of the prelims for the Rising Star Girls 400 meter. Competitors are Maya Jelani, Kaylin O'Leary, Simia Yurish, Kaylee Magana, and Devin Stroop. And it is a 3-girl race. So we've got Stroop, O'Leary, and Jelani.
And Stroop coming in with a 27.50 for that 200.
And she is dominating this section. Jasmine, that's the thing about these prelims is, sometimes the seeds don't really, matter that much. You might be in better shape or have had a bit of a setback, and you really have to, especially at this age, trust your body and your coach and your ability to just get the race done no matter what. And that is exactly what Stroop has done. She has come through with a beautiful finish there in 59.98, just under that 60-second mark, doing it all from the front by herself.
We have got a very full heat for this one.
So competitors are Elise Dickinson, Nala M, Kiabi Addison, Emma Warenga, and Elise Hunter-Young.
Alaya Hopkins in 6. And rounding out, my girl representing Check-Town USA, Michael Christian.
And while that is Hunter Young out in front, coming through with a 26.87 for that 200.
And as you can see,
very tight race.
But she is not going to be able to hold off this charge, or is she? Great battle happening now between her and Hopkins.
Hopkins really using those arms right now.
And Addison trying to find room, but there isn't any. Great finish there. That was actually Elise Dickinson.
With a 57-27, Dickinson taking that. Hunter Young with a 57-32, and Hopkins with a 57-52.
Tight finish. All right, Heat 9, we have 4 competitors. They are Navia Casa, Layla Hassan, Morgan Rothwell, and Corinne Jaggard.
Morgan Rothwell, bullies is in the hat.
Again, we have 2 girls so far under that 57 mark. Zoe Dorsey, 56.03, holds the fastest time of the day so far as these girls come through in 26.76. That is Rothwell in the lead.
Hassan trying to hold on behind. But Rothwell, you can see she is making that move and she is holding on.
And such a strong finish there for Morgan Rothwell, 57.25. Corinne Jaggard, 58.22, 58.50 for Hassan, and then Casa at 59.27. Very tight finish as well as we move into section 10 of 19. Another full section. We have Ileana Chariot, Ryan Bigelow, Morgan Johnson, Madison Brister, and Talon Segree.
In the lane 2, we have Liana Sherrod. And rounding out Madison Bristol Lane 4 Track Club. These girls are rolling.
And that is Segri out front right now with a 26.72 coming in for that 200.
My girl Taylor did not come from Tennessee to not dance. Taylor is dancing down
that is Talon Segree, the Tennessee Track Club. She looks very strong with 100 meters to go. She's being pursued by Johnson, but has she put enough distance on her as Johnson swings around, trying to take that control back? Tight battle to the line.
And that is Talon Segree with a 57.53 and Madison Brister with a 57.55.
I feel like the like one tight on, one tight off is coming back. I like that look.
I love that look. I absolutely love it.
So we got some Flojos in the house.
We love to see the fashion on the track.
And a full section now for section number 11. They are Sydney Monroe, Layla Meters, Farah Nazir, Sanaya Hall, and Zoe Brooks. And shout out to the Bullis Track Club because I think we've had representation from them in almost every section that we've seen so far.
Absolutely. They came in deep. They said we are a 400 powerhouse.
That's right. They came to the fastest party on the planet, and that is Farah Nazir in the lead.
She came through that 200 at a 57.10, and she is trying to hold on to that lead.
She looks fantastic, extending it now.
Absolutely.
Down the final stretch, and she is going to hold on, powering for home. Nazir looking absolutely fantastic. 57.56 for that win. Dominant fashion. 59.31 for Brooks, and then Meters at 59.65. Farah Nazir looks like she just came here to get business done.
Absolutely. I think it's also kind of fun because as you watch these heats and you start knowing what is that last time, okay, that's the time that I have to be, it gives you that motivation of let me finish this race.
Absolutely. That's one of the advantages to being in the later heats is that you know exactly what you have to run. But that means that everyone just has to run as fast as they possibly can to be able to get in. So it is going to be a 3-woman battle in this section. They are Amaris Pope, Catherine McPhee, and Brenna Corcoran. And Pope is off to a blazing start out of lane 3. She has a huge lead at the cut-in, and she will come through the first 200 meters in 27:33 with an enormous advantage.
She looks good.
She's part of the Roadrunners Track Club. Amaris Pope extending her lead into the final 100 meters.
And here she comes. What an amazing finish with that time of 59:68.
And a tough fall there. I think probably the spike just caught for Catherine McPhee, but well done to her to get back up and come across the line. And into section 13, we have Paige Jerian, Elena Cooper, Eleanor Shuttleworth, and Lauren Downer.
Lauren Downer from Hillies. Want to give a special shout out once again to our event crew today. Newbalance found the best in America. Big shout out to our timers.
And that is Cooper, very strong, 27:50, and she has an enormous lead on the rest of the field, Jasmine.
Man, that stride, such a big stride.
She is eating up these meters as she powers through with 100 to go.
And you could see that shift in the let me pick it up, let me finish and drive through.
Cooper's rolling right now.
And again, keep your eye on that clock. She is looking very strong, coming through in just over 57. She will come through officially in 57:02, rewarded with that awesome time. The only competitor in this field to break that 60-second mark, and does it in a huge way.
Man, she looks like she has a lot more in her tank.
Very composed as she hopefully gets through to that final. So a full heat in section number 14 of 19. These are Stella Riley, Cassidy Robleno, Molly Cannon, Sarah Marshall, and Aaliyah Jalou.
They can see what you and I are witnessing. The fastest party on the planet. And the girl who crashed that party will start in grade 5, Sarah Marshall.
That is Marshall looking really good out front, coming through in a 26:68 for that 200.
Again, we haven't seen too many sub-27 splits, so that is a blazing first lap. But she is being hotly pursued, Jasmine.
Absolutely.
Really strong move by Jalou, trying to make up that gap. Does she have enough left? It looks as though Marshall is going to hold her off. Another really fast time through the line, 57:57 for Marshall. Jalou 58:64. So again, top 8 times through to that final. Right now, that time to beat is 57:32 by Hunter Young out of Motor City Track. As we move very speedy.
Oh my goodness.
As we move into section 15. Competitors are Kyla Williams, Kaylin Johnson, Stephanie Price, Alexandra Allen, and Amron Chilton. And this is a tight race.
This is very tight. This looks like this might bring out a nice little time.
All 5 girls really close at that cut-in. It is going to be Chilton in the lead at 26 flat through the first 200. That is a blazing opening lap. And you're right, Jasmine.
Yes.
These girls really pushing each other and probably bringing out the best.
These girls are definitely battling it out right there. Allen taking the lead right now.
Look at that powerful stride by Allen. My goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Pouring it on down that final stretch. She is being contested, though. Can she hold on? And it will be Allen.
57-42 for Allen.
I think it was the blue hair.
Absolutely. You just got to add a little bit of spice in it. That's all. Always add a little bit of spice.
Love to see it. Fantastic time. 57.42 for Allen. Chilton in at 57.61 and then 57.93 for Stephanie Price. You can see how strong that race was, how much effort it took to get through in that time as we move on to section 16 of 19. We've got Petra Taylor, Lana Henry, Ricky Carver, Gabrielle Jeffries, and Taryn Henderson.
And they are battling it out, coming through that 200 and a 26.59 and a 26.65, also a 26.70 for those top 3 ladies right now. Henderson and Jeffries battling it out coming into this curve.
Henderson doing a fantastic job of holding off that challenge, not losing her composure at all, and extending that lead in through the line. She will finish in 57.85, 58.26 for Jeffries, and then Carver through at 59.33.
And again, that 8th time going in to make it into the final, the time to beat is 57.32. Our fastest time of the day belongs to Zoe Dorsey with a 56.03.
So section 17 of 19, we've got Aisha Williams, Rose Careau, Kimora Lee Williams, Naraya Harley, and Abigail Wicks. Very fast start of the 3 ladies on the outside of this track.
And that looks like Wicks coming into this 200 lead with a time of 26.35. Kimora Lee also following behind with a 26.91 for that 200 split.
And a real battle on now with 100 meters to go. That is Kimora Lee Williams overtaking Wicks.
Starting to try to extend that lead coming off this curve.
Real battle on, but it is going to be Williams who holds on for that win in 57.76, 58.03 for Wicks, and then 59.32 for Naraya Harley. And you may be seeing on your screen that we have both boys and girls long jump going on at the moment as well. Just a reminder that if you are looking for field events, we will not be covering them on the live stream. However, those videos are being recorded and compiled, and you can find them at Runner Space. Upon completion of the events, they will be up for free for you to see and enjoy. But right now, we are moving on to our second to last section of the Rising Star Girls 400 meters, and they are off to a flying start, Jasmine.
Flying start. That looks like Kelly and Son is in that lead right now.
These girls are bringing the smoke.
And Kelly coming through that 200 with a 25.93 split.
Tight race though, Saunders not letting her go, and then that is Johnson as well, still in the mix, 100 meters.
This race is not over. These girls are pushing.
Kelly and Saunders battling it around this curve.
Look at that arm action on the outside. That is going to be Kelly through for the win in 57.14, and then that was actually Kennedy Brown, apologies, through in 57.34. Sanders comes through in 59.47.
Okay.
So our final section now of the Rising Stars girls 400 meter here at the track at Newbalance in Boston. It is a 3-girl race. They are going to be Sabrina Sardar, Corinne Moga, and Sloane Hinton.
And that would be Moga coming in at 200 at a 26.86.
And she is running so powerfully.
Extending that lead. What a powerful run.
Out of the Milwaukee Speed Academy. She's looking great into the final 50 meters of this race. Starting to tie up now as the race progresses behind her. There's going to be drama to the line, Jasmine.
And here we go. And she is able to hold them off with a 58.96 finish. Sardar with a 59.24 and Hinton with a 59.90.
So that means that we have Zoe Dorsey, Jalen Burgess, Alina Cooper, Simone Kelly, Ariana Moore, Noel Evans, Morgan Rothwell, and Elise Dickinson into that final. 57.27 is what it took to get in. Wow, fantastic times.
Again, these ladies came here to compete and they put on a show.
Oh, this is the championship round, ladies and gentlemen. As the announcement officials take business, I will repeat. Rising Stars, boys and girls, 400 meters. Please report to the award ceremony in the top 6. Please report to the award ceremony now. The prelims of the boys championship 400 meters is going to start right now.
So we are on now to our championship boys 400 as we have a reset of the field. These competitors will be Landon Lacey, Alonzo Perchia, Peter Hollern, Bryce Tucker, and Samuel Sandler.
Okay. Prelims, 400 meters. Ooh, we like this. We have a young 2, Landon Lacey. 3, Alonzo.
So again, this is our championship boys 400 meter prelims.
5, Bryce Tucker.
False start there, but fortunately a clean reset for all of these guys. Fastest
Looks like
time.
it was just a little bit of a block issue, block reset.
Good to see that there's, you know, I think the officials are a little bit more lenient perhaps in the high school level with the false starts. We don't want to see anyone get eliminated if they don't have to.
Absolutely.
And a clean start now for this section number 1 of the championship boys 400 meter.
They pack their dancing shoes. They really are attending the fastest party in the planet. This is a break.
So that is Sandler into the lead, 22.58. followed closely by Tucker. Tucker comes in with the 6th fastest time in the country this year, 47.50. And now he
Tucker
overtakes.
takes that lead. And he is holding on strong, looking very good coming down and finishing this last bit of the race.
48.10 for Tucker, 48.09 officially.
Championship prelims, boys 400 meters.
Again, it'll be top 8 through to the final by time. Really great start there, 48.09 by Tucker. He's a Rutgers commit, and he has run 47.50, so this is well within his wheelhouse. As we move on to section number 2 of 21, Jasmine.
Oh my goodness.
You think the 400 is a popular event?
Very popular, clearly.
So we have 4 guys in this section. They are Branker, Songer, Machalanis, and Bennett.
22 at the break.
And that will be Branker coming through with the 22.88 split.
48.09 is the freshman that's been dropped already. It looks like sub 48. You want to advance to the championship round, the 400 meters. 48.
Tight battle now.
Here he comes.
That is
My man is rolling.
Matalanis pouring it on in the home stretch. He will be rewarded with a 48.47 time.
These boys came to put down some times today. But what else would you expect out of the championship boys 400 meters?
Especially on this blazing fast track here at the Newbalance gorgeous facility here in Boston. As our competitors set their blocks and do their final prep for heat number 3 of 21 of the boys 400 meter championship here at Newbalance Indoor Nationals. And 5 competitors in section number 3. They are Devin Underwood, Michael Davis Hawkins, Cullen Hronick, Lucas Milan, and Maximilian D'Angelo. Fastest time in this section is 48.38. That is Milan in lane 5. And he is going to be the fastest runner through 200 meters. Extending that lead with 100 to go, but he is under threat. That is, I believe, D'Angelo.
Coming through on the inside.
Okay, Mr. D'Angelo. My main man, Maximilian D'Angelo. Hello, Max.
And D'Angelo with a 48.10, and Milan following with a close 48.97.
Fantastic finish, and you know he's a powerful guy. It's not easy to get through on the inside, especially if you've got some size under you. So that was fantastic tactics at play. Section 4 now. 4 competitors. They are Maddox Treese. I believe that Foster Pennell might be a scratch, meaning that we also have Michael Braxton, Mason Louise, and Johnny Emmanuel.
And that is Emmanuel coming through with a 22.33 for that 200 split, and Braxton close behind.
Look at the power of these athletes. This is,
Man,
some speed at play here, and he is continuing to extend his lead using that final curve. He is going to slingshot into that final stretch, and he's looking fantastic, pouring it on. And that is 48.07. making him the fastest runner of this Championship Boys 400 thus far. And that was Mason, our apologies.
Okay. We have 2 Evan Smith, 3 Kepler Huntress.
So section 5 will feature Evan Smith, Kepler Huntress, Aiden Balderi, Nathaniel Vigo Catala, and Evan Smith.
And that will be Douglas coming through that 200 at 22:51.
State champion Massachusetts with a 300. My main man Nada. I gotta go with the hometown guy Nada. Let's bring these home.
What a race.
Oh my goodness. This is a nice little battle. Let's see if he can make it all the way through.
What a finish. 48.09 for Vigo Catala, and he poured it on in that final 100 meters.
As you can see, that will be the cutoff.
So section 6 will be a 3-competitor race. They are Tarver Jr., Morissette, and Rossi.
We have my main man, Darren Tower, Garcia Ali out of the Chargers. Oh, wow.
And Tarver coming through with a 22:58 for that 200-meter split.
Above expectations track of Mr. Morissette. Your Yankee is rolling right now, but that is going to be Darian Tarver Jr.
Tarver Jr. dominating this section. Look at the power of that arm
Amazing.
drive. Fantastic.
Is he even
finish.
tired? Are you tired, bro?
And some fantastic crowd support for him, and warranted because that was a 47.68.
And he didn't even look tired. Are you tired? Did you run?
47.68 for Tarver Jr. That is
What an amazing run.
0.4 of a second faster than anyone else has run so far today. And he's like, the mark has been set, guys. What can you do?
Man, that is the way to... He doesn't have to go to sleep tonight thinking about that 47.
So, these guys know what they have to do now. It will be Kanye Mills, James Warmbrod, James Cañada, Javen Green, and Killian Faye.
And we've got Green out front with a 22:39.
Green has the 9th fastest time in the country this year. He ran 47.68 just over a month ago. Jasmine, he also ran 47.56 outdoors last week, so he's being contested right now, but he will just hold on for that win. But it was a close race. Another sub 48.
47.95 for Green.
Heat 8, boys, championship 400 meters.
So right now, the time to beat to get into that final is a 48.47.
All right, section 8 features some more studs. We've got Joseph Young-Quiniello, Jackson Eckert, Ian Ludlam, Shamar Hurd, and Lathan Brown. And we should say that Hurd has run 48.43 this year, but he ran 46.02 outdoors last year.
Wow.
Championship round is here. Prelims, boys 100 meters. We have an athlete that is dancing down the runway.
And that is Hurd showing his dominance at the moment. That is some 46 flat speed that we're seeing.
Completely dominating right now. And wow, and yet another sub 48 Hurd with a 47.64.
So that is the fastest time so far of these prelims.
Heat 9, boys 400 meters on the line. Looking at their hands.
As we move on to section number 9, they are going to be Preston Lebeski, Daniel Fasasi, and Kane Stanley.
And we have Kane Stanley from IMG Elite. Let's go, boys.
And Stanley really trying to make sure he put out a lead. Coming through that 200 with a 22.22.
This race is not over. It's starting to begin right now. Here's the heat on the backstretch. Both athletes are dancing. I want to see him move.
But there is a challenge by Fasasi on his outside.
And Fasasi to pass Stanley to get the win with a 49.01.
Our winner out of that heat right there. Heat 10. Boys 400 meters championship round. Just heating up.
And up next in this heat, we have Aiden Myers, Gayasi Ruffin, Christopher Thomas Jr., Xavier Donaldson, and Jaden Markin.
We are off. This is heat 10 of the championship 400 meters.
And notable mention that Xavier Dodson is a Princeton commit, and he has number 5 times with a 47.35.
Let's go. However, we are on the oval. And we will bell out for these boys. Up front is the Ruffin representing Covey Track Club. Mr. Myers.
And that is Ruffin out front coming through that 200 with a 23.90. Myers holding on close behind him. Myers making moves. But it will be Ruffin to take that 400 with a 47.86.
Okay, Xavier. I see you. We're gonna dance.
And this is moving that bar up, so the time now to beat to get into that final is a 48.10. And again, you guys are watching the Championship Boys 400 meter dash.
And a reminder that if you are wanting to tune into some of those field events, all of those videos are being recorded, results are being compiled. You can check them out on RunnerSpace for free as soon as the event is done. But we are moving now on to Heat 11 of 21 of our boys 400 meter championship race. These are the prelims, and competitors are Jacob Andrews, Jack Hart, Bishop Lane, Matthias Carter, and Gianluca Bianchi.
And that will be Andrews coming through with a 22.38 for that 200 meter split. But this is a tight race. They are all close in range.
This might be the tightest prelim that we've seen, with that battle on for second.
Right. And Andrews holding on to that lead, and he will take that win with a 47.39.
So officially 47.36. And that is the fastest time so far, eclipsing Shamar Hurd at 47.64. So it's going to take 47 and change, if not faster, to get into this final.
This is going to be a great final to watch.
Section 12 of 21. Got Gavin DeMoss, Robert Lee, King Taylor, Carl Dietz, and Alex Ornelas.
And that will be Ornelas coming in that 200.
For my research, it looks like 48.09 will be the cutoff. We're going to move forward to the finals. 48.09 will be the time to
Ornelas has run 47.95, and he is pouring it on, driving those arms, trying to hold off that lactic, and he will be rewarded with the win of this 12th prelim, 47.86 for Ornelas.
Brilliant run.
Heat 12 coming up. That was Heat 12. Heat 13. Pick it up, ladies and gentlemen. The party has now officially begun.
Section 13 features Connor Zielkowski, Sean Clegg, Tyler Floyd, and Blake Moody.
In 4, representing New England Elite, my main man, Sean Clegg. Sean, it's time to dance. Then we have Tyler Floyd as NGLS and Connor Zielkowski.
And that will be Floyd coming in that lead with a 23.09 for that 200.
Tall, powerful athlete. Little glance over his shoulder there, trying to see where the threat is. And now a big move.
Wow. Moody coming in to make some moves.
Okay, 48.79 by Mr. Floyd.
And that will be Floyd taking the win in a 48.77.
I want to give a shout out to our timers, Nancy Timing in the house. More important, we have the best officials in the country here at the Newbalance Indoor National Championships. I want to give a shout out to all my officials. And many of them are from our beloved state, Max.
We will move right along to section 14, featuring Christopher Coleman, Donovan Bradley, Alexander Sadikov, and Faraj Al-Amin.
And that is Sadikov coming through the 200 in a 22.33 split, as he looks very powerful coming through.
Big lead for Sadikov.
Alexander, my man.
And it is going to be Sadikov. Huge finish for him, 47.42. 47.40 officially, and he looks pretty happy with that. So 47.40, the second fastest time of the day. Fastest still belongs to Jacob Andrews at 47.36, but the Ready, Set, Go sprinters. Like that name.
Right. And on to this next heat, we have Justice Stewart, Evan Hudson, Braylon Farrington, and Jocelyn Gordon.
Heat 15, Justice Stewart at a 3. Evan Hudson did not come from Phoenix, Arizona, not to dance.
Yes.
We have Phoenix, Arizona in 4. Did I say Hot Atlanta's in the house? Did I say Hot Atlanta's in the house? It is.
That's going to be Farrington, 21.98 through that opening 200.
Oh my goodness.
Now he has run 47.94, so this is within his wheelhouse, but he is starting to extend that lead, looking fantastic coming into the final
that gear.
50 meters.
And he will run a 47.74.
Okay.
Left and left. Nice job. Nice job, guys. Left and left. Make sure you get that chip out of your number. Left and left. Get those guys. Get the chip out of your number, guys.
Heat 16 coming up.
All right, 5 sections to go here. We've got Dylan Bren, Kelly Bell, Aaron Cavaney, Reese Morgan, and Aiden Henley.
And it looks like Kelly Bell is a did not show. So we've got a 4-man race.
In lane 2, we have the talented Dylan Brand representing Massachusetts in the house. We have at 4, Aaron Cavaney. At 5, Reese Morgan, the Carolina Cavalier himself. In lane 6, Aiden Henry, IMG Elite. And they are dancing already.
And that is Morgan off to an excellent start with a 23 flat coming through that 200.
Henley is not letting him go, though. This is a battle with 100 meters to go. The 2 tall men up front.
Is the Mecca of education now with a Mecca of track and field into Newbalance.
And Henley definitely not letting him have that easy at all. 49.01 correction there for Morgan, and Henley with a 49.42.
Okay. We have heat 17 on the line. 17 out of 21.
And now we are on heat
Ladies and
17,
gentlemen, everyone
which
in the
has
audience
Colin
has a
Hansen,
bonus.
Ty
Everyone
Jackson,
that's listening on this beautiful
Adrian
Friday
Jacobs,
here,
Jake
love
Kimball,
Austin every
Jalen
single one of you
Santiago.
guys. Our winners.
And it does look like everybody is on the line for this heat.
You're attending the fastest party on the planet. You can tell your kids that. And we are off. And it is time to dance out of lane 2, representing Ipswich, Massachusetts, by man Carl Hansen. In 3, we have Ty Jackson at a
Big opening speed by Kimball. He is the only man in this section with a sub 48 seed. But Santiago not letting him go.
Santiago coming in that 200 with a 22.57. And Jacobs holding on to Santiago. Jacobs trying to battle with Santiago coming to that line, but that will be Santiago with the win with a 48.71 for the finish and a 48.60. Wow, 48.86. My numbers are still getting mixed up this morning for Jacobs.
So it is going to take sub 48 for sure to get through to this final. Again, top 8 on time. Right now, that 8th position is 47.95.
And into this heat, we have John O'Reilly, Hayden Wanacott, Shamar Smith, Safi Reed, and James Long. It looks like we are going to have a reset at the start here. And we are resetting again.
Yeah, no. You need it back?
Oh, no, I got a bunch.
I'm Chris, by the way.
Aaron,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you.
Nice to look at someone.
And we are now off to a start in this boys 400 meter dash.
John O'Reilly, 2, 3. Hayden Wanacott, TSA. And 6, James Long.
Reed, O'Reilly, Long battling it out, off to a good start. Reed, Smith, Long, Smith coming through that 200 with a 22.61.
We're in a race right now. These boys are moving.
Smith in the lead, Reed right on him, challenging him. Reed, Smith, battling coming off this runway. And that will be Smith taking over the lead, and Smith taking that win with a 48.13, Long with a 48.63, and Smith with a 48.77. And now on the track, we will have Bruce Pearley, Zaire Nuridin, Orenthal Singletary. We had a couple takeout shows in this heat, and we are off. This is heat 19 of 21. Nuridin taking that early lead.
Keep an eye out on my main man from Montford Academy.
Nuridin coming through that 200 with a 22.18.
Zaire, let's get a spin on what Zaire will drop right now. Are we going to see a sub 47?
Zaire really pushing it for this final 50.
NBA, he's dancing. 45, 47.09. Okay.
And he will run a 47.08 for Zaire Norden. That will be your fastest time of the day so far. Heat 19 of 21. And now on the track, Heat 20, Maki Ho, Harrison Goldenberg, Nicholas West, Quincy Wilson, and Nick Quinn. And just as a reminder, if you are looking for build events, you can tune in and watch those. Although we are not live streaming them, Runner Space will be having all of those compiled so you can tune in and watch. And with an early lead right now, West up front, coming through that 200 meters at 22.70. Goldenberg holding on to him, not going to let him have this easy. West hitting another gear, going into that curve. And West will come off that curve and finish with a 40, that will be Wilson with a 47.34. West with a 48.69.
Who will punch their ticket to the championship round? Who will put on their final dancing shoes? This championship boys 400 meters. Last heat.
And now we are on our last and final heat of the championship boys 400 meters. This will be the first round, the top 8 time. We are looking for a 47.85 is the time to beat to get into this final. In this heat, we have Nikhil, Soto, Luke, Skoglin, Jason Miza, Colin Cratiz, and we do have one do not show.
Pennsylvania North Poconos Trojans as Colin Kravitz at 6 and 5 and Jason Mazea and 2 is the Bronx in the house.
And that will be Meza coming through that 200 with a 22.66.
Golden Eagles track cover right now. That's my main man, Jason Mazea, rolling.
Kravitz hanging on there.
34 at the 300 meter mark, Jason, I see you. We're dancing.
And that'll be Meza coming off this curve. And he will take this 21st and final heat in a 48.37.
For those men right there, the championship round. I can't hear you guys. Clap it up for them. Excuse me, let's get a roll call.
If you guys are tuning in and you love track and field, make sure you guys give Sidious Mag a follow.
It's not in the house. If you're from the Midwest, get some hands and some energy. Well, Mark, I see you. West Coast, we're real quiet. West Coast. Rounding out, me as a Bostonian, I gotta represent, is Northeast in the house. Come on, guys, what was that? Is the Northeast in the house? A little bit better. Let's take the energy for our girls, though.
So we will move now to the Girls Championship 400 here at Newbalance Indoor Nationals.
17 heats, championship girls 400 meters.
17 sections of these prelims. As a reminder, top 8 on time will make it through to the final.
Big shout out to our middle school long jumpers, boys and girls. The future of our country is right here in the oval, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. The future of our country.
Again, you are watching day 1 of the stream, day 2 of Newbalance Nationals here at the track at Newbalance in Boston. If you're looking for field events, those are being recorded. You can check them out for free on Runner Space. But our focus will stay on the track through section 1 of this Girls Championship 400 prelim. We have Amanda Hoffman, Kasia Hu, Riley Hearn, Sydney Sin, and Jamisha Ford. And a huge opening lap there for Jamisha Ford. She runs unattached. She came through in 25.15 through that opening 200. And a huge advantage right now for Jamisha Ford. Starting to feel the fatigue now, but she has done enough. She will hold on for this win. And she is coming through at 56.10 officially. Sydney Sin, a huge close for her, 56.84. And then Riley Hearn, 57.67. Great opening prelim here for Ford. Looking pretty cool, calm, and collected after that victory as we move on to section 2. 4 is open, which means that we have Macy Schreiner, Chloe Smith, Jayla Johnson, and Samina Matthew. Matthew off to a great start on the outside. So too, though, Johnson. And it will be Johnson with the advantage at the bell. Jayla Johnson of New Horizon Track Club trying to extend the lead, but Matthew doesn't want to let her go. And Johnson holding off that charge by Matthew. She is going to come through for the win. 56.66 for Johnson, Matthew 57.44, and 58.08 for Smith.
And it looks like we have a couple did not shows for this heat. It will be Rylan Priest, Jalen McBride, and Rihanna Green.
We are off Heat 3, championship round. Newbalance has brought in the best event staff in the planet. Big shout out to my
That's a huge start by Green on the outside.
Having to run all by herself out there.
And totally blind because she hasn't had the advantage of seeing the girls on her inside yet. She is pouring it on.
Completely blind run. Absolutely amazing. Coming through that 200 at a 25.74.
moving. TCA.
Green has run 55.88, so she's got some wheels under her.
We are in green though. Says, I want to join that party.
This is when that bear jumps on your back and you can start feeling the fatigue set in, but she's done enough work early on that she is going to hold on for this win. Keep your eye on the clock. 56.48 for Rihanna Green. So that makes her the second fastest of the day so far.
Oh, man. Okay. Newbalance, it's time to turn up, ladies and gentlemen. We just got started. Heat 4.
And in this heat we have Emily Burdick, Jordan Bray, Kylie Bernard, and Reno Randolph.
We will start in 3, Jordan Bray. However, in lane 2, my girl, Emily Bernard, representing the Wicca Track Club around and out. My girl, Cambridge Vision 90's own, Kylie Bernard.
And coming off that curve, that will be Randolph up front coming in a 25.84 for that 200-meter split.
Look at this challenge by Bernard, though.
And Bernard passing Randolph.
That's Cambridge Vision 90 for you guys if you do not know out there. Our 600-meter champion.
Bernard timing this perfectly, and she is continuing to extend that lead, looking very strong, driving those arms. Fantastic finish, 56.05 officially for Kylie Bernard. That is the fastest time of these sections so far. The Falcons Track Club athlete. What a finish for her.
What a race. And up now in Heat 5, we have Tessa Geddes, Maddie Merritt, Kayla Bubak, Michelle Smith, and Brooklyn Drakeford.
And what a start for Drakeford and Smith on the outside. It is Drakeford and Smith
battling it out, coming through in that 200 at 25:23.
And Smith did a really good job there of keeping Drakeford on her outside, forcing her to run the further distance, and she is in the lead at the moment, 100 meters to go. Smith putting some daylight between her and Drakeford into the final 50 meters.
Smith finishing nice and strong with a time of 54:35. Wow!
What a time.
I'm telling you, 54 is not the time to be. We're rolling.
54:37 for Smith.
Heat 6.
And on to our next heat, we have Sydney Nolan, Sydney Harris, Braylon Baker. And one did not show.
3 amazing athletes in this race. We have Sydney Nolan, PG Track Club. We have Braylon Baker at 6. At 5, Sydney Harris representing Jack Barrett Track Club. However, the NBA athlete Smith has set the tone today with a 7:55 performance.
And what a start for Harris and Baker. Coming through 24:80.
Oh, these girls are dancing. Okay, Newbalance, let's bring these girls home. These girls are rolling. She's rolling right now. My girl's pushing. Mrs. Harris.
And that is Harris bringing it home to finish this 400 and take it away with a 54:60.
They're pausing in dancing shoes. These girls are not playing. No, they're not.
Well, these ladies have been pouring it on. Unbelievable. 54:37 for Smith, 54:60 for Harris, and Drakeford at 55:19. Those are the top 3 times of the day so far.
And on to Heat 7, we have Claire Anuik, Addie Armstrong, Mary Flanagan, Alaji Bradley. Wow, what are my words doing today? And Gabrielle Johnson.
Bradley and Johnson stride for stride around the outside of this track. At the cut-in, see the difference in approach there, trying to gain the advantage of that inside, but it is going to be Bradley through 200 meters, 26:36 through the opening lap. Johnson and Bradley, and it has been back and forth throughout this whole race. These two not letting each other go.
Johnson hoping to make a move on this curb. And coming off that curve, really utilizing it to her advantage. And she will be able to take the win with that with a 57-17.
We see some savagery already. We see some 54s. We have seen some savagery. Heat 8 is on the line.
And this is the drama of track and field.
Gotta love it. Those are the races that I love to see. I love to watch them battling it out.
So lane 3 is open, meaning that we have Gardner, Johnson, and Regary.
In 4, we have Ricky Johnson for Rangers Track Club. In 6, Gabrielle
And Scott.
Ecobeat Track Club. In 2, Ariana Scott. And Madison Gardner Drive Phase in O. Speaking of the drive phase, that's Madison.
And a huge advantage for Gardner right now. She has clocked a 54.31, so you're seeing that speed on display right now. She's come through in 24.81 for that opening lap.
Keep an eye on Madison Gardner.
Keep your eye on the clock. 100 meters to go.
My girl Madison is loading right now.
This is the Madison Gardner show.
Good.
Let's go, Madison, bring this thing home.
Holding her composure through that line.
Another 54 or 55. Wow.
55.02.
Drive phase winner.
55.05 now, officially for Madison Gardner of Drive Phase Track Club. Lindsey Johnson, 57.21. And Scott through at 57.85.
Heat 9.
And up now we have Ava Gatinella, Anika Paluska, Faith Murphy, Dalia Martins, and then we do have one did not show.
Heat 9. My girl Ava G. Glastonbury, Connecticut, attitude.
Huge start there for Martins on the outside. She's gone
There's
off like
something
a
about
bullet.
that lane out there.
Out of 6. Did I say Milwaukee's in the house? Did I say Milwaukee's in the house? Milwaukee's in the house.
I know that I liked running that outside lane. I kind of like to run scared.
It's a good way to do it. Huge opening lap for her, 26.68. That was Murphy in the lead, and then Martins hotly pursuing.
Milwaukee, Celtics are better than the Bucks, though. Just want to let you know that.
Martin's Murphy looking good coming through.
We're going to get a 56.
And she will take that win in a 56.47.
Go Celtics.
And that is just enough to put her in that top 8 at the moment in the standings. Right now, Rihanna Green, 56.48, is in that final position to make it through to the final. As we move on now to section 10 of our championship girls 400 meter. Competitors are Haley Green, Lucy McLean, Dania Staley, Kamaya Haywood, and Victoria Vidalova.
We are off to a speedy start.
3, we have Lucy McLean, will get the elites. Out of 4, we have Dania Staley, Ridgeview. 5, Kamaya Haywood, Top End Track Club. And 6, Victoria.
That's Kamia Haywood with the advantage at the cut-in. She's running a very fast 25.78 opening lap and starting to put a bit of distance on the chasers. Powerful stride down that
Very
backstretch.
powerful. She looks really good, really driving those arms and shows no signs of slowing down.
Haywood's run sub 55, so you know that she's got some wheels, and she's putting that to the test now as she barrels through the line, comes through in 55.22. Positioning herself very well in that top 8. $56.71 for Vidalova and Staley in at 57.06.
Have the 400-meter carnage of like they make it off the track and then just die. I am going to be here as long as I want to be here.
want me to get up there?
And on to our next heat, we have Shelby Boise, Riley Powers, Olivia Williams, Zaya Atkins, and Kyla Palmer.
The 11, in game 2, we have Shelby Boise and Green Powers representing Nighthawk winning.
Aikens off to a really quick start out of lane 5. Keep your eye on her. She's run 52.88.
Look out. In 6, Kyla Palmer, and 5.
In terms of seat time, she is
We're going to dance.
by far on top of this section. And you see that with
coming in a 25.42.
Olivia Williams not trying to let her go, though. This is where you see that power of Aiken. She's got that speed endurance. Striding for home, really powerful. Trying to keep that composure. Keep your eye on the clock. This is going to be a speedy finish.
And she will take that win in a 53.45.
53.45, and that is a new national lead, formerly held by Shanti Jackson at 53.47. That is the fastest time in the country this year. Huge finish for Aikens.
Pressure.
So the bar has been set. And that top 8 just keeps getting faster and faster.
And faster. Oh my goodness. And in this heat we have Jocelyn Milliken, Chloe Jones, Gabriela Hernandez, and Harley McNeil.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we are not done yet.
McNeil on the outside with a big opening lap. She's got a clear advantage at 25.20. That's a huge opening 200. And a ton of daylight back to the battle for second. But it is all Harley McNeil with 100 meters to go.
That is a way to put it out there. You just really get out on that first 200 and just hold on.
You can see her starting to tie up a little bit, but she's done enough work to hold on for that win in 56.32. Hernandez in second in 57.03, and then 57.72 for Jones.
400 meters.
So moving on to section 13. Full heat, 5 competitors. They are Valerie Capalbo, Ella Baker, Anna Connors, Ayota Bay, and Allie Murphy.
Big shout out to our middle schoolers. Long jumpers are doing their thing, boys and girls.
So keep your eye on the outside lanes, 5 and 6. That is Bay and Murphy. Moving really well, though, is Baker. In a tight battle right now as they approach the bell. Slight advantage to Anna Connors, 25.54. And right on her heels is Bay. Baker also trying to stay in that mix.
Anna Connors is trying to make a move right now.
It's a 3-woman race with 100 meters to go.
Really battling it out.
Okay.
And Bay will get the advantage coming off that curve, but coming into this finish. And that will be Connors with a 56.78 to take that win.
Nice move by Connors there to really run through the line, hold her form, and keep that momentum all the way to the finish. I think it was just a little bit of a tie-up by bay at the finish, but we'll move on now to Heat 14. 4 women in this race: Samantha Dow, Kelsey Tarby, Nevaeh Burns, and Makariah Harris.
No, I don't think so, but him won the wrong utility was covering it. He has no idea what he's doing.
Oh, okay.
They just switched back.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the wrong
Well,
utility
there's a giant tape that just showed up in FedEx for Mark Stevens.
Oh, yeah, I don't know
I
that.
think this is his number. I think it's the guy who's
Heat 14, short by short girls, 400 meters. We have Samantha Dow, Northern Knights. The South Shore represented by my girl, Kelsey Harvey. Here we go, let's go.
Another fast start on the outside by Harris. Burns trying to make up the distance now on Harris, but it will be Harris with the advantage at the cut-in.
And Harris will come through with a 25-18 for that split.
That is a speedy opening lap.
And Burns trying to catch up.
Burns might have timed this just perfectly. Little hot off the gun for Harris. Burns now slingshotting around her. And it is a battle to the line. It's going to be Nevaeh Burns of Motor City Track Club with 55.17, 55.22 officially, 55.71 for Harris. And that will be enough for Burns to move her into that top 8 position. You know, I love the carnage at the end of a 400, and I say that with so much respect. I don't think there's anything that hurts more than an all-out 2-lap indoor race.
I really don't know how they do it. I shout out to them because there is just no way.
You know, I think that everything, if you're doing it right, everything in track and field hurts a little bit, right?
Very true.
But there's different kinds of hurt.
Very different kinds of
And
pain.
full body, full headache lactic after a 400 is something really special.
I'm like, the lactic type of burn is not my favorite. I will take the pounding. Pound my body in the sand, it's fine.
At least you have a soft landing. Speaking of our field events, just a reminder that they are being recorded and compiled on Runner Space. You can check those out for free following the events. We keep our attention now on the track for section 15 of our championship girls 400 meter prelims. A full section here. We've got Leanna Rose, Jada Durock, Carter Torrance, Sydney Sutton, and Sage Hinton.
And Sage Hinton coming off that curve really well, along with Sydney Sutton.
And these two are teammates. Again, it's that Bullis Track Club. We've seen them represented very well on this oval so far today. These two working strong together.
It's always fun when you're in a heat with your teammate, because it's like, I trained with you, I know how we run, let's get this done.
That's it. And now it is Sutton coming off of that corner, trying to take the advantage over Hinton. It's a battle right to the line. And Sutton is able to just hold her off, 55.29, and that will move her into that 8th position. So right now she is on the bubble to get into that final.
And on to this next heat, we have Anik Polin, Giselle Luce, Elizabeth Anderson, Brooklyn Sandovich, Siani Wayne.
We're just adjusting our blocks. We appreciate the athlete. We appreciate everyone's patience back home. Okay. We're gonna dance heat 16. We have the
out cleanly away now, and it is a battle on the backstretch by the three women on the outside. Those are Wynn, Sandvig, and Anderson. Really tight at that cut-in.
Very tight coming off. And through that 200, they are coming in at 26 seconds.
Sandvig is the only competitor in this field with a sub-55 seed, and she is pouring it on.
As she makes that final move.
And a nice kick for home for Sandvig. She will win in 55.94.
Championship girls 400 meters. This is heat 17.
So on to our final section now. Again, that bubble time to get into the final is held currently by Sydney Sutton at 55.29. With one section to go, competitors will be Katrina Torelli, Megan Hatcher, Madison White, and Maria Bernard. It looks as though it's Torelli, Hatcher, and Bernard. So a three-woman race underway in our final section of the championship girls 400-meter prelims. On the outside, moving incredibly well, that's Bernard in the yellow. Keep your eye on her, being chased down by Hatcher in all pink on the inside of in the middle of the track.
I love the all yellow, all pink. And that will be Bernard coming through the 200 at 26.74.
Something about that Bullis Track Club, I'm telling you.
Man. And you know what? I really love this yellow uniform. I love it.
I like the yellow and pink. We got highlighters on the track.
Yes.
And a big move now by Hatcher as she tries to chase down Bernard.
And
she
Hatcher
will do
with
it.
a big move here coming off the curve.
Huge finish for Hatcher. Great battle by both of these girls. 57.90, 58.58 for Bernard. So that means that your top 8 through to that final will be Aikens, Smith, Harris, Gardner, Drakeford, Haywood, Burns, and Sutton.
What an amazing job in these 400s, and I cannot wait to watch these finals.
Still got an hour and a half. Not enough.
Check, 1, 2. All right, Coach Ash, thank you for passing the baton over to me. I'm Dave Milner. I'll be emceeing this next shift. The next event on the track here at Newbalance Internationals is the Boys Championship 2 miles. We are going to have 7
Few events,
right now.
but it's been a blast. You're watching New Balance Indoor Nationals here at the track in Boston. Stay with us.
track are 2 milers for 16 laps of the track at Newbalance here in Boston. This is going to be the first of 7 time finals for the boys championship 2 miles. And running in this first section, Harrison Dow, Henry Anderson, Devin Morrow, Spiro Pappas, Tyler Takchik, Radek Malton, Eli Merritt, Aaron Smith, Jake Dougherty, Matt Cottrell, Jonah Reisner, Gabriel Viseris, Jackson Fort, Tavon Kitchen, Sam Ferguson, Harrison Grenier, Patrick Kuhn, Garrett Stigley, Carson Rackley, Henry Gardner, Brady Bliven, and Joseph McIntyre. So seeds range from 850 to 927 in this first section.
Run a 2 mile in a long time, but I have watched a lot of them, and I am so excited to see all of the athletes. We have a lot of them here. How many heats do we have in this 2 mile?
Let's check it out. There are 9 heats, I believe, and for your reference, if you're listening, the 2 fastest heat for both boys and girls will be a little bit later on. So we're going 1 to 7 right now, and then we'll have those 2 fastest heats a little bit later.
So 16 laps around the indoor track. This is a beautiful facility. I know you've been here before, but this is my first time seeing it, and everyone has been talking about how fast it is, and they have not been disappointing yet in this meet so far. Lots of fast times, new PBs. It's awesome.
And the athletes are on the track for this first heat, so I'm going to run through and see who's out there. We've got Harrison Dow from the Patriot Athletic Club, Henry Anderson from West Springfield TC, Devin Moreau, Spiro Pappas, Radek Molchant, Eli Merritt, Aaron Smith, Jake Goodery of the Bayshore Track Club, Matt Kittrell from DePaul College Prep, Jonah Reisner, Gabrielle Boo-Race, Jackson Board, Samuel Ferguson, Trayvon Kitchen from the Crater Distance Track Club, Harrison Greenier, Garrett Stickley from the Judges Track Club, Carson Rakeley from Jaguar Elite. And here we go, we are off. And Henry Gardner as well. And we have a do not start in this race too, so it looks like we have 18 guys that have just come around and they're making the break. It's always interesting, Carrie, how do you decide where you want to get that position in this type of race when you're in such a big field?
Yeah, and a lot of these athletes are so used to running on their own in their own state. They haven't seen a lot of bodies, so it is a definitely a different ball game. It's really fun. I mean, you know, when you come to these meets, you know you're running against the best. And it's fun to know, like, you're coming all the way, Dana, from the West Coast right now. I mean, you've flown all the way out here. A lot of the kids are saying, and actually on our ride up in the elevator, one of the coaches said, today's a tough day. They came from the West Coast, so their sleep is a little funny. And this is really important for them to understand how to travel, how to race, how to get your warm-ups in, how to fight the fatigue, all these things. So not only are they running against different athletes from different schools that they're not used to, but time zone changes, maybe different travel schedules, all the fun stuff.
Yeah, and it looks like Devin Moreau really took it out here in a 65 for the first lap, and he's stringing those guys out. And when you see that long, stringed out line, you know it's a quicker pace than some of these guys are used to, especially after the first 400.
So our leader, Devin Moreau, his PR is 9:28.07, or at least his entry time. So just kind of keeping an eye on that. They do have the lights going, as you're going to see when they come around. They are well in advance. Actually, you can't even see it on the screen right now because they are so in far of the pace lights. What they're saying right now is the pacing is about 2 to 3 seconds ahead of the fastest PB in the field.
And you really don't want to be too ahead of that pace that's your personal best. It's definitely a risky move for this field, but if there's a day to run fast, it's at the Newbalance Indoor Nationals. And I think this field has settled down a little bit to Devin Moreau up front. Just has, kind of gotten into his rhythm. And it looks like Taylor Kitchen is deciding that this pace is too slow for him and he wants to move a little bit faster and get things moving again. When you're making Taylor Kitchen making a really big move here to string things out. Again, he came here for a fast time today at the track.
Yeah, there's something about it. I mean, you're putting your shoes on, getting ready to go, knowing that you're racing against all of these kids that have about the same time that you have run, and you know this is the opportunity to go out there and to get after it and see what you're made of. And I like that Tavon's, pushing the pace right now. He's pushing it. He's seeing where he's, where his limits are. And the guys, though, in the back, they kind of were surprised, it looks like, a little bit, but they're not letting him get too much of a gap.
And it looks like we have Gabriel has moved up and has decided that he does not want this gap to form. So this will be really interesting to see. We still have 10 laps to go. That's a lot of race. 2K left. Oh, it looks like Tavon just nabbed that inner rail there. Something to be careful about when you're running on an indoor track, especially one that's banked. Because I know a lot of these athletes are competing on the flatter tracks across the country. It's nice to be on such a springy track that we have here. And this is really becoming a race of attrition for Tavon Kitchen up front.
Yeah, he's working hard. You can see him a little bit of a bobble in the head right there. We want to maybe, if he can, maybe just relax that a little bit, but that the close is starting to happen. You can see they're closing in.
They're closing in, and some of these guys who have had a little bit more of a steady, more even race, that's how you want to run the 2 mile. You really don't want to have your biggest push in that first K.
Yeah, it takes a little while to learn that, right? I mean, when we were younger, I don't know how you were, Dana. I was not a steady Eddie. I went hard from the gun, had some slower laps in the middle, and then I kicked it in. And, that isn't always the way you run for everyone, but for me, that's just how I could not. My coaches tried and tried. It just never worked. I had to get out there and get going.
I don't know. Tavon could surprise us and himself today as well. And it looks like we've had a move up from Carson Rakely from Jaguar Elite coming into that second position as well. And a really nice pack behind him. And Garrett Stigley, Samuel Ferguson, actually, I believe that is, looks very smooth in that third position in the white jersey.
Yeah, they've had their eyes up. They've been watching what Tavon's been doing. And I like that. They're looking up in front. They're not worrying about what's going on behind them. Focusing on the win. We've heard so much talk about times these days, but when you come to a big race like this, yes, time is awesome, but they all want to win too. So you have to race and throw the time out the door.
I'm going to be really interested in this next split as we come up on to the 2K. That'll be our really good indication of what kind of pace we're going to see today. The pacing lights for this race were set for a 9:27 2 mile, and as you can see, they're kind of towards the back. Actually, you probably can't see on the screen that you're watching, but from our point of view, they're kind of in the back third of the pack, kind of moving towards the middle, the pace lights for that 9:27 target.
6 laps to go. Tavon Kitchen has been leading, but that pack has caught him now.
And I think something you learn as an athlete is that you don't want to lead. Leading a whole race is a hard way to do it.
It is a hard way, but it is such a good learning experience. And right now, this is when Tavon has to kind of dig back in and hold on to the two that have gone around him and resettle and kind of attack again. This race isn't over, so he needs to keep fighting here.
And I just think Samuel Ferguson looks so smooth out front. He has his eyes set. I think, potentially a big PB could be coming Samuel Ferguson's way.
Samuel Ferguson, he's been running right around 72nd pace the entire way. He had 169 in there, but he's really locked in. And he has been that steady Eddie that I wasn't, Dana. He is really kind of clicking off every lap, just got into this rhythm, and he looks really good, as you said.
All right, 5 laps to go. That means we have 1K. And an old coach of mine used to say you can do anything for 3 minutes. 3 minutes is 72 second pace on the track for a K, and these guys are running a little bit quicker than that, it seems. So they've got a little less than 2 minutes. And it looks like Samuel Ferguson is just ever so slowly pushing on the gas. He has come here to run a fast time at the track at Newbalance.
Samuel Ferguson's PB is 9:30.
Looks like a good day that he's going to get a big PR here. He's ahead of those 9:27 lights. The question at this point is how big of a PB for this whole front pack. And it looks like Tavon Kitchen is holding on, fighting to stay connected, and that's a really challenging position to be in.
So Samuel Ferguson, Carson Rackley, Jake Goggerty, Garrett Stigley, and Tavon Kitchen.
And I think there's something special going on here in this pack. They're really going to push each other. to get the time that they want. And we've had a little bit of a lead change. There's some jockeying going on too. I believe that might be Carson Rakeley in the front from Jaguar Elite taking over that top position. So this might come down to who has the ever so strong finishing kick with 400 meters to go. And that's actually Jake Gogery up front.
Yeah, Jake made a big move a lap ago to kind of navigate through that pack. And he really put it on, what you have to do when you make a move like that. Obviously, there's a little bit of adrenaline going on when you bump a little bit, and it was a clean bump. But he had to put a move on here. And Jake looks good. Samuel Ferguson right back up on there.
1 lap to go. This is where it gets interesting. We've got Jake Gogery up front, Samuel Ferguson right behind.
Jake put the pressure on right after he heard that bell. He's starting to put a little bit of distance, but Samuel Ferguson's coming back on him. He's not letting him go.
And they have to pass some athletes on this lap as Jake Gogery goes around and past athletes. Samuel Ferguson, they're coming into the final straightaway. Last 50 meters right here. You got to dig deep. Can Samuel Ferguson go around? But it looks like Jake Gogery is holding him off to take the win in a huge PB of 9:16.81. Wow, these guys are stoked. A big high five. They got to get out of the way, though. There's still some people on the track. Watch out, man.
Oh, gee. Wow. So 9:16.80 for Jack Gogery. He came into this meet with a 9:29.36.
And that's the magic of a championship meet. That's the magic of this track. He is so excited. Wow, look at this finishing move.
Yeah, these last few meters here, you really see Sam Ferguson trying to go out on the outside, but Jake Gogery, he could feel that, right? He could feel him trying to come out. He put that extra little gas on, crossed the tape. Big PB for both those guys.
And it looks like Jake held on to his form a little bit. You know, he was keeping his feet under him, not overstriding there, being really powerful.
63-second last lap, last 400, excuse me.
And just like that, we have our next heat up on the track, section 2 of 9. Carrie, who do we got?
Well, from the inside out, we have Caden Dyer, Ethan Powell, Isaac Schlachleter, Alex Schimmo, Tyrone Gorsey, Alex Jordan, Michael Petrovic, Aiden Rendick, Jack Courtney, Blake Baker, Ben Shields, Hayes Trapp, Theo Pappas, Luke Bowden, Gavin Mock, and
we got to read these names faster before the race starts, looks like.
I think I missed a couple more there, but we will get in when we get in here.
So it'll be really interesting to see if this second heat replicates the first. The last heat just went out in a 65 for that first lap, which is a tough way to start, seeing as they closed in a 63. So it looks like this next heat is going out a little bit more conservatively. And up front, we got Hayes Trapp in a great Americana singlet. And this is a pretty bunched up pack, so you know this pace is a little bit conservative, but they are still ahead of those pacing lights, and those are set at 9:25. So it looks like these boys want to run fast today.
They definitely do. Looking at the PBs on this, in this heat, we have all of them except a couple that are over 9:25, so they're right there.
And Hayes Trapp still leading out front with Isaac Schlachtiger behind him and Logan Biegman as well.
Well, there's always somebody in the race that's kind of willing to take the lead, isn't there, Dana? Like, you know, Hayes Trap from the very beginning. He got out there. He doesn't mind that, you know, and we see that at all levels, collegiate level and the pro level. Someone that's not afraid to establish the lead, and not to say that they want the lead the entire time, but they like to get out there, have a clean start, and that's what Hayes Trap's been doing.
I was a leader as well.
Yeah, I liked to. So as I said, all of these athletes in between 9:25 and 9:27. That's 19 athletes, I believe, in this heat that have all run that fast. We're going to see some more PBs.
These are some large fields we have here today at the track at New Balance, and it definitely makes for interesting racing, but I think it's actually helpful in a 2-mile because there's always someone near you.
Right.
Especially when those gaps start to form.
Yeah, there's so many times when we're at our home tracks outdoors, when we're running in smaller meets and you're all alone. So this is really a special opportunity for these athletes to take advantage of learning how to, you know, have a bump here or there, or learning how to be with a bunch of people that are breathing loud. You know, I don't know about you, Dana, but when I was racing, if I heard people, sometimes I got nervous when I wasn't used to it. Like I felt like I was having a rough race. I didn't have as many opportunities to run in these awesome meets like New Balance Indoor Nationals when I was racing. So it's really good for these athletes to learn how to do that, because in college they're going to be there will be lots of bodies around them at every single meet.
And let's talk about the energy in here. You know, Hayes Trap is still leading. The music is flowing. The energy is up. Everyone at the track in New Balance is here for a good time and a good time. Get it?
Yes, exactly. But it is packed in here. It is really busy outside when we came in. There's so many cars, so many parents, so many athletes. It's really fun.
And look how this field has just strung out. That's what we like to see, is the pace is picking up just a touch. We're getting the whole field in a line. Nice marching ants moving along, trying to hit PBs.
Hayes Trap continues to lead.
And it looks like Logan Beekman was just looking up into the stands. I wonder if he's looking for his coach. Yep. He's feeling pretty relaxed, and I think he's waiting for that signal. Coach, when can I go? And we do have a little bit of pace changing in the back of the pack, and I think sometimes athletes do waste energy that way by trying to move up instead of just staying put, staying stable. Those pace lights are catching up a little bit, so I anticipate that some sort of a move will be made. There's a pretty large front pack here of about 6 boys that are just itching to get after it. This is heat 2 of the boys championship 2-mile race at the track in New Balance. And it looks like we have a little bit of a lead change almost. Alex Jordan coming up on Hayes Trap's shoulder. He's not committing to the move, however. Interesting strategy here. He's running essentially in lane 2. Okay, he finally made the move.
Yeah, Alex Jordan putting in a 69, not too much change of pace. They were locked in right around 72nd pace, but finally made that move around Hayes Trap to just put the pressure on. Hayes reacted though, he's right there, he just settled right back in.
I actually think that's a good place for Hayes Trap to be if he cannot let Alex Jordan pull away, which it looks like he is trying to get this pace moving. But those even splits, those 69s, 70s over and over again, that's how you want to run in 2-mile before you bust out the final kick.
Yeah, keep pressing, keep pressing. And you do have to keep pressing when you are continuing to run the same pace. You can't let up at all in this race before you know it, it's over. This is the time though. I always say these middle laps where you're getting closer to, that final 1,000 meters of this race, you got to keep the pressure on mentally and physically.
And it looks like we are getting a pretty big gap from Alex Jordan and Logan Beekman up front as we're coming up with 5 laps to go, 1K to go. But there's a really large middle pack here, so this race is very exciting. And Hayes Trap is holding on here. He's still just above those pace lights, so if he stays where he is, he'll get a PR. They're right on that 9:25 pace lights. What do you think about this move by Alex Jordan?
I mean, I like it. I like that he was decisive about it. He waited until he was ready. He made that big, strong move right after he went through the lap counter there. It was almost like he waited until he saw the certain amount of laps that had gone by, and then he's really kept the pressure on, and that's what you have to do. Logan Begeman has been right there with him, trying to keep him within sights, but the pack is starting to fall back a little bit. They are really close to that 9:25 pace that the lights are
I know,
providing.
and I just want all these guys to hold on to those pace lights as we're coming up with 4 laps to go. This is where the race gets really hard in a 2-mile. This is the final 800 meters. It hurts so much. It's almost over. But Alex Jordan looks very strong.
He does look strong. Logan Begeman looks good too, but just as I said it, of course, then we see Gavin Mock get in the lead of that chase pack, and he's starting to close the gap just a little bit.
But Alex Jordan's lead keeps on expanding here.
So it's all Alex Jordan right now. He's going to see 2 to go when he crosses the line.
3 laps to go in this second section of the boys' championship 2-mile.
This will be interesting. The last 400 meters of this race, we've seen Alex Jordan, once he took over the lead, really keep pushing, and he's looking good. He looks strong. His arm carriage is where it needs to be. His eyes are up right out in front of him. He has not been taking a look back, but Theo Pappas, he's the one that we have to keep our eye on. He's making a strong move, and he is closing in on that gap.
Wow, this looks like Theo Pappas will get a PB here as well. Alex Jordan going to smash his 9:25 personal best with 1 lap to go.
And Jordan is better.
What a perfectly executed race by Alex Jordan. He's going to be wishing he was in a faster section actually today.
Yeah, you know, it's so tough to get all of these sections perfectly timed out, but he is looking good, and he knows the guys behind him. They all have about the same PB. They're going to have some new ones. At least the top guys right here, the top 3 are ahead of those lights. As we bring Alex Jordan in, he's going to win the second section in a huge PB, 9:19.41.
And it looks like Theo Pappas gets a small 1-second personal best. His previous personal best was a 9:22.11, and he ran a 9:21. So, you know, not a huge day, but we'll always take a PB.
Oh, always take a PB. Alex Jordan, Theo Pappas, Gavin Mock, all setting new PBs today.
And just like that, we have our next section of the 2-mile on the track. We have William Pardo, Aaron Cantu, Christian Mattern, Colin Walsh Sr., Luke Churchwell, Landon Romer, Andrew Parker, Mateo Bango, Billy Dennison, Benjamin Lorenz, William Geismer, Martin Alstrom, Christian Slobad, Sean Garnica, Brady Heron, Cole Francis, Jack Anstrom, and Caden Montini. We got him.
You got them all in there.
We got him. For you guys, for your reference at home, once the race goes off, the list changes. So we are trying to get the most accurate information to you at home. Make you feel like you're at the track.
Yeah.
Don't we all wish we were at the track?
Well, this is the 3rd heat. All of the times from this heat, we have anything from 9:21, which is William Pardue. He's got the fastest, 9:21.75, all the way down to 9:24.84. So about a 3-second gap here between PBs, but they are all so fast.
Wow, and it really looks like Krister Scholbad up front is, this looks like a very, very fast pace. What is this first 400 going to be?
If he got out hard, he'll settle down 64.25 for that first 400.
You know, I really hope he can hold on. That is a tough way to start a 2-mile.
Well, when the crowd is loud, when you know people are here to watch, you know everyone's watching back home on YouTube, you get excited sometimes.
You definitely do get excited. I would get excited here. And you can see, you can't even see the pace lights on your screen right now. Those guys are far ahead from that 9:21.
3-second lead over the chase.
So 9:21 is the pace that they are trying to outrun those lights.
And it looks like Krister Solbad is still way out in front here, going through that 800 in 2:11 as well.
So 2:11.87 was the 880-yard split for Solbad. So running well.
Well, Krister Solbad, he is really kind of committing to this. He wants to be out there. You can see that. You know, he hasn't taken a look back. He's not really concerned about what the athletes are doing behind him. He's looking at the clock. He's watching it. And his PB is 9:23.95. So he is really far under that right now.
It's a good day for it, and he looks very strong. He looks like he knows what he's doing, coming out here with a mission with 11 laps to go.
That chase pack, all kind of right together. They're, you know, everyone's hugging that inside railing, which is so smart when you're indoors and in the earlier stages of a race. There are times where you get up on someone's shoulder and you're running a little bit, but when you have these bank turns, Dana, you know, it's different from for some athletes. They've never run on an indoor track, or not very often.
Yeah, for some of these athletes too, they have never run on a banked track.
Yeah.
They've run on indoor tracks before, but the bank track. But it's very interesting when you see, you know, the athletes from California.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it could even be soccer season for some of these athletes.
For sure. Or coming off of basketball season. I mean, I know a lot of the Midwest athletes that double up. There's not a lot of indoor races, so some of the athletes will play other sports, which is great. I don't know, did you play other sports?
I did ice hockey, actually.
Did you really?
Yeah. Very, you know, I would say Minnesota me, but I'm from New Jersey.
Yeah, so that's great. The agility is so good for an athlete, and I think that a lot of times we're so used to now athletes just really focusing, but you can still have that ability to move side to side as a track athlete, and that's something that we need to do, or as a distance athlete for sure. We need to make sure we have that agility wrapped into our training.
And it looks like William Pardue is kind of bridging this gap with Krister up front, and this move might be made as we come through 8 laps to go. Just over a mile and a half right here.
So their mile, they went through in 4:32, 4:33 for the mile.
And the move has been made. William Pardue going around Krister Solbad up front, but Krister's holding on, and that's, you know, where a lot of these races are made. When the move is made, you just hold on, you stick, you get back into your rhythm. There's still 7 laps to go. It's a lot of racing. It looks like Luke Churchwell and Andrew Parker are also clinging onto this pack as well. And this is exactly how fast times are made all together.
Well, this is crazy fast up front. I mean, we have 4 guys that are right around 4:35 pace for the mile, and that means they're on 9:12 or faster pace. So they are moving.
You know, an interesting thing too is that this is a full 2 mile, not a 3,200. So a lot of these people, a lot of these athletes have been running 3,200s at their state meet, and this race is a tiny bit longer.
Yeah, let's talk about that. How many, like, what do you think the conversion is?
I think it's around, you know, 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
There's a decent amount of time. I think it's, you know, only, what is it, 5 meters or so? It's not substantial, but, you know, over a substantial distance, we'll see. We'll do an experiment here to see what we think these 3,200 to 2 mile conversions could be with 1K to go.
Yep.
With William Pardue looking nice and smooth from the Judges Track Club out front. And it looks like Luke Churchwell has slipped into second position with Krister Solbad in third. And and they're about to come around some of these lapped athletes, which always makes it in for interesting racing. There's not that much space out there. So do you go one by one, or do you commit to the move altogether?
I mean, I think you want to commit to the move. You want to just kind of relax and get through it, right? I mean, that's the big thing, is to keep your composure, not let too much energy be wasted, but get around it.
And I almost lost the pace lights on these tracks. They're so far ahead of them with almost 4 laps to go. This final 800, like we said, the tough part of this 2-mile race. Three laps to go. William Pardue out front, doing the work for this group. Who's going to take home the W?
Camera 6 cannot hear you on Unity. It's being replaced by...
Oh, this is my favorite part of the race. This is where you see a lot of the athletes start to kind of attack again. They get their mind into it. They're like, I got this, I can finish.
And we've had some insanely smooth splits of 68s, 69s coming into this final 400.
William Pardue, Judges Track Club out in front. Krister Schoblad and Luke Churchwell.
And it looks like Luke Churchwell has decided that this is the time to make the kick. And yes, Luke Churchwell, it is. There's not that much racing to go.
Oh, it's Landon Romer, excuse me.
Wow, Landon Romer.
Yes, he is hip number 6. Landon Romer, 9:22.86 PB. He is in the lead, we are sorry there, but he's coming around and making big moves.
Landon Romer's splits have not been registering in this race, but he is taking this race by storm. And he takes the win.
Landon Romer. Big PB.
His previous PB was 9:22.86, and he comes away with a 9:07. Yes. You know, he's just shocking us. His results weren't even populating on our end.
Yeah,
he surprised the field. And it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, Landon Romer, William Pardue, Krister Stolbad, Jack Anstrom, and Luke Churchwell.
And on top of those 5, Benjamin Lorenz. All of them breaking that 9:20 mark.
This puts them into a different category. You know, once you break, you know, I know barriers are kind of arbitrary in a way, but once you get under an even number, you feel good. You're a different type of athlete.
I think so. You know, even for Landon and William now to be under that 9:10 mark. You know, the next big one is to break that 9-minute mark. I know that 7 seconds and 9 seconds is huge. Like, you think, oh my gosh, how can I do that? But that's their next frame of mind, is thinking, how can I go under 9?
Carrie, before we knew it, next race is on the track.
Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go.
These guys, the pace lights are for a 9:19.
And it looks like we have George Johnson, Luke Bork, Seth Oliver, Hayden Hauser, Armaine Chopra, Riku Sugi, John Garvey, Charles Perry, Mateo Rosio, Sebastian Margitz, Noah Matthews, Fabian Ramales Perez, Paul McGuire,
Adam Belowitz, Diego Mendez, Brandon Piedite, Nicholas Lafredo, Patrick Lowry, Aiden Smith, and Sawyer Clarkson. I learned how to screenshot before they disappear. Oh, now we got it. We got them all.
Yes, we got them all. So 20 athletes in this field. We're starting to squeeze that PB down a little bit, so we have anyone running 9:19 to 9:23. Alrighty, so we are checking out. Now hopefully our splits will register this time. Looks like Noah Matthews is in the lead, Riku Sugi in second, Seth Oliver, Hayden Hauser, and Diego Mendez are our top 5 right now.
Tightly bunched pack here, just ahead of these pace lights. I just love seeing all the jerseys from all these different teams that have traveled so far to get to here. I lived in Boston for 5 years, so this feels like home to me, but for a lot of these athletes, this is their first time at the track. There have been only a handful of meets here, and I bet these athletes are feeling how good this track feels for the first time in this race, potentially.
Yeah, you raced New Balance indoors how many times as a high schooler?
Wow.
I'm making you think.
I think it was probably 3 times.
Wow.
But, you know, did a relay and 2 of the championship 2-mile race. So I understand the pressure of it is for these athletes getting out here. You're tired. It's the end of the season. And indoors challenging. I mean, I know, you know, in some parts of the country, lots of snow this winter.
Exactly.
Lots of hallway running.
I can't believe there's no snow here in Boston. There's no snow.
It's been a weird winter.
Very weird. We have like 70 inches in Minnesota. So a lot of the athletes have been indoors. They've been using that indoor facility at the U of M or wherever. But, you know, there's, like you said, there's athletes from the West Coast that have not stepped foot on an indoor track. Now, this is not as, you know, you and I have seen a lot of indoor tracks. This is like, you know,
this is special.
The most amazing indoor track you can find.
It's light, it's airy, and Riku Sugi is just opening up the energy in here. There's great music. You know, you still get the whiffs of icy hot coming through. I always related indoor track to, we competed a lot, Drew University, and icy hot and hot dogs.
Oh, yeah.
The smell.
I don't smell any hot dogs here, but I think I have had a few whiffs of icy
Maybe
hot.
a post-race hot dog.
Yeah. Riku Sugi up in the lead, looking smooth. Running right around 68, 69 pace. Stretching that pack out just a little bit. You can see that he's got the pressure enough on that nobody's right up on his shoulder. There's still about 10 in that lead pack, but Riku has definitely made the move to keep the pressure on.
And Riku's doing a lot of work out front. And we keep seeing this over and over again. There's almost a sacrificial lamb out front of just getting the pace moving. You know, someone has to do it. Someone has to say, I'm not here to run my previous PB. I want to do one.
Well, they're pumped. DJ H is out there. He's got the music going. It's a great atmosphere in here. You know, the crowds are big, so you can hear it. They're cheering these kids on.
So at halfway mark, they're about 4:37 to 9:14 pace.
So I just heard Dave Milner say they're a 9:14 pace. He's the PA announcer right now.
Looks like we have some bunching right behind Riku Sugi. A pack of Diego Mendez, Noah Matthews, and Patrick Lowry, to name a few. But, you know, this is anyone's race. Of all the races we've seen so far today, very big pack.
Big pack here. Riku Sugi, PB coming into this meet is 9:20.29. They are well under that pace right now. They are way in front of those pace lights, and they know that. This is where we start to see some moves here. We start to see people start to press a little bit. They are coming up with 7 laps to go.
Like you said, the 68s, 69s. 6 laps to go.
Sugi, only a sophomore. Our leader right now is one of the younger athletes in this group. He's a sophomore from Thomas Nelson High School. Been leading for most of this race.
Brave thing to do. But they have slowed down a little bit. They are now on these pace lights.
Ooh, look at this now. Big pack. Everybody's bunching up. They did slow. They went from a 69 to that last 400 was a 60 or a 71. So they slowed a little bit. Now we see a change of pace.
Diego Mendez taking the lead over Riku Sugi. They are slipping behind these pace lights. That 9:19 pace is now ahead of them, and that's the first time we've seen that today. And someone here is going to get antsy. Someone here wants a PB.
Well, this is the time to do it. 4 laps to go. Seth Oliver starting to move up, put the pressure on Mendez.
This is a little bit more reminiscent of true championship racing. Carrie, you competed in some global championships. Can you explain to the crowd how championship racing is different? It's not just about fast times.
It's very different. I mean, when I competed in the Olympic Games for one, that was something that was totally where my coaches had to say, Carrie, it's not about time. You just need to advance, or you just need to compete. And that's what we have to do here. This is kind of like the Olympic Games for these guys, right? I mean, they're here competing against the best of the best, and they have to treat it that way. Yes, we want fast times. Yes, we want to chase those lights, which are now getting further and further in front of these guys, but we also want the win, and that's what I think these athletes need to remember. The win is way more important than a time.
And Seth Oliver has pulled away, chasing those pace lights.
Seth Oliver sort of on his own right now. The pack is starting to lose a little bit of ground on him, but with 2 to go, you always know people start thinking, I can handle 2 more laps. I can do 400 more meters. So we might see this gap shrink, and I think we're doing that right now. Looks like Matteo Rosio is the one to do it. He closed that up on Seth Oliver. Let's see what he does here. Is he going to make that move on the turn? Smart not to, but I think what happened is Seth Oliver decided to put on a little bit of a surge there, but here, now let's watch. This is where Matteo's going to make that move. He's going to try to get around him on the straight. Doesn't happen. He needs to settle back in, not make big moves on the turn.
Seth Oliver holding him off.
But keep your eye on 3rd place, Riku Sugi. He has been the one that led. He is starting to make his, you can see him go up on his toes. He's starting to make his final push, but I don't know if he's going to get there.
Matteo makes a massive move leading into this final 150, but Riku Sugi coming around.
Look at him go way out into lane 3. Riku Sugi, our early leader. He's the guy to beat, and he crosses the finish line in 9:19. New PB for him by just under a second.
You know, the seating is good.
Yes.
Seating is accurate.
They did it. Newbalance has done a great job with that. What a race.
What a race. That was crazy.
Watch this final kick. Look at Riku Sugi in the back, getting past a little bit, but all of a sudden woke up on that final turn, saw Seth Oliver, Matteo Rosio kind of coming back to him. He goes out to lane 3. Dana, this is really good moves by our youngster in this race, Riku Sugi.
He wanted it. He wanted the most. He did the work. And he got a PB for his efforts.
So the fastest so far today came from Heat 3, Landon Romer, 9:07.70. That is the time right now to keep your eye on. We are in Heat 5. Looks like we have Jack Meyer, Braden Marshall, Riley Newport, Rithik Parkish, Dylan Wood, Mike Haggerty, Jack Bundy, William Brunner, Travis Gaffney, Jack Bertram, Jake Pazalugo, Joshua Chu, Ethan Green, Timothy Rank, Akila Perek, Alexander Martinez, and David Jean.
Heat 5, 9:15 set for these pace lights. We've got Jake Pasalugo up front. Oh, we have a little bit faster paces on deck. Actually, these pace lights are set for 9:10 pace. So really cutting down here.
Well, I think that what they're doing there too is maybe changing it a little bit because we do have such a fast time from that third heat. When you have a time like 9:07, you need to get those paces going because that's ultimately we want to make sure that we get these athletes, they want to win their heat, but they also want to know where they stack up against everybody else.
Pasalugo, junior out of Fairport, New York.
So Jake Pasalugo
56.2 for the opening quarter, so pretty swift opening tempo.
in front. Krakish in second.
Ritik Prakash is
And Martinez in third.
second place.
Going through in 66 seconds for the 400.
And these guys look smooth at that 66. Big pack here.
66 seconds is well under 9-minute pace for 2 miles. Right around 8:51 pace.
Oh, a little bit of a trip up from William Brunner in second. There's some jockeying going on in this pack. Everyone's trying to find their position.
Settling in here now is what we want to do mentally. You want to kind of let the first couple laps come. There's some intensity with those first few laps just to get out. But then you want to settle in. You know your race plan. You know what you visualize. You know what you've been working for. Yes, you want to still have that fire, that burn to race, but you also want to conserve as much energy and to just kind of let the race happen. I don't know how much visualization you did when you were an athlete and when you were younger, but when you get to these big meets like that, any kind of, I guess, training or racing, you need your mind to really be in tune. But this is so important now when you're finishing up your season and you really use all of the tools that you've been working on.
And you're competing against athletes you don't normally see.
Exactly.
When you're in your state meet, you know who the players are. You come to a meet like this, you don't know what people have done. Maybe things are a little bit different now with social media.
Yes.
We're aging ourselves here, but you definitely don't know the race strategy, so you have to go out there, plan mentally, and run your own race.
Well, over the weekend, we're going to see and hear from a lot of professional athletes that are out here. Emma Coburn and I chatted last night. She's so pumped to be here. You know, this is where it all started for her in high school, and we're going to see Heather McLean and so many others that are here to kind of rub shoulders with these athletes. And so many athletes are saying they wanted to come and race, but more importantly, they wanted to meet some of the pros.
Exactly. Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone as well. There's some great memorabilia here, and it looks like we've had a pretty big mood with Ritik Paresh up front, holding on to that 9:10 pace lights, looking really smooth from the Red Devils Track Club.
Prakash, if he could just watch those lights a little bit. He does have a little room between him and second, although we are seeing a move here. Bertram looks like he's coming up on second, or coming up on Packer, excuse me. Going to give him that push that he needs and not just the chase of the lights.
And Bundy's looking very smooth in third as well. This is a great group of boys for this 2-mile race with 9 laps to go.
Bertram to me right now looks real smooth. We saw his face as he came by us here on the turn. He's not grimacing at all. His arm carriage is low. He looks good to me. And I have not seen a lot of these athletes race, but I watched as he closed that gap. He is running a little bit up on the turn, wondering if he's kind of fighting. Yep, there he goes. He goes around. I was wondering if he was kind of fighting that internal struggle of, do I relax and sit, or do I push and get around? And he pushed and got around.
And Bertram sees these lights in front of him. They are very helpful. This is some new technology for you guys at home, that these pace lights are set just about, a second or two above this pace. So they're really having something to track without a pacer. So it's a great way to continue running with rhythm, which is what you need in these longer distance races.
Jack Bertram was not on he is on my initial list. He's a 9:17.47 guy. And as we said, those pace lights are right at 9:10, so they're still on PB pace.
Gaffney, a Canadian with 8:37, 3,000 meter personal best.
And this pack of three has made a stamp running out front. The group of Bertram, Prakrash, and Bundy all together.
Looks like that's Gaffney all along, you guys. I'm sorry. He has the hip number 9. He is actually in the lead. Our results are saying Bertram is in the lead, but Gaffney, he's from Canada. His 3K PV is 8:37. His 2-mile PV 9:17:08. So Gaffney, Travis Gaffney is the one that's making this big push here with 5 laps to go. No, excuse me, 4 laps to go.
So 4 laps to go. 800 meters to go. Still
It's Gaffney and Prakesh.
Leading the way, Prakesh falling off the second. Mike Haggerty has moved up to
Gaffney's a junior, so this is a great way to get the time as he looks to make a move to university.
And you know what else is kind of interesting here, Dana, is that when we have Canadians come over here and race, they are not only just getting to race against a bunch of Americans, but they're also getting in front of the collegiate coaches that are either tuning in or are here watching and maybe doing some recruiting. So it's a great way for them to showcase their talent as well.
These pace lights have slipped away a little bit as Gaffney goes to chase them with 3 laps to go. Prakesh is pulling back just a touch. And Dylan Wood makes a move to go around him to slip into second place.
Brockville, Ontario. And he's got about a 6-meter advantage now over that Chase trio. And the Canadians can see that 3 change to a 2, which means he has 400 meters remaining now.
Travis Gaffney, 400 meters to go.
And look at here, we have Dylan Wood coming in and closing here, making a big move, hip number 4.
You know, Travis Gaffney has potentially might have that Canadian flag on the back of his jersey in green. So that could be Jack Bertram up front. We have some mixed information here, folks. But this is a very tight race. And that's Travis Gaffney up front. The real Travis Gaffney putting his stamp on this race.
We apologize to Travis Gaffney's family if they're watching, but that is him. Look at him putting on this major surge.
You know what? I think we manifested it for him.
He's like, wait, I'm hearing my name.
That was for me.
Look at this
right
time.
There. 9:11. That is a 6-second PB.
Yes.
Oh, and it looks like we have a very interesting result coming through with Mike Haggerty coming out of nowhere to grab that second place spot. I can't wait to see this replay.
Let's watch the replay. Travis Gaffney sitting in that 3rd, 4th position for a lot of this race. Really put it on. Jack Bertram, who was leading most of the race, finished in a strong 3rd. And let's watch this.
We should have known by the Canadian flag.
Yes, hard to see it from up here. But look at that kick. Gaffney really putting it on in that last 150. Just opening up his stride. Looks like he's most comfortable right here. He's chasing after those lights. You can see him looking down there.
Beautiful stride as he pushes towards the finish. Rewarded with a major PB. PB or PR?
I don't know.
What do you do? I used to say PR, but now I'm a PB.
I used to say PR, but I think a lot of people say PB now.
I go with what the world says, and they say PB.
Yes, they do. All right, section 6.
Here we go. We've got Emerson Miller, Ethan Crocker, Ryan Smith, Paul Bergeron, Noah Valio, Ryan Leslie, Grant Morganfield, Owen Horvey, Matthew Edwards, Ashke Vadul, Andrew Momer, Adam Bendison, Matthew O'Brien, Luke Liming, Jonathan Leon, Ryan Sarney, Troy Silvestri, and Manny Hernandez.
at the times.
So your early leader is Jonathan Leon. Comes in with a speed time of 9:14.39. And these guys are out very fast. Those pacing lights set for 9:10. You can see how far ahead of the lights the field is currently. So we're coming up to our first quarter mile split. It's extremely fast. It's going to be right around 64 seconds. That's even faster.
All right, the first 400 meters here.
The opening quarter mile, that's ambitious.
We just heard Dave Milner over the PA saying 63 seconds, ambitious quarter mile.
Jonathan Leon leading. We've got several takers for this quick tempo.
Braden Marshall out front. These guys are very, very fast ahead of these pace
They keep
lights.
asking me for different shots.
And the pace lights
My
for
first
this
practice.
race. Section 6 are set for 9:05.
Seconds. And now your leader is Matthew Edwards. Comes in with a personal best of 9:13.06. So these guys on track to eclipse the 9:07 set by Landon.
All right,
Bruno
Dana.
in section
Matt
3.
O'Brien looking good. He looks a little bit more relaxed. You know, we've seen now a number of heats, and when some of the athletes are in front, they have like a little sense of urgency, and he looks like he's okay. I'm leading this. This is where I found myself. Doesn't look like he's panicked.
And as we progress through the heats, you get a little bit more experience. Oftentimes you have some older athletes as well. They've run a lot of 2 miles. They're the ones who are doing this week after week, ready for the championship.
So Matt O'Brien, Braden Marshall, Grant Morgenfeld, Jonathan Leon, Ryan Sarney, Noah Valio, and Owen Horvey.
And I just love looking at the K splits. You know, it really gives you a good indication about how quickly a race is moving as well.
Did you look at Ks when you were in high school, or is that as you've gotten older?
You know, I think that is definitely as you get older because you run the 3K.
Right.
The 3K is the next distance. So in college, you're not doing the 2 mile anymore.
Yeah.
There are a fair amount of 2 miles in the world stage, however.
Yeah, because they're chasing after world records or whatever, but now they're bunching up a little bit here again.
Up to 3/4 of a mile, and still very fast. 3:20. So these guys
Braden Marshall taking over the lead. He is a junior, so he is an underclassman there in the blue.
And Matthew O'Brien sticking right on his shoulder, slowly moving around just now.
Way in front of those pace lights, right on 8:56 pace.
This is when this barrier, like we mentioned before, comes into play. Sub 9 minutes. This puts you into a different category. So what is that, 4:30 miles? How's my math?
Yeah. You know, that's the thing. Like, these athletes definitely have come out and they want to run fast. And you can see that the pace has been hot early on in all of these races.
We're getting into math that I know now. You know, my mile pace, 4:30, was always the target here. You know, 4:30 are trying to go under. So with these high school guys to run that, looking so smooth.
Right, 8 laps to go.
And we've got our mile split right there, 4:30, even. This is going to be, I think we're going to see our first sub 9 minutes of the day.
So 4:29 through the mile.
Grant Morganfield leading up front with Braden Marshall right behind him. A slight gap back to third to Noah Valio.
So they are under 9-minute pace so far. And as we said, you know, there's been a lot of talk about this 4-minute barrier, right? And now so many athletes are breaking it. And the barrier word, as you said earlier, Dana, that word, a lot of these high schoolers don't like it. You know, they say, I don't know why it's a barrier. It should just be something like you strive for, and you keep striving for faster times all the time. But us, you know, growing up, the barrier was what? The 4-minute barrier, the 4:30 barrier. They don't like it. These athletes are, you know, evolving and becoming a little bit more savvy, Maybe they just want it. They're not going to let something from the history just hold on. They want to make history.
For sure. And you know, there's a little special sauce we got, the new technology.
Yeah.
We can't go a whole broadcast without talking about the shoes. We've got new technology in our shoes, carbon plates, propelling the sport forward. But you got to be fit to make them work.
You definitely have to be fit. And Braden Marshall looks good. He looks calm, collected. He's been leading now for the last few laps. Grant Morgenfeld right behind him. Noah Valio, sort of little distance between 2 and 3. But Noah has definitely got his eyes on them, and he's in control. You can see that.
Five laps to go. 1K.
Simpson territory.
As we come through here, we're going to do a little bib number check to make sure we're talking about the right people. We've got hip number 15 up front, 15, 3, and 6, and that's Braden Marshall. Grant Morgenfield and Vadul in third.
Vadul really having a good race. He has kind of been that hunter. He's been in the back of the pack. He's been watching what's going on in front of him. He's covering the moves. And you can see him now. There is some distance between 1 and 2, but Vadul trying really hard to make sure that he keeps that within striking distance. And he's doing a good job.
Vadul's PB is 9:22. Woo! So this looks to be like an exceptional day as Braden Marshall keeps pulling this field out. Little under 500 meters to go. And this is something, you know, we're seeing from Vadul is that he's kicking from further out. A lot of these athletes are waiting till the final 200, which I don't think they realize. You know, you got to kick further out. You got a lot more left in those legs. And this is coming out to be a race between Marshall and Vadul.
Marshall's been out there a long time on his own. There's been a little bit of distance. Does he know?
He doesn't know. There's no way.
Unless he's taking a look up, but here comes Vadul. Look at him.
Marshall's about to be surprised.
Oh, Marshall reacted. He must have taken a look up.
Screen.
But look at Vadul. He's really opening it up here. He's trying really hard to get up on the shoulder, and he needs to do that with 200 meters to go.
And Braden Marshall takes the win. Oh, shoot. One more lap to go. I lied.
He's got 1 to go, but he really dug deep. You can see him almost dip his chin a little bit and
I thought he was finishing.
That's okay. We've been watching a lot of laps so far. But Braden Marshall, with 100 meters to go, you could really see him start to dig. Look at him. Wow. He is pouring it on.
Braden Marshall. Oh, he's going for the sub-9. Can he do it? 8:59, 9 flat, just misses.
Wow, 9:01.73, the fastest 2-mile of the day so far.
Flashes the big ice jersey. The back of the jersey says, "Stay frosty."
Stay frosty, I love it. Let me see his PB coming in. Is not on my list. Braden Marshall, clearly though, having a wonderful day and set a new PB.
Braden Marshall's personal best was a 9:15.
Wow.
9:15.7 prior to this.
Braden Marshall, 9:01.72. Luke Limming coming in second, 9:06.40, just passing Akshay Vadul.
Where's our replay? I'd love to see that.
Yes. Well, this is heat 7.
All right, so next on the track is section 7.
We have 12 in this heat.
This is our last section of the boys 2-mile championships before our final 2 fastest heats in just a little bit.
Fastest time in this heat with Wyatt Houghton of 9:05:35. Others in this race, Simon Shabert, Dev Doshi, Kofi Fedorov, Fordhor, Tamret Gavenas, Pierre Adagabi, Caden Townshend, Stone Smith, Berkeley Nance, Ty Garrett, Eli Illig, and Riley Novak. So fastest seed 9:05:35 down to 9:10:09. What are those pace lights at?
They're set at 9:05 pace, but this whole field wants under 9 minutes. How many can get there?
A couple of did not starts, and I just mentioned Riley Novak. He is not on this start list. Emerson Miller and Paul Bergeron.
We have our first Newbury Park athlete, which is a high school you'll be hearing a lot about from this meet over and over again, creating quite a dynasty from cross country to the track. Really become a powerhouse high school program.
And I think a lot has to be said with just like that energy on the team, right? The camaraderie, and when you see somebody or someone or brothers or whatever it is, succeed and work so hard, that is so contagious.
That's the best teams that I've been on, is when one person, it's kind of like powder keg of results, where one person gets going and the whole team sparks up. Running's all about energy, and it's not just the energy you put into it, it's what you surround yourself with.
Exactly. So Dev Doshi in the front there. Kofi Forger in a second from Emerging Elites TC. And Pierre Adigabi.
We've got Berkeley Nance in there as well. 12 laps to go. Dev Doshi doing a lot of this work up front. And Eli Ilg just was stepping out there into lane 2, the dreaded spot, but it just means these guys are really bunched up.
They're right on that 4:32 pace for the mile. So right around that 9:05. So these guys are not out as hot as we've seen. The pace lights are behind them, so they aren't all on PR pace right now. The entire field is on PR pace, but they seem like they...
Wouldn't that be incredible?
I know, right? It would be so cool. And a lot of times you do see that at these big meets like this.
Dev Doshi still up front. We've got athletes all the way out into lane 3 on the straightaway. They're wasting a fair amount of energy by doing this. Who's going to go around Dev Doshi?
I mean, and that's also like, do you think that people know that Dev Doshi is from Newbury Park? He obviously knows how to race. He's on this great team. Do you think that some of the athletes are thinking about that, letting him be the one to dictate the race?
That would be a good strategy.
Yeah.
But you never know. People are tired at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Or the beginning of your outdoor season if you're from California.
That is a really good point, Dana. We haven't talked about that. I mean, a lot of athletes are coming into this meet and with different backgrounds, right? Some have been racing all year long. Some haven't been racing as much. But when you're coming to Newbalance Indoor Nationals, you better be ready.
We just had a nice move from Tamara Gavinas from Phillips Andover Academy. Looking super smooth up front. Still a lot of race to go, but this is a pretty deliberate move of, hey, I want to run fast today.
Exactly. I think that's the big thing, is he felt the pace was nice and solid early on. It's starting to slip a little bit, so he's putting it back down to that 67, 68 range. And it's really kind of what I love about these athletes. They're so impressive, right? They're super young. Tamara Gavinas is a 10th grader. But he could feel the shift go from a 68 to a 70, and he went back to the lead, and he put another 68 in there for that last 400. So he knows he's getting the rhythm. He's starting to figure this sport out.
And he's just a sophomore, Tamarat, as well. So that is what we're talking about here, you know, when it starts to click. But look at this. Is this going to be another lead change? These guys are running as if it's the last 3 laps right here. Bib number 8, Berkeley Nance says, my turn to lead.
Yes, I'm going for it. And they are keeping that pressure on. You know, I could see those lights are starting to creep in. And it was almost like those guys heard them. You can't hear the lights. There's no noise.
And Dev Doshi has really peeled back there now in that second group. And we have a group of 4 up front. A Berkeley Nance, Tamarat Gavanas, Koji Fajor, Pierre Adigobe.
I love that there's different leads though. I mean, the lead change is nice. That means that people are helping each other out. They're trying to do different race tactics. You know, each and every one of these athletes has a different race strategy in mind, whether that's being, you know, applied or not. A lot of times your race strategy goes right out the window, but I love that they're helping each other, maybe not consciously, but they are in this race together and they're working hard, and, you know, they are in front of these pace lights, which means potentially the fastest race of their lives.
And I have to say, the energy in here is insane.
It's awesome.
It is only
second place right behind Koji is Pierre Atiobi from Washington, D.C. He's a senior at St. Albans School, heading to Cornell in the fall. For that last quarter. Atiobi looks like he's ready to pass down the back stretch. And Fojo one up. Atiobi's making him first. Looks like Berkeley Nance is moving to second now. Atiobi is going to take this section right away from This is an Albans senior takes the win. 9:08:57. 65.5 final quarter for Pierre.
For Pierre, looked great. Really had good tactics those final 2 laps. You could see him just patiently letting the race come to him. And when he made that big push to go around, he really put on some distance. Finished almost 2 seconds in front of Tamarat Gavanas.
not a PB for Pierre, but that is some great championship race experience. You really gain something from racing in a field like that, changing so many leads. And Carrie, we are switching gears.
Woo-wee, we have, let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, wow. How many heats of the 4x2? We have 13 heats of the 4x2 before we see our final 2 miles.
In section 1, lane 1 will be Jackson Reed Tigers, lane 2 will be Winslow. Occupying lane 3 will be I-27 Track Club. Mustang Track Club goes in lane 4, Franklin Track Club is in 5, Hilton are in 6 on the inside.
So it looks like on the schedule we have the boys 4x2s for the Rising Star heats. Then at 1 o'clock we have the girls 4x2. And then at 1:57 we'll go back to the 2 miles for girls.
4x2 in indoor track is a wild race.
Woo! So we have in lane 1 Jackson Reed Tigers, lane 2 Winslow, lane 3 I-270 Track Club, lane 4 Mustang TC, lane 5 Franklin Track Club, and lane 6 Hilton.
Just got all quiet in here waiting for the gun. Athletes are set up on the track, getting in their starting positions. Resetting the clock here. They held them for quite a while in that down position.
It looked like one of our teams was not quite set up. Hilton, it looks like, out in lane 6.
Oh, really short setup there. He just got into his place. No blocks on the Rising Stars.
No time.
No time. And they're off. Rising Stars boys 4x200.
Heat 1.
This race is defined by these exchanges, and Carrie and I have probably the best view of the exchange zone.
We do. Just a quick lap around the track, and here they go.
Staying in the lanes for the 4x200. Not very much time.
First leg 21:13 for Franklin Track Club.
All right, now we finally have the break in.
I-270 right there. Wow. Franklin Track Club.
Franklin Track Club out front with I-270 and Mustang TC. Mustang TC is making a huge leg, kind of running out of room here. This is the tough jockeying of this race. I-270 Track Club going in for the exchange. Mustang TC trying to find their athlete. It's all about getting that exchange.
Oh.
If you miss the zone, you get DQ'd. Looks like we may have had a slight issue, but everyone is still in.
I-270 Track Club looking good, coming around this final bend, putting a little bit of space in between 1 and 2 here. Mad dash for second, but I-270 crossing the line.
I-270, Jackson Reed Tigers. Mustang TC, I-270, Mustang TC, and then the Jackson Reed Tigers.
1:31.65 is the time to beat. We'll watch that now as we get 12 more heats underway.
I just got really excited. This is crazy.
I know, it's so fast.
As we move on to section 2, so we've got RFH
Section 2.
East St. Louis Flyers, Holy Trinity Track Club, Brockton Track Club, and Steele on the outside in lane 6. So our 2 outside.
We've got Section 2, the RFH Dogs Track Club.
Dogs.
East St. Louis Flyers, Holy Trinity Track Club, the Brockton Track Club, and Steele. Athletes are getting set.
Now I wonder.
Oh, the East Louis St. Louis Flyers are a do not start.
Some of these team names are awesome, and you wonder who's making them up. And so many older athletes are now coaches at some of these teams, and it's pretty fun. So you know they're having some fun with the kids.
Getting out strong. Got the Brockton Track Club, local team. Going for that first exchange. This is the nice exchange, staying in your lanes before the break-in on the next turn. Holy Trinity Track Club pulling out, making that first cut in at the bend.
So important having a clean cut into the lane 1 on that cut in, and you could see that Holy Trinity really worked hard to get there to the first lane, get into the railing. Nice smooth handoff by everybody here.
Holy Trinity Track Club making some space for themselves. Brockton Track Club chasing behind, going into this final exchange.
With about a 2-stride advantage, and Holy Trinity's anchors away.
Holy Trinity pulling up, Brockton Track Club making chase. The Dogs Track Club and Steele behind.
1:31.65 is the time to beat right now.
Wow.
Keeping our eyes on the clock.
Holy Trinity opening up. Coming through for the win, Holy Trinity Track Club.
Holy Trinity running 1:32.54. And they seem very excited about that win.
Love that energy.
I did too. I loved how Holy Trinity ran. They ran up, out onto the lane of lane 1. They used that turn. You could tell they were smart runners. And as you said, some of these athletes have been here, seen this track, but they were also here for their practice run-throughs. So you know they've been looking at every inch of the track, making sure they know what's going on. All right, here's heat 3. We have Tusker TC on the inside. Thomas S. Wooten. IMG Elite. Winchester. How do you say it?
Winchester.
Yeah, Winchester.
I'm really not a Massachusetts native, so
Well,
I'm sorry for Winchester.
Winchester, and then Team Hennessy.
Here we go, here we go. I can't believe they don't do this whole race in lanes.
Do you not have a Boston accent that you could pull out of?
I'm from New Jersey.
You got a Jersey one then, huh?
No, but I've got a pretty neutral accent.
Yeah, you do. I think most people know I'm not from the East Coast, but I did go to Villanova.
There we go, there we go. All right, heat 3 is off. Team Genesee out front.
That's a really fast start out of lane 6 for Steele. And they're going to hand off with about a 2 to 3-stride advantage.
Genesee out front, really creating some distance for his team. That team. All right, coming into this exchange zone. Genesee lost a little bit of their room here. IMG Elite trying to make the pass, but Team Genesee's holding them off. IMG Elite going around, making that critical move, coming into this last exchange. Team IMG Elite coming through, Genesee right behind. Can they make these clean handoffs? IMG Elite pulling away, Genesee right there. Clean handoffs. IMG Elite pulling up, Genesee right there. What's left in the tank? Such a short race.
Look at how hard they're going right there with the final about 75 meters to go. IMG Elite keeping the pressure on, but Hennessy's been right there.
Hennessy making a late move. IMG Elite takes it.
In the new fastest time of the day, 1:30.24.
And Team Genesee coming through that second fastest time of the day as well. Fast makes fast.
Looks like a new PB by 3 seconds for both teams. Our top 2 teams there.
22.7, 22.9,
IMG,
22.6.
Elite. All of them right there at 22 seconds.
Woo! Here we go.
Third leg, 21.93. Okay.
Heat 4,
Heat
Manor
4.
TC, Hornets TC, Dragons, Black Diamond Track Club, and the Wellesley Track Club. All right, we got some local. Where do you think the Dragons are from?
Oh, I don't know.
Keeping it going. And we're off. Heat 4, the boys, 4x200. Wellesley Track Club trying to keep, you know, quasi-home track strong out front. Oh, we've got a dips down exchange in lane 4. Doing that pro level exchange, trying it out.
Look pretty good.
Wellesley Track Club still pulling up front, going in for the turn. Oh, but it looks like we've got some jockeying here. Manor TC. Wellesley Track Club right on each other. Fighting for it, Wellesley Track Club. Getting that clean exchange. Wellesley moving quickly. It's all about space in this race. If you can hold your spot, you get the exchange zone clean and first.
Manor Track Club really holding on here. Had a real nice drive. You could see him planning out his final kick, and he did that to put his team in first.
Oh man, Manor. Oh, we've got movement from the Black Diamond Track Club going around Manor. A lot just happened there.
Wow, what
Coming
a
into
powerful
this final.
start with Black Diamond Track Club. That looks like Xavier Eady.
What an incredible leg from the Black Diamond Track Club coming through. Just missing our fastest time of the day, coming into the third fastest time of the day so far. 1:31.3.
So still IMG Elite's time of 1:30.24 is that time to beat. Coming up on Heat 5. On the inside, St. John's, Shrewsbury, TC. Next to them, Silver City Track Club, Scarlet Knights Track Club, Golden Eagle Elite TC, and rounding out this heat, Bishop Hendricken.
Only 1/10 of a second separating these teams on paper, so look for another really, really tight race here.
So really tight here. Fastest of this heat is 1:33.12 by Golden Eagle Elite. And everyone else is right there. The slowest PB is 1:33.27, so 13/10 separate the PBs of these teams.
Scarlet Knights, but they've lost that lead quickly as they break it.
Scarlet Knights Track Club.
Now they've got it back again. It's the Scarlet Knights Track Club that are going to be first to hand off in 47 seconds.
And here they go. Scarlet Knights Track Club putting a little bit of a distance. But it looks like Silver City's trying to close that gap. Watch St. John Shrewsbury. TC, though, really making a push off that final turn. Here we go, third handoff.
They just about got it in time. Caleb Agdor being hunted down.
Final handoff right here, let's go. Looks like Scarlet Knights Track Club is going to get a little bit of pressure on the outside there. Can he hold him off?
Trying to get round on the outside.
Whoa, look at
Watch
coming
number
around.
3.
Fighting to the finish. Wow.
Silver City Track Club.
Silver City, what was the split on that last 200?
21:02, fastest split of the day.
Absolutely fabulous.
Did not give up. You could see in that final turn, he had his eyes on the prize and he went for it, really digging in. You could just see him like, he got tight, his form got tight and he went for it.
Hey, remember that name.
Yes. All right, here we are, Heat 6.
We got Oakton Elite, Cape Henlopen High School, Greenwich TC, the Archbishop Carroll Lions, and the Peabody Track Club. I could do that one, Peabody.
We get the coach from I-270 Track Club and Thomas S. Wu to please report to the finish line.
All right, let's see.
I-270 Track Club and Thomas Wu.
Looks like we just have 2 in this.
Oh, wow, we got some big scratches. So we just have Peabody Track Club and Oakton Elite.
Teams in this one after some scratches.
Oakton Elite having the best handoff out of the 2.
You know, it's tough running out here without the other teams. You're missing a little bit of that energy.
Yeah,
so
you don't have
these
as
guys
many
are doing,
bodies around you to watch and to gauge off of.
you know, makes for these handoffs easier. So a little bit more of a time trial environment for these two teams. PDP Biddy Track Club out front. Oakton Elite. Peabody Track Club looking nice and smooth coming into this final exchange.
Oh, but don't count Oakton Elite out. Look at this, closing in. It is right down to the wire here with the final leg.
Still Peabody with a slender lead. Running anchor for them is Colin Ridley, and he's been hunted down by Logan Acton.
Looks like Colin Ridley from Peabody Track Club and Logan Acton of Oakton Elite. Look at this.
Wow.
Colin Ridley's going to hold on for the lead.
You know, I kind of like a tight finish like that.
I love it. Bring it.
All right, look at this. We got full field back at it. 5 teams.
2-1 ahead of Oakton Elite's 133.77.
We are coming up on heat 7.
With 13 heats. Number 7 is next on the track. We've got Titans Track Club, Franklin High School, DC Cadets, Riverdale Track Club, and Montgomery, all seated at 133.
All right, we have Titans TC, Franklin High School, DC Cadets, Riverdale Track Club, and Montgomery Track Club in this heat. Heat 7 out of 13.
And they're off. Titans TC, Riverdale Track Club. Riverdale Track Club jumped down to the lead right just there. Going in for the exchange. We've seen some very smooth exchanges today. I think I just jinxed it as Titans TC drops the stick.
You know, it happens all the time when you're doing a race call. You definitely jinx things.
I'm sorry, Titans. Riverdale Track Club opening up, fighting for every millisecond here in the exchange, stepping right off, looking like pros out here. Riverdale Track Club has chased by 3 teams closely packed together. Franklin High School, DC Cadets, and Montgomery Track Club. Riverdale High School, ooh, a little struggle on that exchange here. DC Cadets.
Definitely closing in. DC Cadets, look at this. Look at that stride.
Very powerful stride.
Wow.
By Asa Gregg. Coming through.
Franklin High School is going to take the win.
Oh, that's Franklin High School. It might be Perryon Williams.
Excuse me. Franklin High School.
Franklin High School,
Perryon Williams closing in 21:54. 1:30.74, not quite.
Now this top 3 has been hard to break.
21:54 anchor from Perryon Williams for Franklin. As we now move on to heat 8.
All right, heat 8.
And we have,
You know, we're going in a little blind here. We don't have very many seed times.
No.
So every race is interesting. Here we go.
So this is heat 8. We have Chomp City Track Club, Western Cary Track Club, Bergen Catholic. I'm sorry, Bergen Catholic has decided not to start. North Reading Track Club, or North Reading Track Club, and Dunalt TC.
ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have several.
So I really want to interview some of these athletes to see how this track feels. You know, for indoor tracks, there's different angles. So depending on the angle, it can be designed for sprints or distance running, and it can be adjusted as well on a hydraulic track.
Yeah, you can even see on the handoffs there in the outer lanes, it is definitely hard for these athletes that aren't used to coming up on the bend and having to come down off the bend.
Western Cary Track Club out front, going into the exchange.
Western Cary putting a little bit of distance on, but every time we say that, You gotta watch out.
Because Dundalk TC, Andre Wilson is right there. He heard Carey.
Yep. You hear a little bit of the crowd going, woo!
Dundalk TC with a great leg from Andre Wilson, passing off to Keon Braxton. Western Carey, though, fighting right there. This could be a fast one.
Tom City trying hard to close that gap, but he doesn't have enough time.
Trying to come around on the outside, the hard way is Western Carey. Looks like Dundalk is going to hold
Dundalk TC.
Dundalk holding on.
Can he hold him off?
Western Carey's right there. 131.75.
Okay, 131.75. So right now our top three teams, IMG Elite with a 130.24, Team Genesee 130.56, and Franklin High School 130.74. Those are the top three times right now. And we are on heat 9 of
Yeah, we got the Bill Rickett Track Club, the Falconer Track Club, the Conequot Track Club, Amity, and Archbishop Spalding Cavaliers. Big heat.
All right, so we've got Bill Rickett Track Club, Falconer, Conequot.
All right, again, another tight group of 5 teams here, all within about 13 tenths. 13 tenths of a second with their PBs. And it looks like our first handoff, all are clean. Archbishop Spalding Cavaliers out front. Their leadoff leg, Max Moss running. Oh, excuse me, and looks like Max Moss ran 20.61, the fastest 200 of that first leg. Amity, though, moving into the lead here, 3 abreast. Archbishop back in the lead, Amity in second. Falconer Track right there. Archbishop, Spalding Cavaliers out front. Looks like this is Daniel Miller getting ready to hand off to Corday Bethel.
Ooh, a tumbling handoff from Daniel Miller. And Corday Bethel is taking it out. Looking very strong.
Amity, though, is looking like they're going for it. Can't get quite up to Archbishop Spalding Cavaliers. Corday Bethel crossing the line. 130.01. It looks like we have a new lead. Archbishop Spalding Cavaliers have run the fastest time of the day.
130 flat.
Yeah.
Just capturing that fastest time from 132.4. I don't know if these guys realize quite yet that they have the fastest time of the day.
And there's only one team out of all of our 4x2s that have ever gone under 30 or 130, and that's the Bullis team, which is so famous for running fast. And Archbishop Spalding Cavaliers were just this close to breaking 130.
And now we have the Trinity Titans, the Falcon Track Club, the Raleigh Wildcats, Poly Prep Country Day School, and the Blacksburg Track Club. Oh, looks like Poly Prep is a do not start.
Blacksburg, Virginia on the outside.
Blacksburg Track Club from Virginia out front, coming into the first exchange
Just about. They're going to hand off evenly.
in the all black. A school with quite the running dynasty.
So running for Blacksburg.
Trinity Titans coming through with the Raleigh Wildcats just behind.
Trinity Titans leading the way. Nathan Sims is going to hand off to Cornell Allen.
Trinity Titans, Cornell Allen taking it out. The Raleigh Wildcats, Isaiah Mitchell just behind. It looks like we got the Blacksburg Track Club making chase as well.
Blacksburg Track Club, they are putting a move on here. Getting so fast and going up on that curve, having to control himself a little bit, but he definitely has made some time up here. Trinity Titans, though, the team to beat.
Trinity Titans taking it into this final lap.
Look out for the Raleigh Wildcats.
Oh, he senses him. Oh no, a little slight stumble from Trinity Titans coming through. Leading at the line. 1:30.85. That's a great time from the Raleigh Wildcats.
Officially 1:30.82, putting them into fifth place overall. Still, Archbishop, Spalding Cavaliers in the lead here for the 4x2s, running 1:30 flat.
And Blacksburg Track Club is also hyped up.
All right, here, Heat 11, Carolina Cavaliers, Washington Township Elite, CCW LLC, Methuen Track Club is a DNS. But we have another Methuen Track Club. We would have had two. We have just one Methuen Track Club. So again, on the inside out, Carolina Cavaliers, Washington Township Elite, CCW LLC, and Methuen Track Club. Methuen Track Club with the first handoff here. Looks like Jimenez ran 21:06, one of the fastest splits of the day, if not the fastest split of the day. And it looks like it's Methuen Track Club, CCW LLC in second. And Carolina Cavaliers are the only three in this race right now. Looks like the Washington Township Elite is out.
Methuen Track Club looking very strong coming into this exchange. Passing up to Joshua and Quay.
Methuen Track Club really heavy on the first leg here. Darwin Jimenez running 21:06, really got that lead for this team, and look at them come in.
Running in some clear daylight here.
Kawaki finishing there. 1:31:04 is their official time. 1:31:05, excuse me, is corrected. Seventh fastest time of the day.
So the lead remains with Archbishop Spalding Cavaliers at 1:30 flat.
So here we are in the 12th section.
Heat 12. And we'll have Eagles Track Club running on the inside in two.
It's our second to last heat of the Rising Stars 4x200.
On the outside in
Heat
6.
12. Heat 12 here, Eagles TC. And we have Deptford Track Club, Freedom Track Club, Grand Street Track Club, and Predators. Looks like Deptford Track Club is a do not start, so no one.
So Grand Street Track Club out of lane 5.
From that team is here.
The fastest seat time at 1:31.
Predators Track Club out front.
Predators are around 1:31.96. So keep your eyes on lanes 5 and 6.
All right, again, that time to beat is 1:30 flat.
So they'll break around this next turn, and that was some dodgy handoffs, but it looks like Predators are leading ever so slightly.
Big first leg there with 27-1. Split for Michael Gaman.
We've got Eagles TC fighting in there and Grand Street Track Club as well. The whole field is in this one. This could be a tight exchange. And a clean handoff, very impressive.
Eagles Track Club out in front now.
Eagles Track Club followed by Predators TC. Oh, Grand Street Track Club. Eagles TC coming to the exchange zone.
That's a nice handoff by Eagles TC. Grand Street Track Club, second.
21-9 split for Brendan Burke. And this is Cooper Johnson running really strongly. You can see that
Cooper Johnson on the anchor line of Eagles TC.
This is going to be a fast one.
Here comes Grand Street Track Club. Dell Lindsay.
Is that a new fastest time of the day?
Yes.
Wow. Here we go.
1:29.89.
New fastest time of the day for the Grand Street Track Club by just a tenth.
Dell Lindsay making a huge move on that turn.
That was incredible.
Okay, stay on with me as I bring it back up, all right, Andrew?
Here we
So
go.
And this is the final heat.
Final heat, how did we get here?
I don't know, but True Speed Athletics, LaSalle Academy, Motor City Track, Bullis, and Gray Bees TC.
That should be a compromise right there.
Setting their marks. It's such a specific race, the sprints.
And True Speed Athletics. So keep your eyes on lane 5, Bullis High School out of Maryland. Wearing all purple, and they're going to be led on by Bryce Stevenson.
That Bullis team is always such a huge name. It's the one to watch. They have the fastest time of all 4x2s.
They're holding them a little bit longer here. Setting now. Saving the best for last. And they're off.
125.60, set 4 years ago.
Bullis Track Club leading out front in the purple. Followed closely by Motor City. Bullis and Motor City. Motor City pulling just ahead before the breakthrough.
Watching those times closely, we want to see who can run faster than the Grand City Track Club, which is 129.89. Keeping your eyes on the track right now.
LaSalle Academy, close school. Very talented sprint school as well.
Motor City Track Club out in the lead. Bullis starting to make its move, but Motor City's keeping the pressure on.
Wow, Bullis, Motor City fighting through this exchange.
Wow.
Bullis handing off to Alex Lambert and Motor City handing off to Jaden Weaver.
Bullis had a little advantage there, being able to move outside a little bit and get in, hugging that lane now, making it hard for Motor City to get on the outside.
Fight to the finish for Bullis.
Watching LaSalle Academy a little bit.
Bullis charging through the line. Can they get that final time? And it looks like Motor City might have just pulled ahead at the tape. That's going to be a close one.
I don't know. I think it was Bullis. 1:30.35, and it goes to Grand City Track Club with a 129.89 from Heat 12. Official time for Bullis there is 1:30.35, putting them into
fifth place. That was a great race. May have been my favorite heat.
That was exciting.
Are we allowed to have favorites?
I don't know. In the media, I'm not sure, but you know what? Let's go for it.
I'll be biased. I have a favorite.
All right, here's the girls. Rising Stars, 4x2. And we have 17 heats of these. Woo! First heat, Weymouth Youth Track Club, Pirates, Minisink TC, Riverdale Track Club, Old Saybrook Track Club, and Western Cary Track Club, filling up all 6 lanes.
Here we go.
Yes.
We're looking for times around the 150 range. Western Cary taking it out. Weymouth Track Club in lane 6. And lane, here we go, lane 6.
So it looks like lane 4 with this exchange. But I guess it was Western Cary Track Club.
Going into the break.
The Pirates are out in front. Riverdale Track Club in second. Old Saybrook Track Club in third. And the Pirates Looking good, but they can feel the breath of Riverdale Track Club coming closer and closer.
You know, Carrie, as we've been going through this, the track has gotten a lot more packed.
Oh yeah, and everyone is starting to move up to the railing on the backstretch so their team can hear them cheer, and it is loud up in here.
The stands are full as the Pirates are charging ahead right in front of Riverdale Track Club.
The Pirates putting that little bit of a surge on when they come off of the turn. You know, there is that bank, and you could really see Anastasia Kudin, or excuse me, Soraya Hoover make that backstretch her own, and they come through in 146.69. Big PB for the Pirates. Coming into this meet with a 151.
150. What am I talking about?
That is a 5-second. Oh, close
Look at
to
these.
5
There's
seconds.
a lot of jumping up and down and excitement. That's what you want to see.
They knew they'd run fast on this track. All right, heat 2.
The magic of the track at Newbalance. Oh, man.
Isn't that awesome?
Wow. All right, on the track we got the Mustangs, the Scarlet Hawks Track Club, Bloomfield TC, Burnt Hills Track Club, BPS, XCTF Club for Heat 2 of the girls, 4x200 Rising Stars.
Where you can see the Pirates from that first heat just hugging, high-fiving. It's continuing on. They are so excited.
You know, let's see how that time holds up too. I'm very intrigued to see.
146.69 is that time right now, the fastest time so far.
The Burnt Hills Track Club. Here we go. We are syncing together.
Yes, we are.
I think it's just the synergy, Carrie.
Well, Burnt Hills out in front. Mustangs. Oh, no, Mustangs are out in front. Burnt Hills in second.
Came out of nowhere. Here we go.
So Burnt Hills in the Mustangs in the pink shorts.
The blind handoffs. Brave. That's what you got to do, though. What do you think their word is? Stick? Do they still use stick?
Stick, yeah, hand.
But if everyone's yelling stick.
They might have their own nickname. Bloomfield is starting to make their move on the outside. What a great handoff. Powerful handoff there by Bloomfield. The first few steps are really fast, getting a little bit of distance on the Mustangs.
Bloomfield with about 100 meters to go. Opening up, looking very, very smooth and in control here.
It's Bloomfield, TC, Burnt Hills Track Club, then the Mustangs.
Another sub 150 right here. 146.92.
So 146.92, that will put them in second position.
I think people didn't see themselves very closely here. What did they have themselves at?
They had themselves at 150.
150? We're just dropping 3 seconds over here.
There we go. Fired up.
I just want to hang out down there. That looks like fun. I know they kind of look like, they could use a glass of water, but type 2 fun. Okay, we've got Round Out Valley Track Club, Holton Arms, NVA Track, Titan Elite TC, and the Colts.
Colts looking strong right now. Let's see on this handoff.
Section 3 of 17.
And the Titan Elite TC has the strongest first leg in 24.60 by Heidi Kruma. Colts. And now Holton Arms is in the lead. Titan Elite TC is in second with a fast closing NVA track.
Holton Arms. Maddie Mitchell will be our anchor leg.
NVA track. First to hand off there on this final leg. Looks like that's Ashley Levine.
They're really getting these next heats set up. Lots of women on the track right now.
Titan Elite in the lead here. Looking strong in this final stretch. Titan Elite.
Huge pack right here. Titan Elite taking the win in
148.60. Putting them in sixth
Keep coming.
position. All right. This is Heat 4.
Heat 4. We want more.
Oh, yeah. Holy Trinity Track Club on the inside. Natick Track Club. Port City TC. And Maximum Velocity Track and 5. Field. I think it's track.
I think they didn't have enough letters.
Yes, I think so.
I'm going to go track and field.
Yes. And Maximum Velocity Track and Field.
Living up to their name.
They are way out there.
Putting full throttle down right here. Maximum Velocity with a clean handoff out front in lane 6.
23:36 for Maximum Velocity's leadoff, Reese Ciliani. I think that's one of the fastest splits we've seen, if not the fastest. Yep, fastest of the day so far, 23:36 for their first 200.
Woo! Wow.
She was out. Her team holding on to that lead with this third handoff.
Absolutely opening up Maximum Velocity. Leading end to end here.
This is a tough leg for Caddy Richardson on the third leg for Maximum Velocity. They have that huge lead. They need to hold on to it here coming into the anchor legs, and it looks like they're going to do okay.
Well, let's see what this final time is with 200 meters to go. Caddy Richardson handing up to Raquela Castanero.
Put her head down. She is looking down, trying to get through every little bit of this track.
How much drive phase do you have in a 200?
Exactly, and she's got it. Look at her. Maximum Velocity Track Elite is way out.
Opening up. Going to be another sub 150 race right here.
Looks like it. What is the time here? 1:46.25.
New fastest time of the day.
New fastest time of the day.
There we go.
This is what's so interesting about running relays. You know, they really stacked it. Reese Ciliani, she runs the fastest 200 of the day. Out of all of the 200s we've seen so far, she was their first leg. Here is our fifth heat, Ohio Speed, Braintree TC, Team Lions, Gray Bees TC, and Manor TC. Looks like Gray Bees TC has decided not to start. So 4 teams in this heat, which is number 5.
I think that's the way to do it in a 4x2. Yeah. Having space at the handoff is essential. So by putting your fastest girl in the first leg, you're just making sure every single exchange is clean.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know,
I would actually put her second.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's so fun because a coach has the opportunity to switch it up last minute, right?
Right, but what do I know? I'm not a sprinter, so.
Well, I think there's so many different ways to run relays, and they just have to know their competition, and they have to know how to do it. But Maximum Velocity Track and Field, they are the ones to beat right now. Watching this clock, 1:46.27 is the leading time.
And Ohio Speed is off to a great start. Clean handoff to Jade Pride. But we got Manor TC, Kamani Ward coming on very strong with that huge back kick. Leaning back a little bit. I think we're not seeing how fast she's truly floating over this track. Jada Pride holding on.
Coming up on this anchor leg here.
Handing up to Journey Hartgrove.
Ohio Speed in first, Manor TC in second, Team Lions in third, and Braintree TC in fourth.
Journey Hartgrove from Ohio Speed finishing up a great race for her team. But Manor TC is closing very hard. Will this be a new fastest time of the day?
Yes, it is. 1:45.10 it looks like officially. 1:45.10 for Ohio Speed.
That is a absolutely.
What consistent splits Ohio Speed had. Started with a 25.5, went to a 26.3, 26.3, 26.1. Pretty awesome.
Ohio Speed, some high fives down there. Now we're back on to heat number 6, Oakton Elite, Westford TC, Fairfield Track Club, the Rookies, and Woodlawn Elite.
So remember, the fastest seat time generally belongs to those in lanes 5 and then 6.
So 1:45.10 is the time to be at.
So the rookies at lane 5.
We have 17 sections of this 4x2.
Such a popular event. Fun way to mix up with your teammates, get ready for outdoor season.
After the 4x2s, we will go back to the girls' 2 miles.
We've got Fairfield Track Club followed closely by Westford TC into this exchange zone. Fairfield Track Club moving on this third leg.
That's Sophia Reyes out there for Fairfield Track Club. Looks like Nadia Swepson for Westford TC.
Passing up to Jordan Bishop from Westford TC. So now this is the fight between Fairfield Track Club and Westford TC. Can Westford TC catch Fairfield Track Club? Mia Gurovich is pulling away. Going to take this for the Fairfield Track Club.
Looks like that 1:45 is going to hold up for Ohio Speed.
Not going to take down the fastest time, but a great result at 1:46.83.
They are pumped.
Looked like she celebrated, slightly before the finish there.
They are looking at that time, 1:46.81.
This track is fast. Oh man, that's what you love to see.
Oh yeah, big
surprise themselves.
3-second PB for that Fairfield Track Club.
How are those splits?
And the win for their heat. Pretty awesome. Okay, heat 7.
Great splits for them too.
Scarlet Knights Track Club on the inside. Gilderland Track Club, Norton TC, Borough Panthers TC. Those are the 4 in heat 7.
Norton Track Club out of lane 5 have the fastest seat time 1:49 flat.
Looks like Borough Panthers TC out in the lead so far. Let's watch this handoff. And Borough's Panthers Track Club with a 24/7.
No. Looks like we had a little baton drop, unfortunately.
By which team? Could we see?
Looks like our Scarlet Knights Track Club.
Oh,
a little bit of a fumble.
They are back in it, though.
They're back in it. Never give up.
So it looks like Gilderland Track Club is out in front, with Borough Panthers TC in second.
And Scarlet Knights Track Club back for some revenge too, moving into third place. The Gilderland Track Club opening up before this final exchange.
Borough Panthers making a close here.
It's a nice fast leg right here. Gilderland Track Club followed by Borough Panthers TC.
Gilderland Track Club, though, looks like they are putting that grind on, that hurt. You could see it as she came around. But Borough Panthers TC is trying hard to hold on.
Gilderland Track Club will be taking the 7th section of the Rising Stars girls 4x200 in 1:47.26.24.
Heat number 8, just going through these.
Yeah, here we go. Heat number 8. We're doing great. The music, the vibes at the track.
DJ H. Coach H. That's Coach H is down on the infield here along with Dave Milner. They're doing a great job on the PA. It's hype up in here, peeps. Okay, who do we got?
All right, we've got Tusker TC, Hustle Track Club, Union Catholic TC, and the Charlotte Country Day School TC. Here we go. Big field. I love it.
Oh, everybody looks good.
Everybody's in it. This is going to be a pretty busy break-in.
Woo, fast leadoff leg by Emma Chambers for Hustle Track Club, 23:79.
You need to have one of those legs if you're really going to break into that top slot.
I love that name, Hustle Track Club. I mean, that's kind of what the 200's all about. You got to put your hustle on. You got to do that, and that's what you do in life. You got to hustle.
We're getting loopy here in the middle of these 200s. Looks like we've got Hustle Track Club, followed by Union Catholic TC. Union Catholic, everyone should know that school name. That's where Sydney McLaughlin Levrone is from. Union Catholic, always be in my high school.
She's going to be here this weekend, everybody.
And like we said, right on cue, Union Catholic Track Club moving into that top spot.
I think most of us can remember her in that blue, that light blue jersey.
Passing up to Jola Strayhorn.
Oh, Hustle Track Club coming up strong. Goes
Hustle
right
Track
by
Club.
Union Catholic.
This is going to be a fast leg. I can't wait to see this time. Hustle Track Club.
That's Jola Strayhorn. Excuse me. Jasmine Blattner.
Jasmine Blattner taking it for Hustle Track Club.
1:44.76.
That is a new fastest time of the day.
Wow.
Wow. Where are the splits?
1:45.02. Excuse me. We got a little excited. I don't know why it says 1:44.76, but
still the fastest time of the day.
1:45.02.
Okay.
We all got excited.
We are learning that the in-stadium clock is a little ambitious.
Well, sometimes.
Well, the big one.
Yeah.
The big one's a little ambitious.
We maybe just look a little fast. We got to look at the results, which all of you guys can go and check out.
They're very accurate.
So here we go. In Heat 9, Lady Knights, Limitless Track and Field, and Legion TC New York. I'm sorry, I think that, yeah, Legion TC New York.
We got Legion out in lead. Legion Legacy.
There was a hard fall there, but it looks like she's up and okay.
Legion Legacy taking it at the break, looking really strong. That's what, the 200, I like to say, anything over, 100, in a way you have to have a certain amount of strength. You have to be strong, you have to hold a consistent pace throughout the entire race.
Oh, you have to have so much strength and speed when you're running these shorter events.
Clean handoff here.
The power that comes, and you can just see it. All of these athletes are so strong, so quick.
Legion TC leading over the Lady Knights and Limitless Track and Field.
Legion's best time coming into this meet, 1:48.19, so they're going to shave 3 seconds off.
Legion moving for the next athlete. Emily Lopez opening up.
Legion TC, 1:48.19 is their PB coming in.
Emily Lopez with a speedy final leg. Let's get the split.
Wow, Limitless TNF has a fast last leg there too, but Legion TC is going to take the win. 1:47.78 with a new PB by over a half a second.
That is, a lot in this type of race. Love the high fives.
All
the
right.
team is stoked.
So this is Heat 10. Now you're from out here. For years I've said Peabody.
No, Peabody.
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 I am sorry to anybody in the Boston area that I've said Peabody.
No Peabody's here. We got Peabody Track Club, Westport Track Club, Archbishop, Ryan Ragdolls, Mustang, TC, and then, say the last one, Carrie.
Needham.
Needham Track Club. There we go.
Needham Track Club.
We love the local teams.
I know some of them, but
there's a lot.
There are a lot.
A lot of towns in the Boston Marathon
A lot of suburbs.
course. Here we go. Archbishop, Ryan, Out front, the Ragdolls. Peabody Track Club, however, moving on the break.
Yeah, and
Mustang
into the lead.
TC, we've heard that name before, rolling this leg. Mustang TC coming through to take first slot in the exchange. Clean handoff, getting a little stuck behind Peabody. This is going to be a great battle between Mustang TC and Peabody. This is where those fast times come, is when you're fighting against another team here.
Peabody is in the lead here, and looks like they're starting to really drive home to this final leg. Again, the time to beat is 1:45.02.
Nice handoff to Tamara Kimigisha. Tamara Kimigisha from Peabody, but she's getting hunted by London Green DeBose from Mustang TC and the Westport Track Club.
Westport Track Club is really coming on strong here in third place.
Francine Stevens from the Westport Track Club, but it's going to be Westport Track Club right at the line.
She got it. Look at that. With 75 meters to go, she really could see that she had an opportunity, and she took it with that big dip at the line. 1:46.99.
1:46.99 for Westport. That's a new season's best for them. As we move on to section 11.
New season's best, not a new PB. In Heat 11, we have Mount Vernon Track Club, Greenwich TC, EO Panthers TC, Borough Panthers TC, Adrenaline, and Winchester.
That's a tough one. I don't know.
Right, so this is section 11 of 17 heats of this Rising Stars Girls 4x2.
Here we go. I love track and field, Carrie.
I did too. Here we go. How many? This is 11 of the 13. No, how many? 17 heats.
11 of 17.
Woo!
We go Winchester out front. Followed by Adrenaline. Wow, that is a good name, too.
It is a good name. 24-4 for the leadoff leg for Winchester.
You know, it'd be my dream to close in a 24.
I know. Adrenaline, though, really making a strong move here into the lead. Looks like it's Greenwich TC in second, Borough Panthers in third.
Adrenaline Track Club, Greenwich TC into the handoff.
Already a change there. That's an Adrenaline.
Greenwich TC. Yep. Greenwich TC is rolling, but Adrenaline and the Borough Panthers are right behind, making chase.
I mean, what do you think these athletes are thinking right now? If Sydney McLaughlin was just watching her high school team, I'm sure she's still there watching. They're probably thinking, oh my gosh, the best we've ever seen is in this crowd.
They might be thinking that before, but they're certainly not thinking that now in this race.
But they definitely want to put a show on.
Oh yeah. They're thinking, I am lactic, I am moving, and Greenwich TC, I am fighting off Adrenaline Track Club.
Look at this.
Adrenaline Track Club, Greenwich TC, a battle to the line. Adrenaline Track Club pulling up Greenwich TC. Oh, unfortunate fall for Greenwich. She was giving everything she had. Oh, unfortunate. That looked painful. I hope she's okay.
Looks like she's okay, but she hit her head hard.
That is when you give it your all.
She was going for it.
And her team
overstriding a little bit maybe.
She was doing her best to hold off Adrenaline, who takes the win in 1:45.86.
Oh.
Just looks painful.
It did, and she got up. She's moving around. She's okay, but here we go. Heat 12. Bullis is an interesting no start. St. Mark's Phillips Academy, Andover, Marblehead Track Club, and IMG Elite. So the Bullis Track Club's not in this.
Marblehead also has a pretty famous pro runner from there. Isn't that where Shalane's from? Shalane Flanagan?
Oh, yes!
Here we go. IMG Elite coming up from sunny Florida.
Marblehead Track Club, though, is the first one to have that handoff.
So it looks like Marblehead Track Club having lane 5 for the lead.
Marblehead Track Club Looking strong right now, coming into that third leg. Phyllis Academy, Andover, IMG Elite, and St. Mark's, all still in this race.
Wow, we are getting some jockeying here. Marblehead Track Club pulling up, but we are having Phillips Academy, Andover fighting St. Mark's, trying to get around. St. Mark's wants to go around. Phillips Andover, unfortunate fall. Oh, we got to stop this trend here. Here we go. Marblehead Track Club. And Phillips Andover, you know, they got back up. They got back up.
They're all in it still. We still have four athletes out on the track. But those falls are so hard.
It hurts me.
It hurts me too. Marblehead Track Club, though, holding on here. Watching that clock. 1:46.70, putting them into 7th place. So that time still being held by Hustle Track Club of 1:45.02. They were in Heat 8.
I think that 23.79 split from Hustle Track Club, that's really hard. That is, you know, that's a split.
We've only seen one faster today.
Here we
are
go.
in Heat 13.
Titans Track Club, hashtag the Elite TC, Hornets TC, Clayton, and the DC Cadets. You know, this would be a good, you know, horse race. You just go in, you pick one, you see how your horse does. I know betting's probably illegal at the high school level.
Yes, I think so. But you know, back at
Could be fun.
When I used to run in college, there were, you know, people in the stands that would say, "I got my bet on you, Nova."
Wow.
So people definitely
no pressure.
Yeah. So whether they were actually betting money or not, you know, people are.
It's symbolic. It's not real money.
Yes. There's some hardcore track and field fans in the crowd today, and right now we are watching this 13th heat of the 4x2. It looks like Clayton is in the lead.
Clayton, the Elite TC, Hornets TC, DC Cadets. Clayton, smooth handoff. To Gorina.
Clayton definitely looks like they are in control right here. The hashtag the Elite TC is starting to close though, just as I said it. We're also watching the Hornets TC. And the Titans TC. There's quite a bit of battle there for third.
Clayton handing off right as the Elite TC hands off to Cameron Fontaine and Clayton to Elena Greena. And Clayton's holding off with the Elite. Clayton really opening up here on this final 50 meters. What does she have left? Pushing.
Again, watching that clock. Oh, I think we might have a new time. Looks like we have a 1:44.34 for Clayton to put them into first.
Wow, Clayton.
And listen to their splits, 24-8, 26-3, 26-7, 26-42. Very consistent.
Very impressive by Clayton to take the top spot from the Hustle Track Club. Heat 14.
Weston High School, Cranston West, West Orange TC, EHS, and Laville Big Red TC.
Here we go.
Laville Big Red TC.
Laville.
22.86 for Sophia Swindell, the fastest 200 meters of the day. Cranston West in second.
You think it's Elville or Laville?
I don't know. Elville, Laville.
Louisville. That's how you say it.
Louisville.
There we go.
Cranston West now taking over.
22.86 split from Sophia Swindle.
Cranston West. I think that Dave Milner said Elville.
Elville. Hey, rep what you know.
We need to know Elville.
Cranston West coming to the exchange, fighting
But
with Elville. Is she gonna get there?
She did. Oh, but look at that.
We might just see a new fastest time of the day here in this one. Wow, beautiful. And we got third place fighting to move up, EHS.
So all of the teams in this section 14 have run 146 before.
Elville pushing through the line. 142, 143.
Whoa! 143.57. The new lead.
143.57 for Elville. 56, 143.98 for Cranston West. 1-2 fastest times of the day, Carrie.
Yes. They look so smooth. All right, here we go. Heat 15, Carolina Cavaliers, NWF Houston. Carolina Cavaliers, there's two teams for the Cavaliers, Rams Elite and Tiger Track Club.
All right, here we go. This is Heat 15. We have two more after this. But in this section, we've got Carolina Cavaliers, NWF Houston. We've got Carolina Cavaliers B team. We've got Rams Elite, and we've got Tiger Track
So
Club.
Rams Elite going through that first turn out in front. Let's see what happens here on the first handoff.
She's going to hand off to Jordan Rochester.
And it is Rams Elite. Jordan Rochester on the second leg.
Jordan Rochester's gone out on a new level. This could be a really quick split right here. Opening up into this handoff exchange.
The Carolina Cavaliers, they are trying to keep their eye up on that front leg.
Oh, I love the style here.
Deja Reed for Ramsey Elite.
Deja Reed with the shades.
Future's so bright.
Future's so bright.
It is awesome in here, though. You can see the sun. It is a bright, pretty day out here in Boston, and you can feel that in here. There's just such energy all around with the big windows. And here we are on the final leg. Rams Elite. They are out far ahead. Carolina Cavaliers in second. Tiger Track Club in third.
I've got to do a poll of the athletes to see how the track hack is in here. You know, the infamous indoor track.
Yeah.
How's the air quality? Because it feels like we're outside to me.
Feels good in here.
And Rams Elite coming in extremely
Watching that
strong. Watch the time.
1:43.29. It is a new fastest time of the day.
New fastest time of the day. We
Rams
love to
Elite.
see it. Rams Elite.
Well, Loden Atkinson led off with a 23.53, gave them a real good push in that first leg. And here we are, second to last heat. We have Woodbourne TC, Winslow, Binghamton, Purple TC, and North Reading Track Club.
All right, so from the inside out, we've got Woodburn, Winslow, Binghamton, Purple Track Club out of Ann Arbor, Michigan, and then North Reading on the outside. So keep an eye out for Purple Track Club in lane 5. They have the fences. Seed time coming in. Zaida Lapina is opening up for
Coming
them.
into this first exchange. We've got Purple TC.
And North Reading Track Club.
It's a little misleading that Purple TC is not wearing purple, I have to say. They're throwing me off.
2-3 meter advantage over North Reading.
So Winslow's wearing purple.
Winslow's in second, yep. So Purple TC out there, Winslow trying to close in. All right, third leg here.
Purple TC and Winslow battling.
And Winslow's Cameron Holness really is trying to hold off Mauricia Bryant. But Bryant had too much on that back stretch. She's now in the lead for Purple TC.
And
no, Winslow.
Winslow is handing up. I told you it was confusing.
I know.
Olivia Acaro of Winslow taking on this final anchor leg. Oh, Cameron Holness. For Winslow, we just heard the in-steam announcer announce that they changed the order up.
So Winslow out in front. Purple TC.
Watch the clock.
Watching those times.
Winslow.
Oh, didn't quite get it. 1:43.96 for Winslow.
Third slot in the Rising Stars, 4x200.
Purple TC, 1:44.71. So Rams Elite is that team to beat, 1:43.28. And this is the final heat here.
Here we go, final heat. We've got Kujitolea TC, Penatucket Track Club, the DC Cadets, Guilderland Track Club. There we go.
Framingham did not start.
All right, so from inside out, this is our final section. 17, we got Kujitolea Track Club.
Kujitolea Track Club.
DC Cadets and Guilderland on the outside have gone out really hard. This is Khadija Sano running for them. They come in with a
Guilderland Track Club on the outside, opening up in lane 6.
So this one wide open now. It's Guilderland with a huge lead. Khadija Sano.
Guilderland Track Club on the exchange. A little bit of a slower handoff from Guilderland. Can they make it up? We got Penatucket Track Club right behind. Going into the break, we got a strong leg from Guilderland Track Club.
Sano running a 23.35 for that first 200. And it looks like
She probably came in faster than she expected.
Yeah, Barnhart is looking good too for Guilderland Track Club.
Guilderland Track Club making the move. I think they're coming in faster than they anticipate. Hard to do that from a standstill.
Looks like Parker Steele on the third leg here.
Parker Steele from the Guilderland Track Club. Leading this race end to end is Guilderland Track Club.
Guilderland Track Club's PB 1:44.95. It's going to take that to get the new lead of the day. Let's keep our eyes on the clock. This is the last leg of the 4x2.
Guilderland Track Club. Here we go. We've got last 50 meters to go. Can we get...
Watch it. I think they're going to do it. They're going to do it. 1:41.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. I don't even know how that just happened. That was incredible.
1:41.72. 23.35, 27.52, 25.48, and 25.39 were their splits. Guilderland Track Club, they were the team to beat.
Guilderland Track Club taking this by almost, a second and over a second and a half over the next fastest time.
Oh, yeah. And to be honest, the way that they made up that team, their team, they had very consistent 23 out in front, and then they had 27 on the second leg, and then they had 2 25s. So like you said, a lot of these teams had their stars up front, their fastest ones up, they're all stars.
Yes,
but they had their fastest one on the first leg.
And we are moving on in our schedule to the girls 2-mile championship.
So we have 7 heats.
We have 7 heats, and then the fastest 2 heats the way this goes is girls championship 2-mile run, final on time, and then we have the boys championship top 2 heats. We have 5 heats now, then we have 2 heats of the boys, and then we have our fastest 2 girls heats as well. So we might have a little bit of a break right now as we get the girls 2-mile on the track.
shoes in the 80s.
Right.
You know, I've always been with Nike.
Right.
And I don't want to change my lenses.
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking at 10 to 20 grand.
I wanted to start doing video stuff on my own.
147.
I said, did you copy? I can read. That's amazing. I'm like, let's go.
Just keep going. The one thing I'll
I can't get on Wi-Fi. I have most of the time.
You're just on the open one?
No, we have a private one, but it's for some reason it's not working.
Open one works.
Working? Yeah. We're doing all of our talk and video over. Like this thing is over south. Yeah, 12 minutes. These things are amazing. I did ESPN hockey last week, and we used not the backpacks, but they had the whole 9 cameras, all the comms was all over. It's all over cell towers. And it's $800 a unit. So for $800, instead of getting satellite,
for Wi-Fi,
well, it's not Wi-Fi. It's this little box. It's got SIM cards in it. So it's got like 3 SIM cards for AT&T, 3 for Sprint, 3. It's got all these different SIM cards in it, and there's no delay. It's like being on the phone with someone. So they're sending all the video feeds across the country. They were switching in Las Vegas. They were doing replay in Chicago, and it was just seamless. And the comm worked a lot better than this. The comm was over this instead of over.
Yeah, I keep this. When I added the app to this, these are really good fitting.
Right.
It's like I have to connect in a certain order.
Right.
So it's not bad. I have to connect without anything on, and then I check it on like YouTube, and then I go over and then it turns on. At one point I was listening to YouTube, and this was still coming out over that. Like, so I know this is connected. You know, I wasn't. It was weird. My real job, I build the network for in-building Verizon Wireless. But I don't see.
I was just gonna say, I don't think they're filming.
I don't see any in-building repeaters or antennas, nothing. I've been looking all day.
You would think with this many people here, they would have to have it. And there's question for it too. What do you give for a knife on here? If I can not get yelled at anymore, that'd be great. I keep going near this camera, but I'm not in the shot. That's their finish line, like back up, yeah. I'm like, I'm fine. I see it.
Alright, so just arriving here at the track of
The guy at the beard was the guy that owns the companies at the time.
is going to be the girls.
Cody, great guy, very low stress, which is unusual for a timer. Right. Usually they're like stress monsters.
Technology has helped them out, huh?
Kicking off in about 10, 12 minutes or
The only
so.
problem with the chips is if a girl's like dead tired, you like want to help her get her thing, but
you
reaching
can't.
down her,
Right.
So it's like,
I noticed that. They're like, can we get your chips? Can we get your chips? So do they assign them certain chips, or is it just a bunch, like they just know, they have to keep track of who, what chip? It's a lot.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's a lot for this speed.
Yeah. This many.
It's not that big of a deal. It's
Right.
like, you know,
There's not this many athletes. Yeah.
there's
I'd like to know how many like total athletes. There's got to be some crazy number, right?
well, yeah, I can just do it quick. I had it right here.
My high school has, I think, 4 different.
Today there's 1,682 entries. So relays.
It's
a relay
by 4.
So there's probably 2,500 kids.
Wow. So what's your full-time gig now?
Firefighter.
I was a firefighter for 8 years and full-time for 6.
Okay. So you were volley.
I was a call and then full-time.
Yeah, I'm retiring with 10. I started at 44.
Oh, you started late. In May?
In July. So then I'm trying to get a gig in this event world.
Yeah.
Like I do road races and I do.
It's like incident command, but there's no people dying.
Yeah.
I went to school, so I was a firefighter, and I went to school for audio engineering recording, and I went on tour and did production managing, and I'm like, everybody's all stressed. I'm like, nobody's dying. Like, everything's great. This is so great. This is easy. Like, why are you people all worked up over nothing?
Yeah, so I've been applying for different jobs, like also on the road race side as well. So
you must be a runner. Are you a runner?
Yeah, and I'm a college coach. Was a college coach and I'm a high school coach. So I've been doing this for about 20 years, but now I want to get into it full time, and that's my swan.
I mean, there's got to be a million jobs, right? It's hard to get
at the level I want to do it at. I mean, I could probably get paid and sling shit for like Spartan race, like 45,000. But I need to at least come close to my fire salary, which isn't that great.
Right.
I started firefighting so I could get back into coaching because it allows.
Is that full time or is it like paid call?
It's 1 on 4 off, 1 on 3, 1 on 3 off. You're hearing like.
I'm hearing nothing.
Okay.
Which is common for me. Common that I have nothing. Oh, they locked me out. People like, you're crazy, you left firefighting. I'm like, I was in a small town, I was dealing with the town hall, I was dealing with family, with alcoholics, my mother, and like, and I knew every accident we went to in high school, I knew the kids, personally. And they were, the thing that like did it for me was, I didn't realize it was messing me up as much as it was, but we had a fatal, double fatal, and the mother was she worked in the library. And I was like doing my senior research paper in the library, and she's like, so how bad was it? I couldn't say, your son was the only one wearing a seatbelt, but he died. Like, I couldn't say that, but I'm like, I gotta get out. My uncle was a fire deputy in Cambridge. He's like, it's in Cambridge, you don't know anyone. You know, and it's just, it affects you differently. And I was young, I was 16 when I got on. And I was interior the day I turned 18, you know, so.
Yeah, it's a young man's job.
I still spark. I mean, I love shooting video and pictures. And
you combine it. Get yourself a drone and do the...
I want to get my license, my drone license.
And then you can do the fire scenes and be that way.
And like, our department doesn't have that, so I could like, the chief and I are still like buddies, you know?
I mean, honestly, it helps.
Oh, it's amazing. With the thermal stuff too on the drones is amazing. I was watching some New York stuff, like they've got like instantly the drones there on a second alarm.
We don't have anything in our department. We're a bigger department, but not that.
Are you in Scarborough?
On the Waterbury, which is a blue collar town.
Yep.
So we have the 3 families, so they're
you got some lower income.
Yeah. Most of the stuff is. Okay.
I'm here. Camera 6 is here.
Okay.
No, my brother was a firefighter, Mike was a firefighter, so I got the bug. It doesn't go away.
I'm ready to be done.
I'm so glad I wasn't an addict during COVID and all that.
I'm in a small facility too, so I'm just ready to be. I don't like my boss. I don't like my crew.
You went on an engine or
what? I'm in an engine now. I was on a truck, and now I'm in the busiest house in the city. So I'm like,
how'd that work? Usually the senior guys go to the slower houses.
Yeah.
How many guys are on a shift?
4. Rescue's 5. Everybody else is 4. So it's just good. At least we're not staffed with like 2 or 4.
Yeah, right.
Some places are like that.
You can actually be within NFPA. My brother actually writes the fire code. NFPA 1. My brother writes NFPA life safety code.
Okay.
That's his name is on that. They just switched him to work from home forever. I can't believe they're delaying this.
3 minutes. Okay. Get the girls on the line. It'll take them a couple minutes to get down here.
Right? I toured for about 10 years, then I worked in a music venue until COVID.
Okay.
And then I went back into construction during COVID.
Construction?
Yeah, the equipment, driving a truck, which is that's what I did when I was on the fire department. You know, the double income. I didn't hear. Are they talking about something? Kick me off. Take it on.
So they made it here, and so I think they know what to do.
All right, well, we have the first section of the championship girls 2 mile on the track, and I'm going to let Heather read out all the names. Oh, no, we can't hear Heather, so we're going to be, I'll do it. Kayla Devane, Olivia Pesso, Katrina Sandman, Olivia Holbrook, Willow Myers, Ava Hendricks, Reese Landis, Sophia Hogado, Sophia Ginsburg, Virginia Averdy, Allison Kopsker, Allison Layton, and Jasmine Parin. This 2 mile.
First of these 7 sections. This is heat 1. We've got Kayla Devine, Olivia Pesso, Katrina Sandman, Olivia Holbrook, Willow Myers, Ava Hendricks, Reese Landis, Sophia Holgado, Sophie Ginsburg, Virginia.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the New Balance Indoor Nationals. We are here, and we have seen so many great races already, but we are super excited. Dana and I are on the mic again, but we are here with a friend. We have Heather McLean here, Olympian, and also just such a rock star athlete that competes and races for New Balance as a pro and lives right here, so knows every in and out of this track. And so welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm so excited to be here and help broadcast with you all. I'm sure you guys have been doing an amazing job all day, so hopefully I can add a little bit.
Well, on the track right now, we have Heat 1 of the Girls Championship 2 mile. So Willow Myers, Reese Landis, Virginia Averdy, Kayla Devine, Ava Hendricks, Katrina Sandman, Jasmine Perron, Olivia Holbrook, Sophia Hogado, Allison Kopskirt, Olivia Layton, and Olivia Pesso, and Sophia Ginsburg.
Who do we have leading right now? Willow Myers is in the lead at the moment.
Yep, just going through the first 400 here. So we'll get our split. So 74, so that's just under 74. There you go.
So 74 second pace is right around, well, they're out a little quick.
It was a little fast.
Yeah.
That's a 5-minute pace right there.
Yes, it is. So it's they're at 10-minute pace. So this is the paces are going to be. So we're watching these pace lights. Do we see them? I don't see the
pace lights.
I don't see the lights either. So they're going to have some pace lights throughout these heats. And if you're just tuning in, every single heat typically has a little bit difference of the pace, and these athletes are able to chase not only each other, but the lights. And you get to do that every now and then, Heather.
Oh yeah, pace lights are awesome. I've only done it once or twice, but I didn't particularly pay too much attention to them, but some people really love them. I thought they were helpful for sure. I had a pacer too, so that helped obviously, but she said that it was awesome.
So Ellie Perrier St. Pierre, who just had her baby.
Yes, so
Yay,
excited.
congratulations, little boy.
Oh yeah, Ivan, I can't wait to meet him.
Oh my gosh, so cool. But we watched her chase when you guys set the world record.
Yep.
Last year, wasn't it almost just a year ago?
Yeah, and I think it was cool for the spectators especially to have the pace lights because they could see how far ahead of the record we were. So yeah, that's from a spectator perspective as far as like what I heard, but from an athlete perspective, I think it's definitely helpful, especially when you're in a race that might not necessarily have a pacer or something like that. So
right. Yeah. So no pace light in this heat right now, but that's what I kind of like too, is that, you know, the 2 mile is such it's a long race indoors, right? I mean, there's a lot of laps. I used to have to shut my eyes sometimes when I would go by the lap counter. I didn't want to know how many laps I had left, and that was maybe more for the 5K. But, you know, these athletes are really starting to kind of figure out how to race other people, and if they haven't, this is really a good shot for them to do that.
For sure. I mean, these are athletes, they deserve to be here. They earn their spot here. Now they get to race against some of the other best athletes in the country. So I think it's a really good experience for everybody out there, no matter what kind of race you have.
And we have a new leader in Virginia Averdy from the Mountain Brook Track Club. Heather, are you more of a sit and kick, or do you like to lead the race? And I know the answer to this, but
I'm definitely not a leader, but I did lead a race at Grand Prix, and it paid off, so maybe I should start leading
So
more.
you gotta mix it up every once in a while.
I think it depends on the distance for me. Like for the longer distances, I tend to sit back, see where the pace takes me. But yeah, I think that Virginia is really opening it up here. I think she has about a second lead on the rest of the field right now.
Yeah, they're just under 10 laps to go now.
Wow, she looks strong. I mean, they all look amazing out there.
And their splits have really evened out. Now they're running 80s, and it's, you know, looks to be a more comfortable, steady pace. We'll see as these heats go along, the paces will drop. And then those final 2 championship heats.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we have some very accomplished, talented athletes, including Ellie Shea, who is a local athlete who's just with you in Australia.
She was just with me in Australia. She's awesome. I think she was top 10, or she was 10.
She was 10, leading her team to the U20 bronze.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that more later.
I mean, cracking the top 10 at a global championship as a U20 athlete for cross country is incredible. So I'm excited to see what she does here, and I'm excited to see what other breakout athletes come out of this meet.
And we're coming through to get our mile split here. You know, we've slowed down from that 5-minute pace, but still a great clip.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think they're just settling in. You know, everyone is excited. This is the first 2 mile heat of the day. And when you come out here and you know the women that have run on this track before, and we get to sit next to one and hear from one right now, Heather McLean, you know, that is so cool. I mean, they're lacing up their shoes knowing that a world record has been set here in the DMR. Like, Newbalance brings their professional athletes out there to meet everybody.
And it looks like we've got the pace lights on now. So most of the field is ahead of these pace lights, which is what we love to see. That means personal bests will be made in this race, which is awesome.
Looks like that. The first heat will be in 11:06, so they are trying to run faster than those lights, which are set at 11:06 pace. Which
That's
would
around
actually
about 5:33 per mile.
which is what they're kind of settling into, maybe a little bit slower, so those pace lights are definitely catching up to them.
We still have Virginia here in the lead. She's got about a 4-second lead on the next person. She's looking really strong out there.
Virginia Averett from Mountain Brook Track Club. She's a senior. Her PB is 11:10, or at least her seed time coming in 11:10.
So Heather, there is a really cool display here of some of your accomplishments in making the Olympic team, sweeping the podium with your Team New Balance athletes, Ellie Purrier and Corey McGee. What did you feel like when you walked in? You're like, not only do I have a locker room here, I also have a shrine.
I do not have one of those, but I do have the locker room. And,
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really awesome. Just for instance, the locker room's gotten kind of overtaken this weekend by some of the athletes that are here. There's like a team room set up in the locker room right now.
Oh, okay.
So I go in there, I'm like, this is. But I'm happy that other people are getting to use it.
Do you have a real locker? Does it have a lock?
I do have a locker with a lock and a towel that says my name on it, but that's my towel.
Does it say your name on it on the outside?
No, it does not. Maybe soon. I mean,
but you have an Ultra G in there and a hot tub and a cold tub?
Yeah, we have some
in between?
bikes.
In between calling races, maybe we can go to a workout.
Definitely. Jump in the hot tub, cool off maybe in the cool tub. So it's really awesome. We have a lot of resources here. The lab's right across the hall, so if anything's ever going on, we need to test a new product, that's a great place.
That is really
resource
cool
to have. Yeah, I'm really excited that this is just game-changing for our team. So.
And you live pretty close without telling us exactly where you live, Heather.
I live at, no, I'm just kidding.
But you live pretty close to the track, so it's easy for you to get to?
I'm about 10 minutes away. I was like 2 minutes away with Dana a few years ago. We both lived in Brighton, which is right up the street from the track, but I live a little bit further away now, 10 minutes, still not very far.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's nice that I get to be so close because it's easy to hop over here for practice or whatever else.
Yeah. Well, we're inviting another team member as Dana steps away.
Awesome.
Katie Van Berskik is here, and she is also an Olympian. You two both you competed in the Olympics together. Katie VB is what we say to make it a little easier on me because my sometimes I mess things up a little bit, like Peabody versus Peabody.
You got it.
So anyway, but Katie, you two probably have raced against each other a little bit.
I think so, yeah, a few times.
I've always been chasing you.
Oh, that's so funny. So we're coming up here, though, on what we are almost done. 3 laps to go for this first heat of the 2-mile. Katie, you were on the call earlier this morning. You got to see some fun races.
I sure did. Yeah, we kicked things off, Jasmine, Todd, and I this morning, and got things started. And the crowds are continuing to fill up. I mean, the excitement's just building. It was a great start to the day, and excited for the rest of it. We got 2 more full days of action, which I can't believe.
I know, and it's so fun that we have these professional athletes that can come up here and chat with us. They run for New Balance. They know the gear. They know everything about it. And I mean, so many people are like, there's a lot of races going on this weekend, and everyone was like, I am going to be here. This is the place to be.
It is. I mean, we get to see some amazing talent out there this weekend, and I think it's a good opportunity for everybody and for the athletes who might just be in the stands this year to kind of aspire to be in the track next year.
Yeah, for sure. So Reese Landis right now is in the lead, and we have Virginia Everett in second and Allison Kopser in third. So this is that tough part of the race where a lot of times we are super exhausted, right?
Yeah.
But we need to kind of dig back in. What do you ladies tell yourselves when you have less than 400 to go?
I like to tell myself I only have a 4x4 left, and you always have enough energy for a 4x4. So I think I remember like my college and high school days where you've run like 6 events and you're toasted, but you had just enough energy for the 4x4. So I always try to tell myself the last 400, like, you only have a 4x4 left.
Yeah, I love that.
That's fantastic. Nothing as good as that, for sure. You know what? I was always, once I got to 400 to go, that was my sweet spot. It was convincing myself to get to that point. That was the harder job. But I really like that. I'm going to use that. I only have a 4x4 left.
I mean, exactly. It's nice, like, especially I loved the 4x4. It was like my favorite part of college, I would say. And so I just pretend I'm still fast enough to run one when I'm at the end of the race.
Do you go to the sprint hands?
I don't go to the sprint hands, but yeah.
Oh, here we go. This is Reese Landis crossing the line.
Oh my goodness.
In 11:02.
This must be a PR
60, and that is a new PB for Reese Landis. She's run 11:08:06.
Amazing.
So 6 seconds.
For last lap, that's awesome.
Yep.
Congrats to Reese.
Allison Kopser in second. Ava Hendricks in third. Katrina Sandman and Virginia Everett rounding out our top 5. So we have 7 heats. So we're going to see the first 5, and then we come back. We have a little bit of a break. We see the top 2 heats for the boys, and then we're going to come back and see the top 2 heats for the girls.
Cool.
So lots of 2 miles, which is, you know, one of my favorite races. I love that the 2 mile is a race where you see a lot of athletes get out, and they settle down, and then they got to, like, regroup, and then they got to kick.
Yeah. It takes, you have to stay present the whole time for sure.
For sure, yeah. And really moves happen when you don't. That's
exactly.
For me, I wanted to make the Olympic team in the 5K like you, Kate, and I had a little mental lapse in those like 3/4 of the way through. And really, I mean, so many things happened there. And then I like woke up and came out of it, but it was too late.
Yeah.
I find that especially on the indoor track because it's so many laps that you can kind of either lose track or you fall asleep a little bit, and you're so right, you have to just be on the whole time.
Yeah. Well, here we are. Let's just go through this list. Josefina Rastelli, Anira Shabi Barriola, Sira Kotz, Amy Devon, Haley Smith, Anna Caruthers, Natalie Spanger, Anna Graves, Jane Lynch, Anna Mordvinova, Lucia Rodbro, Lacey Danvilitz, Abby Artbane, Addison Magui, Madison Clore, Caroline Klutch, Natalie Crocker, and Olivia Murray. There's a lot of names that we've read so far, but there are 18 girls in this race.
Wow.
I know.
And that's why you're seeing them all the way out into lane 2 trying to get their position.
Yeah.
This track is fast even from lane 2, but certainly you want to be able to find your way up into the lead as quick as possible and settle in.
Get out of the traffic.
I find with these races, you want to make a good move early on and kind of just sit in.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never ran a 2 mile, but I'm sure one day when I do that, I'll want to do that for sure.
One day. So what do you think your distance will be?
Oh, I mean, of course I hope it's going to be the 1500
You wanna
forever, but you never know where
know.
life will take you.
Yeah.
I would like to get stronger and be able to run a stronger 2 mile and 3K, but I'm working into it.
Yeah, exactly. Take your time. Kate, tell us about your training. Are you going to race again? I mean, you just made the Olympic team just a couple years ago.
I did. After 25 years of that being a goal, finally did it. So I'm not sure. I'm looking to the roads now, I think. And that's what I was just about to say to you is that, you know, you got time to move up and it will happen, you know, and that's what we see with so many athletes that you start out as an 8:15 specialist. It's always there for you. And I think that's a really beautiful thing about our sport is, I mean, the trails. I haven't really explored the trails either. So the track is awesome. I'm actually very sad I've never raced here. So I might have to come out of track retirement just so I can race at this gorgeous facility.
Does that mean I have to come way out of retirement?
Yes.
Yeah. In fact, I think we have the makings of a really fast relay here.
Yeah.
I don't think you want me on that relay at all.
Well, you and I could put together a Masters relay pretty well.
Yes, we could.
We could do that.
Yeah, okay. I'm thinking I want to go to the javelin after this. But right now we're looking at Addison Magui out in the lead. Went through in 75 seconds for the first 400. Anna Graves right there. Josefina Rastelli. I mean, pretty much everyone is still in this race.
Yeah, 75, so they're starting off strong just like the last heat.
Right around 5-minute pace, right, is where a lot of these athletes wanted maybe to eventually get to. Right now, I think they're a little hot. Most of these PBs are right around 11 minutes in this heat. So they'll settle in, but this is how I race. I don't know how you guys race when you're in high school, but, you know, I got out hard, and I think a lot of athletes do that, and it's okay as long as you can control yourself in those middle laps when they really hurt.
Definitely. Yeah, it looks like they're a little bit ahead of the pace lights at the moment. Everybody in the field, which is good.
Yeah.
People are still kind of bunched up a little bit, so.
We've seen some of these races today where almost the entire field has PR'd.
Oh my God.
Yeah, which is super cool.
It's exciting coming here for high schoolers. I mean, there's so much hype around it. You have the backpacks, you have the atmosphere. You're seeing these pro athletes that you've looked up to your whole life, and I think it makes them really excited and ready to go. Plus, like, they get to run on a fast track. So what more can you ask for?
Well, the fact that there are still so many of them bunched together up at the front, even though they're on this fast pace, really speaks to that, right?
For sure. And like I said, these are the best high schoolers in the country. Like, they're coming here ready to go.
That's right.
It's just exciting for us to get to see it, you know?
I mean, you think of that. Our first section, right, has some of the newer athletes maybe, or they're maybe a little bit younger or whatever, but 11:20 is about the cutoff time. 11:20.
Wow.
You know, I mean, that's super fast.
Yeah.
So, you know,
I bet at one point 11:20 was like
winning states.
in the top, yeah. It's
Yeah.
just amazing to see how fast high schoolers are these days. I'm
And
like,
so
I don't know
many.
if I would have made it if I was still in high
That's the thing.
school.
I think over the years we've always seen, you know, some fast times, but there's so many now. I think our sport is really booming.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's getting so much more popular, which I think is amazing as well.
Yeah, watching Jane Lynch right now take the lead and looks really good too. Rastelli right there in second, Magui in third.
Looks like the top three are trying to pull away just a little bit.
And we were talking about this
into a
earlier.
mile.
Do you think they work together? I mean, a lot of these athletes don't know each other. You know, when you're on the professional circuit or even in college, you start to get to know people. So there might be some chatter or even like some DMs or something where like, I'd like to run this fast. Do you think athletes do that now because we do have social media and ways to connect?
There's potential. I mean, I've never personally done that, but you never know. There might be coaches who collaborate, or maybe they're not necessarily training together, but they're in the same club. Or
Right.
You never know, but I think even not knowing each other and being out there, they're working together in a way, just drafting off the person in front of you, or knowing how fast that person's going to go, or studying the race and knowing what kind of racer they are. So.
Right. I always found that actually helped with my nerves. If I was really nervous before a race, I would just start chatting with my competitors, right? Because it was just, I needed an outlet for the energy.
Yeah, and they're nervous too.
That's right. Yeah. And then it felt like we were all in it together, even though we were competing, which I really liked.
So less than a mile to go here. They're right around 10:40 pace, it looks like.
Oh, awesome.
So some PBs are still able to happen.
And it looks like the back of the pack is still with the light, so you can see many PRs in this heat.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like Jane Lynch now out in front, starting to put a little distance.
You know, that's the other thing about this meet. You were just saying this, Heather, is that I think that you come into it with, you know, your personal best, your season's best, your seed, but that really only says so much, right? Because so much probably has happened since you ran that time, and all the factors you just mentioned about how much faster it makes you run when you're actually here. It's kind of cool that you can see these athletes like putting in big moves and taking what look like big risks, but they're paying off, and you're seeing that the times reflect that.
And I think like this is a different type of environment, and it can really bring out the best in people. And these athletes here, like maybe they're inspired by the really fast athletes that are in their field. I want to run just as fast as them, and they just have never gotten the opportunity. So either way, like I said, it's a great opportunity to just be here, be able to see these athletes race, be able to race against them.
Absolutely.
All right, 5 to go. So 1,000 meters, and this is kind of that point in the race. I don't know, I didn't really think about Ks when I was in high school. I thought about 800 meters to go, 1,200 meters to go. But when you know that you are, now you're seeing the laps click by and you know you're getting close to 800 meters to go, there's some moves that are made. Like mentally they're back in it. Even if they've fallen asleep for a little bit, they know they got to get going again.
Yep. And there's something so impactful about that too. If you can sort of throw in a surge or even just fake it, if you're running with someone and you're hurting and you know they're hurting, and you kind of you test their hand almost, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretend that you're feeling better than they are, and sometimes that's just enough.
Right. All right, so Jane Lynch still in the lead. Sticking right around 80 seconds per lap. So 5:40 pace is what she's locked into, although she did have that first few laps that were a little bit quicker.
I think I extended.
Having trouble getting it stable.
So these go up and down.
This one will work.
Right.
this is where Lynch is going to have the advantage of starting to lap a couple of other athletes because she's running all by herself up there, and that's a bit of a blind spot to be. But if you can start using the backs of the other runners in front of you as motivation, that can really help.
Yeah, start picking people off or closing gaps. Mental games, mind games. It's so important on these longer races.
She's got a great tempo going and doesn't show any sign of slowing down.
Oh. Yeah, she's looking really good going into these final laps right here.
So 2 to go. Heather was saying that she thinks of the 4x4 during this.
Yes. Oh, you got 400 to go. Just pretend you're the last leg of the 4x4 right now.
I used to run on complete fear running the 4x4.
Fear?
I was like, oh my gosh, I got to get going. My teammates need me. All right, so she's coming up to that final lap, and she looks so good. She's really starting to squeeze her pace a little bit. Oh, excuse me. She is falling a little bit. But she's still ahead of her PB pace, which is great.
Yeah. So just about 10:15 with 1 lap to go.
Yep. So she's 11:03 is what she came in with, you guys. This is great.
It was, so smart of her to go early when she did. She obviously knew that she could go from a long way out, and she has not slowed at all. In fact, her tempo is picking up over this final 100 meters. She looks fantastic.
Oh, gosh, come on. So, like we said, 11:03.
Looks like she opened up a little bit this last lap, and she's coming in strong.
Watching that time. Let's see. All right, 10:54.19. And Rastrelli, wow, she had a really nice last.
A lot of PRs
400.
in this heat.
Yep, we have 5. How many?
5 girls.
Under 11.
Wow.
Amazing. And this is one of my favorite parts of the end of a mile, or the end of a 2 mile rather, is I love those shots of the finish line after a long race.
It's kind of like they're the multi-eventers, right?
That's right.
They've been out there, they're totally exhausted. But 10:54.19 by Jane Lynch. She is the fastest one out of the first 2 heats. So we are coming up on the 3rd heat.
And a few sub 11-minute PBs coming into this one. 7 girls coming in under that 11-minute mark, and then the rest right at 11 and 11:01. So on paper, it should be another very exciting race. So section 3 of this girls' 2 mile championship. We have Alexandra Brigham, Lila Waters, Courtney Kaiser, Sydney Tackett, Joyner Evans, Mary Alice Pinot, Cadence Kasprick, Marley Kwasnika, Megan Lenkowitz, Ava McIntosh, Emma O'Day, Ella Mickler, Madeline Gibson, Ellie Velasquez, Savannah Dennison, and Michaela Schlemo. So 16 girls in this race as well.
Ooh, and as you said, there's quite a few girls in here that have broken 11 minutes. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 girls that have gone under 11 minutes.
Amazing. So let's see how far they can get under that 11-minute mark for this race.
Yes.
Oh, and this always makes me nervous, this bunching up. This is where the falls can happen. I think especially at the high school age when the nerves are still pretty high and you haven't maybe shaken them off yet, you've just, it's the best thing you can do is just stay on your feet really over those first couple of laps and find your position.
Make sure you're not in the mess is what my coach says.
Stay out of the mess. I mean, that's a big strategy, I think, for a lot of athletes to get out. And that's maybe why we see some faster first 400s of these races. Like you said, get out, get clear.
Yeah.
There's jostling already happening a little bit in those 7th, 8th, 9th positions. You have to just relax, remain calm. But it's tough to do that when you're running one of the biggest meets of your life.
Absolutely.
My coach always said, if you think that running is a non-contact sport, you've never raced a mile.
There you go.
Or a 2 mile.
It's so true.
Yeah, championship 1500s and miles can get quite tense.
Yes.
Not that I know from experience or anything.
Well, Joyner Evans takes them out in 75 seconds for the first 400. Lila Waters, Ellie Velasquez, Madeline Gibson, Emma O'Day, Ava McIntosh. Quite a big group.
And almost it's hard to see on the screen there, almost a little bit of separation happening between sort of the top 8. Though as I say that, it looks like the gap has been bridged, and that's the other big thing about these longer races is just staying in contact. You know, we talked, Carrie, about not falling asleep and not sort of losing, you know, your focus, and so much of that focus comes down to, can I just keep that elastic tight between myself and the person in front of me?
Definitely.
They go through in 2:36. So working their way around the track.
We have Joyner here really holding her position really strong here. I think there's been a few times people have tried to pass.
Yeah, she's done really well.
Yeah, staying steady, making sure that she's taking the lead and taking initiative here.
How did you guys race when you were younger versus how you race now, as you've learned the sport a little bit?
It's a great question. I was just going to ask you that, actually.
I don't even know if I remember how I raced.
I think, you know, I'm 5'10", and so I was always the biggest girl on the track. So I think I've just learned to trust my body and space a little better because, you know, I was always taking up so much room on the track that I never really trusted, you know, where I was and my ability to stay on my feet. I think that as I got older, I just, you know, learned to put my elbows up a little bit and defend my space and kind of hold my own, and definitely run a little less frantic. But, you know, I'm actually incredibly impressed by the composure of these high school athletes. And I know that these are the best runners in the country, but so many of them are running with poise that sort of looks beyond their years, you know, and that comes from experience.
Do you think, too, it comes from, like, being able to watch, like, you ladies or, like, when I raced, being able to see it on YouTube or whatever, like, watching all these races? I used to watch, and I am not that old, but I used to watch car races, horse racing, maybe more so because there weren't as many meets, but my dad would just say, let's watch the strategy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and it really worked. And, you know, now I just feel like there's so many different events for these girls to watch to learn how to handle that. If you get bumped, you're not like, wait a second, why are you bumping me?
Right.
Or, you
that's
know.
a really good point, yeah.
Yeah, luckily we haven't seen any falls yet. And sometimes, honestly, you see more falls on the professional circuit because it just happens to be sometimes we forget how to race too.
Exactly.
There's some races I come out of, I'm like, I was all over the place in that race. I really need to get it together.
Well, we've seen a few athletes where we're staying, you know, closer to the river, I guess. So I'm right by the Boston Marathon finish line. And I've seen a number of athletes, and they are all decked out in their Newbalance gear. They are so excited to be here. And there's a big concert at the very end.
Yeah, Chloe, right? I think that's an amazing thing that Newbalance is doing for the athletes. I had no idea. It must have been a huge surprise. And I think it'll be really awesome. So I'm excited for those athletes. Hopefully I'll get to go. I don't know if I can yet.
Yeah. So Lila Waters is into the lead now, and interestingly, they went through that first mile in exactly the same split as the last section, so 5:23.
Wow.
And we'll see if these girls can keep that pace rolling and get closer to that, you know, sub 10:50 mark.
So that time to beat, 10:54.19, was from the last heat. And that's kind of a tough thing, too. I mean, this is what it's all about when you have multiple heats, but knowing what someone's already run, I mean, it's definitely different because a lot of these athletes don't have to do that. But like at the NCAA level, you know, you're having prelims and heats a lot more, and so you are paying attention to that, and it is hard.
Yep.
Were you two the type to look up everybody's stats and stuff before the race, or do you kind of just go into the race without knowing?
No, I like to know.
Yeah.
I like to know who I was up against, and you know, not necessarily overly obsessed, because I did understand that my job was just basically to try to run the best race I could. But yeah, I knew. How about you, Kate?
I didn't do a lot of that. You know, my coach was so great. He would often do that for me. But I was such a better tactician than I was a fast racer. You know, I performed better than my time sort of indicated, mainly because I really just enjoyed the race process. So I usually was more interested in what kind of racer my competitors were rather than what their stats were.
Yeah.
Because I always thought that sort of said a little more. Or I'd look up the times that they'd run for other events. Oh, so she's, you know, a 2:05, 800
you
runner.
So if it's a slow race, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. I completely agree. I'm the same. I feel like I'm the same way. I'm sometimes better tactician, like better at tactics than I am at fast times. And so I feel like the racing that doesn't involve like pacers or isn't perfectly done tends to like fall in my favor a little bit. And same thing, like maybe they're stronger overall 1500 meter runner, but they're not great at going out in a race like this, or you know, something like that. So
yeah,
I feel like there's a shift right now with, you know, as we're coming up to, what is it, 800 to go here. And Emma O'Day is making a big move.
Huge move. That was intentional. You could tell that she came in knowing that was going to be her tactic. That's amazing.
I was going to say, talk about tactics. She sat and she waited for her moment. She passed on the perfect time at the perfect place.
Yeah. But I'm loving that we do have the opportunity to try to outrun these lights, and pace is important. But I also love that the fact is we still want to win the race. Like, that's the main objective. And, you know, as much as everyone's talking about times and things, you see that, like just now, you saw her. She didn't look at the time. She looked at the how much was left, because she wants to win this race.
Yes, yes.
3 to go for Emma O'Day.
And I think she sort of took the field by surprise. That was an enormous move, and no one has gone with her.
And now she's really opened up the lead here.
There's Cadence Kasprick trying to stay with her there. She's putting a little bit of a lead in between second and that third position and pack.
So Emma O'Day was 8:10 with 800 meters to go, and her first 800 was about 2:38. So if she could run that again, she'd be under 10:50.
Woo! Okay, let's get her PB is. Do I have?
She's run 11 minutes on the button.
Wow.
And she's actually a Cornell commit, so she's going to have a pretty fantastic collegiate career ahead of her, I bet, too.
Yeah. This would be a good breakthrough for her.
And what a place to do it. Not sure how much our audience on the stream can hear it, but there is some major crowd support going on for these athletes. It's really neat. I mean, we all know what that counts for, too, right? And I think especially
so much.
for these high schoolers coming off of, you know, we're a couple years removed from it now, but those hard years of COVID where you just couldn't have the meets or there were reduced capacity, and this is such an exciting thing. With 1 lap to go, she is looking fantastic.
Yes. Oh, and she is kicking.
9:29 with only 200 meters to go.
You can tell she's really digging deep here. She's swinging the arms, and she's picking it up.
And that was just over 10 minutes with only 200 meters to go.
She's going to have a huge PB, you guys. And I love that. With 2 laps to go, you could see it. She just dug in.
Oh, wow. There's
big
move. Cadence coming in for the strong last 100. Oh, wow. And they are fighting.
Uh-oh.
Oh, amazing.
Wow.
So
that was exciting.
Ellie O'Day, 10:47. Ellie O'Day, Emma O'Day, 10:48 flat. Ellie Velasquez, 10:48.6. And Cadence Kasprick, 10:50.28.
Incredible. What an exciting last lap.
That was huge. You saw it.
You know what I loved about that was that I think that Emma thought she had it wrapped up, and when she felt the threat from Ellie, she found another gear, and that's exactly what you were talking about. You always have an extra 400 in
Yes,
you.
yeah.
I mean, here you see that move coming, and you can tell that O'Day has no sense that Velasquez is right on her heels. But as soon as she senses that, maybe she gets some info from the crowd, finds that gear, and is able to pour it on.
And listen to this. Velasquez ran a 73-second last 400.
Amazing.
Emma O'Day still ran 78, but that's where you saw that close, right?
Definitely.
That was pretty awesome.
And it looks like this is coach or parent here on the sidelines.
So happy.
Ladies, this has been a blast, and I know that we're getting ready for Section 3, but I'm going to hand things back over to the very capable Dana, and we'll chat again soon.
We'll see you later on the mic.
See you later.
Thanks, Kate.
I'm back. Dana Giordano back on the mic.
I'm back.
I'm back. Kate Van Busker holding down the fort.
I know. She was awesome. We got to get her back racing, Dana. You can't run under 15 minutes just 2
we were all
years
doing
ago.
a DMR here.
Oh, no, I am not. I'm the coach. Emma Colburn is in the house. Can you please ask her? Okay, here we are. This is Heat 4.
Man, Heather, what's been your favorite, thing about being on the mic? This is your first time.
Yeah, I've never actually been behind the mic before, so this is pretty exciting.
Awesome. Like, she just saw our last heat. The girl in second was closing super strong, and here she is, the pro that she is. She was like, look out for number 2.
Yeah, I was seeing Velasquez, that's her last name, coming in from the last 200, and I could just see her pulling a second gear that some of the other athletes.
Well, we'll let you do the honors, and you can read all the names in this heat for Heat 4.
Well, I would like to apologize in advance for anybody's name who I might butcher, because I have done that. People have butchered my name quite a few times, so I will do my best.
We need the phonetic.
We have, is this the Huntley Buckingham, Elizabeth Ritter, Amaya Aramini, Ava Panaccio, Lexi Cole, Mary Matt Collins, Molly Kiley, Ruby Little, McKaylee Jesse, Bria Benai, Ella Johnson, Sloan Wasserman, and Shaylin McNally.
There's a lot. It's a big heat.
Yeah, and they also went out a strong first 400 in 76. I think the last 2 heats were 74, so we'll see if this is a pace they are settling in at early, or if they're just being a little bit more conservative the first few laps just so that they can finish stronger. I'm excited to see how it plays out. I think, like we were talking about earlier, you never know how the high school races are going to play out. Are they going to go out so super fast? Or are these a little bit more seasoned athletes who kind of stay conservative and pick it up the last 800 to mile?
And it's a pretty big pack that we have in here. It's not a huge field this race, but it's kind of nice to have that energy of the other competitors around you. It kind of feels like a workout setting. I know, Heather, when you're in that big workout pack, and you just feel like you're getting something from your teammates and
For
being able
sure.
to push yourself.
It's super motivating. I mean, you always run faster when there's a pack. It's hard to run by yourself, and I think for some of these athletes, they're probably, I'm guessing, the best athletes in their town, the best athletes in their state, their district. So maybe they're running by themselves a lot, and this is what they need to get that little extra boost to have a big PR, is just being able to run with people who are at the same level as them.
Well, and that's what we were talking about earlier, Dana. Like, when I first started running in bigger races like this, it was a whole new ballgame because I was from rural Minnesota. I didn't see a lot of people. I ran with the boys a lot of times. And so hearing people breathe even was really like, oh my goodness, is something going, am I like losing my race?
Definitely, yeah.
And, you know, it was just really good for me to get into these big races like this, to learn how to be able to handle seeing my competitors warming up, or, you know, even as a pro, I remember sometimes thinking, oh my gosh, they're doing another set of, you know, kick butts or something.
Yeah.
And like, you got to be able to stay within yourself and believe and be confident in what you do.
Exactly.
And it's really cool that they're able to do this as a
I know,
young
yeah.
age.
I think it's, like I've been saying, it's good experience, and Like, I've only gotten as far as I've gotten today because of the experiences that I've had, and sometimes you need to get your butt kicked in order to do that, but it makes you a better athlete, and so you can come back stronger the next time. And so hopefully for these athletes out here, they really learn something and take something away from the meet, whether they did amazing or whether they did okay or not as well as they wanted.
I mean, we learned so much from those races that don't go our way, right? And there's plenty of athletes that will go home and think, oh, I wish I could have run this way or that way. But that's really what gets you out there and excited to run again and race again.
Well, I know if I'm a coach of one of these girls in this race, I'm yelling to myself, get out of lane 2. And who is going to make the move? The pace is slowed down just a touch. Those pace lights are getting away from them. And you're running so much longer in a 2-mile in lane 2. Really want to avoid that. So it looks like it's Mary Mac Collins right on cue, says it's time to move. We got to open this up, create some space for ourselves.
Well, the fastest seat time of this section, section 4, is 10:53. We've seen now a couple of athletes go faster than that today, so we'll take a PB from someone in this heat to get the fastest time of the day. So they are chasing after those pace lights.
I wonder if right now they're thinking about the pace lights, and maybe Mary Mac's like, okay, well, I want to get a PR today, so I want to get after it.
Yeah, we saw that a lot in the boys' 2 miles, that they were holding on to the light, especially the leaders.
So Mary Mac Collins right there in the lead. Ruby Little, Elizabeth Ritter, Molly Whiteman. I mean, there's a lot of athletes still right here.
This is kind of what you like to see. It's anyone's race. 8 laps to go. They're starting to work.
Ruby Little really trying to get after those lights here.
All right, so 5:25 through halfway.
The top 3 are breaking away just a bit.
I don't know about you guys, but I can remember certain races that were going really well for me. And one was the Newbalance Indoor Games when I raced back in the day. And they had Lenny Kravitz playing over the loudspeaker, and it was American Woman, and I was in the lead, and it was my jam. Like, I was like, this is my day.
So we've got some Carly Rae Jepsen, Call Me Maybe.
I mean, I'm wondering if some of these athletes, can feel the party. I mean, it's not necessarily that they're listening to who's singing, but they can feel that party.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's so fun.
Heather, when you're working out at the track at Newbalance, who's on aux?
We don't have an aux usually.
Can you listen? Do they put music on?
No, we'll bring like a little speaker sometimes, but
I feel you gotta figure
yeah,
that
sometimes
out.
the guys are on aux. I will say sometimes.
It's not so
not my favorite, but
you have to put Heather back on aux. I think you gotta figure out how to get your speakers going.
But I mean, I think more often than not we're doing it without music, so it was cool at Grand Prix to have the music. Although I never think about the music during the race, so I can't recall any race and what song.
See, I don't know why I remember that one.
Yeah,
like I am the American
You were so
woman.
present in that moment.
I was, but I heard it. I mean, I used to train to Lenny Kravitz back in the day on my treadmill in Minnesota, as we're watching Ruby Little just crush this right now and all the other gals. But it just clicked that one day. But we'll have to ask some of these girls.
Definitely.
If they
Do you remember the song?
Right.
We've got a really nice pack here. Ruby Little charging up front, Elizabeth Ritter and Mary Mac Collins.
Yeah.
And it looks like Molly Kiley is joining them as well, making contact. It really just takes those couple hard steps to get back in there and change the trajectory of your race.
That's a cool point, Dana. A lot of people don't realize that. Like, just getting back on the pack. Are there ever situations where you're racing and you're, falling off the pack, but you just have to quickly get back on or mentally change what you're thinking? How do you guys deal with that?
Definitely. I think my races are pretty short, so I feel like it doesn't happen as often. But in the longer races, I see it a lot where I think one of the famous people we see is Woody Kincaid. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the last 400, he's going for it. And
but he's always there.
Oh, he's always, yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's really awesome to see. I think it's inspirational to see athletes like that who.
And Elizabeth Ritter and Mary Mac Collins have kind of broken away into a pack of 2, chasing those pace lights. The girls in pink up front. This race, 4 laps to go. 800 meters. This is the most challenging bit, just right before you know when your kick's gonna start. And we have one more heat of the girls 2 mile before we have the boys top 2 championship heats.
We'll see this last 600 if these two are going to pick it up to catch those lights or going to settle in and make it tactical.
So when you are getting ready now, you know, we have quite a few more heats still. What are those final things that you do to prep yourself going into?
What's your mantra?
Yeah, like, do you have a mantra? Do you do the same strides? Like, what is it that really gets you ready to toe the line?
I try to just tell myself, like, over and over again, you belong here, like, you deserve to be here, you're great, you're good, like, just positive affirmations.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, 2 to go here. 400 meters remain.
Let's go.
I think I saw a little smile on Elizabeth Ritter's face.
She's feeling good. Mary Mac Collins is feeling good. Their strides have opened up just a touch. Running side by side. Mary Mac Collins is deciding whether she's going to go around, and she does. Makes the decisive mood.
Last 400.
500 meters to go. No, 300 meters to go.
Yep.
And now the bell lap, 200 to go. Mary Mac Collins opening up. Elizabeth Ritter chasing. Really strong running by Mary Mac Collins.
Just sort of waiting for that moment where she really wanted to open it up. You know, there's a point in a race where you got to kind of go for it, be fearless, and that's sort of what it seemed like for her when she decided to make that move. She really kind of went hard.
And this is going to be really tight to her PB. Is she going to get it? I think it's a personal best kind of day, taking the W in 10:50.24.
Oh, she gets it.
Her personal best was 10:54.81. Great day for Mary Mac Collins.
Strong second place.
I mean, you know, you think
Fight
of that.
for third.
Every time you set a PB, you have to celebrate those PBs.
Oh, yeah.
And I think a lot of times runners are just so type A, like they just want to keep on going. And you got to go home, and however you celebrate, whether that's a dance party, having something great.
Yeah, McDonald's,
Dunkin' Donuts, or whatever it is, you have to celebrate those things. All right, so what are we at? Heat 5? All right, Heat 5, we will have 17 athletes again.
And we just want to thank Heather McLean for coming on. Here we go. Heather McLean on the microphone with Carrie at the track at Newbalance, and we're just so excited to have you here.
Yeah, I'm
and
so
good luck
grateful.
in your season.
Thank you.
Have a
Yeah,
great
thanks
season.
for letting me
We're
join.
always cheering so loud for you.
Of course, and good luck to the rest of the athletes out there today and everybody watching. Sending good vibes to everybody.
Awesome. Okay, Heat 5, we have Nicole Hartnell, Hannah Hollins, Abigail Beville, Anika Sandman, Evelyn Rogers, Ava Gong, Catherine Bullock, Ava Krennicki, Anna McEnny, Holly Barker, Abigail Waddington, Sophia Zaluzzi, Ari Reback, Mary Richmond, Kylene Brady, Jaslyn Gramer, and Mia Wickard. All right. This is heat number 5. We have 7 heats of the 2 mile today. We will see 7 here, and then after the 7, we will see the boys championships, 2 miles. So we'll have 2 heats of the boys championships, and then we're going to go to the 2 heats of the girls championship 2 miles. So the PBs in this heat range from 10:49 to 74:53. They're coming through in 74 seconds for the first 400, and Mary Richmond is in the lead.
So 74.3.
All right, fast first lap, 74.3.
Yeah, right now they're busting it out a little bit. They are going well under their PBs. They're actually at under 10-minute pace, but that's early on, as we've said.
Makes me nervous for the rest of this field, though. You really get pulled out. It makes for a challenging 2-mile that way. So I know there's some anxious coaches out here at the New Balance Nationals saying, hold up, that's not your pace. Run your race.
Run your race.
Run
Settle
your
down.
race.
Yep. Well, Heather sure is fun to chat with. You know, she gave us such insight on how she ran as a high schooler and then as a collegiate and now as a pro. And it's so interesting because you do learn so much at this young age.
You do. And Heather was, you know, one of those stories where she was truly a sprinter, you know, 400-meter athlete, and didn't really see her biggest success until post-college.
Right.
You know, a UMass graduate, you know, first in our family to really, you know, pursue that route, and just an absolutely incredible story. So I recommend everyone follow Heather McLean for her journey. We are such big fans.
And so gritty, you know?
So gritty. All right, we settled down just a touch. Actually, a good amount. Our next 400 was 79, so we're right back on track. It's a very familiar pattern. Going out hard, calming down, and Holly Barker is just settled right behind Mary Richmond. Holly Barker was making that push.
Yeah, I mean, she went out hard and she wanted to establish herself. I think what was interesting before you were back on the mic, Dana, is we were talking to Kate, and she was saying, you know, she wanted to get out to establish herself, not have a lot of people around her in case of a trip or just the jostling. And that's what we've seen now. We've seen quite a few athletes get out and just kind of stay clear. Whether they want to be in the lead or not, they just want to get clear.
And I think that's totally a fair strategy. I think sometimes when you do go out that hard, it makes it be challenging physically to get into your rhythm. And I think that music has just gone a bit louder.
They're getting excited. They're helping these girls through. Mary Richmond out in the lead, Holly Barker, Hannah Hollins, Evelyn Rogers, Ari Rebeck, Jaslyn Garmer. That's the top 6-7 right there.
And Mary Richmond out there doing the work, the whole, you know, she's stringing it out a little bit. We've got kind of two packs forming. So the real question is, can that second pack come onto the first and make the train? Some Avril Lavigne on the mic. Would love it.
So it's a little interesting. There's, you know, some of the girls in this race that have the faster PBs are biding their time a little bit. They're off the back of the pack a little bit, and, you know, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But this is the longest race we can run in high school except for the 5K when they have that. And they don't always have that at different races. They will have that here. The 5K,
This was the 5K was one of the only opportunities they would have at the New Balance Nationals, and it was not something that most athletes train for.
Right.
Or, you know, after cross country, you're like, I'm good with 5Ks for a couple months.
It's a lot of laps.
And look at this. We have had Holly Barker reassert herself going through the mile in 5:18. She is trying to get back onto, you know, running some more of those 80s. Last two laps were 82, so maybe she can find some equilibrium in the pacing to make this a more consistent race.
Yeah, I think consistent is what you're spot on. I mean, finding that rhythm, and some of these athletes know that rhythm a little bit more, and that's where I think, talking about the 5,000 meters, you know, there are athletes in this race right now that might eventually be marathoners. You know, this is a distance. This is a distance that can be perfect for somebody, but it also could just be one of the shorter ends. And look at how Holly Barker is just putting the pressure on now. I mean, she was sitting early on. She kind of was just trying to see what she wanted to do, and now you can see she's really had this definite move, and she's really starting to push.
And Holly Barker has a, really strong stride here. 7 laps to go, 6 laps to go, making her decisive move. And we have our pace lights that she's well in front of.
She's way out.
6 laps to go might seem like a lot, but on an indoor track, not that far.
So Holly Barker not looking back at all, just eyes up in front of her, really trying to roll it home. And her PB is 10:51. She's way under that right now.
This is why we come to these meets. It's a really big investment in yourself. It's a lot of time, and I want to shout out the coaches. It's these coaches and parents to get the athletes to this meet, all in Boston. We're here on a Friday.
Right.
You're missing school, you're missing work, and it just takes so many people in your corner to get you here to run fast times. And we are just so grateful for all the coaches in our lives who do that investment in us.
So nice. I miss my coaches, like chatting with them every day, calling and saying, having them say, "Hey, champ." It's just like fueled me for so long.
Oh, yeah.
But Holly Barker really putting the hurt on here. She went from running 82s to now dropping down to 88 to back up to an 81, but she's really putting it on, and she's put on so much distance.
This final 800, Holly looks fully in control. I'm very excited to see if there's an extra gear for that kick.
So yeah, watching her time a little bit. She's a 10:51 athlete. It looks like she's closer to 10:30s right now.
This will be a big, big day for Holly Barker.
3 laps to go.
600 meters to go now for our leader, Holly Barker.
Now this is where you have to play those games where she is starting to lap a few people, trying to move around them, surge around them, get back into that rhythm, try to pick your feet up a little bit quicker, drive your arms, have some fun. This is a big race for you. Anytime you get to go around an athlete and feel that good going around an athlete, you have to celebrate that. They're like mini wins within the race.
Holly Barker just cooking. 400 meters to go. Coming through 9:22 with 400 to go.
Getting closer to that 10:40. She wants to get this PB, everybody.
And she deserves it, doing the work. We'll see who she brings along. We've got a couple other athletes right on the pace lights. So that's very exciting to see.
It is super exciting. But here comes Holly Barker. She's going to have to keep the pressure on herself here. She's got to figure out how to dig deep.
She's got a little over a lap remaining.
If she wants to get that big PB, she's got to go hard right now. So with 1 to go, 10:03 with the bell to go.
Go, Holly Barker.
She's going to get it.
Go.
She's going to get it. Let's just see how far.
She's doing a really great job of keeping her form together, and that's something. And Evelyn Rogers
really closing hard, Dana.
Wow, we cannot.
Whoa.
Evelyn Rogers is walking Holly Barker down.
I don't know if Holly understands that she's coming that hard.
I don't think she looked up at that video board. Evelyn Rogers, the crowd is on their feet. Evelyn Rogers is going around.
Evelyn Rogers having a huge final.
Evelyn Rogers, oh my goodness, takes the win.
10:43.73. Holly Barker, 10:44.
And that is a massive PB for Evelyn Rogers.
Yes.
Her previous PB was 10:50.53. Big PB for Holly Barker as well. This is what we like to see.
Yes, we do. Holly Barker really put it on. She ran so hard. For like 6 laps, she was out on her own, just pushing. But Evelyn Rogers kept her head in the game, and she slowly but surely reeled her in. We have 1, 2, and 3, the 3 top fastest times from the girls' 2 mile right here coming out of this heat.
Wow, and you know, Holly Barker looks like she's given it everything she's got.
Here we go. Look at this. This is
Holly Barker in the pink.
Evelyn Rogers' move right there, just with about 20 meters left in the race. Stops her watch and gets a new PB, 10:43.
You think that's going on Strava?
79. Maybe.
Do high school athletes use Strava? Let me know.
I think a lot of high school. My daughter's on Strava, actually.
Oh, wow.
I know. She's 12.
There you go. Okay. We have Heat 6 here. Catherine Marchand, Mulan Ballmer, Caroline Hood, Marjorie Lopez, Eliana Black, Caroline Barton, Chandler West, Erin Bowler, Hannah Andrzak, Zoe Mosher, Ella Gibbs, Eilish Hawkins, Allison Arnsman, Lily Kriegel, Michaela Workman, and Chase Gilbert.
Nice. So top time in this section, 10:40.63 by Catherine Marchand.
And Catherine Marchand has a PB of 10:40.63, so seating herself right at her PB.
Yep. Well, that is always like a question mark. Are they giving us their PBs?
You know, actually, I think it's a question mark for more of, you know, and the pro side, the men versus the women. I think women are honest.
Probably. But
potentially.
Yeah. Like, are you giving your hopeful time? Are you giving your PB? Are you giving the time for the PB for the season?
I think
season's best.
Potentially for this meet, I think you have to give a verified
Yeah,
PB.
I think so too.
You know, they would have a very hard time seeding with this number of athletes.
Yeah. I mean, and they have done a really good job with that. Every single event seems super tight and accurate.
Right.
So it's really been fun.
And
Big shout out, I think, Christine Jost, who was my teammate at Villanova. She has a lot to do with that. So shout out to Christine.
Shout out to Christine. We got Hannah Andrzak doing the same thing. 75 first laps. That's what we like around here.
Yeah, she's not hard. You can see that. She's got that kind of that intense face right now, but she'll settle in, as we've said every time.
Do you think that she's a miler?
Probably. I mean, I don't know if that's what her event will be, but she probably has that mile background. And
that's what I find with the longer distances. The milers
Take it out.
They either take it out or they go to the very last spot. They pull a Laura Muir, who's a professional track athlete.
Yes, British.
Signature move.
Olympic medalist. I mean, just time and time again.
To go to the back.
Yeah.
I just don't know how she makes up 30 meters.
She's got that long grind.
Ella Gibbs.
All right, Ella Gibbs and Marjorie Lopez working her way around. Carolyn Hood right there.
And Marjorie Lopez takes a move into the front, looking up into the stands a little bit.
So Lopez, the Californian, leading now.
Nice strung out pack here, way ahead of our pace lights.
I think I just heard that Marjorie Lopez is from California, so she's made the track.
Made the track.
You know, and it's tough. A lot of times, the older you get, you'd maybe try to come in and get 2 sleeps before a big event. These kids, like you said, are taking time from school, so they're probably not able to just come out and, you know, get an extra nap beforehand.
They're probably not sleeping much of it anyways. They should be.
They're young. They can handle it, but
it should be. Sleep hygiene is important.
Yeah. All right, Lopez looking good. 2:33 through that 800. So Marjorie Lopez, our leader, her PB is 10:42. They're ahead of that right now. So when you race New Balance indoors, did you just run one event or did you double up?
I normally did one, and we would choose as a team whether the focus was the relay or the individual event.
I see.
And that was always a toss-up of what you wanted to do. But I believe my senior outdoor, I did the 4x8 and the 2 mile.
Okay.
So that was fun to be able to do both. You have a lot more in your legs than you think. I think often now people aren't racing as much and saving themselves. It's like, you should race while you got it.
Right. Yeah, we used to race, once or twice a week, it seemed like.
Oh, yeah. Dual meet, weekend. And Marjorie Lopez is just tracking along this big group.
But I think you're right. You've talked about this in other races today. A lot of times you will see things happen behind the leader in these longer events. And I think the more you race, as you get older, you understand that there's a lot of pressure and stress that happens when you lead races. You're thinking about what's going on behind you. You have the stress of taking the group through. So yes, we do see some people lead from start to finish, but we also see people like Carolyn Hood, who's just kind of hunting right now and just kind of waiting to make her move and to go for it. And I love that they're here in these events where they get to practice that. This is the time to practice and make mistakes.
Go out, see what you got.
Yeah. And that's when you set new big PBs. Like, I don't know about you, but sometimes when I was fearless and just went for it, I had my best races.
Oh, yeah.
But here they're kind of backing up. Yeah, or packing back up.
It's a very similar story in running. It's a waiting game. Who's going to get antsy and slide up and go around? Happens every time.
Under 7 minutes. They've slowed they were averaging right around 69, 68 pace. That last 400 was 82. Oh, I'm sorry, not 69, 79 pace. They've backed off to 82.
Lily Kreigel is sliding up as well, but Marjorie Lopez has just picked it up. Maybe she's going to do the work.
Yeah, I've liked how Marjorie looks. I mean, she's been sitting on our leader for a long time, and I'm sorry, Carolyn Hood is who, in the blue shorts, she's been sitting in second position for most of this race. Now she's made a move and then kind of settled back in, so it wasn't one of those power moves to break it way open. More of a slow increase in pace.
I am very interested to see how this one's going to play out.
Another change. Elena Black out in front now. First time we've seen her in the lead. Lily Kriegel. Chandler Welsh. And there's Carolyn Hood back in second again. She didn't like getting past. She wanted to find herself right back up on the shoulder.
You gotta be a little bit stubborn.
You have to be stubborn. That's a really good term to use when you are racing. Now you can hear the crowd going crazy.
Is Elena Black. She's out of Cambridge Christian High School in Tampa, Florida.
All right, Elena Black really pulling ahead here.
She's from Florida.
1K to go. 800 to go. They need to change the clock on the infield that we have here, the lap marker. They wait until they come around to change it. It's a digital one. I've never seen that.
Number 7.
And Elena Black, Eliana, moving forward.
All right, Chandler Welsh. She's been there. She's kind of been like hidden in there.
So, did you ever look at the TV board when you raced?
Yes.
Oh yeah, such an advantage. You have to look at the board.
Yep, that was first introduced to me when I was at the NCAA level, and it was, you know, when you are out in front and you're making moves, it's really important to be able to see that.
Oh yeah.
I didn't really, when I was in, second or third place, I wasn't really worrying about what was going on behind. I was just thinking about going for the win. But when you're leading, it's a really good tool to have.
Yeah, Eugene, Oregon was always a really great board.
Yeah,
you could catch it before the final turn of national championship. It looks like we've had another really big move here.
Welsh has been looking good the entire time. Chandler Welsh, she's just been hiding out. She hasn't really, she's not making herself known until right now. And when she made herself known, she really put on a big move. And look at this, 2 to go. What a huge lead she's already developed.
Chandler Welsh has made a big move. Elena Black was unable to respond.
68 seconds for her last 400, 78 seconds. I'm sorry, 78 seconds.
60 would be speedy.
Yes.
And she's trying to smash her PB of 10:43, well ahead of these pacing lights. Looks totally doable at this point. Coming around that final bend for the second to last time, coming into the bell lap. We've got 9:57 at the bell. She's got to really turn on the jets here.
She's got about 150 meters left. Hannah Andrechik is in pursuit.
Hear the crowd cheering her on.
10:43.72 is her PB, and that is the time to beat today. 10:43.79 is what Evelyn Rogers has run, and she's leading this 2-mile competition. Chandler Welsh is going for the win of this 6th heat. Look at that. Big close by Hannah Adrich-Zink, but
Chandler Welsh, 10:32.
64.
That's a good day. Wow, bringing this whole field in.
Wow, look at all these sub. 10:50.
All right, 10:32, time to beat.
So, I'm not going to get biased, but I do have an athlete in the next heat.
You have an athlete?
I do have an athlete.
Coach Carey.
I know, so I'm going to be good, but...
Don't tell me who it is then.
I'm not going to. Well, you can guess after maybe.
Actually, I'm going to find the Minnesota school name and I'll just know.
Well, it looks like maybe she is unattached, so...
Okay.
Oh, I'm now narrowing it down. Okay, so this is heat 7.
Okay, heat 7, here we go. We are just waiting for a few more athletes to finish here in heat 6. Coming through the line. Bringing the next round of the girls' championship 2-mile. This is section 7 of 9. We have Jillian Candelino, Meg Madison, Alexandra Fox, Zoe Lamanna, Maddie Gardner, Charlotte Sinke, Abigail Kowalkiewicz, Lindsay Hausman, Luna Scarzoli, Lily Jin, Claire Pocky, Effa Pashka, Hannah Ray Schaefer, and Riley Ferretti. Here we go.
All right, again, that time to watch is 10:32.64. Chandler Welsh setting a new PB by a ton and dragging along a lot of athletes. Actually, Dana, the top, let's see, overall, I want to see. Yeah, she pulled a lot of athletes to those top positions right now in the 2-mile.
We'd love to see that.
So it looks like Hannah Ray Schaefer's in the lead right now, but we're going to get this first 200 a little more accurate. It looks like Fox is out there with Gardner. Gardner right up front,
Maddie
Fox in second.
Yeah, Maddie Gardner with a 10:37 personal best. So I believe what they're doing now is they're setting the pace lights from the winning time from the previous heat.
Yep, we noticed that a few heats ago where it was at 11:06, but now they're speeding it up to basically tell the first person in the lead or whoever's going for the win that you've got to beat. Yes. So we are out again pretty hot.
This is the fastest first lap we've seen, 72. And for your reference, 72 is 4:48 mile pace.
So for a lot of these athletes, that would be a new PR.
That would be a new
mile
PR, potentially. So it's spicy.
It's spicy.
Spicy.
That's becoming the new commentator word.
Spicy?
Spicy, yes.
I know, I need a commentator catchphrase. Do you have one?
I mean, for my podcast, it's get after it.
Get after it, love that.
What's your slogan? What's your motto, Mike?
Ooh. Mine used to be run ugly, but my mom said that wasn't very cute. But you know what, it's true. Get out there, grit your teeth, spit on your face.
Yeah, every single picture of mine.
Run ugly.
So, looks like we have Maddie Gardner up in the lead, Alexander Fox, Charlotte Sinke, Hannah Ray Schaefer. I mean, everybody right in here. Going through 800 and 230, so right at that 5-minute mark.
78 next lap. Really pays to be even in the 2 mile. Pays to be even in the 2 mile. I'll say it again and again and again. This is a distance race. It's something where, you know, my favorite race is the 3K. So it's not a 2 mile, a little bit shorter.
Yep.
But this is a speed endurance. And if in order for you to get to that top end speed, you have to progress through. You have to push slowly and get faster lap over lap.
Ooh, you liked the slow grind.
Oh, yeah.
I did not. I liked the get out hard, settle in.
No.
Come home hard. But that's maybe the miler in me.
I know.
But you and I ran mainly the same events. We're just different types of athletes. And that's what's so cool about our sport, is that you can be a different type of athlete. You just race differently. So here we go. Maddie Gardner up in the lead. Alexander Fox, Charlotte Sinke, Hannah Ray Schaefer, Claire Pocky, Luna Scorzelli, Zoe Lamana. So lots of athletes, eyes up right now, even though we have 2 out in front. That lead pack, it's kind of like the Peloton on the bike races, you know? Or I'm sorry, this is the chase pack. You got to keep your eyes up on the prize. You got to keep reeling them in.
Yeah, Maddie Gardner and Alexandra Fox. Getting after it. The energy at the track at Newbalance is here. The athletes have shown up time and time again. Personal bests are falling. Maddie Gardner and Alexandra Fox. In 200 meters, we're going to get that mile split to really indicate how this race is going. But there's such a great pack. And it looks like the second pack here is trying to get up to the first one in a way. And it looks like we've had a move from Luna Scorzelli.
Luna Scorzelli there in third. She really has been slowly kind of reeling everybody in. Maddie Gardner, Alexander Fox, they have a pretty established lead right now. But Luna Scorzelli has been really kind of, you can see every lap sort of winding up, eyes up on these 2 up front. I know that Luna ran an indoor race not too long ago, about a month ago in Boston here, and she had a really good race. She's sort of one that likes to keep that consistent pace.
Yeah, I think that's the move here. Maddie Gardner creating some space from Alexandra Fox.
So 5:09 through the mile.
This is going to be a great time for these women.
So they're locking in, those top 2, kind of locking in at that 80-second pace. Luna's been running right around 79, 78, so just a little bit quicker than the top 2. We'll have to see now what happens in the final laps here. This is where you got to work. I always say you got to work 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, because you know you can get those last few in. But you got to work those middle ones.
And our athlete in second place right now, Alexandra Fox, is from Flower Mound, Texas. which is known for its running history and also had last year's 2-mile champion Natalie Cook from her same high school.
Yes. So Natalie Cook, there is, question about her record this weekend here. Lots of people are talking about it. It's so fast.
I cannot wait. Maddie Gardner doing the work up front, but it really looks like Alexandra Fox and Luna has made contact.
So Maddie Gardner, though, has been really good up front on her own. She's been having to grind this out lap after lap, keeping that pressure on. She's locked in a 79, 80-second pace. Alexandra Fox slowed a little bit that last 400. She's regrouping, though. She could feel Luna Scorzelli on her shoulder, so you can see that that's helped her. She's coming around, but
1K to go right here.
Yeah, this is that moment.
Luna Scorzelli, the junior, has moved up into third.
And Maddie Gardner is being oh so impressive right now, just taking this, doing very consistent splits, 79, 80, 79, just being very, very smooth. And it looks like Luna Scorzelli moving up into second.
So Maddie Gardner, though, has kept the pressure on. She's got her foot on the gas. She's looked down a couple times, and that to me is a little bit, that she's getting tired, and that's what she should be.
She's getting tired,
she's
but her
going for
form
it, but she looks
is really
good.
holding up. Sometimes the head and the body have this disconnect in a way. You never really know. But Luna Scorzelli opening up here. Does she have enough laps to bridge this gap?
I'm not sure. I mean, Maddie Gardner's she's had that distance, and she seems to be gaining a little bit, but Luna is trying, and you can see that she's trying, she's looking up. Alexandra Fox has held on strong. You got to give it to her. She went hard from the beginning.
And I don't want to miss, we see some pretty big action in the back from third, fourth, and fifth from Alexandra Fox, Hannah Ray Schaefer, and Zoe Lamanna as well. Maddie Gardner still clicking away, another 79, and Luna Scorzelli moving up.
4 or 5 seconds adrift of Maddie Gardner.
Maddie Gardner just being very, very, very consistent. This is an athlete that you like to coach, just like clicks them off.
Yes. But here comes Luna Scorzelli. She is closing in on that. She's got to go, though. She only has 2 laps to go. And Maddie Gardner has had an awesome race so far, out there in front, all alone.
And the pace lights have caught up just a touch, and it looks like Luna Scorzelli has her eyes on Maddie Gardner. Is she going to be able to make contact on this lap?
She's got to go right now. She has to get going. Luna Scorzelli's got to put the move on right now, because that is one thing that Maddie Gardner might be thinking. I'm going to hold off. I know she's closing, but she can, use that final kick.
Did Maddie Gardner look up on the screen? Can she see how close Luna Scorzelli is? Oftentimes when an athlete makes contact, that's when the second win comes. Luna Scorzelli is right behind her, about less than 5 meters back, closing to about 3 meters at the bell. Maddie Gardner still leading, and Luna Scorzelli opening up her stride. 2 meters behind Maddie Gardner, but Maddie Gardner is just pushing down on the pace.
She is. You can see that just there on that last turn there. Maddie Gardner really kind of leaned into it. Luna's got to go right now. They only have 100 meters to go. Maddie Gardner's been putting the pressure on the entire time, but Luna's been hunting her.
And Luna Scorzelli moving up, trying to close on Maddie Gardner. The crowd is on their feet, but Maddie Gardner, can she hold her off? Luna to the line. It looks like Maddie Gardner's going to take it.
What is the time? 10:26.26 for Maddie Gardner. 10:26.31 for Luna Scorzelli.
Massive PR for Luna Scorzelli. 10:39 was her previous PB.
So Charlotte Sinke, 10:32. Hannah Ray Schaefer, 10:33. Alexandra Fox, 10:38. Riley Ferretti, 10:38. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 under 10:40.
Maddie Gardner's previous PB was 10:37, and as we're coming up, we see how tightly Luna gets to Maddie Gardner, and I think if she had 2 more meters.
Just a little bit more, but I gotta be proud. I am Luna's coach. I can't take it anymore. I'm proud of her. And Maddie Gardner just had such a solid race up front, but Luna really ran hard. And I'm gonna just say it. That's my gal. Good job, Luna.
Charlie Ortmans, Ethan Edgeworth, Connor Ackley, and Brian DeCola.
All right.
Wow, we have to switch gears.
Oh, goodness. I'm sweating now.
I'm sweating. We now have the championship boys 2-mile fastest heats. This is heat 8, and we have Jacob Laney, Will Conway, Raiden Kuhn-Kendall, Ford Washburn, Maxwell Harden, Roy Lieberman, Christopher Sullivan, TJ Hansen, Nate Poutine, Christopher Grodenek, Brian Bicola, and Charlie Ortmans. Here we go.
So,
the national record, I like to start these championship races with some history. The national record from Edward Chesrek set in 2013 is an 8:39.15. So, that is pretty quick. And we have some PBs right around this 9 flat range for this field.
I think any boy that breaks that 9-minute barrier or 9-minute mark knows that they're in some rare company. It doesn't happen very often. And it
indoors too. I mean, outdoors is a different story.
Yeah.
I think the 2 miles, indoor and outdoor, are totally different events.
It's very true. One of the athletes said yesterday, and I wrote it down, but what did they say? Indoors, I think it was Aaron Solomon. He said something about, was it Solomon? One of the guys just basically said, indoors is like a circus. It's crazy.
Circus, bumper cars, the whole thing. Will Conway taking this out in a 67.56 with Jacob Laney right behind him. We're pretty bunched up right now, and we are right on these pace lights.
No, it was. Lex Young said outdoors is awesome. Indoors has the charm. So, everyone likes to run fast indoors. They love to run fast outdoors too, and all these athletes are here to run fast at Newbalance Indoor Nationals.
These pace lights are set for, I believe, 8:59, so the time to beat today is 9 flat.
Will Conway in the lead. In second, Ackley is in the lead.
I just love how everyone is getting after. We're going to see the splits come in. This last 400 was a 65.8, so there is no playing around, and everyone is still in it right now. Connor Ackley kind of has a wider arm cage right now. Seems like he's taking up some space, which can kind of be a smart move in this style of race. Jacob Laney sitting right there with Brian DeCola as well. I get anxious when I see those pace lights right on them because everyone in this field, everyone who's here wants to break 9 minutes.
Well, and that's what they have to do if they have to chase these lights right now, if that's what they want to do, and if they want to place high in this event, right? Because we do have the fastest section coming up. And so these guys are not only running after these lights, after each other, but they're also running for that time because they want to place.
And we have this really nice pack in the front of Connor Ackley, Brian DeCola, and Jacob Laney. We got a little peek behind. Where's the other pack? Where are they going? Am I feeling threatened from Jacob Laney? And they're right in front of the lights. That's exactly where you want to be.
Well, Brian DeCola right now is just breathing down Connor Ackley's neck. You can see that. He is just latched right onto him. And then right behind him, Jacob Laney getting right on the railing there. And they're not really coming up on each other. They're letting Connor Ackley do the work right now, and he knows it.
And Connor Ackley is committed to Syracuse, so it's cool to see some of these seniors. You're going to see them in a different uniform next year. But he's used to training through the winter. Seems like he's trying to set himself up to upstate New York to run in the cold again. Oh, this is a good song we got going on. The track at Newbalance is getting excited.
Everyone's pumped, you guys. You can, if you're not in this building right now, which most of you aren't if you're watching us, but people are lined up around the entire track. There's excitement everywhere. We have
All
8
right.
laps to go.
Our mile split is 4:27.25, exactly where we want to be for the front pack. This back group has to make a decision right now if they want to break 9 minutes today. And it looks like Ethan Edgeworth says, I want to break 9 minutes, and he's moving up into the 4th position. But that front pack is only squeezing further on the pace and making a much bigger gap to the next pack.
This is a tough spot right now for Ethan Edgeworth, and I like that he's trying to close that gap. He's right in the middle. He's got guys behind him, guys in front of him, but he's all alone. So it's smart for him to try to get up there, and he's doing that. He's right on those lights, and that's what's helping him right now.
Stay frosty, Ethan Edgeworth. What a good uniform. Connor Ackley doing a lot of work here. If these boys break 9 minutes, they owe him a pat on the back for doing the work up front.
Yeah, he's definitely put it out there to say, let's go. Brian DeCola right there.
And Ethan Edgeworth is getting closer and closer to that group of 4 as we have 6 laps to go. That was a 66 for that last 400. We are being very consistent, smooth. 68, 65, 66, 67, 66. So this is right where they want to be. They are going to be exactly hitting the mark.
So Connor Ackley doing the work, like we said. Brian DeCola, Jacob Laney, and then look who's closing that gap. Ethan Edgeworth. Watch him. Watch every move that he makes because he's been lurking. He's just closing in.
Yeah.
He looks good. He's got to get hyped every time he takes that step and gets closer to that.
Ethan Edgeworth, aside from his first lap, every lap has been a 66. So that is what we call the metronome, Ethan Edgeworth.
Yes. Now he's got to be excited. This is where you use that energy. You use that excitement that you've made that move. You've worked hard to get back up there, and now you're there.
And I think one of these other guys has to go around Connor Ackley if they want to break 9 minutes, or something has to go. We have 800, and we are right on these lights. They have to stick on them. Connor Ackley doing so much work up front. Will Brian DeCola go around him?
Connor looks good, though. He looks like he's, you know, taking a couple glances down at his feet. He's not really looking behind him. I see him look up at the big screen. But he looks good right now. He looks okay. The guys behind him, a little struggle on their face. And Ethan Edgeworth, I wanted him to stay on this pack so bad, but he looks like he's falling just a little bit.
600 meters to go.
Can they break 9 minutes? We got to remember that's the big mark. Look at how close those lights are.
Connor Ackley's PB is a 9:07, so he's on track for a huge PB today. Coming into 400 meters to go, they have to pass another athlete to get around. And this is where a decision might be made by Jacob Laney to go around, moving just slightly to get around Brian DeCola.
I like that, Jacob Laney. He's on his shoulder, and now he's going to kind of get around him and say, come on, you've been leading this whole way, Connor. Let's do this. Let's race.
He cannot go around him and slow down.
No.
He has to keep pushing.
It's a big move right there. You can see him dig deep on that back stretch. 200 meters to go, everybody, right now. Brian DeCola, look at him. He's trying to make that move.
Brian DeCola going around Jacob Laney.
Connor
Ackley said, I did the work. I'm going now, too.
Brian DeCola, though, putting on a strong move. Starting to really use those arms, flailing just a little bit. Connor Ackley not letting him go too much.
Here we go, going to break the 9-minute barrier. We have Brian DeCola pushing through, running 10 seconds under. 8:50, wow. What? Here we go, can another athlete make it under? Just touching right over. Oh, PBs for everyone in this race. Wow, wow. We had Brian DeCola, 8:50.63.
Oh, they gotta be fired up.
Connor
8:50.
Ackley, previous PB 9:07, running an 8:51, massive PR. Jacob Laney's previous PB was a 9:02, and he ran a 8:53. Maxon Hardwell just
Wow.
misses his PB. So, you know, some magic up front there.
So just to keep the pressure on this next group, I mean, there are quite a few that have gone under 9 minutes, but Jackson Heidish is the only guy, and he's run an amazing number 4 all-time, number U.S. leading right now, 8:42.60. He's coming up in this race, but Brian DeCola, Connor Ackley, those two, you gotta give it up. They ran phenomenal races just there, and their times are going to be way up there. You got to watch those times.
Here we go. Wow. If you're watching, we have some sparks on the track. This is the boys championship 2 mile.
Let's just listen to this fanfare.
It's very dramatic. They're going for the national record, that 8:39.15. Carrie, what's that? What are those? What's that per lap?
I mean, when we're talking about Edward Cheserek, this man has won more NCAA championships than anybody in collegiate history. He's a 2-time Foot Locker champion.
You
He is a man that continues to crush. His partner and girlfriend just won the New York City Marathon. I mean, his life is just embedded in this sport, is Edward Cheserek, and that's the record that these guys are chasing.
Let's call these guys out. We got Connor Burns, Cole Matheson, Brian Rivas, Samuel Burgess, Braxton Legg, Brian Campbell, Drew Griffith, Kevin Sanchez, Keegan Smith, Colin Martens, Samuel Hansen, Noah Brecker, Connor Burns, Jackson Heidish, Braden Seymour, and Nathan Lopez.
Number 6 is Brian Gamble from Emerging Leagues. He's ranked 9:16.7.
It's gonna be crazy up in here. There are a lot of people watching this. There are a lot of people wondering who is going to be the one to beat. So many athletes have had great indoor meets. They've also had great cross-country seasons.
I love what they're doing here with the track. There's some scary, dramatic moves.
It is. It's almost like a little bit of like a, I don't know, horror film at times, but yet love story. I don't know. It's wild.
We've got the cold sparks going. This is what New Balance Nationals, they treat like a pro.
Yeah.
This is a professional level experience that these athletes are having. And you're looking at the future here. You're looking at who the future Olympians are going to be. They're here at the track.
Yeah, I mean, this is a true battle that's about to take place, and I think so many of these athletes are looking to each other to really see some fast times, but ultimately it's about taking this title, the New Balance National Indoor National Championship.
And they're off. It's a pretty large field here today, so we expect to see some jostling. And who will be the one to take it out?
I think a lot of eyes right now are on Jackson Heidish. You know, he's done so many things. He's got this number 4 all-time time on the clock right now. He's run 8:42.60. I mean, just a phenomenal athlete. He's not broken 4 minutes, which a lot of people have talked about, but he is clearly so good. He did that 8:42.60 in Chicago in January. He's committed to Duke. He's ready to run. He's also run 14:39 for 5K. I mean, he's just got such great range.
And 8:39.15, this time that we're going for, has been around for a while, a decade.
Yeah.
A decade, and a lot has changed since then, and we have Colin Martins up front.
Colin Martin taking it out.
Connor Burns just right behind, right on those pace lights with Cole Matheson.
Connor Burns, that 8:48 that he ran. He's 11th on the all-time list as well. He's number 2 right now in the U.S. for 2023. But he has that speed. He is that sub-4 guy. He's run 3:58 outdoors. He ran 3:59 indoors. I mean, such good speed, but also that endurance. We've talked a lot about that. You know, but then you look, Cole Matheson right there. I mean, we've watched him run so well in the last few weeks. in the last few months. He's been very consistent. He ran great in cross country. And then he ran again the World Cross Country Championships. I mean, these athletes seem like they never tire. They are racing all the time. It's a lot different than when we were racing.
Once you have the spark, you have to keep going and not stop. That's what I say. You know, that first 400 was in a 63, and we're coming through 800 in 210. Slowed down just a bit.
Jackson Haidish is in second place. Colin Martins continues to
Losing those pace lights just a touch. It's, you know, it's hard to the national record is the standard. That is a lofty, lofty goal, but I really love to see what Colin Martins is doing out here. He is going for it, and, you know, he's all in.
He's all in, and he's definitely knew who was in this race. He definitely has studied this. You know, there are times when people say, I don't really look around to know who's there, but you know when you're at the New Balance Indoor Games, who's toeing the line with you.
The best.
The best of the best,
The best
that's
of
right.
The best. And our pack has come back together a little bit. We're waiting for our next split here.
Colin Martins leading.
Colin Martins leading.
Cole Madison, the local product out of Framingham, Massachusetts, in second place.
Cole Mathisen talking about having family here, being able to see him. He's moving into the lead here, and he's starting to push. He has people here that are getting ready to watch him. He's excited to be here.
And Cole Mathison's committed to the University of Colorado, and he's been on a little bit of a world tour as well. We keep talking about this World Cross Country Championships in Bathurst, Australia, and he came 25th in the world. You know, it's great to have that international experience, to see that this sport is bigger than what's happening right here in the U.S. And he's got some great competition with him. As we see these lights slip away for them just a bit, we have a change and a little stumble out from Jackson Haidish.
Just got a little bit tied up there. Didn't look like anyone got. This is the thing, like you watch that, there's a little bit of a stumble, and they kept their composure. That's what is racing. There are times when you hit people or you do have a close step. They kept their composure. They act like pros. These guys run against pros. They know how to run that way.
And I'm wondering if there's some trading off. Did these guys talk before? Who warmed up together? I'm sure some of them are friends. Because it looks like we have Connor Burns back out in front with Jackson Haidish, and then Cole Mathis back into third a little bit. So is there some trading going on?
I don't know. I mean, I know that the lights are getting a little bit out of reach for them. So now it becomes just that race for the win. And I'm thinking that these athletes, you know, they have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They're nice guys, but they want to win. This is a big thing for them to have this title on their resume.
And they went through the mile in 4:23. That is a fast time.
So Connor Burns out in front. Jackson Haidish, Cole Mathisen.
They're going to have a pretty serious negative split to be close to Chez's record. That is 2:4:20 miles and a little bit under back-to-back. And we just are a tiny bit over, but Connor Burns is absolutely opening this up, and those lights are getting closer.
They are getting closer. That chase pack is starting to close in as well. Watching that chase pack a little bit as Brecker, Griffith, Sanchez are starting to slowly reel in Mathisen. Connor Burns, though, really starting to make the rest of the field hurt.
Connor Burns is taking control of this race with about 1K to go.
It's getting loud in here, Dana. People are getting excited.
There's something special about when you're in control of a championship race. It stops hurting as much. And, you know, that's what Connor Burns is doing. He's pulling ahead. He sees those lights. He feels good. He's going to look up at the screen and not see anyone behind him for a little bit. He's got to keep pushing.
And Connor Burns coming from Missouri, an 8:40.853 PB. He wants that and then some. He's chasing those lights. Those lights are at 8:39. That is the national record of Ezra Cheserek, and he's going for it.
And Jackson Haidish is really holding on to that second spot. I would not count him out as we come up with 800 meters to go. That was a 65 last lap from Connor Burns. He's being very, very consistent, lap over lap. And Connor Burns pulling ahead.
Connor Burns says he's ready for this indoor season to be done. He wants to go out on a high note. He's looking forward to the outdoor and the longer races. So the longer he goes, even though he's a 3:58 guy, he wants to go longer.
He wants it to be done, but he wants a national title with 600 meters to go.
Yeah, his eyes are on everyone, but he did say basically his competition was within himself. That's what he told Sidious Mag, who we love all those great interviews. He said he's worried about himself and he was going to run his own race, and he's doing that right now.
He's doing that. He keeps clicking off these 65 points. He's coming into 400 meters. This is the Connor Burns show you're seeing right here. And those pace lights are getting closer and closer. What does he have left over the last 400 meters? We have 7:38 at the bell. This is going to be very tight. Can he close in a sub 60?
He's got to go.
He's got to go. Chez's record of 8:39.15 is on the line, and those lights are just a touch ahead of him. You never know if the lights are truly on the pace or a tiny bit ahead, so he could be right there on the time. 1 lap to go. What does Connor Burns have left?
Jackson Heidish in second. Cole Mathieson moving into third. He's making a strong push. But here comes Connor Burns. 200 meters to go.
8:11 at the bell. This is a possibility for Connor Burns. The crowd is cheering him on. Everyone's on their feet.
Connor Burns, 100 meters to go, everybody. He's been out here all alone, putting in the work, grinding. But here comes Jackson Heidish. He's coming hard.
Connor Burns has to go around a few couple people, and that record just goes away, but he takes the national title as a consolidation. This is incredible. 8:43. Jackson Heidish right there.
What a great race.
Matheson, Drew Griffith.
Big PB for Connor Burns. Connor Burns, sorry Dana, 8:43.24. Jackson Heidish, 8:44.45. Cole Mathieson, 8:47.11. Drew Griffith, 8:48. I mean, our top four right now, sub 8:50. Brian Grievous in fifth, at 8:51.
Connor Burns, national champion. I think he's ready for his season to be done now.
Yeah, a little bit of a break and then get ready for that outdoor season, but what a great race by him.
So
biding his time.
A true long distance guy.
Well, it's just what he said last night, was that he was looking forward to some of the longer distances, but he was going to run these shorter distances this weekend. I believe he's coming back for the mile.
I love that.
So,
Connor Burns,
big
that
run.
was a master class. And that goes to show how hard these national records are. You know, I think that sometimes we put a lot of pressure on them.
Jackson Heidish closing in 61, Cole Mathieson closing in 61, but Connor Burns had enough of a lead where he could finish in 65.
And you know, before we can stop and dissect this race, which I'm sure we'll do later on Sidious Mag channel, in every ounce of detail if you want to watch that, we are already on to our championship girls 2 mile.
All right, folks, this is Heat 8 of the Girls' Championship 2
Here we
miles.
go.
We have Peyton Godsey, Kate D'Souza, Addison Knobloch, Samantha Humphreys,
10:22.
Jaden Harberts, Mia Coulter, Natalie McLean, JC Sievers, Sarah Peer, Isabel Delory, Tilly O'Connor, Tula Fallbush, Logan Sejong Kletter.
So our,
Scout Storms.
our top seed in this race looks like it's Addison Knobloch, who's 10:15.92.
With only an 11-second spread in ability between them, so look for a very hotly contested
So
race.
wow, it's getting hot up in here. We've had some great races so far.
Here in just a second.
So the time that we need to beat in order to move into the lead in these 2 mile races, Maddie Gardner ran 10:26.26 in that 7th heat. We are now in the 8th heat, and right now Peyton Godsey is out in front, I believe, with Alori as well. So it looks
Isabel
like
Alori
yes,
looks to be out front.
with Godsey, Knobloch, Humphreys, and St. John Cletter. Another big pack here in the early stages.
We are moving through this race. Our next split will be the 800. You know, there's something I love about the 2 mile women here is they're really all sticking together. They're well ahead of these pace lights right now. And we are coming through the 800 right at 2:32. So this is close to our 10-minute place here. So 2:30 is 5-minute place, which 5 times 2, 10-minute place, baby. I liked the easy track math. Track math is hard.
It is hard, especially when you start to kind of get a little foggy in your racing.
And that's Isabel Alori and Peyton Godsey, followed by Samantha Humphreys, who is right there.
Again, we have about 5 girls in this lead pack.
Going through that first gate around 3:10.
Yep. So, Alori, her PB is 10:32. Now again, some of these PBs might be from outdoors because some athletes run the 3K for their state meets or for other races. So 10:32.32 is, or 10:32.10 is what Isabel Alori has come into this meet with.
And we still have Isabel Alori, a junior, up front. Looks like that last... We are having some technical difficulties with our splits right now. Well, so we're just going to call what we see.
Yes.
We're here at the track. Nothing better.
And it is an awesome one. Newbalance has done such a great job with this facility. It is amazing, and it is jam-packed in here. I mean, there's standing room only in on some of the sections.
You know, we are sticking on this. When we come around for the mile, we're going to see how close we are to that 10 fat place. You know, I remember when it was one high school girl a year broke 10 minutes, and it was mind-blowing. Now, I am just so proud of the progress that's been made. So many girls are breaking through.
Yeah, this sport has really grown in so many ways, not only in numbers, but in technology and in even where the tracks, how the tracks are built. I mean, it's just getting faster and faster.
Okay.
And here we go.
5:05 high for our mile split. So we've slowed down a little bit, but that is 10:10 pace for a 2 mile, a full 2 mile. So if they can continue on this, we'll stay on that 10:10 pace.
So Alori, Godsey, Humphreys, Knobloch, and Bushy in the top 5.
And this would be a very big PR for Isabel Alori, who has a PB of 10:32. You know, anything under that 10:20 would be a PB for most of the field. So we still have the same group of Isabel Alori, Peyton Godsey, Samantha Humphreys.
Godsey's getting a little bit antsy. You can see her moving up to the shoulder.
About 1,300 meters remaining now.
You know, Godsey has run a 10:23, so I'm sure she wants to go sub 10:20.
Yeah, she's thinking about that, but you can see her just kind of biding her time on the outside of the lane, coming up and then slowing back a little bit. Humphreys doing the same thing, but she's found herself on the inside, trying to relax. And this is a tough part, trying to control yourself and let other people just handle the lead a little bit. Now we see a lead change here. Godsey going up to the front, Humphreys following suit. Alluri getting back in there, didn't necessarily want that lead change, and there she goes. She's going right back up front. You know, there are some athletes that just like to be up front.
Oh yeah, honestly.
I mean, we all want to be.
Well, here's the thing. You control the pace, and you're sticking on these lights, and you're doing a good job. Why not? It looks like Peyton Godsey is sticking right on this. And Isabel Alluri staying on her shoulder. That pack has kind of broken apart a little bit. So potentially that last lap was a little bit quicker.
You can see Godsey now trying to put a little space in between her and Alluri. They have 800 meters to go. Humphreys moving into second. Humphreys has been sort of the quiet one in this group. She's been there the entire time. Bushy as well. Bushy was in fifth for a little bit, now moving into fourth. Now Bushy making herself known. She's moving around. But Alluri doesn't like it.
Here we go, Peyton Godsey.
Godsey's been putting the pressure on now for the last couple laps. But I like where Humphreys has been, where she's been. She's been hiding out. She hasn't really shown herself yet. They can see her on the big screen. They know she's not left this top three. She's just been right in this second or third position the entire time, but I like where she's at.
As we're getting towards these final laps, we really have to see what Peyton Godsey wants to do out here today. They've fallen off these pace lights, but they're still on track for a really fast race with 400 meters to go. 9:02.
Wow, they have a chance.
You know, we're right on that 10:05,
yes.
sub 10:10 pace.
Trying to keep an eye on that to see if they can break that 10-minute barrier.
You know, I think running a sub 75 is definitely in this pack's wheelhouse. This is the championship girls 2-mile at Newbalance. And as we come through this final time around the bell, we're really going to see how close we're going to be to that 10-flat mark.
Looks
9:38 at the bell.
9:38, and then look who's in the lead again. Alluri is back there. It's going to be, like you said, around 10:05, 10:07 potentially. But look at Alluri finding herself there, and Humphreys getting right back into the second position.
And Peyton Godsey's falling back a little bit, but Isabel Alluri coming up.
She's fought tooth
Samantha
and nail.
Humphreys right on her.
Can they get that 10:10 barrier?
Can Samantha Humphreys catch her? Looks like Isabel Alluri's going to get it. 10:12.54.
Wow. They have got to be so. Godsey was so tough. There were moments out there where she wanted to give in, and she fought. She kept fighting, and you could see that fatigue in her with about 4 laps to go. Her head was back. Her arms were cut all over the place. She went hard. She's a junior. So is Samantha Humphreys. The 2 underclassmen went 1-2. Great racing. 10:12. Wow.
You know, I'm starting my watch for this next one. I'm going to have accurate splits. Just you wait. Pulling the watch out.
Let's do it. What a great race there. 10:12 for the top 2. We had 4 go under 10:20.
That is a fabulous race. You know, when I was in college, when I was in high school, that would have been the championship heat. But this is the championship heat.
This is. So here's that music again.
Here it is. Gotta make it feel intense.
It is intense. I shouldn't say it was like a horror film, but it was like, I'm so nervous. It's like the hype song of all hypes.
This is hype, and we are about to see the cold sparks come.
Yeah, looking right there at Carrie Beloga, who's had such a phenomenal year, winning the cross-country championships, but also going on and running at the World Cross-Country Championships. Abby Nekanecki right there, Zariel Makia, Leah Stevens, Tatum Dana, David, Bethany, Mitchell, Hannah Thompson, Peyton Noe, Allie Zealand, Kira O'Shea, Abby Faith Cheeseman, Kathleen Clute, Gianna Lapizzo, and Ellie Shea, who lots of eyes are on Ellie Shea. She's talking about this record that she'd like to get, which Mary Kane holds, 9:38.68.
And Mary Kane set that in a professional field. So this is different. You know, when you're competing against pros, it's easy to get pulled on to fast times, but when you're competing against your age category, it's a little bit different.
Hip number 7 is Hannah Thompson.
So not only is it fun to look at that national record of 9:38.68 held by Mary Kane, which was set in 2014 here in Boston, but Irene Riggs has the national lead. Lots of people know Irene Riggs. She won NXN. She also won USATF U20s. She's run 9:49.37 this year.
You know, what I've learned from these races is that you never know who's going to win.
Exactly.
You never know how fit people are going to show up to this time. Never know. I'm not taking any bets.
I just love this music. I am pumped.
From Belmont, Massachusetts, she's ran 9:52. Please give a big hand to Ellie Shea.
Here we go. We are going for 9:38.68 is the time to beat. It's where the pace lights will be.
So Kira O'Shea, keep your eye on her as well.
Ellie O'Shea with the sunglasses on.
Ellie Shea. There's lots of O'Shea and Shea.
Ellie Shea. You know, she's from Boston. Emerging elite.
All right, folks, so look for Ellie Shea. She weighs 14 on the outside. She has the fastest seat time coming in at 9:52.
So the fastest seat time, Ellie Shea, 9:52.35.
She's got that speed. She's run a 4:40 in a 2 mile.
She has run so fast.
In the mile.
In the 800, the mile, the 3K, the 2 mile, the 5K. Ellie Shea has really shown that she has more range than I think we've seen in most people ever in this sport.
And they are all bunched together, going through this first 200 and around a 36.
So Ellie Shea wearing the shades in the black and orange singlet.
Zariel Makia, we've seen her. She's been so good for so long. She comes from a big family of 6, I believe. She's got all these younger brothers and sisters. And they're always in the crowd. They're always excited to see her run.
Gotta love family being there. All right, as we come through our first 400, Ellie Shea has been making herself known, playing absolutely no games, 71 seconds.
Well, Ellie Shea is coming off of that 10th place finish at the World Championships for cross country in Australia.
Yeah, where she led Team USA.
Yes.
That bronze medal.
Yeah, she did. She's been having so much fun. I mean, the one thing that Ellie has done is she's raced against all different types of people, from the professionals to the collegiates to the best in the world. She was second at the Champs Cross Country National Championships. She's good on the grass, on the track, all over the place. But one thing that I love about her is she's not afraid to go for it.
Oh, yeah.
She's quiet. She's a quiet, spoken woman or girl. She loves to cook. She's got all these fun things that she does. I know, but she also just loves to run fast.
And that is exactly what she's doing. She's about 20 meters ahead of the rest of this pack, and the pack is ahead of the lights. So what is Ellie Shea going for here? I'll know a little bit more once I get the next split of this 800. We're coming through.
Oh, wow.
226 for the 8.
That's under Mary Kane's
So
national
she
record.
is on pace right now.
Ellie Shea, she's in fantastic form. She's fresh off the appearance.
She's on 9:32 pace right now. That is definitely that national record pace. And I think it's really interesting what Ellie Shea is doing. This pack has studs in it, you know, or they just have, this pack has such strong girls that have truly been extremely accomplished. So to go out in the front, you know, she just is running, I believe that was 3:02 for the K, so she's running like very close to what a 4:48 for the mile is kind of what we would estimate. 4:50.
Well, she's just run 9:02 for a flat 3K. And that's 9:36 pace for 2 miles. So she is on that pace. She knows the pace. I mean, she basically came in here running 9:02. That's right where she has to be in order to break this record.
And she's continually just pushing the pace. She's ever extending her lead from this pack. You know, we're getting to it where it's a quarter of a lap at this point. Ellie Shea is just pushing forward. Clicking off lap over lap. And we have Tatum David leading the chase pack.
Tatum David in second place, leading that pack, as you said. She's got a 10:08 PB coming in here. Very solid herself, and all kinds of accolades in that chase pack. But right now, it is all Ellie Shea.
All right, so we're
Ellie Shea coming through. She is locked in. She's got the sunglasses on, of course. Like you said, Carrie, future soap, right? Not committed to any school yet. Keeping her options open.
She's only a junior, so she's got a lot of time. But, you know, she lives out here. She trains on Heartbreak Hill. A lot of people know Heartbreak from the marathon, but she likes to do hill repeats there. It builds such strength. Her club and her coach, they do train hard. You know, you can't train the way she does and not be able to run these fast times like she does from 800 on up.
And here's the mile right at 4:53. 4:51.7.
Ellie Shea got about a 55-meter lead now.
So 4:52 pace.
4:51.7.
Is right around 9:45. So
9:42 pace.
And that chase pack went through the mile in a 5:03. So, you know, they are also very on track for a sub 10-minute race as well.
Mary Kane, if you're watching this,
here we go. Ellie Shea coming through the bell lap again. Every time I look away, she's back here at the bell.
So Ellie's still running strongly. She's gone 70, 73, 73, and 74 so far. So still.
And the chase pack is also coming through as well. Ellie Shea is really making this effort to try to get this national record.
And she just keeps extending that lead, as you said. She is not looking back at all. She's looking all forward, running as fast as she possibly can. I mean, she just likes to run fast, and that's what she even told me when we were interviewing her before her cross-country races. She likes to go for it. She's not really afraid. She and her coach have meticulously talked about this strategy. She's not one to talk to the media very much, so we didn't get a lot of inside scoop.
You know, you keep it to yourself. You just do the work. You show up. You go through. She just passed her 3K in around 6:06, so she's right there on this target pace to go get the title. And the bonus of the national record if possible.
So just so you guys know, if you see the pace lights, which they are in front of that second pack, that's a 10-minute pace that the lights are on. Ellie Shea is out in front. She's been right around 73 seconds for the 400-meter pace, but she's slipping a little bit. Her last 400 was 75.
This is so hard to do when you're by yourself. I think it's an amazing accomplishment to go out here, lead end to end, and sometimes it's championship racing, and I'm torn of where to look because we got Ellie Shea so far in front, and then we have this incredible pack where there's so much action and back and forth. Ellie Shea has 800 meters to go.
We gotta keep her going here. She can still break 9:50. Is she slowing just a little bit?
Once you start to get to this type of pace, especially in the 2 mile, there's a big difference between that 74, 75, and you feel it. You really have to start thinking about, all right, what type of form am I keeping? How am I breathing? And Ellie Shea's coming up to 600 meters to go.
This is where Ellie Shea is going to dig deep, use that 208, 207 speed that she has. She's also got that strength of sub 16 minutes for 5K. This is one of the athletes we will never forget. She is so good at every single distance that she runs, and she puts herself in these positions to set what could be history. We watch this girl time and time again go after those history-making marks, and you got to give it up to her.
Opening up the stride a little bit before 400 meters to go. The crowd is starting to get on their feet for Ellie Shea.
400 to go, right at 8:38. She can still break 9:50. She's got to dig deep. But this is going to be one of the fastest times we've ever seen.
The crowd is on their feet. Everyone is urging Ellie Shea along, and the backpack has completely broken open. The race for second is wide open.
Hannah Thompson in second, Leah Stevens in third, Carrie Beloga in fourth, Abby Mekanicki in fifth.
And Ellie Shea coming up with 200 meters to go. It is so loud in here.
It's really loud.
Now you can hear herself breathe.
9:16, everybody. What is she going to do? 9:16.
Here we go. Ellie Shea, does she have that 30-second last lap in her?
She's going well under 9:50.
Oh, yeah.
She is turning that screw, everybody. My math was off. Here we go.
Ellie Shea coming through.
Look at this time.
She is running so fast.
Can she get the national lead?
Your national 2-mile champion is Ellie Shea.
She did.
And here's the race for second coming through.
Fourth fastest of all time, and she broke 9:50, running 9:49.82.
The second pack just misses that sub 10 with Hannah Thompson, Carolyn Beloga, Lee Stevens. Hannah Thompson running 10:07, Carolyn Beloga running 10:07.
Okay.
10:09.
I was trying quick. Math was right. She ran amazing.
Incredible.
Just breaking 9:50, running the fourth fastest ever. She has got to be so excited. What a year she's had.
And 10. I couldn't do that.
Time and time again, when that girl steps on the line, she produces such great races. You know, she's run against the best in the world, finishing in the top 10 there at the World Cross Country Championships, coming here after running 9:02 for 3K, running 9:49.82. She brings along that entire field with her, and they are all running so phenomenal. What a great job. We had
What a race.
the top 10 girls were 10:15 and under. Wow. Woo! Awesome.
All right, and that wraps it up for Carrie Tollefson and Dana Jordan. Oh, you're staying on? No, we're out of here. We're out of here. We did it. We brought you through the last 3 hours. Thank you so much for spending time with us.
Thanks to the athletes for bringing the heat.
For bringing the heat. The energy in this
awesome.
place is infectious. Do we need to run again today?
No, I have to come back on, so I got to conserve energy because it's going to be wild all day.
Okay. We'll save it for a lap on the track later. All right.
female championship races. We are into some relay action for the remainder of the evening. And we're going to be starting with the prelims of the 4x200 meters. We've got boys first, followed by the girls, and then we're going to have some sprint medley relays and distance medley relay finals to wrap up the rest of the track meet. And we are in the blocks for heat number 1 of 13 for these championship boys 4x200 meter prelims. In lane 2, we have North Rockland Track Club. In lane 3, Above Expectations Track Club. In lane 4 are the Rams Track Club. In lane 5 is Roman Catholic Track Club, and 6 is Potomac Senior.
Before we get into that, we need the top 6 boys from the championship 2 mile to be able to podium, please. Top 6 from the boys.
And it looks as though we actually only have 4 teams on the track. They are Roman Catholic, Potomac, Rams, and North Rockland. And that is Roman Catholic at the handoff. And at the cut-in, it is still Roman Catholic Track Club. And a clean exchange for them. Followed closely by the Rams. They are being hunted down. Potomac in 3rd, and that is North Rockland in 4th. And some pressure there from the athlete from the Rams Club, but it will remain Roman Catholic in the lead. So Roman Catholic continues to lead, although there is pressure on the outside now by the Rams. It is Roman Catholic and the Rams coming off that final bend. And a tie-up by the athlete from Roman Catholic, and it looks as though the Rams will come through for the win. And that was Aguilar on the final leg. So again, there will be 13 sections of the boys 4x200 meter prelims. The final will be tomorrow evening.
Up next in heat 2, we have
Heat 2 is setting their blocks now. In lane 2 will be MVP League. In lane 3 will be Central Knights. In lane 4 will be Parsippany High School. In lane 5 is Reagan Elite. And in lane 6 is Golden Eagle Elite. So it's a four-team race. Central Knights, Parsippany Reagan Elite, and Golden Eagle Elite. And that's Reagan Elite with the advantage at the first handoff, and just barely gets it within the exchange zone. With Golden Eagle following closely on the outside. At the cut-in, it is Reagan Elite Track Club. I believe that's Jerry Summers who is running the second leg for them. Junior Grant of Golden Eagle is making up some distance, and they are neck and neck at that second exchange. Andrew Steele extending that advantage for Reagan Elite. And it will be Reagan Elite handing off to Brandon Harris into the final exchange. And Orlando McLean of Golden Eagles trying to hunt him down, but right now it is Brandon Harris cruising around that penultimate bend.
Let's see if you can make a move on this turn.
And just as we saw in the last section, here comes the Golden Elite, the Golden Eagles, but it will not be enough.
What a finish!
And 100th of a second will separate those two teams. So Reagan Elite pulls off the win with a 128.75 to Golden Eagle Elite's 128.76. And that's been rounded down to 128.72. In fact, that's the time for both teams, but the win has been handed to the Golden Eagle Elite Track Club. So that moves them into third overall, and it will be top 8 on time that will make it through to tomorrow night's final.
And now as we start Heat 3, we have Union Catholic Track Club.
So Heat 3 of 13.
IMG Elite and West Springfield Track Club.
In lane 2 is Union Catholic Track Club. In lane 3 are the Stags. In lane 4 is Mervo Elite. Lane 5 will be IMG Elite. And in lane 6 is West Springfield Track Club. Should mention that the national record in this event is held by Bullis High School. We've seen tons of those athletes in the short sprints do very well in this meet so far. But at the moment, it is IMG Elite and West Springfield heading into the first exchange. And it's a clean exchange all around. So IMG Elite continuing to extend their lead. That is Kane Stanley, I believe, ahead of Ian Baskerville of West Springfield, and they remain in that order at the third exchange.
West Springfield coming in second.
Big lead now for Devontae Howell of IMG Elite, and he is putting some serious distance between himself and his competitors. And they are comfortably in the front heading into the final exchange. This is going to be Dylan Woodruff charging for home over the last lap of this beautiful track here in Boston at Newbalance. And a dominant final leg for IMG Elite. This is Dylan Woodruff cruising for home. And they've run the fastest time of the section so far, 127.61 for IMG Elite, with a significant margin of victory over West Springfield at 129.20. That's the third fastest time in the country this year.
The next heat we have Mountain Brook Track Club, Xavier.
So they move comfortably into the top position. Right now the time to beat is 1:30.27 to get into that final tomorrow night. Again, 13 sections in all, being narrowed down to only 8 teams. So heading into heat number 4, we've got Mountain Brook Track Club in 3, Zavarian Brothers Track Club in 4, Poly Prep Country Day School in 5, and BMH STF in 6. So they're away in heat number 4. Really quick opening leg there on the outside for BMH STF. That's Isaiah Pryor.
And we are at an even pace coming off this turn.
And he will hand off to Nicholas Steed. And a clean exchange, good exchange there for BMH STF. And they're comfortably in the front at the cut-in. But some serious speed being poured on by Poly Prep Country Day School's Rossi. And they'll hand off neck and neck. So this is Wesley Sweeney for BMH STF being pursued by Theodore Dreyer. And they are just about even at that final handoff. Charles Payne trying to hold off Jordan James. BMH STF has led this thing from the beginning, but don't count out Polyprep. Here they come. And some incredible speed being poured on through these final meters. What a final leg for Jordan James of Polyprep Country Day School. 129.20 and 129.58 for BMH STF.
This next heat we have East St. Louis Flyers, Hustle Track Club, B Elite Track Club, Stags, Ann Arbor Track Club.
Clock's being set now for Heat 5. This will feature the East St. Louis Flyers, Hustle Track Club, the Elite Track Club, the Stags, and Ann Arbor Track Club. So right now the time to get into that final is the time that was just run by the winners of our previous heat at 129.58.
Breaking that stagger already. Coming into the second exchange.
And clean handoff. That is hashtag the Elite Track Club in the lead at the cut-in. This is Landon Perry continuing to extend the lead for his team ahead of Dante Lovett of the Stags. Another clean exchange. And Amir Wright takes the baton now for the Elite. But keep your eye on the Stags. This is Elijah Fagbui slingshotting around the final turn and handing off in the lead. So it is the Stags followed by the Elite.
And here we go.
Then Hustle, Ann Arbor, and East St. Louis Flyers. And the Stags will not be caught, so James Long will take it across the line at 129.25. And that moves them into the 8th position, right on the bubble for qualifying for tomorrow's final.
Get into the final is 129.25. The fastest time as of right now is 127.61.
So Heat 6 now will be the Whippet Track Club in 3, Stags in 4, Scorpions in 6.
Bringing it in up front is Scorpions Track Club.
So Scorpions with the slight advantage over the Stags, but the Stags are starting to close that daylight.
Can Stags folks please come down to the track?
This is Stags B.
Again, can the Stags folks please come down to the track? And up front we have Scorpions Track Club.
So the Scorpions with a huge advantage right now.
Coming in to pass off for this final lane.
And that was Xavier Doctor handing off to Abdur Hassan. And unless something goes horribly wrong here, they are not going to be caught.
Scorpions really out there by themselves, coming off on this curve.
So a totally solo run here for Abdur Hassan of the Scorpions Track Club.
Bring it home, beautiful run.
And they take the win in 1:27.81, so just a hair off of the fastest time. That's number 6 in the nation this year. So that moves them into second overall and fairly comfortably looking like they're going to make it through to that final. Again, it's top 8 teams through to the final tomorrow night.
Up next we have
As we prepare
Deptford
for
Track Club, Patriot Track Club.
heat number 7, featuring Deptford Track Club in 2, Patriot Track Club in 3, Bishop Hendricken in 4, Central Dakota Resilience in 5, and Cortland Track Club in 6. So cleanly away, and it is Patriot Track Club and Deptford. Sorry, that's Cortland and Central Dakota on the outside, the outer 2 lanes who have the fastest seed times coming in.
And Central Dakota out.
And that's Central Dakota
Portland Track Club.
well in the lead at the cut-in with Reese Snow taking this leg for that team. Portland following closely behind with Kwame Whitaker trying to make up that gap. And it is Reese. Another clean handoff there for Central Dakota Resilience. And a battle on for the second position between Cortland, Deptford, and Patriot. They're trying to work together to close that gap on Talon Farland of the Central Dakota Resilience. But they remain in the lead at this final exchange, and that's going to be Nathan Mathern taking it with 150 to go, and he's looking very strong. Cortland has moved into second, but it is going to be Central Dakota Resilience taking the win in section number 7, another 127. In fact, that's 127.58. That's the fastest time of the day so far, and that moves them into the 3rd fastest position in the nation this year. $127.58 for Central Dakota Resilience. And we still have 6 heats to go, so moving on to Heat 5, we've got the Cavaliers Track Club in lane 2, Mount St. Joseph in 3, Norristown Eagles Track and Field in 4, Archbishop Carroll Lions in 5, and the Gray Bees Track Club will start in lane 6.
Coach Portland, please come down to the track.
Archbishop Carroll Lions come into this with a 126.42 seed, significantly ahead of the rest of the seed times in this section, and that is the team in that bright yellow kit, currently well in the lead, coming into that first exchange. And a nice exchange for them. Battle on now between the Gray Bees and Norristown Eagles. We're running incredibly fast. In fact, that is Dante Bell. And he will hand off to Jaden Pratt, and he has put them back into a position to be contenders in this thing. So Drew Dillard of Archbishop Carroll continues to lead, but with a smaller advantage than they had early on. And he hands off to Marcus Brown. Marcus Brown cruising around with 100 meters to go. Archbishop Carroll Lions in a great position to take the win and put themselves in this final. So Marcus Brown across the line, bringing the team to a 1:28.09.
The coach from Bishop Hankerson, please come down to the track.
That's 1:28.10.
And the coach from Portland, please.
And that moves them into fourth overall. So right now, the bubble position is the Reagan Elite Track Club at 1:28.72. They're in
This next
eighth
heat will be
by
Warner
time.
Track Club, Bergen Catholic, Sky's the Limit Track Club.
We move right along to heat number 9 of 13 of these boys 4x200 prelims.
Is actually scratched.
In lane 2 is Warrior Track Club. In lane 3 is Bergen Catholic. And 4 is Coatesville. And in lane 6 will be the Eagles Track Club. And in fact, there's been another late scratch, so it's a 3-team race between Coatesville, Bergen Catholic, and the Warriors. That's Coatesville on the outside,
Coatesville, Bergen Classic, Warrior
coming in
Track
with the
Club.
advantage at the first handoff. And that's Mir Haskett of Coatesville. With a great advantage over the field, so he comes in and will hand off to
Warrior
Dante
Track Club,
London.
trying to make up some ground.
And a tight exchange there, almost outside the exchange zone. Looks like he just got it in.
Coatesville really looking nice out there.
And a big third leg there for the Warrior Track Club. That's Cooper DeVries, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Actually, that's Bergen, rather. Bergen Catholic in second, but it is Coatesville continuing to lead. Clean exchange, and Isaiah Brightman will be taking the baton around the track for the last time for Coatesville.
And Bergen Catholic trying to make up some ground in this 200.
Nice move there by Logan Casey of Bergen Catholic, but it's not enough. Isaiah Brightman holds on for the win for his team of Coatesville, and they're through in 1:28.93. Just outside of that top 8 position.
And again, the time to make it into this final right now is 1:28.72. That is the time to beat. This next heat.
So 4 heats remain. Heat number 9.
Mayfield Track Club, Natchez Track Club.
Sorry, 3 heats remain. So on to heat 10.
Paladins Track Club.
We'll have Bucks County starting in lane 2, Mayfield High School in 3, Natick Track Club in 4, Morey Track Club in 5, and Paladins Track Club in 6. So Morey Track Club moving very well. That's Levante Bond handing off to Tyler Privet Barnes. And they are neck and neck with Paladins at the cut-in. That's Joshua Narcisse battling it out with Tyler Privet Barnes. And now Bucks County getting in the conversation in those orange kits. And they've made up a ton of ground, and it is a bumpy battle between Bucks County and Paladins. In the blue and the orange, Antonio Antonio Colin from Paladins continues to lead. Gavin McCusker trying to make up some room on him. And it's going to be a battle down this final stretch. And Maury Track Club back in the conversation now too, and they swing wide trying to get some room to get across that line. It is a four-man battle and a big fall at the line. But Paladins has been awarded the win at 128.86. Bucks County, 100th of a second back at 128.87. And Mayfield came through for third, so thrilling finish in section 10. And you see just a bit of a bump, I think, from the Mayfield athlete to Paladins, and unfortunately they're just outside of that top 8 position. So Reagan Elite remains in the bubble spot at 128.72. They're in 8th overall by time. That's the time to beat to make it into that final. As we move on to Heat 11. In lane 2 will be Baker Street Track Club. In lane 3 is Team Pilati. In 4 is Potomac Senior. In lane 5 is North Track Club, and then Lexington Elite starts in lane 6.
And we are off to a great start, already breaking that standard.
So North Track Club in those yellow strips, moving very well. That's Jameel Matthews. And he hands off to Mordecai Ford, who has now put his team in the lead at the cut-in. To his outside is the Lexington Elite. Lexington not letting them go. That's Kai Udatach. And North hands off to Lorensky Ambrose. And he's racing against Brandon Udatach. He's closing very well. And they are right together at that final exchange. It's North versus Lexington. This is Jacob Kyler. Trying to keep his lead over Alexios Contathanasis. And I think he's done just enough. Kyler screaming across the line with 128.47. And that is enough to move them into 5th overall. So North Track Club currently in position to make it through to tomorrow night's final, as we have 2 heats remaining. So Heat 12 features Kentwood Track Club in 2, Nightmare Track Club in 3, Pennsauken Track Club of New Jersey in 4, 16 Ways in 5, and Cardinal Hayes of New York in 6. Kentwood is not starting, so it'll be a 4-team race. Ways comes in with the only seed under 130. And they're in the lead at the moment, having made up the stagger. That team in blue in lane 5. So this is Noah Morris, a 16 Ways.
16 Ways Track Club.
But a very fast leg on the outside in that orange strip by Cleveland Charlton. That's Cardinal Hayes of New York. So 16 Ways, Cardinal Hayes, and Pennsauken. Chris Estelle and Elijah Ford, 2 athletes in the front at the moment, and Elijah Ford making a big move. Trying to sneak through on the inside, but there isn't room. very tight race between Shamar Hurd and Ryan Pena playing out. And Premier Win of Pensacola has put himself back in the conversation as well and trying to make a move. Look at this final leg. This is Premier Win. And he's done so much, but unfortunately it's just not enough. Shamar Hurd able to hold off a win for 14 ways. 128.06 for 16 ways, 128.77 for Pensacola. So 16 ways track moves into 4th overall, fairly comfortably so. With only one heat remaining. So we have Gonzaga College High School in lane 3, Racing City in 4, Mustang Track Club in 5, and Windsor Track Club in 6. And our first false start, it seems, of
And we will have
the relay prelims.
start.
It seems as though there's been a red card issued to lane 3, and that's really unfortunate. So real shame for Gonzaga, who will not be contesting this. So it's now a 3-team race between Racing City, Mustangs Track Club, and Windsor Track Club. Keenly aware the second time of asking.
So Racing City, Mustang Track Club, Windsor Track Club.
So this is Mustangs. And a baton drop. Drama is unfolding on the track. So we went from a 4-team race down to 2. Mustangs have been disqualified. So it's now Windsor Track Club in the lead. That's Grant Harris. I apologize, that was Maxim Copeland handing off to Grant Harris.
It'll be Windsor Track Club.
And Conan Varian of Racing City trying to hunt him down. Grant Harris extends his lead into the final handoff. This will be Tayshawn Berry in the final leg for Windsor. And Aiden Slavette of Racing City behind him.
Windsor Track Club, Racing City trying to make up some ground.
Again, the time to beat to get into this final is 128.67. And it will not be enough for Windsor. So they take the win, but unfortunately don't advance to the final. So after a drama-filled final heat of the championship boys 4x200 meter relay, we can tell you that Central Dakota Resilience, IMG Elite, Scorpions Track Club, 16 Ways Track, Archbishop Carroll Lions, North Track Club, Rams Track Club, and Roman Catholic will be the 8 teams heading into that final. And there you just see the baton drop for the Mustangs in lane 5 on that first exchange. And a disappointing way for them to end their relay bid. So there you see the small cues behind the top 8 teams. We'll see them in action again tomorrow evening on day 3 here at Newbalance Indoor Nationals. But first we move on to the girls 4x200 meter prelims. So same as the boys, will have top 8 by time through to the final. 9 sections of the girls 4x2. In lane 2 is USA Junior Track Club. In lane 3, Courageous Track Club. And 4 is South Dade Express. Lane 5 will be the Talented Team Club. And in 6, it's Bloomfield. So it is South Dade Express with a big advantage. South Dade, this is Centeria James pouring it on and clearly asserting herself at the front of this race. South Dade Express dominating this first section of the girls 4x200. She hands off to Maya McCoggle. And some traffic behind her. But this is all South Dade Express. With almost a 50-meter advantage over the rest of the field, so they will come comfortably into this final handoff.
South Dade Express bringing it in home to hand off this final exchange.
And Jalissa Marshall takes that baton cleanly for the final leg for South Dade Express. An enormous margin of victory for this talented young quartet of women.
South Dade bringing it in for the home stretch.
Jalissa Marshall laying down her mark early on in these prelims. And South Dade will finish in 1:37.71.
And South Dade Express
Significant, almost 5 seconds ahead of Bloomfield Track Club at 1:42.40. So 1:37.71. Fantastic opening heat.
Heat 2, DC Cadets, Brocksville Track Club, Cheltenham Riders, Run Fast Track Club, and St. Louis.
Oh yeah, that's terrible.
So we'll head now into section number 2 of 9 of the 4x200 meter prelims. This is going to feature Bronxville Track Club, Cheltenham Striders, Run Fast Track Club, and the team out of St. Louis.
Can't wait to see how I feel by Saturday.
Yeah, well, a lot has to do with this board, and these guys keep on blocking it, so I'm trying to show like the distance and all on the board.
And here we go, these things are moving.
So another baton drop, unfortunately, some drama on the track.
Drop, but they are going to continue running, and that is stuff that I love to see because you are not going to stop.
So St. Louis in the lead, leading Cheltenham Striders. That's the Run Fast Track Club, and I believe that's Sadie Gray who's decided to finish this thing off for her team, even though she knows that they're not going to make it through to the final. It's good commitment for the Run Fast Track Club, but it remains St. Louis. This is Alexis Taylor.
Cheltenham trying to make some moves.
Cheltenham Striders features Kendall Nelson on this leg, and she's making up the gap.
Trying to make moves here, coming in.
So St. Louis ahead of Cheltenham. And another tough exchange. I don't think they were able to get that inside the exchange zone, so we'll have to wait and see if there's a disqualification for St. Louis. But it is the Cheltenham Striders who have moved into the lead. This is Michelle Corsaw. And she'll take her team through in 1:41.77.
With a time of 1:41.71.
Still can't log in? Still can't log in?
So we should mention that South Dade Express, who won that first section in that blazing time of 1:37.71, puts them second fastest in the nation this year, only behind Bullis High School, who have the lead at 1:37.06. Incidentally, Bullis also holds the national record in this event at a blazing 1:34.75 set at the Newbalance Indoor Nationals back in 2018. So we move now on to section 3 of 9 of the girls 4x200 prelims. In lane 2 is Ann Arbor Track Club. In lane 3 is Paladins Track Club. Lane 4 is a scratch. Lane 5 is Union Catholic. And Minnesink Track Club will start in lane 6. So a great opening leg there for Union Catholic in the form of Taylor Aska. She's handed off to Taylor Cox, who now puts Union Catholic in the lead.
Menacing Union Catholic.
And this is a huge run for Taylor Cox. He's gapped the field significantly. Nice move there by Gina Rubio as well for Paladins. But this is Leah Gould of Union Catholic Track Club.
Menacing and Paladins battling it out for second and third. Union Catholic.
And the final leg will be run by Ajane Thompson. With an almost 50-meter lead on the other two runners. It looks like there was a fall at the line for one of our other teams early on, the Ann Arbor Track Club, unfortunately. But this is all Union Catholic. Ajane Thompson brings her team through in the second fastest time of the day so far at 1:39.29. So that moves them into second overall. Meaning that the bubble time is now held by the Courageous Track Club
And as of right
at
now,
1:43.33.
to get into the final is 1:43.33. Lowell Track Club, Guilderland Track Club, Archbishop Spalding Cavaliers, Bullis, and
So we mentioned that Bullis Track Club holds the nation lead this year, and they are going to be starting in lane 5 in this next section. Section 4 of 9. Lowell Track Club in 2. Archbishop Spalding Cavaliers in 4. Bullis in 5. And Vitas Track Club of Long Island starts in 6. As I mentioned, 1:37.06 is the time that Bullis has laid down this year, fastest time in the country. And they have made up the stagger heading into the first exchange. So that was Sydney Sutton handing off to Sage Hinton for Bullis. And they are dominating this section. That's Vitas of Long Island in second. Soraya Dureska trying to make up some of the gap, but a huge lead now as Mariah Bernard takes the baton for Bullis.
Bullis winning 48.69 in their 400.
Bullis cruising their way around the track into that final exchange. This is going to be Mila Green. And they've come through a full 2 seconds faster into the final exchange than South Dade did. Let's see what Mila Green can do for Bullis. Again, 1:37.06. The time they set down this year, they're not going to crack that. But another sub 138 performance, 137.96, and that moves them into second overall. And they'll hope to find another gear in tomorrow's final. So that moves St. Louis, Missouri team into 142.66 into 8th, and that is the bubble time to make that final. As we move on to Heat 5. So in lane 2 will be Gov Track Club, in lane 5 are the Canes, and in lane 6 is the Black Diamond Track Club.
We need the Guilderland coach to please come down to the track.
And the Canes are scratch, so it's only 2 teams contesting this section. So it's GovTC and the Black Diamond Track Club. It's Black Diamond on the outside and GovTC in lane 2.
Black Diamond Track Club, GovTC.
And clean exchanges for both teams. That's Stephanie Price for Black Diamond, ahead of Anaya Henry of GovTC.
Cutting in, GovTC is trying to cover some ground here. Going into our third handoff. Black Diamond, GovTC.
Shania Young of GovTC making moves on Mamie Amafoa of Black Diamond, but they remain in the lead heading into the final exchange.
Black Diamond, GovTC.
And Ashley Fulton with a huge final leg for Black Diamond. They're going to take this win. The time will not be fast enough, I don't believe. And in fact it is 1:42.16, so that puts them into 6th overall, making Bloomfield Track Club now the bubble team to beat at 1:42.40. We have 4 heats remaining, getting ready now for heat number 6 of 9. In lane 2 will be South Shore. In lane 3 will be Westlake Village Lions. In lane 4 is IMG Elite. Bullis B team will start in lane 5, and Archbishop Carroll Lions A will be in lane 6. And although this is Bullis's B team, even this B team comes in with the fastest seed time of the section at 1:40 flat. So 5 teams cleanly away. Bullis in 5 and Archbishop Carroll Lions A in 6 are the teams to keep your eye on. So it's Gabby White up against Deborah Asante, and Bullis with the advantage of a handoff. That's Jade Offletan and Jasmine Sharps. And Archbishop Carroll Lions looking very strong. Making a big move on the early leaders. So Tatum Lynn will take the 3rd leg for Bullis, and Layla Smith is trying to chase her down in that yellow kit. Gap remaining about the same between them, but it remains Bullis's B team in the lead into the final exchange. So this is going to be Kennedy Flynn taking the baton from Tatum Lynn. And Kennedy Flynn is trying to hold off Simisola Logan. Archbishop Lions making up some huge ground here, but they just are going to run out of track, and Bullis's B team holds on for the win in 1:39.42. So that is the 4th fastest time of the day, and it shows the depth of this incredible high school that their B team is able to pull off this kind of performance. The depth of this program is nothing short of stunning. So we're getting ever closer to needing to run sub 1:42 if you want to make it into this final. But it's almost beyond a doubt that we're going to see two Bullis teams in that final
8
tournament.
minutes left, so I'm going to change it.
So in Heat 7, we'll have the Scorpions in 2, Windsor Track Club in 3, Roadrunner Track Club in 4, Mustang in 5, and Track Life University in 6. Again, there was disappointment for the Mustangs on the boys' side, and I think their girls are probably looking for some redemption today. They come in with the fastest seed of 140.34. And this is Oteria DeBose for the Mustangs, and Jayla Dace for Track Life University. And it is a tight race. And a bit of a bump there as the athletes try to find their position off the cut-in. But this is still a 4-woman race. Track Life continues to lead, followed by the Mustangs, then the Roadrunners, and then Windsor Track Club right behind them. And this is Ayana Gray-Williams taking over the lead from Track Life University. So the Mustangs are indeed finding some redemption in the form of their girls team. What can they do in their final leg? This is going to be Megan Hatcher taking the baton for the Mustangs. And she's being chased down by Asia Elder for Track Life University. But it is Megan Hatcher with a huge run for the Mustangs. And it's a battle into the final stretch. Asia Elder did a lot of work to try to make up the gap, but it was not enough. Megan Hatcher holds on for the win for her team. And both of these teams under that 140 mark, 139.28 for the Mustangs and 139.55 for Track Life. So they are both currently in position to make that final with only 2 sections remaining.
Up next, Whitman Track Club, Lane 4 Track Club, North Rockford Track Club, MVP Elite, and Memorial Track Club.
So our penultimate section of the girls' championship 4x200 meter prelims. This will feature Lane 4 Track Club in Lane 3, North Rockland Track Club in Lane 4, and Morey Track Club in 6. We have 2 scratches. So 3 teams with 2 heats remaining in the girls' 4x200 prelims. Bubble time right now is 141.71. That's the Cheltenham Striders in that 8th place position. So these ladies know what they have to do if they want to get through to that final. So North Rockland with a big opening leg, and they continue to extend their lead. This is Desiree Hernandez, but she's being chased quickly by Lane 4 Track Club's Madison Brister, and Brister has made up the difference. So too, charging low, is Moni Askew. All 3 teams still in contention for this thing. That's now Lane 4 who's moved into the front. It's going to be Ricky Carver for Lane 4, leading out Rayani Chance of the Morey Track Club. But Ricky Carver looking really strong as they head into the final exchange. This is going to be Jada Ray for Lane 4. Can she hold off Morey Track Club's Christine Fitzgerald and Esther St. Fort from North Rockland? Again, the time to get into that final is 141.71. And a big battle now to the line, and a late charge there by Christine Fitzgerald of Morey Track Club, who wins it for her team, unfortunately just outside of the time required. Officially 141.91 for Morey Track Club, so they will not make it through to tomorrow's final. But we have 1 heat remaining of the girls' 4x200 prelims. This is Wachusett Track Club in 3, Maximum Velocity in 4, Ohio Speed in 5, and the DC Cadets in 6. So again, 141.71. Cheltenham Striders will be waiting anxiously, watching this section. Ohio Speed and the DC Cadets both come in with 140 and change seat time, so certainly capable of eclipsing the time necessary to make it through to the final. What can they do on the day? This is Naya Santana, Cameron Poole, Keena Sanders, and Peyton Jones. It's a big opening leg there for Peyton Jones of the DC Cadets, but a little bit of a stumble at the handoff, so that means that all of these teams are still in it. This is Alexis Brown of the Cadets, being followed closely by Wachusett's Kate LaRose. But the DC Cadets have reasserted themselves at the front of this thing, and a clean handoff for them there as Simia Yarish takes the baton. And she is pouring it on. She's cruising around that top bend, putting her teammate Layla King in a great position to take the win of this final section. Again, they know what they have to run. Clean final exchange off to Layla King. And the DC Cadets, 1:15.01 for that 600 split, and that puts them well on track to make it through to the final. Huge closing leg here for Layla King. And she looks smooth and strong coming into the home stretch. With another blazing time, so 1:39.28 for the DC Cadets, and that does move them into 3rd overall. So that means that the Cheltenham Striders unfortunately will not make it through to the final. You had to run under 140 if you wanted to make it to tomorrow night's final. So we have 8 teams who have made it through, and those will be South Dade Express, Bullis A, DC Cadets, Mustang Track Club, Union Catholic Track Club, Bullis B, Track Life University, and the Archbishop Carroll Lions. Again, those finals will be tomorrow evening. So about a day for these athletes to recover.
All right, Jasmine. Found another mic. We're good. So, Jasmine, thanks for passing the baton over. It is now time for the boys' sprint medley relay.
So we're going to keep this sprint relay action going with the sprint medley relay, the SMR. And this is going to be finals. So they will run in seeded sections with slowest to fastest seeds. There are going to be 10 timed finals. And just a refresher that the order of the events in the SMR is 200, 200, 400, 800.
Here we go. This is the first of 10
So
sections.
2 teams contesting section number 1. They are Broughton Dunstable Track Club in 4 and Gale Train in 5. So that's Sam Brewster of Bruton Dunstable against Ari Papadimitriou. And a bit of a stumble there.
They come with 2 times of 3:45 and 3:41. Oh, we're going to drop the baton. Get up, let's go.
Oh, and a baton drop for Gale Train. They were able to get back in the hands of their runner, but this is Jason Kenny of Broughton Dunstable running completely solo, and he's going to hand off to his teammate Liam Herman, who will take it away for the 400-meter leg.
So Broughton come through the first 200-meter The first 2 200-meter splits in about 47 seconds. This is our 400-meter run. So just a reminder, sprint medley relay.
So we are in our 400-meter leg. This is Liam Herman for Groton Dunstable and Aidan O'Grady for Gale Train. And they will be handing off to Zach Metzger for Groton Dunstable and Luke Pacheco, who will be taking the baton around for the 4 laps of the 800-meter leg.
All right, so running the 800-meter leg for Groton will be Zach Metzger.
And another clean handoff. So again, Zach Metzger taking the baton in the 800-meter leg for Groton Dunstable.
So Groton was 140.82.
Unfortunately, we're not getting any live information on splits, but we can tell you that the team in the lead at the moment, Groton Dunstable, has a 3:45.80
So Zach approaching the
best for the year.
Half-mile run here. He's through a pretty sweet 56.57.
National record in this event is 3:24.02 for Chantilly High School. That was set at the Newbalance Indoor Nationals back in 2016. Of course, this meet with such great history and prestige. And that nation lead is 3:35 flat by Newton North High School here in Massachusetts, and that was set 2 years ago.
And here comes through 600 meters.
And now we're into our final lap. The bell rings for Zach Metzger.
Hey guys, I just want to let you all know that I am back. This is Jasmine Todd. I am now back on the mic.
Jasmine's playing lots of double duty today. She was our PA announcer. She was on the mic earlier with me. I'm back in my happy place with her again now. And we're going to be breaking down the action for the rest of these SMRs. And this is Zach Metzger of Groton Dunstable Track Club coming through in 3:40.58. So that is a significant improvement on the time that this team laid down earlier this year. So kudos to them on about a 5-second improvement, and well done to, I'm sorry, that was Gale Train, it seems, that took the lead on that one. Groton Dunstable in second. So again, these are timed finals running from slowest to fastest seeds. There will be 10 timed finals. We'll move on to section number 2 now. There are 5 teams set to compete here. So they are the Running Rebels in 2, Legion Track Club in 3, North Track Club in 4, Minnesink Track Club in 5, and Corning in 6. Jasmine, did you ever compete in an SMR?
No.
No?
I had to think about that, and I'm like, you know what? The only time I would have done it would have been in Oregon, and I avoided the 400 the entire time I was there.
Fair enough.
How I did it, have no clue, but I did it.
Well done.
But it always looks so fun. I think this is one of my favorite relays to watch.
Mine too, absolutely. I was always part of the DMR, and we're going to see those DMRs later this evening as well. But I only would have been able to be any good at the 800 leg of the SMR. So again, 200, 200, 400, 800 are the order of events for the sprint medley relay. 5 strong teams taking to timed final number 2.
So this should be a tight one.
And it'll be really tight because all of these teams come in with seeds ranging by less than half a second.
Literally so close. I'm like, everybody, 3:41.
There's the Legion is first to the rail.
So this is the Legion Track Club in the lead, and that is Alex Hacker.
It's Shane Osgood out of New York. Leading the way. North Track Club out of Toms River, New Jersey are in second.
This is Jason Colindres, and he has been caught now by North Track Club. That's Cameron Thomas.
This is strong form, Newbalance.
It's a battle, Jasmine.
This is battling right now.
And I love this when it's a tight race heading into the last handoff because
Me
it's the
too.
longest event.
So
the
many
800.
things can happen in that 800.
Pure drama. I love it. And it helps the 800 runners run faster, right? When they've got another body
yes.
to chase.
It's like, I have to chase another body. I also have people depending on me.
That's
So
right.
I've got to run. And still run a smart race at the same time.
And to your point about that, that's so well said, because the interesting thing with this, of course, is that it's the shorter legs are handing off to the longer legs, meaning that those 200 guys are coming in hot to the 400, and that 400's coming in hot to the 8, and then you got to find a way to just settle down, find your rhythm as that 800 runner, and not open up as if you're just doing a quarter.
Truly, like, absolutely amazing, and kudos to those 800 runners on these SMRs.
So this continues to be Legion Track Club, and it is Logan Dahl running the 800-meter leg for them. He's extended that lead over North Track Club's Connor Burns. And Connor Burns big move by Minisink, and he has closed the gap significantly on Legion, and it's now going to be a kick over this final 200 meters.
And this is why I love the last leg.
Gavin Rossi of Minisink
battling that out too.
And I think that Logan Dahl just felt the threat on his shoulder and found another gear. And now we see him cruising for home. It's going to be Logan Dahl securing that win for the Legion Track Club New York Boys Legacy in 3:36.15, 3:37.10 for Minisink, and 3:40.09 for the Running Rebels. And on paper, that is a significant improvement for them as well. 3:36 would be about a 5-second.
Absolutely. Wow.
Improvement. You can see how happy they are.
Massachusetts, Moco Elite, Bergenfield High School, Toland Track and Field Club, Washingtonville Track Club, and Ridgeview.
And up next, we have Lewisburg Track Club, Moco Elite, Bergenfield High School, Toland Track and Field Club, Washingtonville Track Club, and Ridgeview. And this will be Heat 3.
Another really tight race on paper with all 5 teams coming in less than a third of a second apart. So all at 3:40.6 to 3:40.95. We could have a good show on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen.
Loving it. These are matched up very well.
So away cleanly. Again, on paper, it is anyone's race. Lunenburg, Moco Elite, Bergenfield, Toland, Washingtonville, and Ridgeview.
Very, very tight affair.
Ridgeview and Washingtonville looking really good.
Oh, a bit of a tumble.
There's a really smooth exchange from Moko Elite in lane 2, negative in the first
at the exchange, and unfortunately they did take out an athlete from one of the other schools, although he was able to get back up on his feet. That was Lunenberg who was impeded, but it is a battle right now. The top 4 teams all sort of neck and neck handing off to their 400-meter runners. Jasmine, this is always some of the danger of especially a fast relay, and the slower ones you have a little bit more time to sort yourselves out, but in the sprint relay, there is so much chaos and traffic happening at that finish line.
And then you add indoors at that.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
That's right.
Still Moko Elite leading as they approach the halfway mark.
So it is Moko Elite and Ridgeview. Ridgeview with the advantage now over Moko Elite. And then Washingtonville putting themselves squarely in the conversation as well. So that is Jaden Bradshaw of Washingtonville, who has surpassed Tolland and making his way up to Ridgeview, trying to get ahead of Jacob Holmes as they come into the final exchange. And another solid 800-meter race about to unfold in front of us.
It's so hard to call because you can't just sit here and be like, oh, he looks so good out front, because you just never know what can happen.
So big move there for Tolland Track and Field Club's Noah Perryman. He has put himself in the lead. He's being followed by Moko Elite. That is Colin Abrams running the 800-meter leg for them. But again, 5 of these 6 teams tightly packed with about 500 meters to go. So it's Noah Perryman for Tolland, and now another lead change. That is Ridgeview back into the lead. So McCare Tiwa at the front with Noah Perryman, Johannes Rivera, Colin Abrams, and Jason Ariano. And a nice move there by Lunenberg's Zachary McClure. He has almost diminished that gap down to nothing. And they only have a lap to go.
1 lap, bell lap, 200 meters left to go.
That's Colin Abrams from Moko Elite back into the lead, and he is putting on some moves, but don't count out
Ridgeview.
McCare and Tawa.
Making moves, you can see he put on that gear.
Noah Perryman also trying to get back in this thing. And a huge final surge by him, but he just runs out of track. So that is going to be Ridgeview taking the win in 3:35.73. So they have the fastest time of the day so far. Holland comes through just under that 3:36 mark as well at 3:35.99. So Jasmine, as we saw with the previous sections, huge improvements for all of these teams on their seed times coming in.
What a time to perform.
So section 4 is another section of all 340 and change seeds, so we should have another very close race on our hands.
Heat 4, we have RFH Dogs Track Club, Fidelis Track Club, Brookline Track Club, Billisera, said that, all kinds of crazy, sorry guys, track club, Ballistic Response Athletics, and Manhasset Track Club.
Great opening leg for Fidelis, as well as Manhasset. So that is Paul Park of Manhasset and Niklos Judy of Ballistic Response. But another incredibly tight race with Billerica.
Absolutely, they brought that in 21:32 and in 21:07.
They've got a nice
So another choppy, bumpy exchange, but everyone is away cleanly, and the 400-meter legs are underway. This is Damari Dean of Ballistic Response setting the charge up front right now, but coming around him on the outside is Jack McBaron of RFH Dogs, and he will move into the lead with only 1 lap to go.
I think that's the fun part also about being those 200 and 400 runners, because you really want to set up your 800-meter runner in a good position, just because you never know what can happen.
Absolutely. So this is Quinn Padovano of the RFH Dogs and Nick Barbaro, who are going to be running this 800-meter leg. And again, they've gone out hot, so we'll see if they settle in a little bit, but Quinn Padovano for RFH cruising his way around with 3 laps to go.
Nick Barbaro of Fidelis making sure he stays in close range.
So with 400 to go, it's Padovano of RFH and Barbaro of Fidelis. And they are at 1,200 meters. These two teams are about 2 seconds up on the winning time from Ridgeview out of the last section. Again, we do expect that these races will get faster and faster as they are seeded.
We are now at bell lap. And you can see these guys start to pick up their pace a little bit.
Barbaro's done really well just to sort of bide his time and work away at Padovano, and now he goes by him, timed that really perfectly, and he puts in a surge. Padovano doesn't have a lot of response, although he's not letting him go entirely. These guys know that they need to just run as fast as possible. This is all about getting in that fast time. It's going to be Fidelis Track Club taking the win in 3:33.74. 3:34.50 for RFH, and so again, both of those times significantly ahead of their seed times. You know, Jasmine, this isn't a race or an event that's necessarily run a whole lot in a season.
Yeah.
So I think often the seed times are a little slower than what you see when everyone's really prime.
Absolutely. And it makes you feel really good once you're like, our team just dropping those times.
That's right.
Peabody Track Club is out in lane 6.
All right, so we are now into some seeds that are in the 338 and 339 range. Section 5 of 10 features Middlesex in lane 1, Falmouth Track Club in 2, Valley Project of New Jersey in 3, Weymouth Youth Club in 4, and Peabody Track Club will be in lane 6. Away cleanly, and a big opening leg there in lane 4 by David Manfredi. Also lane 6, Logan Tricia, and Peabody will be in the lead at that first exchange, moving well too. Out of Weymouth Youth is Ryan McCarthy. And he is trying to hunt down Ellie Batista of Peabody. But it's going to be Peabody and Middlesex at the 400-meter exchange.
They are off. Peabody Track Club marking a time of 46:09 for that 400.
So Sean Conrad is being passed on the outside right now by Lucas Milan. And that means that Middlesex will be in the lead. And a huge surge by him, and he has increased his advantage over Tricia by a significant margin. He's going to be putting, that is over Conrad. He's going to be putting Logan Tricia in an excellent position for this 800.
All right,
and Lucas will be heading off to Matthew Wing.
It's Middlesex Track Club that's in the lead. And this is Matthew Wing running anchor for them.
So this is where runners in second and third would do well to just work together and try to cut down that lead by Matthew Wing. Matthew Wing of Middlesex. With about a 30-meter gap over the rest of the field. That's Logan Tricia of Peabody and Miles Woodbury of Falmouth, followed by Dev Patel of Valley Project and David Manfredi of Weymouth.
3 laps to go. Matthew Wing still holding on to that lead.
Matthew Wing running all by himself at the moment, and he is doing a really good job of having to just pace himself, not get too excited, but also know that he's got to keep that tempo up. He doesn't have the advantage of the other runners working together, but he does have, of course, this giant scoreboard and shot of himself up at the top of the track here in Newbalance, Boston.
And we are entering the bell lap now.
So Matthew Wing came through the 1,200-meter split for his team in 2:31.26, which is about a second and a half up on the time that was laid down by Fidelis out of the last heat. But again, he doesn't have the advantage of other athletes to race, so he's got to really crank things up here heading into the final stretch. It's going to be Matthew Wing taking the win in section number 5 for Middlesex. Nice tip at the line there.
The team will run a 3:31.91.
Huge performance by them, and they move comfortably into the top position of the day.
And now going into heat 6, we have Western Kerry Track Club in lane 1, Broxville Track Club in lane 2, Stags lane 3, Witchenset in 4, Hall Track Club in 5, and St. John's Shrewsbury Track Club in 6.
So 5 teams away cleanly. On the outside, that is Emmanuel Mahoney of St. John's Shrewsbury. Keep your eye on Hall Track Club as well, although moving really well on the inside is the Stags. That's Isaac McGuinness.
St. John's Shrewsbury in the lead currently.
Clean handoffs, and they're all running very tight. Through the cut-in. That remains St. John Shrewsbury, but
that's the Stags in the lead.
That's the Stags, I apologize, in the lead. This is the Stags B team. That's Elijah Fagbui handing off to Anthony Waterman, who will do the 400 leg for this team. And I hope he knows it's a 400, because he's running it like it's another 200.
Running. That's what comes when you run on the relays, that adrenaline.
That's right. Looking strong, though.
Strong, too. Wow.
Anthony Waterman of the Stags with about a 30-meter lead over Jamie Valdez of Bronxville. Bronxville, St. John's Shrewsbury, and Western Kerry battling it out with 100 to go.
50.
This is going to be Joshua Gresham for the Stags, who's going to take the baton after that blazing leg by Anthony Waterman. He's got a nice, comfortable cushion heading into this last leg. Jasmine, we see the officials just getting the athletes for the next section set on the track here, and we should give them a quick shout out because this meet has gone incredibly smoothly. Of course, you expect nothing less from such a professional setting, but the crew here has been fantastic, and it's the hard work that goes on sometimes a little underappreciated behind the scenes that really makes the magic
Absolutely
happen.
unnoticed. These officials have been getting all of these athletes in and out of all of their events very smoothly. They're doing an amazing job.
And you know, that's what it really comes down to. The athletes should only have to think about turning up, having fun, and performing well.
Absolutely.
And when things go smoothly, it just makes the whole experience so much better for the fans and the athletes. So this is Bronxville Track Club's Ellis Goodson, who is in second at the moment, and heading into the bell lap, he has really made up ground on Joshua Gresham.
And Joshua
Gresham looking like he's tying up a little bit, and I think that Ellis Goodson has a good shot at giving him a run for his money with about 120 meters to go.
Goodson looking to make the pass with 100 meters left.
He's trying to make that pass on this curb, a little bit of some bumping going on down there.
Now it's Bronxville in the lead.
And now Wachusett, out of nowhere, also going by.
Dylan Brent going by and battling.
Wachusett's going to take it, and that's a great run from Dylan Brent with the athlete time.
So Wachusett, 3:34.67. Bronxville, 3:35.04. And the Stags come through in third in 3:35.83. So Middlesex and Fidelis remain the two fastest times of the day. So a slightly slower section there, but exciting drama over the closing lap of that section number 6 of the SMR. And we get now Jasmine ready for section 7.
Yes, section 7, we have the Knights in lane 1, Pensukin in lane 2, Quaker Track Club from New York in lane 3, Germantown Friends Track Club in lane 4, Westville Track Club in 5, and Stags 18 in lane 6.
These teams all come in with 3:37 and change seeds. So we're chopping things down as we get towards the fastest sections. And
they are running some phenomenal 200s right now.
Absolutely. Big opening lap for all these athletes. And a bit of a stumble there in lane 1, but given the white flag, so all teams clean at the first exchange.
Absolutely. And Anthony Waterman from Stags clocking in 20:45 for that 200 meters.
We saw a Waterman for the Stags in the last section as well, so it looks like there's some talent in this family. So Miles Dixon of the Stags and Premier Wynn, who we saw earlier in the 4x200, battling it out right now with 1 lap to go in this 400-meter leg. Running stride for stride.
They are really battling it out stride for stride right now.
So that's Bryce Tucker opening things up. Sorry, that's Premier Wynn opening things up, and he hands off to Bryce Tucker. And Miles Dixon hands to Dayton Grogan.
New Jersey,
800-meter legs clearly away. And this is a pretty speedy opening 200 lap for Bryce Tucker.
This is Bryce Tucker running anchor for Pennsylvania.
And it looks like Dayton is kind of just going based off that, trying to play the game smart.
It's always interesting to think about whether you'd want to be the hunter or the hunted. Do you want to be in the lead knowing that there's some invisible danger behind you, or do you want to be the ones chasing down the person who's setting the pace up front?
You know, if me personally, I'm trying to chase. Oh my goodness, I love chasing somebody down. That motivation, that adrenaline, it's so different.
Yeah, sort of running motivated instead of running scared.
Absolutely.
And here's some more drama unfolding. This is Dayton Grogan, who has made up the gap. So too have the rest of the field. So Bryce Tucker trying to hold him off into the bell, but a big battle on behind him. It's Bryce Tucker of Pennsauken, Dayton Grogan of the Stags, Simon Donovan of Germantown, and Dylan DeComber of the Knights.
Pennsauken High School out of New Jersey.
But Tucker has found another gear. It looked like he might have been out of it, but he has really poured it on. So Bryce Tucker, 3:29.34.
And that respectfully will put them at the top time.
So that is the new time to beat.
So too the Knights, the second team in that section, have moved up ahead of Middlesex at 3:31.78. So we've seen our first sub 3:30 SMR of the day.
And as we go into Heat 8, we have the DC Cadets in Lane 1, Michigan Accelerators in 2, Oyster River Track Club in 3, Union Catholic in 4, Falcons Track Club in 5, and Cary Track Club in 6.
Okay, so this will be 8 to 10 heats. We've got DC Cadets, Michigan Accelerators, Union Catholic, Cary, Greenwich, and Falcons.
Big run there for both Cary Track and Union Catholic, but it is Cary Track at the moment. That is Donovan Ladson on this second 400-meter leg, 200-meter leg.
Hendricks running for them right now. He's going to hand off to Julian Robinson.
Michigan Accelerators, apologize. That was Cameron Hendricks, and he hands off to Julian Robinson, who will run the 400-meter leg.
Second place running the green, that's Cary Track Club.
Also running it as if he thinks it's a 200. This is a very speedy opening lap of this 400-meter leg.
Robinson out in front.
Avery, a tech side, moving well too behind him from Union Catholic. And I just suspect that Robinson might have gone out a tad quick there for the Accelerators. He is starting to tie. And now it is Avery, a tech side, who has moved into the lead for his Union Catholic Track Club, and that is going to be the position for the handoff. He's going to be handing off to Sean Wilson, who will run 800 and try to get this team under that 3:30 mark as well. Cadets have moved into second with Paul Robinson leading Max Langenbach.
Cary Track Club from Colin Peterson. Actually, sorry. Max making moves.
Second place, courtesy of Max Langenbach.
And they have completely demolished that advantage that Union Catholic had. Although Wilson is responding to that move by Langenbach.
Really tight race now with 400 meters remaining.
And Falcons Track Club
Carrying the lead, Falcons have moved into second place ahead of Union Catholic.
And into the bell, it remains Cary Track Club in the lead. Michigan Accelerators have done a good job of repositioning themselves into the second spot. That's Logan Mullen trying to make some moves on Max Langenbach. Michigan Accelerators running strong, but Langenbach not wanting to let any distance go. It's going to be these two into the home stretch.
And Cary is going to hang on for the lead. It's been a really gutsy run.
He will be able to hang on for Cary Track Club with a time of 3:33.41. Followed by Michigan Accelerators with a 3:33.89.
Ranks them fifth overall, but the lead still remains with Pennsauken's 3:29.31.
So it's been an exciting set of relays so far, but we are moving into the cream of the crop, as they say, in these final two sections. We've got in section 9, Greenwich Track Club in lane 1, Mountain Brook in 2, LaSalle Academy in 3, St. Johnsbury Track Club in 4, Manchester Track Club in 5, and BMH STF in 6. Seed times range from 3:36 down to 3:32, but again, we've already seen a sub 3:30 performance, so wouldn't be surprised to see a few more.
I absolutely would not be surprised at all.
So keep your eye on lane 5. That is Manchester Track Club. Sorry, that's Mountain Brook. Manchester Track Club comes in with the fastest seed at 3:32.33. It is clean exchanges all around. And it is BMH STF with the lead at the cut-in.
Out of Maryland. This is Charles Payne running for them.
Charles Payne will be handing off to Nicholas Steed.
Bishop McNamara High School out of Forestville, Maryland, leading the way.
He's given a nice advantage to his teammate Nicholas Steed, who we already saw this evening. These guys are cruising this 400 leg.
Really cruising right now. My goodness.
Strong leg by
A battle on between William Freeman, Gerardo Fernandez, and Gianluca Bianchi of St. Johnsbury and Greenwich.
To their outside,
Nicholas Steed
like
trying to hold on to that
they
lead.
are hunting down Bishop McNamara, who have a slender lead. Nicholas Steed is going to hand off.
And it's going to be another exciting 800 race, as that lead has been chewed up and spit out, and now the race proper is on between Greenwich and BMH STF. This is Nathaniel Spears and Antonio Cicerelli.
If anyone out there is listening to the live stream right now, I would like for somebody to @ me on Twitter and tell me what BMHSTF is short for.
So it's Maryland against Connecticut. Bishop McNamara.
Bishop McNamara.
Maryland against Greenwich, Connecticut.
I just heard from our fantastic PA announcer, Dave Milner, say, and I trust his notes, so we're going to go with Bishop McNamara.
100% trust his notes. He must have been able to hear me.
I think he did. I think he was responding to the whole stadium just for you, Jasmine, but we appreciate it. And now it is Greenwich back into the lead with Antonio Cicerelli. About 300 meters to go. He's got Spears and Lafredo of Manchester Track Club And don't count out Andrew Thornton Sherman either of St. Johnsbury Track Club. It is a four-man race with 200 meters to go.
Bell lap, and you can see they all started fighting and they all hit this last gear.
Manchester Township High School, New Jersey. Nathaniel Spears down the back stretch leading with 100 meters remaining. St. Johnsbury Track Club is in the mix.
And St. Johnsbury has made huge moves. He's on the outside though, and Nathaniel Spears doing everything he can to hold him off. Final surge here. They are neck and neck right to the line, and I can't call that from the naked eye.
I cannot call that at all.
It's been given to Nathaniel Spears of Bishop McNamara at 3:30.96, so just outside that 3:30 barrier. 3:31.03 for St. Johnsbury Track Club, and Greenwich Track Club at 3:32.78.
What an amazing way to compete in that 8.
So this means that we are moving to our final and fastest section of the men's SMR. There are 6 teams slated to compete, and we're going to be getting some exciting introductions for them. And what you can't see in the booth here is that Jasmine is throwing down some moves. We've got our DJ cranking the tunes here at the track at Newbalance in Boston. It is a party. It is the world's fastest party. And that has been proven time and time again today. With all kinds of national leads, facility records, personal bests, school records. It is only getting started. We have 2 full days of excitement yet to come. But before we get there, we've got this fastest section of the men's SMR. So in lane 1, we've got AB Track. They are Acton Boxborough High School out of Acton, Massachusetts. In lane 2 is the Carolina Cavaliers. They are from Waxhaw, North Carolina. Cavaliers Track Club, not to be confused with the Carolina Cavaliers, are going to be in lane 3, and they are out of Fairfax, Virginia. We've got Hall Track Club out of West Hartford, Connecticut. They're going to be starting in lane 4. Lane 5 is Seton Hall Track Club. They are from West Orange, New Jersey. And finally, we have Tiger Track Club from right here, Newton, Massachusetts.
I want to know which of these schools have the most fans, because it got really loud for Hall Track Club and Tiger Track Club. They've got a lot of supporters out here, which means I could see this being a really good race.
I think it's going to be a fan favorite for sure. Again, seat times coming in on paper range quite a bit from 3:31 to 3:37. However, I don't think a single heat has gone by where the times haven't been faster than what they've been seated at. So
is the time to beat.
We are looking to beat 3:29.31. That was Pennsauken Track Club out of New Jersey. They are the only team so far under 3:30. That was Elijah Jennings, Bronze Whitmore, Premier Wynn, and Bryce Tucker. Once again, we have AB Track, Carolina Cavaliers, the Cavaliers Track Club, Hall Track Club, Seton Hall, and the Tiger Track Club. Fastest and final section of the boys SMR. Clean start for all 6 teams. And I don't know how much you can hear on the live stream, but this place is electric.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
It is almost a full house. It is full crowd support. That's Seton Hall in lane 5. Clean exchange for them. Clean exchanges all around. And Seton Hall with the advantage. This is Brandon Williams running the second 400-meter leg for them. And a bit of a bump around the top of the track. Luckily, everyone stays on their feet. But this is Brandon Williams of Seton Hall, and he will be handing off to Ryan Madalanis for the 400-meter leg. He's being hotly pursued by the Carolina Cavaliers. That is Killian Faye. And those two are neck and neck, and now Faye goes to the lead.
Now Carolina Cavaliers
not wanting to
taking the
leave
lead.
anything to chance.
High school out of Waxhaw, North Carolina.
And another lead change now. It looks as though these two...
Oh my goodness, they are battling it out right now.
Seton Hall's Ryan Matalunas vying for the lead.
Jasmine, how many times do you think the lead is going to change here? Because I think it's already happened about 4 times in this.
I'm going to give it one more time.
Moving ahead, he's going to hand off to Nicholas
So
DeVita.
Seton Hall back in the lead. Madalanis is going to hand off to Nicholas DeVita. He's got about a 2-second advantage over the Carolina Cavaliers. It's Timothy Salico and then Gabriel Sisk of Fall Track Club in the blue, also trying to hunt him down. Again, lots of time here in this 800-meter leg, but sizable gaps already established between first and second and second and third. Again, all that matters is the time on the clock. So far, the fastest time has come out of a much earlier section, and these guys know it, so they know exactly what they have to run in order to get this stick around the track the fastest.
Running well also, eroding that lead ever so slightly.
Credit Seton Hall Track Club, and following behind is the Carolina Cavaliers.
So it's New Jersey versus North Carolina. And we'll get a 1,200-meter split here and give you a sense of where these teams are at. They are 2:28.12 through 1,200 meters. That puts them about exactly a second ahead of the 1,200 split from Pennsauken, who currently hold the fastest time of the day.
61 to beat the time put by Pennsauken.
So he has to run just over 61 seconds in order to better that time from Pennsauken. And he'll know what he's got to do. So coming in
on that bell lap
at 2:57.
As you can see, he is really working those arms right now.
So DeVita, 150 to go. He's going to have to close.
Looks like he's on track to do it. He just needs a 17
in about 17 seconds. And he is cruising. He looks great. Keep your eye on the clock.
This year, it's going to be a Newbalance.
This is going to be Seton Hall Track Club coming through for the win and a huge national lead. 3:27.44.
It's the 18th fastest ever.
3:27.42 officially. So
a brilliant race.
And it's a new school record.
3:27.42.
And that will also be a new school record for Seton Hall Track Club.
Fantastic performance, really well run by all of those men.
So
Seton Hall
taking
that victory, 3:27.42, and Pennsauken are rewarded for their early hard work with that sub 3:30. They come through in second place. And you can hear that crowd support. That's awesome. This is that moment of glory for these teams.
Absolutely.
It's different to do it with a team. That's the magic of the
some big shoes to fill. The girls sprint medley relay next on the track. And we'll have
and now we will start the championship girls sprint medley timed finals. And in Heat 1, we will have Blue Wave Track Club, Holliston Track and Field, Gray Bees Track Club, West Michigan Harriers, Peabody Track Club, and EO Panthers Track Club.
So there are 5 timed finals of the girls' SMR. It looks as though lane 3 might be open.
Yes, Gray Bees Track Club did not show.
Fastest time in the nation this year, 4:04.21 for, we talked about them lots, Bullis High School. They hold the either national record or national lead in almost all of these relays. And we will see them later in the fastest section. They will be competing in time section number 6. There are 6 sections, I apologize, not 5. And clean handoffs all around. It is Peabody in the lead. That is Marissa Simmons at the cut-in, being hotly pursued now on the outside by the EO Panthers in the pink kit. And that is Jaden Hamley of the Panthers. And coming around her is Julia Blake of Blue Wave. That is the order as they approach the third handoff.
And now we have Yosmeri Batista for Peabody. And Camilla Lack from Blue Wave.
Huge move there by Navia Casa of Panthers. And she's put about 15 meters on the rest of the competitors in the space of just a few seconds. Now the battle is on between Peabody and Blue Wave behind her, but it is all Navia Casa at the moment with about 100 meters to go.
And she is looking good while she is running.
And those pink kits are fire.
Absolutely amazing. Wherever they got it from, I need one.
I agree.
Is it too late to go back to high school?
No, we're definitely going to have an announcers relay at some point. I think we were talking about that earlier with Carrie and Heather, so we'll look into those kits. If you're out there and you're hearing us, EO Panthers, we want to know where you got your fire outfits. So this is Gabriela Hernandez of the Panthers.
Gabriela Hernandez running forward.
Running a really speedy opening lap of her 800-meter leg. Looking really composed.
Very composed. Looking very nice as she runs. And then we have Cam Meyer from Blue Wave Track Club and Sarah DeVista from Peabody Track Club.
Still EO Smith way out in the lead. They've got about a 9-second advantage now.
So 400 meters to go, 2 laps remain. Gabriela Hernandez running very strong for the Panthers. With a solid 50 meters on the rest of the field. The race remains Cam Myers against Sarah DeVasta for Blue Wave and Peabody respectively behind her. But a huge solo run here for Gabriela Hernandez.
And Gabriela will be coming into this bell lap.
So 1 lap to go. Gabriela Hernandez has a very healthy lead. She's got about a 70-meter advantage over the rest of the field. Peabody Track Club running in second. Sarah DeVasta anchoring for them. So this is the EO Smith High School show here, and Gabriela Hernandez is going to bring home the Panthers.
So a fantastic leg for Gabriela Hernandez, and she is going to put her team in an excellent position. 4:06.48 unofficially. 4:06.53.
Second fastest time in the nation.
So that is the second fastest time in the country, and a huge improvement. About 10 seconds better than the seed time they came in with. So the bar has been set.
4:63 is going to take some beating.
And it was a 9-second win in that section for the Panthers. Peabody Track Club through in second in 4:15.39, and the battle was on there as Blue Wave finishes in 4:15.74.
What a brilliant run by EO Panthers Track Club. And up next in Heat 2, we have Purple Track Club in Lane 1, Sacred Heart Lady Spartans Track Club in 2, NAG LOC in 3, Red Raiders Track Club in 4, Brookline Track Club in 5, and Mount Montgomery Track Club in 6.
All right, P2, we've got Purple Track Club, Sacred Heart Lady Spartans.
So another very tightly seated section, 4:15 and 4:16 for all of those teams. And I am digging the FloJo look.
Absolutely loving it, and she is wearing it well as she ran an excellent 200 to open up for her team. NAGLOC out front.
That's Cadence Taylor. Great name for a runner, Cadence.
Absolutely.
I love that. And she is absolutely cruising. This is a brilliant second leg for the Naglock team. Solid handoff, and they've got quite the advantage. That was Candace Taylor handing off to Calencia Taylor. And I have a feeling that these two are twins because they look awfully alike. The genes in that family.
Sister, sister.
Speedy third leg as well there for Zeta Depina of the Purple Track Club. Running sort of by herself right now, trying to make up some distance on Calencia Taylor. But with 100 meters to go, she is going to be putting Elizabeth Yaboa Cody in an excellent position for this final leg. So Yaboa Cody off cleanly, and she is running solo with about a 40-meter gap over the rest of the field.
She is absolutely in a race with the clock right now.
AKA Coleman High School out of Manassas, Virginia.
And the Naglock team is a full 6 seconds up through the 800-meter split over what the Panthers were running. So that's a good indication that if Yaboa Cody can keep this pace rolling, we might see a pretty special time come out of this section.
So it's Yaboa Cody, who's carrying the baton for NAGLOC, which is a team out of Manassas, Virginia.
And she's got 2 laps to go.
And that's the Sacred Heart Lady Spartans who have moved into second, but again, about 30 meters back. So Yaboa Cody continuing to extend her lead. Starting to look a little tired right now. She's only got 1 lap left.
They're going to challenge that time.
1 lap, 200 meters left.
4:06.53. So Elizabeth needs a 36 last lap in order to eclipse that mark.
And it looks like that bell may have just given her a little bit more energy and motivation to let's go finish this race.
So there's NAGLOC with 100 meters to go. She's got to keep her eye on the clock. She's going to be very close to that 4:06.53 time set by the Panthers out of the last section.
This is Coleman High School bringing it home from Manassas, Virginia. 4:06.53 was the time to beat.
It's home.
She just gets under 4:06.01.
And 4:06 flat for the NAGLOC team. So that is the fastest time of the day now.
Anchor by Elizabeth Yaboa Cody.
Great final leg for her, and the EO Panthers move into second overall at 4:06.53. Sacred Heart Lady Spartans 4:11.25.
Marcus for the Red Raiders in third place. So it's a great half miling in that one. But we now move on to heat 3.
And up next we have Heat 3, Regan Elite Track Club in lane 1, South Fayette High School in 2, Ohio Speed in 3, Framingham in 4, Mawa in 5, and Westville Track Club in 6. And the runners will be resetting.
So 6 teams away cleanly, second time of asking. Again, they are Reagan Elite, South Fayette, Ohio Speed, Mawa, Framingham, and Westfield.
Ohio Speed having a very good 200.
So Westfield and Ohio Speed, very fast opening legs. And this is Ohio Speed's Camden Bentley.
They're first to break.
And they will be in the lead at this exchange for the 400. That's Bentley handing off to Airman Chilton. And a powerful move being made behind her by Westfield's Gabriella Demeter.
Lincoln High School out of Ohio.
And not far behind is Framingham Abby Desmarais. And Abby of Framingham making a brilliant move on Westfield.
Still Ohio Speed leading.
So Amron Chilton of Ohio Speed has done well to hold off the charge of the athletes behind her, but it is going to be a close exchange here between our top 3 teams heading into that 800-meter leg. This is Ava Tomanek for Ohio Speed, and she is being chased by Framingham's Sasha Lamakina and Westfield Track Club's Anna Kylish. So actually slower through 800 than the NAG LOC team was out of the previous heat. Although these ladies have each other to work with a little more on this 800 leg than did our earlier sections.
And Sasha from Framingham trying to make a move here.
This was always the thing when I ran relays. I would often run the mile of a DMR, for instance, and once you caught up, it was a debate about whether I want to stay there and work with this person for a little bit and get a bit of relief, or as you're seeing now with Framingham's Lamakina, she's really made a move, so that she's obviously feeling good, and maybe that's a bit of a tactical thing too.
Yeah.
I want to let this girl know that I've got something left.
Like I've got some gas in my tank
right.
still.
Yeah.
She definitely looks comfortable as she's running.
So Sasha Lamakina leading the way. She's got 200 meters left.
So heading into the final lap, heading into the bell, it is Sasha Lamakina of Framingham.
So she's 3:34 at the bell, so she needs a 32 for her team in the lead. It's a tough ask at the end of 800 meters.
It's on pace to be just outside of that time that was set by NAG LOC at 4:06.00. We're at 3:54 on the clock now. And it's been a great run by Lamakina to assert her lead and then maintain it. She is going to be just outside of that top time of the day. She'll come through in 4:09.64. And that will move Framingham into third overall.
So far.
Great run for Framingham.
Next on the track is Heat 4 of the Girls' Championship Sprint Medley City Track Club, Carolina
And now we
Cavaliers,
will move
and
on to
Roadrunner
Heat
Track Club.
4 with North Babylon in lane 2, LaSalle Academy in 3, Lancaster City Track Club in 4, Carolina Cavaliers in 5, and that is their A team, Roadrunner Track Club 18 in 6.
Again, these seed times keep cutting down. We've got seeds in the 4:11 and 4:12 range for section 4 of 6. Time to beat is 4:06 flat. Six teams again away cleanly. Pardon me, that's 5 teams away cleanly.
All right, so this is heat 4 of 6 of this girls' championship.
So big opening legs there for lanes 4 and 6.
On the outside.
That is the Roadrunners and Lancaster Track Club.
The Roadrunner Track Club with the lead.
And they are battling it out with 100 to go in this second leg.
That is Morgan Johnson of Roadrunner Track Club, and she is running a phenomenal 200, and Lucy Sion from Lancaster City Track Club.
So now Sydney Huckstep in that pink kit of the Roadrunners, being chased down by Kamaya Wright. And a brilliant opening lap as well for North Babylon's Samara Lawrence. And it is those three now as they approach 1 lap to go in this 400-meter leg.
Lancaster City Track Club.
And Lancaster City will be passing Maya Wright running a brilliant 400.
Coming up to 300 meters into the 400 meters leg. Lancaster City Track Club leading the way. Roadrunners have fallen back to 3rd. North Babylon has moved into 2nd.
So we've got to set up for another exciting 800-meter final leg here between Lancaster City and North Babylon. Also, the Roadrunners not far behind. And they are through the 800-meter split in 1:48 flat.
NHLOC handed off that, and they have the lead at 4:06 flat.
And that's just about half a second slower than NHLOC, so they're right within that range to be able to run the same time. And this is a speedy opening lap for this 800-meter leg. North Babylon and Lancaster City battling it out. That's Alicia DeFilippis from North Babylon and Isabella Schertzer from Lancaster City. And they have worked well to extend their gap over the rest of the field.
There's Alicia DeFilippis from North Babylon High School. She's a junior, and she's leading the way here with Lancaster City Track Club, stalking from behind, about 5 meters adrift.
So 400 meters to go. They're at 2:52.
Remember, the time to beat is 4:06 flat.
So these girls are well on their way to beat that 4:06.0, fastest time of the day.
That last 300 meters in order to eclipse that mark.
We'll get a better sense for you as they approach the bell lap.
Isabella Schertzer.
So 3:30, so she's got to run about a 36-second final lap to be able to break that 4:06.0 time set by NHLOC. It's going to be close.
It's Alicia DeFilippis from North Babylon High School in New York, leading the way. Catching her in every step.
Isabella Lancaster looking like she is trying to take this lead over, working this curve.
Great move by her as Schertzer goes into the lead. And she knows exactly what she has to do to be able to run this fast time. It's going to be really close. She's got 6 seconds on the clock. and she'll be just outside it, but a really strong performance. 4:06.94 for Lancaster City Track Club, 4:08.22 for North Babylon. So that moves them into third and fourth overall, as NAGLOC continues to hold on to their lead from one of the earliest sections. So too EO Panthers.
They really put it down. And now we are on to Heat 5, Lane 1, BMHSTF, Lane 2, Regents Track Club, New York Boys Legacy Track Club. DC Cadets will be in Lane 3, RFH Dogs Track Club in 4, McDonald in 5, and Eastern Elite Track Club in 6.
So fastest seed of this section belongs to McDonough in lane 5. They come in with a 4:05 flat seed. And if they were able to do that, it would be the fastest time of the day so far. So they'll be led off by Mary Gorski on the opening 400-meter leg.
And she is out well.
All right, so fastest seat time in this one is McDonough High School out of Owing Mills, Maryland.
McDonough really breaking that stagger distance 200.
Eastern Elite and Cadets also running extremely well, and it is tight at the handoff with, and a baton drop, unfortunately.
DC Cadets have taken advantage.
So it remains McDonough and DC Cadets.
Unfortunately, really well.
Eastern Elite is out of it after that baton drop. And these two teams are neck and neck at the exchange. This is going to be Ella Cooper from McDonough and Simia Urish, who we've seen a few times already today for the Cadets. They've gone through in 49.66 McDonough have through that 400-meter split, so that puts them just a hair faster than what NAGLOC ran for their opening 400 with their first two 200-meter legs.
And they are looking nice.
Ella Cooper leading the way. She's ran 58.19 this season. She's got a PB of 56.55. She's running really well out here in front for McDonough High School. Elise Cooper.
Ella Cooper will be handing off to Elise Cooper.
So it's Cooper to Cooper, but the gap has been shortened and a bit of a stumble with the handoff there for McDonough. So it is the Cadets with the advantage now.
So Alexis Brown running for DC Cadets.
Cadets with a nice advantage over McDonough. That's Alexis Brown ahead of Elise Cooper. And then don't count out BMH STF. It is Amber Wimbish who has made up the gap on McDonough. So the Cadets threw 800 meters in 1:46.42. That's the fastest 800-meter split so far.
Amber Wimbish of BMHSTF trying to close in that gap.
So it's Meredith. So Alexis Brown running for DC Cadets.
This is a big move being made by Wimbish now.
Out of Washington, D.C.
BMHSTF.
They've got 400 meters left now.
Hoping to close that gap with 2 laps to go.
McDonough High School.
Again, this is that classic hunted versus hunter position.
Trailing about 11, 12 meters back.
She is slowly trying to close that gap.
So just under a minute, she's got about 58 seconds, does Alexis Brown to run this final 300 meters if she's going to break that time set by NAGLOC. No other team has been able to do it.
And we are now on the bell lap.
And 3:27 on the clock, so she's got to run about a 39.
with 150 meters
And the
left.
crowd is out here trying
This is
to
Brown
help her
entering for
out.
the BC Cadets. And they have a very sizable lead. And they only need the last 100 meters in 18 and a half seconds to take the lead.
So it's going to be close for that 406 flat time set
So 406 flat was the
several
time to
sections
beat.
ago by NAG LOC. It's going to be close.
They're going to be just under that.
And we will have a new leading time of 4:05 flat, so a second under, and a battle on behind the DC Cadets.
Very close.
But a great race by them. And Alexis Brown being congratulated by her teammates.
Have the lead at 4:05.
I always thought that the anchor of a relay was kind of like the person who scores a goal in a team sport, because they kind of have all the glory, but really it's the whole team that made it happen, you know?
Absolutely. They always get all the glory, and it's like, it's a team effort, but we understand it.
So we move now into our fastest section on paper. This is Section 6, the championship section. In lane 1 is going to be Freedom Track Club out of Woodbridge, Virginia. In lane 2 is going to be Newton Center Athletics. They're out of Newton, Massachusetts. So the hometown heroes, we've got Wachusett Track Club, and also out of Massachusetts in lane 3, Motor City Track Club out of Oak Park is in lane 4, and they come in with a sub 4 seat time. They have a 3:59.23 season's best.
I am definitely excited to watch this relay, and I don't know if you guys can hear in the background, but they are playing Run This Town by Jay-Z and Rihanna, and I think it is the perfect song for this event right now.
Absolutely. Rounding out this field, we have Bullis Track Club, so don't count them out either, because, of course, they hold the fastest time in the country this year at 4:04.21, along with a number of other records across the record boards. And then rounding out the field is Guilderland Track Club out of New York. So buckle in, because we've got a show ahead of us.
National record set at this meet 8 years ago, 3:52.68. By Rush Henrietta Sperry High School out of New York.
So 4:05.00 by the cadets out of that 5th section is the time to beat. 4:04.21, the national lead from Bullis High School. They are in this race and ready to run.
Alright folks, so from just a reminder, from inside out, it's Freedom High School out of Woodbridge, Virginia, Newton South High School, Wachusett, Oak Park, Bullis, and Guilderland. Time to be 4:05 flat.
And the ladies are now getting into their blocks.
And they're off cleanly. It is going to be a race to pay attention to.
Bullis already making their mark in this 200.
Huge opening leg there for Bullis. They are here to throw down. They want to defend this national lead.
Absolutely amazing run by Cassie Hopkins. She just put a 22.59 in her open 200.
Unbelievable. Now it's Morgan Bridges extending that lead. She's being chased down by Carrie Vinoy of Motor City. That's Oak Park High School. And and she is cruising around that final bend.
Morgan Bridges is going to hand off
It is Bullis in the lead. This is Morgan Rothwell, so Morgan Bridges to Morgan Rothwell, but
And Bullis is 2 seconds up.
Nona Waldron of Motor City is hot on her heels.
From Motor City Track Club motoring.
She is coming for her.
Again, Motor City, the only team in this series of sections with a sub-4 seed time, and they are showing exactly why. 1 lap to go in this 400-meter race.
Nona Waldron running for Motor City.
Bullis looking very composed right now. That is Rothwell, who has felt the pressure, I think, from Waldron behind her, and just found another gear extending that lead. 100 to go.
She definitely felt that pressure and put in that extra gear, like, hold on, let me put a step in it.
Anchor for Motor City Track Club will be Kylie King.
So Bullis will hand off to Lauren Leaf, and Waldron from Motor City hands off to Kylie King, and it is those two, Leaf and King. Guilderland Track Club is Addison Velkoop in third.
What a beautiful name, Kylie King. Just rolls off your tongue.
It does. So 800 in 1:44.92 for Bullis. That puts them about a second and a half faster than the 800 split for the DC Cadets. And Alexis Brown for the Cadets ran a 2:13.59 800 to run that 4:05 flat. So let's see what Lauren Leaf and Kylie King can do.
Lauren looking very comfortable.
Kylie King has really shrunk that gap. There's still some daylight between them, but much less than there was just a lap ago. And this is where King is going to start kind of sniffing for that win. She can see it. She can taste it.
Absolutely. She knows what she's doing. She knows her race model right now. She knows, let me stay right behind you so I know exactly when to make that move.
They have to run about a 70 final lap to be able to break that 4:05. And that should be well within the wheelhouse of both of these women. It is now a 2-woman race up front with 300 meters to go. King has caught Leaf, and it's going to come down to a sprint, I think, over this final 200 meters. Leaf pulling up on, that's King pulling up on the shoulder of Leaf, but Leaf does not want to let her go, and the crowds are going wild.
This crowd is going insane for this. And Kylie just holding on to this. And you can see that Lauren started to make a move. She started to pick up that pace a little bit. Kylie making a move, coming around on this curve. Stride for stride coming off this curve. Coming into the home stretch. Oh my gosh, a little tumble for Kylie. Lauren and Kylie battling out stride for stride. And it will be Lauren. Bullis takes the win. A phenomenal run. 3:59.81 for Bullis. 3:59.96 for Motor City. Brilliant run.
Huge battle to the line between these two runners. It is Lauren Leaf who holds on for the win. And it would be good if we could just get another view of that bump, because there was some contact coming off of that final bend. To me, it looked, just from the naked eye, like it might have been King who impeded Leaf. But regardless, Lauren Leaf and the Bullis
is absolutely excited, as they should be. Phenomenal job.
So that's a huge national lead. And the Bullis Track Club yet again showing why they are dominant in these sprint relays.
And now Jasmine Todd is about to head out of here and pass the baton on, because now we do have the distance medley, and Lord knows I am a sprinter, so I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to that. So I'm going to hand it off to some better people for you guys.
Keith Van Buskirk and Jasmine Todd signing off, handing it over for the DMRs.
Hello, everybody. This is Carrie Tellefson alongside Dave Melly, and listen, we are getting ready. The championship DMR is underway for the boys. We have Natick Track Club, A2 Track Club. Let me get the list going here.
And I'm going to shout out my fellow Massachusetts Natick Track Club. They're going to be mad at you if I get that pronunciation wrong. But we got South Fayette High School, the Racing Aces, Patriot Track Club, Medina Running Club. Looks like Twin Valley is in the lead.
Yeah, let's see, the Patriot Athletic Club, I don't know if you said that, the Racing Aces, Medina Running Club, South Fayette High School, House of Sales, Top of Hill TC, Jackalope TC, and Littleton High School. We got to give everyone's name on the air, you know?
Got to give him that shout out. I know folks are watching at home for him.
That's right. So Twin Valley up in the front, taking it out here. Reminder, we're going to go on 1,200 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters to 1,600 meters.
And that was a 62-second first 400, so they are out and at 'em. That's around 2:04 pace, 4:08 mile pace. Obviously, the 1,200 is right in between, in the middle. And that's still Twin Valley in the lead, looking strong with a good group coming up behind them.
Looks like it's Anthony Engel out in front there for Twin Valley. Starting to already make some movement here.
But just as we said, it looks like Lake St. Clair has slid into the lead. That's Zachary Rubitz on the 1,200 leg for Lake St. Clair.
Oh, I love dreading the DMR. I don't know about you, David, but
I ran this race my junior year of high school at Newbalance Indoor Nationals. It was at Reggie Lewis at the time because I'm old and this track was not constructed yet.
Excuse me. I'm way older.
And with 400 to go, they're coming up on 800 in around 2:04. So they are running strong. This is a great leg for some of these guys. There's a chase pack of 3 groups, but right now it is all Lake St. Clair out in front.
Well, Lake St. Clair is putting a little bit of distance in between, but the guys from Twin Valley are not letting him out of his sight. They are trying to chase him down.
And the 1,200 is an odd leg because anything can happen. You got, milers coming down with 800 runners, so folks have different strengths, different parts of the race where they're really thriving. But with 200 to go, it is all Zachary Rubitz of Lake St. Clair who has opened up quite the gap on the field coming into the 400 leg. And with 100 meters to go, we're seeing the 400 runners come onto the track. They'll take that first exchange. These guys are probably the best at handoffs of anybody on the relay. And right now that's Aiden Champagne taking the baton for Lake St. Clair with about a 3-second lead coming into the second leg. And that's Twin Valley out in second. South Fayette High School, that was 3:04.78 for that first leg. So these guys are cooking early on.
Yep. I mean, this is always such a fun part of the meet. There's a lot of events that have already taken place. The DMR is that event where you get to see a little bit of everything, right? You get some sprints, you get some distances. But I loved it. I loved getting out there and getting after it with all kinds of different athletes.
And it's a race where a lot can change. We have Lake St. Clair in the lead right now, but one of the most dangerous places to be is getting the baton in the lead for an 800-meter race because you can get those nerves running, that adrenaline pumping, you get a little too hot, and all of a sudden you're in trouble in that second 400.
Yep.
We're about to get a 400 split as Lake St. Clair hands off in the lead. That looked like it was about a 54-second 400. And we're on to the 800 leg. This looks like Aiden Leslie, followed by Frankie Del Silvestro of Twin Valley.
So Lake St. Clair Track Club came in with a 10:31.50 PB. So just keep an eye on that. We have seen so many PBs, so many new records for relays on the track here this weekend. It's been pretty fun.
It's fantastic with the quality of this track. A lot of these schools, if you're not located near a good indoor track, you're just racing on a surface that is, head and shoulders above what anything you've done up to this point in the season. So it's really a rich opportunity to get a good personal best.
Well, and we've said in the earlier races, to know that there has been some of the fastest times ever run in the world here, in the DMR in particular, with the women last year from Newbalance, that's so fun to know you're on the same track.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we have about a 61-second first 400 for Lake St. Clair. So these guys are running pretty strong. They've opened up about a 3-meter gap on the chasers right now, which looks like South Fayette. Oh, sorry, that was Twin Valley in the lead.
Twin Valley, yep, in the lead.
We're stretching it out a little bit coming down into the final lap of the 800, and then we'll get the milers on the track for that last leg.
And don't you always find it interesting where sometimes the milers will get the baton and then it bunches right back up again, and it's like a whole different race.
Oh yeah, it is quite something. And then of course you don't want to let the pace slack too much if you're saving up for your kick, because that can let a lot more people into the race.
Well, here we are getting ready for that final 1,600 meters of this DMR, and it's Twin Valley.
What a leg from the Twin Valley runner, Frankie Silvestro.
So Meister is away, and he's got about
that was about just under 159.99 800 meter split. I don't know if that was his first time under 2 minutes, but it's always good to see on the high school level.
About 5 seconds up on South Fayette High School. That's Twin Valley out in the lead. Ben Meister on the anchor leg.
And let's see where these guys come through. They've got maybe about a 50-meter lead on the chasers coming into this leg, but anything could happen. It's a long anchor leg for these distance medleys.
It is, but the tunes are popping, and everyone is excited in here. It's such a fun. It's loud. I mean, you know, there's a lot of times in the last few years where we haven't seen many people in the crowd. We got a huge crowd here today.
And one of the fantastic things we can see up on the board here that you can't see on the screen is they have the bibs for folks are measuring their exact distance from one another on this track. So we know that this 30-meter lead a couple laps ago is down to about 10 meters.
Yes, he's definitely closing in. That's Jake Borghese from South Fayette High School, slowly reeling in Ben Meister.
And of course now this is going to be an interesting spot for him in the race, because once you've done all the work to reel somebody in, you either got to keep the momentum going or you got to start, assessing your energy level and see if you can hang in there for a kick.
This is really kind of a critical moment. Does Ben Meister, who's in the lead right now, does he let him go around and sit? Or does now Jake Borghese just sit and relax? He's closed up that gap. Does he kind of regain some of that energy that he's used to get back on it? Or does he keep the pressure on? Because guess what? Medina, Jake Sabot, that's Medina's anchor leg. He's closing the gap too.
Yeah, this could very quickly become a 3-runner race right now, coming up on 800 meters to go. We're going to get a split real quick, but right now it looks like it is all South Fayette and Jake Borghese, but anything could change. That looked like a 2:07 first 800 for the South Fayette runner. So he's moving pretty well right now, but he can't get complacent coming up on 600 meters to go.
Definitely
because
not.
Medina and Twin Valley are still there. The Twin Valley runner has not been dropped by any means.
And Medina's definitely closing.
There's a lot of race left, 600 meters, anything can change. But right now, Jake Borghese looks strong coming into 600 to go.
Yeah, Jake Borghese, he looks really good right now. I mean, he's definitely didn't panic, which I like to see when you're running in these races. I mean, you have a lot on the line, right? I mean, a lot of the races that we've seen today have been individual races. But when you're running in this relay, you have 3 other guys that you're running for, and especially on that anchor leg. And Jake Borghese did not panic when Twin Valley's Ben Meister got up on his shoulder.
And you got to keep in mind, you're not just running to win this heat. There's 3 heats at the championship at the distance medley. So your place is not just going to be impacted by what the folks are doing in this race. So every second is going to count, whether you're looking for that top 8 finish or even higher.
Looks like South Fayette, Jake Borghese, he is definitely making his move now. Kind of settling into that 33, 34 second pace. But he is putting his lead back on. He is definitely opening up some room.
Yeah, we'll see. He's still clicking off laps a little bit faster than the guys behind him. So unless somebody, unleashes a big kick in this last 200, he's got this thing sewn up. And he looks good. He looks strong. And we're going to see some fast finishes from the Twin Valley and the Medina Running Club teams. But I don't know if it'll be enough to catch Jake Borghese.
100 to go for Jake Bergessi and his South Fayette High School team keeping an eye on their time there. 10:34.57 was their entry time.
They're going to blow that out of the water.
They are going to get a new one today.
Comes down the straightaway, looking strong. They're running 10:25.08 unofficially.
Yep, 10:25.06 actually. It just seems like Oprah should be here saying, you get a PB, you get a PB, you get a PB. Everyone's getting PBs.
And it's always so fantastic when, you know, everybody runs well at the same time, right? You know, you can't run a distance medley without 4 really strong legs.
Yep.
And being able to, you know, celebrate the end of the season with your teammates like that is just a fantastic experience.
It is, and you know, you can see it. Like even teams from other, you know, there's other teams out there that are high-fiving each other. Right there, we just saw it. They're excited for each other, even though one beat the other. It's still a fun day to see the new times, and they're all excited about the running here at the fast track.
And of course, these guys were watching the race ahead of them. They now know that 10:25.06 is the mark to beat. You know, the danger of the distance medley is that, you know, any one of those longer legs could turn into a kicker's race, and then all of a sudden the time is out the door. And when you've got multiple heats of championship racing, you don't want to let the pace slack any more than you have to.
So when Coach was getting ready to tell you what leg you were going to run, which were you always hoping for?
When I was in high school, I loved the 1600 because, you know, I wanted to anchor. I wanted to, you know, bring it home for the team. But actually, once I was in college, I really liked the 1200.
Yeah,
because it was just so fun tactically. You know, it's such an odd duck of a distance.
It's almost like a straight race.
Yeah, you're just racing, and then you get to hand off the baton, and it's someone else's problem.
Yeah. So we have City of Angels Elite, Ridgefield, Duval, Valley Project TC, NJ, Jaguar Elite, 6 Mile Track Club, Haverford TC, Dobbins Bennett TC, Tabor City Track Club, Harriers, Shoveltown Track Club, and Tornado TNF. They are all in this race. We have 12 teams in this heat.
And most of these teams have run faster than that 10:25, but there's no guarantee, you know, in a distance medley, anything can happen for sure. And it looks like as they come up on 400 meters, they're about the same pace as that first heat. They're in 62 seconds, so anything can happen as it looks like Duval slides into the lead.
Duval taking them through. That's Daniel DeMonte III, taking them through in 62 seconds.
And now it looks like we're getting Dobbins Bennett Track Club with a little bit of a move here. Dane Sullins is the leadoff runner for Dobbins Bennett, and he's put a little bit of a gap on the field. Coming up on 600, he's made a bold move, and you know, one of the things, especially with some of these guys that are more distance oriented, you don't want to leave it down to that last 200-meter kick. So maybe he's thinking that if he can stretch it out early, he'll have the best chance to hand off in first.
And you know, sometimes some of the best runners are put on that first leg to blow it open, to get a little bit of distance in between certain runners, and also to mentally get in the other team's heads. You know, there is a big mental proponent of what we do here in track and field. And so sometimes coaches are like, I'm going to put my best guy on the first leg, blow it open, and see if everyone else can just claw their way back in.
Yeah, and one of the nice things, too, about the distance medley is that you hopefully do have a couple moving pieces that you can kind of adjust in terms of how folks are feeling and how training's been going. You know, maybe your best miler has been showing some real wheels, and you want to stick him on the front of the leg. And as we come up on 200 meters to go, it looks like we have a new leader as 6 Mile Track Club goes into the final lap in the lead. 6 Mile Track Club led by David Whitaker. And he is looking strong, but right on his shoulder right now we have Jaguar Elite, who now moves to the lead with 100 meters to go in this first lap, and he is going to hand off in first, although they will be more or less stride for stride. One of the challenges of the indoor relays is that you haven't necessarily practiced a lot of handoffs, and particularly the distance guys. So
and the tight. You know, we have a lot of teams out there, 12 teams trying to fit in these 6 lanes. There's some jostling here and there, but it was a clean handoff, and everyone's off.
And, you want a good handoff, you want good extension. You definitely practice, running as fast as you can in and out of the exchange. But more than anything else, you want to stay on your feet. That's for sure.
Exactly. Jaguar Elite out in front.
And this is Marquise Bell, who has come through right up on 300 meters now, looking really strong. That was a 23.84 first 200 for Marquise, so he was not messing around on that 400-meter leg. And right behind him, it looks like we have 6 Mile Track Club staying in contact as they hand off to the 800-meter runners.
Yep, 6 Mile Track Club definitely kept contact. That was a good word. You could see that he didn't quite have the same leg speed, but he kept his own. He kept his own distance, and he still has his team right where they need to be to strike back if they can.
And we got a 49-1 split from Marquise Bell on that 400 leg. Talk about a versatile track program when you're producing 49-second 400 guys up there with your best distance runners. And now as we come to the 800 leg, it looks like we still have Jaguar Elite in the lead. And right on their tail, however, we have 6 Mile Track Club. They've got about a 10-meter gap on the field, but anything can happen in an 800, that's for sure.
That's right. A little bit of bunching going on here with 1 and 2. And our third place team right now, Ridgefield, is definitely closing in. So is the rest of the field, to be honest.
Yeah, now we have a lead change as 6 Mile Track Club comes to the front, hitting 400 in around what looks like 59 seconds. So
this is a big thing on the distance medley relay. You have to remember that even though you're racing somebody up front, it's not just those two in the race. Like, it's not just 1 and 2 up in this race. Now the entire, well, at least the top 5 teams are within striking distance for that mile leg. So you cannot just think about who's right next to me. You got to think about the entire field behind. And this is the first time we're seeing Ridgefield in the lead.
Decisive move to the lead, and talk about tactics in indoor track. The way he made that pass, where he hit the turn right as he hit the rail.
Yep.
He used the exact right amount of energy so he could make sure to protect his space as he moved into that final lap.
I really like how Ridgefield's Isaac Graber ran this leg. He was smart, he hunted them down, and then he really used this final 200 to put a 1-2 seconds on second and third.
Yeah,
and here we go.
Fantastic leg, and that looks like a 156 for the Ridgefield runner. As we head into the 1600, one of the things that's interesting once you get to the national meet, if you're used to racing all your state rivals, you kind of get a sense of who's stronger on the 800, who's stronger on the 1600.
Right.
But there's a real kind of unpredictability. You're most likely racing teams you've never raced before, and unless you have really done your research on all 12, all 48 runners in the race, you don't really know what to expect. So
that's a lot of research.
You can't take anything for granted, that's for sure.
That's right. Speaking of how many athletes are just in this race, 5,500 athletes are here this weekend.
I believe it. The stands have been packed the entire time, and
the entire day it's been packed in here.
For those championship 2 miles especially, there was standing room only on the backstretch.
I said the exact same thing.
And we got Steven Hergenrother for Ridgefield looking strong. He came through a speedy first 400 meters. It looks like he hit halfway in under 59 seconds. So he might have gotten a little excited as he ran that first 400, and we'll see how he hangs on.
Yeah, 6 Mile Track Club has Brendan Herger on the anchor leg here, and he looks good too. He's right there. I'm not sure if he just waved to the crowd right there, if he just was going up a little bit of the curve, but he looks smooth regardless. And so does Steven Hergenrother.
That's one of my favorite things about indoor track too, is the crowd is right there.
They're right there.
And you can hear everything anyone is shouting at you the entire race, and it really gets the energy going. And I will say the music all day. I've been enjoying it. I've been logging a lot of hours at the track in Newbalance this weekend. And
what have you been doing today?
Oh, I've been all over the city of socials. So if you're hearing graphics, if you're seeing clips of our preview show, that's that is all our behind-the-scenes work, which I don't do alone, fortunately.
Well,
but
rumor has it you are the guy that's doing everything after hours when everyone else wants to go to bed. Sidious Mag, they told me to give you some big props because you're the guy.
I try. I got a long run in the morning, so don't tell my coach that.
I love it. Well, here we go. We are watching Steven Hergenrother of Richfield just sort of claw his way to this finish line with 3 laps to go. He looks good.
And he looks fantastic as he settled into about a 31-second 200-meter rhythm. That's around 4:10 mile pace, but he, has slowed a bit from that first 400, but he hasn't slowed that much, and he still looks really strong. So that's hopefully a good sign that he was able to kind of adjust his internal metronome early on, and he can stretch this thing out and bring home the win.
Well, Dana Giordano and I have been talking a little bit about different types of athletes. She was one that would kind of hit the gas every time she went by the lap counter, and I was the one that went really hard, relaxed a little, and then crushed it coming home. And that's the fun thing about seeing that. I mean, maybe that's exactly what Steven Hergenrother wanted to do here for Richfield. He went out hard, settled in, and now he's putting it on the last couple laps.
And hopefully he's, taking a look at the clock and seeing that they are well under the previous heat's time. But once again, they are going to be hard pressed to take on the times in Heat 3. So with 1 lap to go, he is still running 32 second 400s. Hopefully can use this lap runner here to his advantage.
And it's kind of nice the lap runner did get it going. He didn't want him to pass him, but that helps as well for Richfield to keep the pressure on and to keep chasing.
Yeah, and it's going to be close, but some of these guys, Richfield enters with a 10:10 seed time, and it looks like they're going to be right around or maybe even just under that as they cross the finish line here. 10:09, that's going to be a season's best for Richfield, and a really strong performance headed into the final heat.
So they moved into the first position, 10:09.56. 6 Mile Track Club in second.
And that's a 4:09.05, 1600 for that anchor runner right there, Steven Hergenrother. So that is a really impressive performance, especially considering that he was solo for most of that leg.
He really did run. I mean, he could feel a little bit there with Brendan Herger from 6 Mile Track Club, knowing he was there, but he had a good lead the entire way, and that was a tough way to run.
Yeah, and as we see this group coming down, we're going to get some serious intros, getting the crowd hyped up for this final heat.
It's so fun.
But anything can happen in this final heat. We've got some strong teams. We've got a couple high school teams, right around that 10-minute mark and even under, which is really moving for this time in the season. We got Crater Distance Track Club, Phillips Exeter Academy, Tsunami Track Club, Union Catholic. We got the Saints. We got Westford Track Club. Shout out to the Dual County League in my neck of the woods. Rocket City, we got Westfield Track Club, Centennial Athletics Club, Corning Track Club. That's an upstate New York crew, so that's my college neighborhood.
Nice.
Cary Track Club, and then Black Bear Track and Field. So as these teams get introduced here on the home stretch, the crowd is going to be going wild for their favorite contenders in this race.
Sounds like Crater Track Club is attempting to break the high school national record, peeps. It's 9:54.4. They are pumped up.
Yeah, that's 9:53.4. So every second counts in that.
Did I say 9:54.3? Yeah. Oh my gosh, 9:53.4.
Yeah, we don't want to give them any false sense of security, but
no, they need to run 9:53.3, which is what the pace lights are set to do.
Yeah, which is a fantastic upgrade from some of these. Again, talking about just the quality of the track that these teams are racing on. Many for the first time all season. It has really helped elevate high school running to the extent that they're able to accomplish things we never thought was possible a couple of years ago. And, you know, part of it is the new technology, the shoes, the, you know, growing knowledge about training. But, you know, a big part of it is just the atmosphere and the opportunity to, you know, hit these really fast tracks and see what they can do.
I mean, have you ever been introduced with fireworks?
No, I was saying to the Cities team a little earlier today, once these guys get to the college and they realize that the NCAA championships aren't quite this exciting, they're going to be a little disappointed.
Yeah. It's been pretty cool. I mean, just to hear the DJ playing such great tunes, and the kids have to be so hyped.
And as these teams are introduced, we'll hope to get you a little info on the leadoff runners, but this is a big race in the boys distance medley relay championship. We're excited to see as Bears track and field, Black Bear track and field comes through.
Fastest time in the nation this year belongs to Phillips Exeter Academy. They're right here.
So that national record is 9:53.4, set at New Balance Indoor Nationals last year, Ridge High School.
And that is a high mark to set, and you know, we're looking at what the pacing lights are set at. They're set at a 4:01 mile, 4:01 1600 for that anchor leg, which is a tall order for a high school runner. So, you know, not only do we hope, you know, they can get out there and chase that fast time, here's hoping they have a little company too, because soloing a 4:01 is beyond what I can imagine, you know, the capabilities of, you know, all but the very top runners in the high school scene. And as they come around, they are not wasting any time. That looked like a right around a 30-second first 200.
All right, a big pack right now. They are ahead of those lights, keeping our eyes on it. Now this is the thing. You can't just depend on your miler to make it happen when you're running this fast. You got to go for it, and you got to stay on it. So the lights right now are right around 3:04 pace for this 1,200 meters.
And we got a 61-second first 400. And just as importantly, we've got a group of three that is separated. So, you know, if any one leg falters, there's going to be some serious pressure on the leader to keep it honest.
So Crater Distance Track Club out in the lead. Tsunami Track Club and Phillips Exeter Academy. Those are the top three right now.
Right next to them is Exeter Academy.
And Exeter is a really, really strong team. You got to keep an eye on them to contend for the win. Just as strong as that Crater Track Club, because they are currently the national leader at 10:05:35, which they ran at the Terrier Classic against some college teams. But this is an all high school scene, so we'll see how they can stack up.
So you can feel this energy starting to build. This last 400 of the 1,200 meter leg.
They hit 800 in 2:02:58, so they are right on that record pace, but they are going to want to squeeze every second they can out of this leg.
And right now they're not even concerned, I don't think. They're just racing each other, looking at each other. This is a big title for these teams to take home.
And as Crater hits the front again with 200 meters to go in this 1,200, this is still any team's race, and we've got some serious wheels up front.
Josiah Tostinson leading the way for Crater Distance Track Club. Phillips Exeter Academy in second.
As Tonson comes into that first handoff looking strong with about a 10-meter gap on the field, Caleb Doddington takes the baton for Crater Distance Track Club. That is a 3:03:37 first 1,200. That is a really, really impressive performance for that high school DMR. And it looks like Jalen Bennett for Phillips Exeter is not wasting any time getting out there. Right around going into that final turn. Let's hope Donington can respond.
He's just got to keep him in distance. He's just got to stay right there.
And as these guys come up to 300 meters, the 800 meters filter onto the track, we're going to see if Phillips Exeter keeps this gap going, or if we're gonna have a really two-team race headed into this third leg.
We have some big milers coming up that have a lot of 4.0 PRs, so it's going to be an exciting last leg. But right here, this makes a difference right now. This 800-meter leg.
And that was a 48.4 on that 400 leg for Jalen Bennett.
All right, everybody's closing the gap here. Phillips Exeter Academy and Crater Distance Track Club, they are not letting each other out of sight.
And Owen Dudley and Jeffrey Hellman are the runners for Phillips Exeter and Crater Distance. And they're going to need all the help of the crowd, all the help of each other they can get if they're going to chase this really ambitious record.
Well, they're way out in front of the lights right now, which is really exciting, everybody.
And I'm looking, the lights for the 800 are set at 156, which is fast, but it's definitely not as fast as 401. So I'm sure some of these teams looking at this info coming in are thinking that they're hoping they can bank a little time on the 800 leg, because they are gonna need it once to hand off to the anchors.
Look at that chase pack right now. I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera right now, but we have a big chase pack, about 6 guys in that chase pack right now. They know the top dogs are up front, but that is a scary pack right there. They can work together.
Yeah, and especially, you know, if these guys keep the gas on for this last 200 and then the milers put on a little early effort, this could easily become a multi-team race, as Crater Distance Track Club has opened it up on Phillips Exeter. That's Jeffrey Hellman looking really strong coming into 150 meters to go.
Yeah, Phillips Exeter's running a lot of gas a little bit. He's trying super hard. You can see him gritting there. But I believe it's Jeffrey Hellman of Crater Distance Track Club that has kept going, and he is just right with those lights right now.
And as he's coming down, you just know the other runners are just thinking, keep it close, keep it close.
Tyrone Garzi, we've seen him over 10,000 meters. We've seen him in the 5K, in the 3K, the 2 mile, and he's a 407 guy. He has got to keep the pressure on right now. He is right in front of those lights.
And it looks like we got something like, I'm doing math here, like a 157 leg out of Jeffrey Hellman. So strong leg, but not a lot of insurance to play with coming into this final anchor leg.
Phillips Exeter Academy, their anchor leg is a 4:12 1600 meter PB. That's Brian Grievous.
But keep an eye on Tsunami Track Club in 4th place currently, 4th or 5th place, because they have an anchor with a 404 personal best, Colin Bowler. And right now it is all the Crater Distance Track Club show as they battle the lights, but if they don't keep the gas pedal down, this chase pack could easily reel them in.
We have seen it time and time again at some of the biggest relay meets or in these big meets where in the DMR, it's that anchor pack, the anchor leg and the pack that catches our first runner. Crater Distance Track Club is the team to beat, but they aren't that far out.
Yeah, but it looks like they are right on track to need right around a 4 flat high anchor leg to get that record, which would be a tall order for a 409 miler, but anything can happen at this point in the race. As they hit 600 meters, the lights are starting to creep ahead.
As you said it, Colin Bowler, the Tsunami Track Club,
has
right there.
Moved into 2nd place.
And he's got his eyes on Tyrone Dorsey.
754, it's a 159 last half.
And I will say, I'm looking at these splits here, and Colin Bowler, that first 400 looked like it was around 57 seconds. So at a certain point in the race, he's going to start feeling that on his legs, that's for sure. So let's hope he has that second and third gear as it comes into this final segment of the race. But he definitely did a lot of work early, and whether or not it pays off, we're about to find out.
3 laps, less than. It's Tyrone Garzi of the Crater Distance Track Club, a guy that has major range from everything from the mile up to the 10,000, so you know he has that endurance to hold on. But we see Colin Bowler, he is going for it, and he is closing every second of the way.
And as we see these splits coming up, it looks like the chasers are still moving a little bit faster than the leader, but will it be fast enough? We're about to find out with 400 meters to go as Tyrone Garzi hits the front 400 meters less at this point, and Colin Bowler has his eyes on the back of Garzi's jersey.
Yeah, Bowler has just been running just a tidge bit faster than Garzi. Now Garzi has had this big lead. Can he get it? But it's only tenths of a second faster that Bowler is running. I don't know if he's going to have enough time. He's got less than, about 200 meters to go. Right now he's trying really hard, and Tyrone Garzi looks smooth. He looks good. Not a look back.
He's going to the arms right now. You can tell the legs are feeling heavy. He's hurting, but he's gritting it out, and he is 100 meters away from being rewarded with a national title. Colin Bowler is reeling him in every step, but it looks like he's going to run out of real estate as the runners come onto the home stretch. That's Garzi of Crater Distance Track Club coming down, about to bring home the national title for Crater Distance. And he'll do it. 10 flat, 21, a new national lead.
And a new PB for their team.
A big anchor leg for Tyrone Garzi. And a really strong performance from all 4 of those boys as they come out onto the track to celebrate with their teammates.
Look at that elation that they have. They're so proud. They should be. What a great race.
And looking at the splits here, it looks like that was a 4:07.1600 for Tyrone Garzi, so right about equivalent to his 4:09 personal best, and he did that all alone. That's cannot emphasize enough how hard that is to get that baton in the lead and to have to just grind out lap after lap.
So much pressure knowing all those guys are chasing you, and guys that have maybe quicker PBs than you over the 1,600 or mile distance.
And you know, that's just goes to show why these relays are, you know, so exciting, maybe the most exciting part of these championships, because it truly is a team effort. You can't win this thing on the back of one runner. You need 4 strong legs to take home the title.
All right, here we are. First heat of the girls' championship distance medley relay. We have 3 sections here.
We got Weymouth Youth Track Club down on the South Shore of Massachusetts. We got Bill Ricka repping the North Shore. We got
Wait, are you showing off because you know all the shores? I don't know any of the shores.
Oh yeah, well it's the locals. I gotta shout out the loyalists. You know, we got Golden Flashes Running Club, Shoveltown Track Club, Vista Ridge, Coogee Tolea, which I don't know, but I know it's not a Massachusetts town.
Well,
that's for sure.
It. Good job.
Crozet Crew, the Falcons Track Club, Ohio Speed, Duval, Perkiomen Valley Track and Field, Washington Township Elite, and Purple Track Club.
And Purple Track Club is not in a purple jersey, just so you know.
Oh, the irony.
I know. It's a little confusing, but they're great. They had a great couple races earlier today.
I might be rooting for them because I got a purple phone case here. It's my
do.
favorite color.
There you go.
And we'll see these teams are seated between 12:28 and 12:35, which is a pretty small spread in distance medleys. So we're going to see probably some really competitive racing between this group as they head into that first heat.
Again, we're going to go. This is the first restart. Interesting.
We got a false start in the distance medley relay. You don't see that too often.
I don't know if we have any DQs or warnings. We'll have to see.
Yeah, sometimes the timing technology just isn't set, or somebody, you know, the official didn't get the white flag at the right time. But
nobody had a warning or anything.
Nobody's going home disappointed, hopefully.
No. But again, 1,200 meters to 400 to 800 to 1,600 meters.
And as we go into these 3 heats of girls in this distance medley relay, have to point out Richfield, 10:09 in that second heat, and ended up finishing 3rd overall in the DMR. So we're seeing some strong performances out of any and all sections of these races.
Wow, super cool.
As we see some of these, spread out anchor legs, these runners are remembering, and their coaches are yelling at them that every second counts.
They are. And a lot of these athletes have had a long season. Some of them have been going since cross-country season, and actually we've had a number of athletes that have ran the World Cross Country Championships just a couple weeks ago. So I've been talking to some of the athletes after, and they're so excited to be here, but then take a break and get ready for the outdoor season. So this is this big party they've all been looking forward to for so long. And now they'll go home, rest up, get ready to crush outdoors.
Literally a party. I heard a rumor there was a Chloe Bailey concert tomorrow night. And it's also important to note that, you talked about racing a World Junior Cross. Just traveling to these big meets is such a fantastic learning experience for some of these young athletes. They're going to be going on to the NCAA level, a lot of them, and some of them even competing as pros, as they get this early experience to travel, to feel what that feels like on your body, to get to your routine and lock that in an unfamiliar environment. It's an acquired skill, and the earlier you can kind of have those experiences, the better equipped you are as you move up through the ranks.
Well, and what we were talking about earlier today too is just even like watching other people warm up and sitting right next to your competitors. Some of these athletes are in states that they don't really have a lot of competition, so they're here and they're rubbing elbows with people in races, and they're like, wait a second, did somebody just elbow me? I mean, it's all a learning experience, and it's just been so fun to watch.
And just also, fantastic to have the opportunity to get that attention on the big stage. That we talked about the stands being packed, but this thing's also being broadcast for free on YouTube and the Newbalance website, and coaches are watching.
They are, and actually college coaches are watching too.
That's what I'm saying.
Big recruiting.
And this, for some of these athletes where you don't necessarily have that big stage to compete at, at home, this is your first real opportunity, especially for some of these, sophomores and juniors, to make a name for yourself as you start getting those recruiting letters in the mail.
Yep.
And we've got, leading off this one, the Crozet crew. That's Haley Hodson in the lead. Hit 800 meters in 2:30. That is a strong first lap, but she's got quite the pack behind her, as we see Perky Oman, Duval, and the Falcons are packed up real tight coming into 1,000 meters. It looks like we got the Falcons sliding onto the shoulder of Crozet. We'll see if they make a move coming into this final lap. That's Eliza Dickey hitting the bell, not the bell because the race isn't over, but the last lap of the first leg. As the Falcons Track Club decisively moves to the lead. That's Eliza Dickey coming through, stretching it out as we're going to get these 400-meter runners. That looks like Sophia Cito will be taking the baton for the Falcons. And she's opened up quite a bit of a gap on the chasers in this final lap. So that 400-meter runner is going to have some room to work.
Oh, this point right here, where you're getting ready for your girl to hand off the baton. It's like the craziest nerves you've ever had. And once you get the baton, it's like, oh, okay, here we go. It's my turn to shine.
And that's a 3:47.77, 1200. That's around 5:04 mile pace.
Nice.
So these girls are not wasting any time getting out there and starting this race off hot.
Rossetto looks like she is out hard for Falcons Track Club.
Cambridge, Massachusetts, powering away down the home stretch.
That's Sophia Juanez Setto.
Looking really strong and really attacking
26.
those turns.
She's going through in 26 seconds for her first 200. Woo!
And as she comes up on 300 meters, we're lining up the 800-meter runners onto the track. And we'll probably talk about this a little more when we get to the sprint medley relays, but nothing is, you talk about the nerves. When you're an 800 runner, or even worse, a miler, staring down a 400-meter coming at you full speed, you got to get out and get going as you got that baton. And that was a fantastic, that looks like a 58-second 400 for Sophia Cito, who's handed her teammate, Kylie Bernard, what looks like, we'll see the pacing in a second, a 22-meter lead coming into that 800. So she's got space and time to work with as this third leg gets underway.
I like how she's really hammered this first lap, kind of establishing that lead and hanging on to it. You know, you can see that she's got this drive. That's Kylie Bernard I'm talking about from Falcons Track Club.
And one of the things, you know, you really have to focus on the 800 is measurement of effort, because that race gets very easy to get very long quickly if you hit 200 meters way faster than you were anticipating. So as these runners, you know, are really stretched out all around the track at this point, you know, they're going to be hopefully keying off their coaches, keying off their internal clocks, and trying to make sure that they get to that fourth leg still standing.
It is the hardest thing in track and field to know how hard to push and what to reserve. Like, you know, I don't know about you, but every time I finished the race, I thought, oh, maybe if I went a little harder at this point. And it is so hard to do, but you can just see that these athletes are giving it their all, and that's all you can ask for.
And it depends on your skill set for sure, because as a you know, mile 3K guy, every time I ran an 800, I was just running as fast as my body would let me the entire time.
I was saying when I ran the 4x4 any relay, I was running on fumes. I was so scared. But right now we're seeing a little bit of distress going on up front here with the Falcons Track Club, and it looks like the Crozet crew closing hard.
Jordan Stone, who has really stayed focused and composed as she tracks down that leader, coming up on 150 meters to go. She's going to hopefully use that momentum to slingshot around coming into that final handoff. And with 100 meters to go, she hits the front. It's not going to be a big lead, but she is going to hand off the baton in first to her teammate. It looks like Grace Cook will be taking the anchor leg for the Crozet crew as they come down the straightaway. Really strong, smartly run race.
She did. She had a great race. She was closing in slowly, didn't panic, really opened it up. And here we go. We are on the mile.
And that looks like that was doing a little math here, like something like a 2:24 800 meter leg for the Crozet runner there. And Grace Cook's going to take the baton with only about a 5-meter lead on that Falcons Track Club. You know, Kylie Bernard did a really, you know, strong job of, you know, once she was tying up and really, you know, feeling the race and the lactic acid, she kept them in contact. And, you know, sometimes that's all you need out of your 800-meter runner in a DMR.
I think that's a huge point is, you know, contact. And, you know, this is really, in this final 1,600 meters, I mean, so much can happen. So you have to just tell your athletes, win your race, whether that means close a gap, hold on to the lead, whatever it is, you have to remember those strategies. And, you know, when I was racing, I remember that. I would remember those final words from my coach telling me, this is your job, and everyone has a different job. So you just have to run that way and you know, have the confidence to do it.
As they hit 400 meters, Grace Cook's taking a peek at the watch, not a bad idea. Comes through in around 73 seconds. That's around 4:55 mile pace. And that looks like Chauvelin, the Falcons runner, is right on her tail. That gap has stayed pretty consistent early. We'll see if she kind of tries to close that gap and gets right on her heels in the next couple laps.
But the poise that Chauvelin's been using for the Falcons Track Club, she has not put a huge surge on to close the gap. She's slowly trying to reel her back in, and that takes confidence. That's a hard thing to do. You sort of want to attack and close the gap right away and get on their shoulder, and sometimes it's not the smart way to run.
And speaking of gaps, keep an eye on Abby Schweitzer of Perkiomen out in that no woman's land there, who has really boldly made a strong effort to kind of close down the distance on those leaders as they come up on 800 meters.
Yeah, she's definitely running the faster splits right now. Looking at her splits, 38, 39 for the last couple 200 splits.
And she has the benefit of having targets ahead of her. You know, that is so important as these 1,600 meter legs can be really lonely out there if you're trying to set the pace on your own. And hopefully what her coach is telling her right now is, you know, you want to get right around that Falcons runner and keep an eye on that closing crew, because it can be easy to get a little trapped on some of these tight turns behind a runner who's running a little slower than you are at the moment.
And two, getting behind somebody and tucking in, you then sort of lose your contact of who's up in front. And we can see that right now as Schweitzer of the Perkiomen Valley Track and Fields Club is now definitely closing in on Crozet crew.
Yeah, and then Schweitzer looks like split about 2 seconds faster over 800 meters than the leader, Grace Cook, right now. So this really is going to be a tight race coming down into these final laps.
Less than 3 to go.
And as they come in with about 500 meters and change remaining, it's going to be interesting to see how Grace Cook responds to this challenge from Abby Schweitzer, because this is the first time she's really had company all race. And whether she, you know, that competitive fire kicks in and she's able to dig deep, we're about to find out, because we have 400 meters remaining in this first section of the DMR. And
all right, 400 meters left.
Now it's an interesting move there by Schweitzer. She just kind of got up on her and she stayed there.
Yeah, and she's slowing down too. You know, she's not slowing down quite as much as some of the other folks in the race, but she probably is feeling the effort of trying to catch the leaders. And it looks like we have a third placer who has patiently moved on up. That looks like Vista Ridge. Emma Wade may have timed her race the best of anybody, as she absolutely rockets to the lead. It looks like Schweitzer has responded, but will it be enough as Vista Ridge and Emma Wade come up to the bell lap?
And
this is any race with 200 to go.
Yeah, that's the scary thing about the relays. We just talked about it. When you're focusing just on the other top teams, so if 1 and 2 are just focusing on each other, they cannot forget about what else is going on in the back of the pack.
And Schweitzer is locked in. She might have had her legs run out from her, but she is not giving up an inch.
Emma Wade.
All the Emma Wade show coming around the final turn. She's coming down the home stretch looking really, really strong, driving it home, looking at the clock, knowing that every second counts as she crosses the line in 12:26.
Woo!
And that is 5-second personal, or season's best for the Vista Ridge crew. We'll get you that split, because that was a really, really strong leg. And if my math is serving me here, it looks like that was a sub-5 mile. That was something like a 4:54, 4:53, 1,600 meter leg.
Wow.
So talk about measuring that effort and you know, really showing a lot of composure and maturity as you get that baton and know that, you know, the race doesn't end 2 laps into the race. It's an 8-lap, 1,600 meter leg for these girls, and being able to measure your effort and to, you know, keep an eye, knowing that anything can change over the course of that final leg really paid off for the Vista Ridge crew.
Put 4 seconds on too. I mean, and she passed only what, with 150 meters to go. Was it 150 meters? Maybe it was a little bit further out, but she put 4 seconds on. That's pretty awesome. Closed in 33 seconds. That's a solid last 200.
Really strong running.
So we have 12 teams.
And as we got this second heat
12:05 and 12:20.
lined up, we will do the honors as we got the Beavers team. We have an unattached team, so we'll have to find out where they're coming from midway through the race. We have Tabor City Track Club, Tub Gator Track Club, Ridgefield. We saw the Ridgefield boys run really strong in the boys championship, so we'll see how the Ridgefield girls do. The RFH Dogs, the Woburn Track Club, Charlotte Country Day School, Cavaliers, Lexington Elite Track Club, AB Track, and Huntington Valley Track Club. We got some favorites in this race, as the top 2 seeds are seeded 12:05 and 12:06, about 8 seconds clear of the field on seeds. But we know the race results aren't decided based on yesterday's performance. They're based on what's happening today on the track.
And the gun is up.
All right, so fastest seat time in this one belongs to Beaver Creek High School.
And they're off. little bit of a jam there in that outer waterfall, but everybody stayed on their feet and the race is still underway.
Well, if you're just tuning in here to the New Balance Indoor Nationals, we are on our second heat of the girls championship girls distance medley. We're on the 1,200 meter leg. They're going to pass off to the 400, to the 800, and then to finish up with the 1,600 meters. Lots of parents, grandparents, coaches watching. Thanks for tuning in. We've been having a blast today. What's been one of your favorite events today?
Oh man, it's hard to say. I mean, I think the DMR might be my favorite. I might be biased because we were on the call for it, but the drama in that final race of the boys championship was just next level. And you know, I'm hoping the girls can put on an even better show as we end up these next two sections. They are really closely matched, and we're going to see some strong battles up here.
So the team to beat right now, Vista Ridge High School just finished first in our first heat. They ran 12:26. That is that time that we need to beat in this heat.
And we're going to get you some, it looks like we got a California team.
Oh.
This may be actually what looks like J. Sarah Catholic School, host of that big 10K race last weekend.
Yes, the 10.
That is based on my research here, but apologies in advance if I am misleading anybody.
What did you think it was?
I believe we're looking at J. Sarah Catholic High School.
It looks like that on their bibs, if I can see with my big readers.
Got to get don't enter as unattached. Tell the world who you are.
Exactly.
You know, when folks are checking the results, they got to know who to cheer for.
So it looks like Cameron Murphy out in the lead here.
Making this race her own. Talk about a statement early. She's got a solid gap on the field coming up on 800 meters. Not an insurmountable one, but she's got about 10, 15 meters on the field with 2 laps to go. 2:25.91 that first 800.
Well, and you talked about it earlier, but you know, this is a team that's coming from what we think all the way from California. You know, that's a long flight. That's almost like going over to Europe for most people. It's a 6.5-hour flight for some, and so, you know, it's a big undertaking to come all the way out here and to race and to learn how to handle that. The dehydration of being up in the air, the sleep, the time zones, all of it.
Yeah, although they might be happy to be running this. What are we at right now, time-wise? 7 p.m. So if they had one of the early races in the day, they might have been a little grumpier. But we actually have a new leader as AB Track hits the front. Catherine Callahan for AB Track.
And I like how she passed. You know,
it was a decisive move.
It was. She had a vengeance when she went by, and she still has that lead here, and she's really trying to open it up as she gets ready to pass off to her 400-meter runner.
And I believe this is also a dual county league team. The AB stands for Acton Boxborough. So Eastern Massachusetts representing strongly. Feels like a home field advantage.
So how far away are they from the track here?
Depends on traffic, you know, Boston. But, you know, 20, 25 minutes if maybe once they're headed home tonight. Hopefully the rush hour traffic cleared up.
Yep.
And that's Paige McInerney. Oh, I'm going to butcher that one. That's Paige McInerney from AB, who looks really strong coming into 200 meters of this 400-meter leg.
She's moving well here. 27.5 for her first 200.
And she is in control and really looking strong coming into this 800-meter leg. It looks like we've got the Cavaliers in second, but right as I say it, the Tub Gator Track Club has moved into second, and the Cavaliers are in third. And they are closing the gap on AB as they come into the handoff here. And we'll see what looks like a 59-second 400. As the 800 meters take the track, that's Elizabeth Laham, Erin Devaney, and Celia Dawson.
Look at Tub Gator coming on here for Tub
Getting
Gator
out and getting after it.
Yes, she is. That's my tagline for my podcast. Get after it. You have a fun podcast.
Oh yeah, run your mouth, long run talk for long talking runners. We're just plugging our stuff on the air all afternoon.
Let's go.
And we got a passing move. Speaking of getting after it, Erin Devaney of Tub Gator has wasted no time hitting the front of this race. Coming up on 300 meters into this 800 meter leg. Looking really strong.
Yeah, I've liked to watch her run. She's been real consistent. You could see her. She has this quick leg turnover, but she's strong and smooth. Just look how she runs.
An efficient stride, not a lot of wasted motion, that's for sure. And as we see Tub Gator opening up a lead on AB coming into this final 300 meters.
So you kind of nailed it. You said, you know, and we're not done yet, but looking at the times on paper, we have two teams that are about 10 seconds faster than the rest of the field. But anything can happen on a day like today, and Tub Gator is one of those teams that has got a PB of 12:14. They are they're 10 seconds slower than what the top two teams are. So let's see what happens today. Lots of magic has happened here at the track, and I think we're seeing it again.
As Tub Gator and Erin Devaney takes the baton into that final 100 meters, she has run a fantastic leg for this team in the 800 and has opened up a gap of now close to 40 meters on the field as they get ready to hand off to Kelsey Niglio. What a leg. We'll get you a split in a second, but that was a really, really strong. It looks like that was a 2:16 800 meter leg for Erin Devaney. And Kelsey Niglio is getting the baton with room to work as we get into this final leg of the girls distance medley relay. And as we noticed in the boys section, the results could get shuffled from heat to heat. So
that's right.
As she has this big lead, she's not just racing the rest of the field, she's racing the heat that's going to go after her. So she is keeping her eye on the clock. The time from the first heat to beat is 12:26, but these teams are going to be running quite a bit faster, and you know, hoping to crack that top 8 as you move into the final standings. And that's we'll look at a 400 meter split coming up. It's going to be pretty quick, something around 72 seconds, which is not messing around.
Not at all. So Kelsey Niglio on the anchor leg here for Tub Gator Track Club, all alone, way out, almost 50 meters out.
And she is hopefully gonna, start keeping her eye on some of the runners at the tail end of this pack and reeling them in, using them as targets, because it can get a long, lonely race out there if you are on your own. And we've got now 5 laps to go. She looks determined. That's the word I'll use. She looks like she's got a job to do, and she came here to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at her and you can see her eyes are out in front of her. She doesn't have anyone real close to chase, but she is locked in. She's been running right around 37 and 38 pace for her 200 meter split, so she is right there.
And the Tub Gator Track Club, it looks like, comes from Cherokee High School in New Jersey, Marlton, New Jersey, but it looks like Kelsey is going to have to get used to Boston winters, because she's headed to Boston University in the Terriers next year.
So she might have some teammates in the crowd tonight, getting ready to see their girl.
And I have to say, my little brother is a junior at BU, so although I did not go there, I got a little loyalty.
Got to give a little shout out.
Go Terriers, go Future Terriers,
yes,
as she comes into the second half of this anchor leg.
And she looks good. Again, she's been locking in 38 seconds right there. A little bit slower, almost closer to 39 seconds for that last 200. But she's going to see that we are getting closer and closer to those final laps. She's got 3 to go. And she has really built that lead.
And as she hits 3 to go, she is going to be right around, well under the previous heat's pace. She's got about maybe 2 minutes to work with if she's hoping to crack that sub 12:10. And I know, we talk a lot about important barriers in track and field. The sub 5 minute barrier is, such a hallmark of high school girls distance running, and being able to get that time, that personal best that starts with a 4 is really special.
Yeah, I can remember the first time I got that, and it was just like, wait a second, what? And it was pretty special. And anytime these athletes are running under that 5 minutes, it's pretty awesome. So we're gonna have one more DMR after this, and it's kind of cool. You can see that final heat all standing up on the final turn.
Well, they're not just, watching the race for fun. They're looking at the clock. They want to know what time they got to beat coming into this final race. Hopefully their coaches are, telling them the kind of marks that they're going to have to lay down to, make this an honest race from the start, because they can't take anything for granted as we head into this bell lap, and Kelsey Neglio has made this race all her own. Tub Gator Track Club
crushing it. They're about 25 seconds up from the lead time right now from that last heat, which was Vista Ridge's 12:26. And it looks like
somebody get this Jersey girl some Wawa for after the race, because she has put the team on her back and really brought home a strong performance as she comes into this final home stretch. What a show all by herself. She takes the race and just hits that 12:10.09 finish time, 12:10.07 officially. A 5:10 split for Kelsey Neglio, and a really strong performance from the Tub Gator Track Club team.
So about 16 seconds they beat the time of Vista Ridge. So that is the time to beat here. Vista Ridge still they're in third.
Yeah, they put a really strong, performance in that first heat. They're third overall going into that final heat. Depending on, what we see from this third heat, they could still crack that top 8 performance, which would be, really impressive coming into this race with, what they have, a 12:31 personal best.
Yeah, something like that.
Season's best.
Yep.
And as we get to the final heat of the championship girls distance medley relay, we're going to get the sparklers going, and we're going to get these runouts. We've got quite the field assembled.
All right, folks. So our next event on the track is the final fastest heat.
So we're going to have the Carolina Cavaliers, Mountain Brook Track Club, Sincero North Syracuse, Chelsea Track Club, Union Catholic TC, Westlake Village Lions. We have West Springfield TC, Purple Track Club, Haverford TC, Gators Track Club, and we have one unattached. We're going to try and figure that out for everybody. Looks like 11 teams in this final section.
Oh, and it looks like Jason Ross sent 2 teams to the team, so we didn't even get presumably their A relay performances in this Heat 3, so they had a strong showing in Heat 1, and we're going to get another foursome from Jay Sarah in Heat 2 to really take on the big dogs. And it looks like the national lead right now is 11:40.32 by Cuthbertson High School, who of course is competing as the Carolina Cavaliers from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. They are our national leaders, also the top seed in this race. So we've got to call them the favorites, at least on paper, but there's a reason why it's only on paper, as we got Mountain Brook coming from Mountain Brook, Alabama, right behind them. And it looks like we actually have 2 Alabama teams in the race coming up north. Hopefully the cold isn't bothering them too much, but they're lining up against the North Carolina crew, as well as Cicero coming from North Syracuse.
Yep.
Little upstate New York action.
Well, we have a few athletes that have some sub 450 PRs here in that 1600 meters. So it's going to be a good final leg there, along with quite a few 2.0s over 800. So let's see what happens.
11:32.
And as these runners line up, we'll get you the names of some of these leadoff runners. We got the lights set to something.
I think the lights are going to be at 11:40
DMR pace.
DMR pace.
Well, let's see, that'll be, I would guess, you know, something around like a 330, 335, 1200 is kind of what we're expecting from the very top of these teams, but we'll see as they come around in 200 meters to go. Sorry, 200 meters to start. We're just getting going.
We're just getting going, Dave.
34-64. And they are all packed up. It looks like we've got the J. Surratt team in the lead. That's Anastasia Snodgrass, but they have plenty of company up front with the Purple Track Club, also with an 18 out here. That's Emily Cooper. And Justine Priziano of the Carolina Cavaliers has now slid into second, but you know, they're pretty bunched up right now. This could really be anybody's race.
They're out pretty quick too, 71.
And I like that move of the Union Catholic girl to see that the Carolina runner was moving to the front and to immediately respond. You know, you don't want to get trapped in the pack when somebody's making a move in the middle of the race, and being able to have that kind of, you know, court awareness or track awareness.
Exactly, you know, getting out and getting some movement and also getting some space around you in these initial laps is so important. And especially when the group is that bunched up. You don't want to have anyone clip you from behind, take you down. You want to have some space. So Carolina Cavaliers looking strong out front.
And that is Kaylee Vinciereski of Union Catholic coming up from New Jersey. Right on the shoulder of Justine Priziano, the Cavalier. As they come up to 800 meters, we'll get you some splits. But this race, after being bunched up in that first 400, has started to string out.
Justine.
2:22.86 through 800. So this is a pretty honest pace, and they are well up on the lights as we see the leadoff runners coming around. It looks like we're getting a challenge from the Cicero runner right up on the shoulder of Union Catholic, and there's really 4 runners still in this race with a lap and a little to go. So we might have to, you know, as the officials are lining up the 400-meter legs, they might have to do some shuffling of the order in that final lap.
Yeah, and that happens. You know, if your coach is close enough, you can switch it around.
That's quite the scramble. Is not only do you have to keep an eye on where your runner is coming in, you also got to keep an eye on where you are relative to the other girls on the line, because if they got to move you 3 places up with 100 meters to go, that's a recipe for some traffic and some risk of falls.
It's chaotic at times.
And we got the Cavaliers holding on strong, fending off the challenges from the chasers as Priziano comes into the home stretch to hand off in first place. We got a 3:33.26, 1200, and that's I'm guessing her sister, Alyssa Priziano, with the 400-meter leg, and Leah Gould for Union Catholic right behind her, looking really strong. I like those pink arm sleeves.
I mean, there's some sweet outfits out here this weekend.
And Priziano is defending her space as they hit that first lap. You know, one of the things they talk about the indoor 400 is the person with the pole position coming into that final lap has a real advantage even in races where there isn't a stagger. So as we see her kind of stretch out that stride and open up, a little bit, maybe a second gap on that second place runner, she has done well tactically for herself to keep the Carolina Cavaliers in the lead headed into this third leg.
I like how Alyssa Prezano, she'd dig her nose down into the ground if she could. She had her nose down and she just was digging. You could see every single stride trying to pull away a little bit more.
She got that sub 60 with that 59.6
nice.
split. And that's going to be Stella Kermes heading into that 800-meter leg. And that looks like Mamiya Nyana of Union Catholic will be right behind her. These two teams have separated a little bit from the chasers, but it's still, not too much of a gap that it can't be overcome by a strong anchor leg.
That's right. I mean, we know that on the Carolina Cavaliers, their anchor leg, Charlotte Bell, is very fast. She's run 2:49 for 1K, and she's also run 2:49, for 1K, and also 4:45 for 1600. So we know that they're going to be handing off to a strong anchor leg there, the Carolina Cavaliers, but
that Cicero anchor in what looks like fourth place right now is also a 4:45 miler though. So anything could happen as we come into this final lap. As Stella Kermes has maintained her lead and really looking strong coming down with about 300 meters to go. Nina in second place has let a little bit of a gap close between second and third, and these runners are moving pretty fast, so it really is going to be anyone's race coming into the bell, as Stella Kermes, with less than 200 meters remaining now, is going to hand her teammate a strong advantage coming into this final leg of the DMR. We've got Kermes, who has run so composed, so strong, really not letting the pressure of getting the baton in the lead get to her. A really strong leg from the Carolina runner as she comes into the anchor leg. Charlotte Bell is going to take it, and they are off to the races.
this is tough for Charlotte Bell, who is on that anchor leg for Carolina Cavaliers. She has to keep the pressure on, but she also has to stay within herself, because really she's racing herself knowing that Union Catholic is, gunning for her.
Yeah, and that they are well under that 11:40 nation leading pace, so we're likely to see a new U.S. #1 time coming out of this race, as Charlotte Bell looks really composed and strong coming around.
Union Catholic here in second. That's Peyton Hollis. She's got a mile PB of 4:49, an 800 PR of 2:06. So she's got the wheels to close. She's got the strength to keep her within distance, and that's what she's doing. She is slowly trying to reel her in, which is smart.
Yeah, and she really got out hot. That was a 32-second first 200 for her. So hoping she doesn't pay the price as she tries to close the distance on the leader. But as they come up on 400 meters, we've got a 72-second first 400. So right around personal best pace for those leaders, and that's a 68 for the Union Catholic runner Hollis. So she is not messing around as we see this gap shrinking step by step on the leader. But as they come up on 600 meters, hopefully Bell is using this lap runner as a target to reel her in and keep that momentum going, because she knows that Hollis is not too far out of contact.
She hasn't really taken a look back, but we do have the big screens, but you're not seeing anyone on the big screen right now. At least that is for Charlotte Bell. You can't see her. So on some of the turns, it might be okay just to take a peek back and just see if you can hear her, or maybe she has someone down.
I was going to say,
hopefully
at her coach is screaming at her exactly how much distance
she has.
But
it's loud in here, everybody's dancing right now. I'm just looking at some photographers and they're bopping around. It is super fun right now. The music's high, the energy's high, And we are seeing some of the best athletes in the U.S. run right here.
Absolutely, and talk about running a smart race. As they come to halfway, Charlotte Bell, every one of her laps has been between 35.7 and 36.6, so she's running really even right now. But the Cicero runner is still just making up the distance as they pass the Union Catholic team into second place.
That's Kate Putman for Cicero North Syracuse. She is the Millrose champion, and she did run a new indoor PR of 4:45.35. So the pressure is on, but you got to give it up to Charlotte Bell. She's kept that distance. She looks really good, and I'm not quite sure she's going to get caught.
And as you know, folks are tuning in to see these final laps of this race. The Carolina Cavaliers are looking really strong, definitely the favorites to bring home this title. And it looks like we have 400 to go. And while Charlotte Putnam Kate Putnam has closed in on Charlotte Bell a little bit, she might be running out of real estate as we hit the final 2 laps of this race.
She has about a 50-meter lead.
Yeah, and Charlotte Bell, 36, 36, 36, 36, 36. I mean, every 200, she has been right at 36 seconds. She is running a really consistent race and looks really good.
And from what my research is telling me, she is a junior. So talk about, running with maturity and poise and, putting a lot of coaches on notice as the recruiting season heats up, that's for sure.
1 lap to go. You can see that she is in that final phase of that drive phase. Like she's getting into her sprint mode here. She's up on her toes a little bit, using those arms, and she's focused, and she wants this win big.
And with 100 meters to go, it is the Charlotte Bell show as the Carolina Cavaliers get meter by meter closer to a national title in the girls distance medley relay. With a strong performance top to bottom, it looks like Charlotte Bell and the Cavaliers are putting this thing away and winning the title in a 11:35.51 new national lead, #1 time in the U.S.
That was awesome.
What a race as we see the Cicero team making up a lot of ground in that last couple laps. I'm going to try and get some quick math for you on what that split was for the Cicero runner. That looks like a 4:46 split.
How about for Charlotte Bell?
Kate Putnam. For Charlotte Bell, she was what looks like 4:52.
Okay.
1600. There's a lot of math going on, so I apologize to the viewers at home that have their calculators out.
That's why I asked you.
Everyone will get mad at me when I get the splits wrong, but for folks that don't know, if you're just tuning in on the YouTube channel, the live splits are second by second up on the New Balance running website, so you can stay tuned in and getting updates almost as fast as we get them up here in the booth.
Actually, you can get 100-meter splits, 200-meter splits. I mean, they show the names of the athletes. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and as we look at that really strong 7 teams under 12 minutes in that race, that is a really impressive showing from the high school girls. And it does look like in that second heat, Tug Gator snuck into the top 10 with that 12:10 finish. And now we are getting on the track the high school boys sprint medley Rising Stars races. We've got 10 heats on tap. Did you ever run the sprint med in high school?
No.
I ran my senior year. We had a much stronger, shorter and middle distance team than the longer distance squad. So me, the distance runner, was running the 800 on the anchor of the sprint med. And let me tell you, when you talk about a 49-second 400-meter coming at you full speed, you better get up and get going and make sure you get that baton across the line as fast as possible.
I have run a sprint medley before in college, and it was terrifying.
And as these runners are off and going, we got Sachem Spike Shoe Club, the Dragons, and the I-270 Track Club. They're going to run the entire first leg in turns, and it's not until the first turn of that second 200 that they cut in.
That's right. So again, for these athletes, some of these ups and downs of an indoor track is new. You know, we have athletes coming from all the way from California that have not run many races indoors. And to be honest, there's a lot of high schools around the country that don't get to run a lot of indoors. So it's definitely different, and also different to have a handoff on the top of the turn.
Yeah, and Keon Tanyatang for I-270 ran that turn like a pro, hitting the curve at exactly the right time as he hands off to Jordan Sofan for the 400-meter leg for I-270. We'll see how Sofan handles the second lap, as he's got quite a bit of distance on the chasers at this point.
Wow, he looks good. Look at him, that long stride.
All business, driving those arms. That's exactly what, you know, as a sprint coach, that's what you want to see, that, you know, good upper body carriage, not a lot of wasted motion, and driving the whole way home. You want all the momentum of your body focused on that finish line. And as they hand off to the 800-meter runners, we'll get you a 400 split. That was a 49.74. The 200 and 400 get a little mixed around in the live results because the first leg does not run to the finish line.
Yes.
So you don't get the exact split for that first 200, but you get the 400 guy, and you get the sum of the 200-meter runners. For anyone tuning in on those live splits.
I got excited for a second there.
And we have the 800-meter runner, Anthony Verdi, I-270 track club, peeking over his shoulder as he hits 200 meters. But right now he's got a good bit of daylight to play with. As he comes up on 500 meters remaining.
He's got to dig back in here.
At least right now, it looks like we have that chaser from Satchel Spike Shoe, Brian Capolini, is reeling him in, but did he spend too much energy in that first 400? We're about to find out.
Ooh, here we go. Watch this right here. Here comes Sachem Spike Shoe Club. That's Brian Capolini. He is moving.
But no mercy. Once you make that passing move, you want to keep the gas down so you don't give an inch to the guy behind you.
That's right.
And as they come into the bell lap, it's Sachem Spike Shoe, Capolini running a really strong race, and Verdi trying to hang on.
He really has, though. Verdi has regrouped a little bit, and he hasn't let him totally out of his distance.
Yeah, and it's looking like we're seeing the pain on that leader's face there as he's tying up a little bit. And could I-270 and Anthony Verdi have timed this right? Save that final gear for when it really counts, as these two come into the final home stretch, shoulder to shoulder. But it's Sachem Spike Shoe holding them off. He is hurting and powering through the pain right now as he crosses that finish line all the way. A battle to the finish as Brian Capolini gets under 2 minutes with that 1:59.79 split.
Well, that was smart racing right there by Capolini. He went for it with 100 to go. He saw Verdi up on his shoulder, and he made just a couple quick steps, and then he opened it up and he held him off, and that was really smart racing.
Yeah, and that's at that point, you know, your adrenaline and your lactic acid are battling each other for supremacy, and that's when, you know, that mental toughness and that grit really comes into play, and you've got to be able to dig deep and find that final gear as your legs and your lungs are burning.
Oh, I missed that burn.
We've got the
second heat here.
The EO Panthers. We got Tiger Racing. We got the big cats in battle with one another. Austin Prep, Rocket Track Club, Woodstock Academy, the Centaurs. All right, we got some Tigers, some Panthers, and Centaurs. And the Ayer Shirley team out in lane 6, coming around this first turn. And these 200-meter runners are coming in. It looks like the runner in lane 3 has a little bit of an advantage on the stagger, but it's still anybody's race as they come into that second leg. And it actually looks like that team in lane 1 has really. Ooh, the sprint med is quite the roller derby with these guys cutting in, all trying to hit that same point on that turn. And it looks like we're getting Ayer Shirley handing off to the 400-meter runner with a tiny lead, but it evaporates in a second as Austin Prep takes that first turn on the inside.
That was, you said a roller derby. It was. I almost closed my eyes. It was crazy.
Carrie's up here in the booth, handshaking. I remember my mom saying to me one time in high school, you know, I thought we were getting a good deal with not getting you in the contact sports once we had you in track.
Right. Nope.
Then you watch some of these relays, especially the shorter distance ones, and it's a full contact game out there with no pads or helmets.
Yeah, that's right.
And as the 400 meters come around to their 800-meter leg, that looks like Trevor Coughlin of Austin Prep has really kept his team in a good spot headed into that final lap.
Whoa.
And we're getting Austin Dosch with a little bit of a lead, but those EO Panthers are not letting them out of their sight. It's Alessio Casa.
Yeah, EO Panthers, they have definitely been stalking Austin Preparatory. Like, they have been right there every single lap, and they are not out of this.
Was that a Panther pun we got in there?
Did
They're
I?
stalking them?
Oh, yeah, I guess. I'm just into it. I didn't even hear myself.
The Panthers have the claws out for Austin
Oh,
Prep.
yeah.
And it's the Tigers in third, so.
Oh, gosh, that's where the roar comes from.
This is going to be a real survival of the fittest. Who's going to end up at the top of the food chain?
Keep it going here. Keep it going.
We're bringing you a little comedy along with our race commentary. It's not good, but it's something.
Oh, here's the Panthers. Look at now. Is this the first time they're going to the lead?
And with 400 meters to go, we've got Alessio Casa hitting the top of that turn in the front. But August Dosch is not out of this. He is staying in contact as best he can as the Tigers and Colin Squire are trying to close that gap from third to second. But right now it is Casa really opening it up. Look at that turnover too. He's really kept his cadence quick as he comes into that bell lap.
All of the EO Panthers guys have had this short turnover. They've been really powerful in their step.
They're doing their form drills. They're getting that agility.
They are getting after it like we've said, and here we go. Final 100 meters right here.
And then with 100 meters to go, we have a new second placer as it looks like the Woodstock Academy Centaurs coming into the final stretch, but it is all Alessio Casa and the EO Panthers coming down the home straight now, shutting the door in the competition with a 3:40.27 official time. That was a 1:59 split for Casa and another 1:59 for the Centaurs and Christian Menounos.
And they've moved into first position, but the team, Sachem Spike Shoe Club, they are still in second with that 3:40.72 from the first heat, or from the second heat, excuse me.
Yeah, and then when these races are as evenly matched as they are, you know, these can be decided by, you know, a tenth of a second over a 4-minute race.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job with all of the races, individual and relays. But here we are, third heat. We have Train Fast Athletics, Nighthawk Running Club, Dover Sherborne Running Club, Ram Nation Track Club, Vernon Viking Track Club, and officially not West Side.
I like these, you know, for folks that might not know, some of the individual states have rules about what you're able to enter national championships as. So, you know, you're not always allowed to enter races as your high school affiliation. You're doing it as a club.
Yep.
And some of these teams get real creative with the team naming.
Like officially not West Side.
I like to think, you know, some of them, like, did the relay team take a vote on what they wanted the name to be before they entered the meet?
Oh man, here they come.
And that's Train Fast living up to their name as they hand off to the 400-meter runners. It looks like Train Fast Jeremiah Marsalis on the 400-meter leg. Looking really strong with the Vernon Vikings and Michael Ivanek.
The Nighthawks Running Club closing in here in the white and orange there.
think that might be officially not
Oh,
West
that
Side.
is officially not West
Patrick
Side.
Armstrong. But right now, training fast and racing fast. But going into this 800-meter leg, there are 4 teams in contention in this one. And so it could be a real tight race.
Officially not West Side. Knows how to put on some surges.
Yeah.
And here's like his 4th one of the race now coming into the 800-meter leg.
I've never seen a sit and kick 400 before,
I
but I think
know.
we just did.
It was almost like an in and out.
And that's Patrick Armstrong heading off to Ben Drohan with a 51.4 leg.
Do you call an in and out, you know, when you do a hot 200, slow 200, or a fast 200, slow 200? Is that what you call in and outs?
In and outs, yeah, if it's on a track.
Yeah.
You know, now that I'm in my marathon days, I'll do 30-second fartleks out on the roads,
fartleks.
out on the Newton Hills. But
Yeah, you just want to get fartlek in there because everyone likes that word.
But right now we've got the Nighthawk Running Club, Sohib Disa, not leaving anything on the track with a absolutely blistering first 200. Let's find out if he can keep that momentum going coming into this final 400 meters. He's running this thing like a sprinter, let me tell you.
He really is. He's getting out hard. He's establishing a big lead, though, and this might be his strategy. Maybe it's run those first 3 laps as hard as you can and see if you can hang on. He just looked over at his team.
And Disa just absolutely sending it in this sprint medley relay. Looks like he's feeling a little bit now with 300 to go, but did he leave enough gas in the tank to bring it home for the Nighthawk Running Club as he hits that final lap? He's tying up a little, and officially not West Side and the Burning Vikings are still within striking distance, but it looks like Disa has found that second wind as they come into this final lap.
Yeah, Nighthawks Running Club, they put together a great team. And this final 800-meter leg has looked smooth from the very beginning. Doesn't look like he's straining too much, and he's kept his lead.
With a little glance over the shoulder, it looks like his gamble has paid off as Sohib Disa brings home the heat win for the Nighthawk Running Club all the way across the line in 3:39.46. That is our first sub 340 of the day, and a 1:57.56 800. That's some really strong running from these rising stars.
Section 3, Finito, Nighthawk Running Club with an amazing
All right,
race.
so
Section
moving
4.
on to Section 4. Simsbury High School, Fitch, Bishop Hedricken, Holliston Track and Field, Motor City Track and Field, and Fisherman Track and Field. Interesting. Do you think that's a made-up name?
That's a good question.
Or do you think it's
Maybe they're coming
school?
down from Maine or something.
Fisherman.
Yeah, we got a couple Massachusetts teams in this one with Simsbury and Holliston.
Okay.
And they're off. Oh no, we've got it looks like a hamstring in lane 6.
And that was early on.
Yeah, that's tough to see in the first leg, but he is gutting it out, trying to get that baton, at least give his teammates the chance to run.
Oh, shoot.
But that's lane 3. That looks like Holliston Track Club handing off in the lead. And you know, you've got to hand it to Dylan Smith and Fisherman for giving his teammate the chance to run a race while clearly in a lot of pain.
That happened, you know, coming up that turn, or on the curve, I should say.
And
But here we go.
True selflessness right there. You know, it's your teammates came all this way. They might not be in contention, but you still wanted the chance to run your race in front of this crowd, and he wanted to give them that chance. So you've got to really respect that.
Well, Bishop Hedricken in the lead here, ahead of Motor City Track and Holliston TNF.
The Bishop Hendricken with Xavier Wilkins has run a strong first 200 of this 400-meter leg and given their team plenty of real estate to work with as they come up on this final leg. Wilkins heading off to Jake Kopech, Bishop Hendricken. With a look over the shoulder, You don't got to worry about the competition at this point. You just got to get the baton to the next guy. As Kopech takes it 51-49 for that Bishop Hendricken third leg.
I want to know what my anchors are. Who's going to go hunt?
Well, the thing that Holliston TNF and Motor City have right now is they have each other, and that is what helps on these relays when you have someone out in front. Those two can work hard together to reel them in, and we'll see if they have enough time.
And it looks like Josh Hayes of Motor City is on a mission. And Bishop Hendricken has the luxury of, running a little more conservative and hopefully, bringing this thing home a bit more evenly paced. But Hayes has his eyes on the back of Kopech's jersey right now as they come up on 400 meters.
There's a little urgency that he needs to maybe put it on a little bit here. There's only 2 laps to go. And what I like about Kopech with Bishop Hendricken is that he's kept the pressure on. Every time he goes by that lap counter, it's almost like he digs in again.
You get the chance to mentally reset as you're 1 lap closer to the finish. And with 300 meters to go, it is still Jay Kopech. And Josh Hayes has put a little bit of a gap on Ryan Dunning of Fitch now in third, but it is still the Bishop Hendricken team in the lead coming up on the bell. And now we've got Kopech gritting his teeth and digging deep. You see the head swiveling a little bit up and down as he's really starting to feel the pain, but he is going to take this thing with a commanding performance.
He's got enough real estate, even though look at that pain, he's wearing it on his face, in his arms, but his legs are still going and he's doing great. They're not going to get him.
Yeah,
he's just got to control himself home.
Running fast and there's running hard, and he is running hard right now as he comes down the home stretch.
But he does need to keep an eye on that clock, and he is going to get it, but it's going to be close. 3:38:03.
Now the time to beat.
The Nighthawks ended up running 3:39:44, so he had to keep the pressure on for sure.
And a really strong anchor leg out of Daniel Coyne of Simsbury, the only sub-2 800 on that split in 1:58.92, moving his team all the way up from 5th to 2nd on that final leg. That's some impressive racing from the Simsbury athlete. Ooh. And anyone who's running 800 knows that feeling right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here we are, heat 5. So there are, we have 10 sections of
Oh yeah,
this.
We are running it through.
Yep, here we go. The Predators.
The Southington Knights.
Devil's Track Club.
The Falcons.
Bronx Science.
And the Riverside Runners.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and we've got a false start or a second gun of some kind. Hopefully the officials are feeling magnanimous today.
Big shout out to all the volunteers and the officials too. We've talked a lot about what Newbalance has done, which is amazing. But they've brought in some of the best to run this meet, and it has been almost ahead of schedule most of the time. Now, when does that happen? With this many athletes?
You know, they have kept this thing running like a Swiss watch.
Really?
And, you know, it's one of the skills, you know, not just in terms of getting used to this, you know, championship atmosphere and all of the challenges, both mentally and, you know, physically that you're facing. One of the things you got to realize is you got to, you know, keep an eye on the schedule. Right? Sometimes you got to develop the skill of, you know, speeding up or slowing down your warm-up, you know, realizing, you know, hopefully your coach is keeping an eye on the schedule too and telling you, but sometimes you thought you had 45 minutes to warm up and you got 25 minutes.
It's a lot like, well, when you're running at the big meets, you know, even when you're a pro, I mean, you have to kind of rely on some people sometimes to help you stay on it, because if you get so in the zone and you forget to watch what's going on, you can almost miss the start or miss the call room.
Oh yeah, my high school coach, who actually is retiring at the end of this year, but has been in the game for, you know, the better part of 35 years, used to make alternate schedules other than what was posted on, you know, the officially on the meet website, because he would look at the entries and he knew better than the meet organizers did just how quick that race was going to run. And as we get to this 400-meter leg, we have the Southington Knights and William Reeves I'm sorry, it is the Riverside Runners and Cheekwembai up in the lead.
But look at this right here.
This is anybody's race right here.
Exactly.